In the stifling grip of urban life, Chu Nan unexpectedly acquires a divine-level signing-in system. Each morning upon awakening, his first utterance is to sign in for 100 million. Ding! Signing in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million. Ding! Signing in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a villa atop a mountain. Ding! Signing in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Lamborghini. Poison. From that moment on, with the system's assistance, Chu Nan embarks on an ever-expanding journey of signing in. No more pretense. I reveal my true identity. I am indeed a wealthy individual. Chapter 1. The Divine-Level Signing-In System. In the stillness of the night, at 10 o'clock, Chu Nan emerges from his company. He lifts his gaze to the pitch-black sky and the surrounding vehicles, on the brightly lit yet sparsely populated streets, and that feeling of oppression begins to swell within him. A semblance of a smile, neither fully laughing nor crying, graces his face, reflecting a sense of helplessness and desolation. Watching, although it pales in comparison to the magical metropolis, harbors a consumption level and price index that are not drastically different. Within this vast city, an individual feels insignificantly small, akin to an ant striving to survive amidst the oppressive urban landscape. Helplessness and despair abound. The beautiful illusions he held about society during his university years have been submerged. He once believed that with his abilities he could flourish in this city, realizing his aspirations. However, the ruthlessness of society extinguished that fervor entirely. The rules of university life and those of society are worlds apart. Upon entering this realm, one is no longer the protagonist. In university, Chu Nan was the sought-after campus heartthrob, pursued by numerous girls. Yet now, in this Watchung, he struggles to scrape by. Lacking connections, wealth, or any semblance of status, even the most exceptional individuals find it nearly impossible to rise. Some are born into affluence, standing at the finish line in the eyes of the ordinary. However, your finish line is merely the starting point for others. In other words, without background, strength, or status, you're lesser than even the pets of the affluent in the city. Dinkling. The phone rings. Glancing at the name of his boss on the screen, he can't help but flash a bitter smile. Upon answering the call, it feels as if even the spittle from the other end is flying through the air. Chu Nan, the proposal I entrusted to you must be submitted immediately, tomorrow, without fail. Otherwise, you know the consequences. If the investors are still dissatisfied, be prepared to leave. After delivering this ultimatum, the call abruptly ends. Chu Nan's desolate silhouette seems to mirror the plight of countless individuals today, crushed by work, burdened by the worries of life. At that moment, he resembles a wild dog that has lost its fighting spirit, weakly seated at the bus stop, awaiting the arrival of the bus. His countenance is one of despair. Perhaps his heart has grown numb, accustomed to the notion that this is simply life, without background, without strength, destined to be thus. His parents, now retired, rely on him to support the household. Whenever they call, he feigns a facade of thriving well, maintaining this pretense for their sake. He strives to alleviate their worries, unaware that he is suffocating under the weight of this city. His parents frequently urge him over the phone to find a girlfriend, hoping he will marry soon and bless them with grandchildren. Naturally, each time, Chu Nan merely responds with vague reassurances. With his salary, even the down payment for a modest apartment in this bustling metropolis amounts to 700,000 yuan, a goal that would require decades of relentless effort to attain. Although the family has some savings, it is woefully insufficient, necessitating an additional 7 to 8 years of toil. This city is unforgiving, devouring those who dwell within it. The 700,000 yuan down payment merely secures a small unit located in a relatively remote suburban area. This life is not what we desire. Must we truly exhaust our parents' last vestiges of savings to live in such a manner? Chu Nan is unwilling to accept this reality. Such a life is far from his aspirations, yet he feels powerless to resist, for perhaps some individuals are fated to endure such destinies from the moment they are born. Should he fail to devise an appropriate plan, he risks losing his job, plunging him into deeper despair. This society is harsh. Indeed, your efforts may yield rewards, yet often, the return on your investment is disproportionately meager, which is the most disheartening aspect of all. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning cleaved the sky, momentarily illuminating the world as if it were day. Instantly, torrents of rain cascaded down like a waterfall. Through the window on this night, Chu Nan observed the large raindrops pelting down, mirroring his current emotional turmoil. Passers-by fled in a panic, shielding themselves with briefcases and clothing from the deluge, their hearts resonating with Chu Nan's despair. Life can often feel utterly powerless. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from the day's labor. At that moment, Chu Nan yearned for nothing more than a refreshing shower, followed by a comfortable slumber in bed. However, such a luxury was clearly unattainable. With the plan incomplete, rest was a forbidden indulgence. If the proposal remained unsatisfactory, his job would be perilously at stake. He let out a bitter laugh, opened his notebook, and drained the water he had poured earlier, shaking his head in resignation. Just as he prepared to revise the proposal, a mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. Ding! The Supreme sign-in system has been successfully activated. Binding host. Binding successful. The mechanized voice shattered Chu Nan's reverie. He paused in astonishment, casting a puzzled gaze around every corner of the room. At that moment, a screen materialized in his mind, visible solely to him. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Current savings, 31,500 yuan. Mode of transportation, none. Personal property, none. Marital status, unmarried. Special skills, none. Warehouse items, none. Comprehensive evaluation. You are merely an ant in the city. Young man, change your fate and embark on a wondrous sign-in journey. Chu Nan gazed at the sign-in button on the screen, a voice within urging him to proceed. His breath quickened, and excitement danced across his face. As a fan of web literature, he understood precisely what this system entailed. Thoughts of the proposal fled his mind, and with a parched throat, he swallowed hard, finally succumbing to the urge to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. You have been awarded a mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. Please retrieve it within 3 days. The Sky Garden, a mountaintop villa. Chu Nan was rendered speechless, staring vacantly at the sofa, his mind a blank slate. The Sky Garden is a community where residents are either wealthy or affluent, with property prices soaring to 120,000 yuan per square meter. For an ordinary person, securing even a restroom there would require a lifetime of effort. Yet, the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden is even more astonishing, with a single villa valued at over 100 million yuan. Just by signing in, Chu Nan has been bestowed with such a bountiful reward. This sudden stroke of fortune felt almost surreal. Was this truly a dream or merely a daydream? The property deed and related documentation have been placed in the warehouse. The host may retrieve them for review. The system kindly reminded him once more. With a thought, Chu Nan discovered a compact storage space in his mind, retrieving the property deed and relevant documents. After examining them, he could not contain his ecstatic laughter. Chapter 2. The Securities Obstruction. The system's sign-in process comprises daily, monthly, and annual check-ins. However, the daily sign-in is merely a rudimentary formality. Yet it brought Chu Nan an immense surprise. Soon, though, the system doused him with a cold reality check. Please refrain from becoming overly buoyant, host. This opportunity's probability stands at a mere 0.000001 and will not occur again. The villa's maintenance and property fees exceed your current financial capacity. Therefore, we advise you to sign in promptly each morning upon awakening to escape the unfortunate reality of your impoverished state. Chu Nan was instantly engulfed in a cloud of frustration. Why did this system differ so starkly from those he encountered in web novels? It even dared to offer sarcastic comments. Nonetheless, the system's assertion held truth. His meager savings indeed could not cover the property and maintenance expenses. Yet, he mustn't forget that he possessed a system. This financial burden was only temporary. With time and consistent check-ins, becoming a billionaire was not beyond his reach. A director from a certain conglomerate once proclaimed, "Set a small target for yourself. Earn 100 million. Thus, Chu Nan resolved to sign in for 100 million. Gazing at the unaddressed proposals listed in his notebook, a smile crept across his face. Work? What work? He was unconcerned. Now that he had a system, he felt elated. Chu Nan cast aside all his responsibilities and indulged in a luxurious bath. After scrolling through his phone for a while, he soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. He hastily summoned the system, letting out a sigh of relief. The vivid dream he had just experienced was merely a product of his fatigue. Still skeptical, he pinched himself. Ouch. The pain made him gasp. It was no dream. The first task each morning was to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received 1 million. Ding. Almost immediately, a notification pinged on his phone, confirming the arrival of 1 million into his bank account. Holy moly. This was exhilarating. Chu Nan took a deep breath to calm his exhilaration. 1 million was something he had never dared to dream of before. And now it felt somewhat surreal in his grasp. However, shortly after, his phone rang. A cold smirk appeared on his face. It was a call from his boss, who should have been at the office by this hour. Yet here he was, still at home. Chu Nan, are you out of your mind? What time is it? Why aren't you at work yet? If you don't want to work, then just get lost. You're useless at everything you do. What good are you to me? The voice on the other end roared like thunder. Chu Nan, raising his voice, retaliated, You fat idiot. What's it to you if I don't show up for work? I don't even need your pathetic company. Don't think I don't know that I've been the one handling all the proposals for the past 2 years. What have you done? Whoever wants to serve you can go ahead. I'm done. The astonished boss, sitting in his office, was left dumbfounded, struggling to regain his composure. You dare to insult me? Do you want to ruin your career in watching? I'll make sure a stain appears on your record, and you won't survive in this city. Unfazed by his superior's threats, Chu Nan scoffed. Please, I'm not afraid. If the proposals aren't submitted on time, it's your fault, not mine. I'm done here, goodbye. He hung up with a definitive click. Ultimately, it would be the boss who faced the consequences. Over the years, all his accomplishments had been monopolized by this fat man, and without any connections, there was nothing Chu Nan could do about it. Now that he had a system, why should he care about this job? Meanwhile, in the office, Zhou Fu was beginning to panic. Chu Nan had crafted all the proposals over the years, and he had no idea how to proceed. If deadlines were missed, he would have no explanation for the investors. Damn it, why did this kid suddenly become so defiant? How could he justify this to the investors? This collaboration was not with a partner he could afford to offend. They were attracted by the proposals Chu Nan had previously designed. Damn it, I refuse to believe that my company cannot operate without this kid. Zhou Fu immediately summoned others to draft a new proposal. After freshening up, he headed downstairs. Mindful of the system's stipulations that he must reach the Sky Garden within 3 days. Otherwise, the rewards would be forfeited. He hailed a taxi. Driver, to the Sky Garden. Please. The Sky Garden? The driver scrutinized Chu Nan through the rearview mirror, noting that his attire hardly suggested affluence. Such a place was not meant for just anyone, and judging by his appearance, he might be turned away. Young man, what business do you have at the Sky Garden? The driver inquired with curiosity. Chu Nan smiled and casually replied, I have a property there that I wish to check on. What? The driver was taken aback. A property in the Sky Garden? Could this be the legendary case of a rich second generation pretending to be poor? This was an enigma he could not comprehend. Were the wealthy now entertained by such charades? Although Chu Nan spoke the truth, the driver remained somewhat skeptical but chose not to pry further. After all, he was merely a driver and didn't need to delve into the details. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The Sky Garden, developed amidst a forested area, featured villas perched atop a mountain, shrouded in morning mist, resembling a mystical realm that was both alluring and elusive. Just as he was about to enter the community gate, a voice suddenly called out to him. You, what do you want? The security guard stood arrogantly before Chu Nan, sizing him up with a look of disdain. It was evident that he had never seen a resident of such a caliber before. What do I want? I'm the owner here. What do you think? Of course. I'm going home. Chu Nan retorted. Owner? The guard nearly doubted his hearing. Would a property owner hail a taxi? Would they lack even a single designer item? He had encountered many like this, merely seeking entry to the Sky Garden to flaunt on social media. The guard's expression turned mocking, as he sneered. Look at yourself. You think you're a resident of the Sky Garden? You don't even own a branded item, and you dare to claim that you belong here? With your poor appearance, you could afford a villa here? Chu Nan's expression soured instantly. It was clear that the guard was judging him based on his attire. So what if he wasn't wearing designer brands? Did he not realize that some individuals were inherently low-key? Open your eyes and see what this is, Chu Nan coldly exclaimed, producing his property deed. The guard's pupils constricted sharply as he snatched the deed, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could this kid truly be a resident? However, upon noticing that it was the deed for a mountaintop villa, he was not intimidated. Instead, he erupted into a mocking laugh. What a pathetic loser. Bringing a fake deed to fool me. A mountaintop villa worth over 100 million? You think you can afford that? The guard tossed the deed to the ground without a second glance, firmly convinced it was counterfeit. Chapter 3. The Beautiful Manager. Fake. This is absolutely impossible. The system would certainly not deceive him. The security guard, in truth, was unaware of what a property deed in the community looked like. Moreover, all homeowners within the complex possessed access cards. Yet Chu Nan had nothing but a property deed. How could he possibly prove his ownership? If you cannot recognize me, then summon your property manager. I refuse to believe he wouldn't know who I am. Chu Nan stated coldly. The security guard sneered, with just you? Do you really think you deserve to see the manager? If you know what's good for you, scram. Don't make me call on my colleagues to throw you out. At that moment, however, a graceful figure approached, clad in a professional OL skirt. Her black stockings accentuating her alluring legs. What is going on? Zhou Ying inquired, her brows slightly furrowed. The previously arrogant security guard rushed over. And before Zhou Ying could speak, he reported, Manager, this person is impersonating a homeowner in our community, and he possesses a counterfeit property deed for a hillside villa. I was just about to expel him when you arrived. He cast a derisive glance at Chu Nan, adding, he should consider what he is. How could he afford a hillside villa? The security guard's sharp and scathing words reached Zhou Ying's ears, yet he failed to notice the dramatic change in her expression. She stepped forward, bending slightly, creating an enticing curve. Upon seeing the property deed, she was rendered speechless in shock. It is indeed the deed for the hillside villa. It is not fake. She gazed incredulously at the unassuming man before her, the very owner of the hillside villa. At that moment, the security guard remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still mockingly saying, Manager, don't worry. I'll throw him out right now. Since you lack sense, don't blame me for being rude. Just as the guard prepared to take action, Zhou Ying urgently exclaimed, Stop. What transpired next sent chills down the guard's spine. Zhou Ying bowed respectfully to Chu Nan, saying, Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. It is a failure on our part. She then turned coldly to the guard, stating, You no longer need to remain here. The guard was left dumbfounded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Could it be? This fellow truly was the owner of the hillside villa. Good heavens! He had dared to mock such an individual. Terrified, the guard immediately knelt before Chu Nan, crawling to his feet and pleading, Sir, I was wrong. I looked down on you. Please spare me. I cannot lose this job. I have elderly parents and children to support. Chu Nan offered a cold smile. He was no saint, and the guard's words were hardly trustworthy. Such a lack of professionalism was of no use. You should go speak with your manager, Chu Nan remarked, striding grandly into the community. Zhou Ying merely cast a cold glance at the guard sprawled on the ground, offering not a shred of sympathy. The owner of the hillside villa deserved respect. How could a mere guard dare offend such a prominent figure? At that moment, the guard was utterly despondent. Upon arriving at the property management office, verifying the completeness of the documents, a special vehicle soon arrived to transport Zhou Ying and Chu Nan. Before long, they reached the hillside villa, nestled amidst mountains and waters. The hillside villa was situated in a prime location, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant flowers, enveloped in a serene bamboo grove, seemingly a haven of nature. Zhou Ying guided Chu Nan as they entered the grand villa, revealing a magnificent expanse before him, complete with a swimming pool, garden, and golf course, every amenity one could desire. As the luxurious security door opened, the interior of the villa was laid bare, spacious and adorned with various high-end furniture, all styled in an elegant European design. The villa boasted a cinema, KTV, and bar. Virtually every entertainment facility imaginable was present, alongside a vast underground parking area. Incredible. This is utterly delightful. Zhou Ying regarded Chu Nan with suspicion, perplexed by the expression of someone who appeared out of place in such wealth. Mr. Chu, here is the access card and key to the villa. Maintenance staff will attend to the gardens and cleaning monthly, with an annual property and management fee of 200,000. Please ensure to pay the associated fees going forward, Zhou Ying explained professionally. Chu Nan's excitement swiftly diminished, realizing that a hefty annual property fee of 200,000 would significantly reduce the 1 million he had just acquired. Although he understood the rationale behind the costs, maintaining such a vast villa was no small feat. He still felt a pang in his heart. As the property manager who typically interacted with affluent individuals, Zhou Ying found herself utterly unable to decipher the enigmatic aura surrounding Chu Nan. The hillside villa was valued at over 100 million. Only those of considerable means could afford it. Yet she had never encountered this man in the upper echelons of society. After a brief introduction to the villa's environment, Chu Nan, who had been trailing Zhou Ying, found himself parched. Her alluring figure was irresistible to any man, and he had swallowed hard numerous times. Once the tour concluded, Zhou Ying respectfully stated, Mr. Chu, should you have any questions in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. We are at your service 24/7. Chu Nan nodded, and Zhou Ying departed the villa. Reclining on the sofa and gazing at the expansive living room, Chu Nan felt an overwhelming sense of unreality wash over him. Everything felt like a dream. Yet, occupying such a grand villa alone seemed somewhat solitary. He contemplated hiring a few maids to assist with the upkeep. Having them around would certainly provide a pleasant visual appeal. With this thought, a mischievous grin spread across his face. As for the previous narrative, due to the deviation from the author's usual style, I find myself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 4, Lamborghini Veneno. The following day, Chu Nan woke from slumber, his face etched with exhaustion, deep dark circles under his eyes evident. Living in this grand villa, he felt a certain unease, as the vast emptiness contrasted sharply with the security of his previous 30-square-meter rental. The villa was simply too large. He was the only occupant in the expansive space. It seemed imperative to consider hiring a few maids or a housekeeper. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at the entrance of the villa. Approaching the door, Chu Nan was taken aback to see a familiar silhouette. Her alluring figure ignited a warmth in his lower abdomen, but he quickly suppressed it. "Mr. Chu, did you sleep well last night?" Zhou asked with a charming smile. Inviting her into the villa, they settled on the sofa, and he revealed a wry smile. "I'm somewhat unaccustomed to this vast space. It feels a bit difficult to adjust to being here alone." Zhou nodded in agreement. To be honest, even she would feel a twinge of fear if she were left alone in such a villa. But would someone capable of purchasing a hillside villa truly experience such feelings? While a typical wealthy individual might adapt to a new environment with relative ease, Chu Nan had previously resided in a modest 30-square-meter rental apartment. Thus, transitioning to such a vast space inevitably posed certain challenges for him. Furthermore, humans are inherently social creatures. Living alone in a sprawling villa could lead to feelings of profound solitude. "Manager Zhou, could you assist me in finding a few servants?" Chu Nan suddenly proposed. Zhou, surprisingly, did not decline, as she often assisted others in the villa in locating help. Chu Nan, with a playful smile, expressed his preference for young female attendants clad in maid outfits, suggesting that such an arrangement would make him reluctant to leave the villa each day. Zhou had grown accustomed to such requests, and, in her view, Chu Nan differed from other affluent clients she had encountered. Unlike others who would gaze at her with an insatiable hunger, often resorting to inappropriate advances, Chu Nan's demeanor was more bashful. There was a particularly egregious incident where a client had crossed the line, leading Zhou to defend herself, resulting in a confrontation that only subsided when her professional capabilities were acknowledged. Most would have been dismissed long before that point. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chu Nan gathered his courage and added, "Manager Zhou, I have one more favor to ask." Zhou regarded him with curiosity. "What is it?" Chu Nan, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and said with a lack of confidence, "Managing this grand villa alone would be quite a challenge, especially with the addition of servants. I would like to request your assistance as the steward of this estate." Under normal circumstances, Zhou would have promptly refused such a proposition, but Chu Nan's request left her momentarily uncertain. Unlike other clients, he had not regarded her with an aggressive gaze, but rather with a gentle shyness. Just as she was contemplating the offer, Chu Nan eagerly interjected, "I'll offer you a salary of 30,000 per month." Zhou Ying's expression shifted slightly. It was impossible not to feel tempted by such an offer, especially since her own monthly salary was just over 10,000. As a quintessential career woman, she was determined not to fall behind her male counterparts, aspiring to own a home in the City of Flowers. Yet, given her current income, accumulating a down payment would take decades of relentless work, rendering it a near impossibility. Noticing Zhou Ying's lingering hesitation, Chu Nan sweetened the deal. "What if I increase it to 40,000 a month?" Zhou Ying finally softened, a resigned smile gracing her lips as she replied with a somewhat playful tone, "You win, Mr. Chu." At that moment, Chu Nan found himself momentarily entranced by her exquisite beauty. However, he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat. Then it settled. "Manager Zhou, you must not go back on this agreement. You can reside in the suite on the left side of the first floor." Zhou had no objections, and after exchanging a few more words, she departed. Once she left, Chu Nan eagerly opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Chu Nan height, 180 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms current savings, 830,000 yuan mode of transport, none personal property, sky garden, mountain villa, marital status, single special skills, none warehouse items, none click to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received a Lamborghini Veneno. Chu Nan gasped in astonishment, his heart racing as exhilaration coursed through him. The Lamborghini Veneno. This was a limited edition sports car valued at over 80 million yuan, with fewer than 3 existing nationwide. Now there were 4. System, where's my sports car? Chu Nan inquired excitedly. Host, please refrain from excessive excitement, as it may lead to health complications. Your sports car is already in your garage, the system replied. Hearing this, Chu Nan's initial excitement faded, replaced by irritation. What did it mean to say that too much excitement could lead to a heart attack? Had the system started to develop an attitude? With a huff, he ignored the system. After freshening up, he took the elevator to the first floor. There it was, a silver-gray vehicle, boasting a commanding rear wing, red wheel rims, and sleek, sharp metallic lines that exuded the essence of a beast among luxury cars. Chu Nan felt a surge of excitement, but soon realized he faced a dilemma. Where were the keys? Instead of asking the system right away, he cleverly checked his warehouse. Sure enough, the keys were in his inventory, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. But then the system chimed in unexpectedly. Please do not be too proud. Any intelligent person would check the warehouse. Do you think I would commend you? Absolutely not. Chu Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. If the system were a person, he would have torn it apart by now. He had never encountered such an infuriating system. Beep beep. The headlights of the Lamborghini flickered, and the silver bat-like wings slowly unfolded. Settling into the driver's seat, he pressed the ignition. Vroom vroom. The roar of the engine resonated like a ferocious beast in the depths of the mountains, and Chu Nan could not contain his exuberance, shouting in delight. Now this is a luxury car. This is the vehicle a man should drive. Isn't this more captivating than any woman? With a thrilling shout, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Chapter 5. The Arrogant Server. Throughout his journey, countless cars veered aside, as such an expensive vehicle could not be brushed against without dire consequences. Wow, what an impressive sports car. What kind of handsome man drives it? I would love to sit in the passenger seat and have a deep conversation all night. Those who understood the implications of such a conversation knew exactly what was meant. Countless women along the way gazed at Chu Nan's luxury car, their eyes sparkling as if they might leap from their sockets to glimpse the figure within. Upon reaching the World Trade Plaza, he parked the car and entered a Cardano clothing store. Under normal circumstances, the staff would have rushed to introduce the merchandise. However, as Chu Nan stepped inside, the surrounding attendants furrowed their brows, casting disdainful glances at his seemingly cheap attire. How could someone dressed in clothes worth less than 300 yuan enter such an establishment? One particularly harsh server waved her hand dismissively, as if warding off an unpleasant odor, regarding Chu Nan with the same contempt one would reserve for refuse. Unfazed, Chu Nan continued to browse for suitable clothing. Spotting a white shirt, he was about to try it on when the disdainful server abruptly intervened, her voice dripping with contempt. What do you think you're doing? Confused, Chu Nan replied, I'm just trying on the shirt. The server's expression grew even more derisive as she scrutinized him from head to toe, retorting, You? Can you even afford anything in this store? If it gets dirty, can you compensate for it? And if this shirt doesn't sell because of you, can you cover that loss? I instructed you on where to go. Just a short distance next door lies a department store where you can try on whatever you wish. At that moment, Chu Nan finally comprehended the implication. This attendant presumed he was incapable of affording such attire, believing he was unworthy of wearing it. His expression immediately turned frigid, and in a tone equally icy, he remarked, You think I can't afford it? Huh. Wang Yanhong let out a chilling laugh, not bothering to conceal her bitterness. Do you have any idea how much this garment costs? 12,000. Can you truly afford it? 12,000 is several months' salary for you. Would you be willing to part with that? If you're short on funds, don't pretend to be affluent. At that moment, a petite attendant approached, with a youthful visage and pleasing features, timidly saying, Sister Wang, perhaps this gentleman can afford it. We may be failing in our service. Wang Yanhong's expression darkened instantly, and with an air of condescension, she retorted, Xiao Yu. You clearly don't understand that many people today like to feign wealth despite being broke. I've seen plenty of such individuals. You, as a university student yet to graduate, lack experience. Sister Wang, why don't I attend to this gentleman? There are other customers over there, Xia Yingwei suggested meekly. Wang Yanhong's face turned ghastly. How dare this ungrateful girl challenge her? After all, she was merely a college student working part-time. What made her so special? Humph. Do as you please, but if this man soils the clothes, the loss will be deducted from your wages. With a disdainful huff, Wang Yanhong moved on to serve other customers. In her estimation, Chu Nan could never afford such clothing. He was merely posturing as a wealthy individual. Xia Yingwei, however, smiled warmly, saying, Sir, please follow me. The fitting rooms are this way. Seeing her smile, Chu Nan's anger began to dissipate, and he shot a cold glance at the spiteful attendant. Huh, you think I can't afford it? Just wait and see how I'll make you eat your words. After a brief time in the fitting room, Chu Nan emerged and stood before the mirror, assessing himself. The attire looked rather splendid. One could hardly deny its brand prestige. The sensation of wearing it was worlds apart from his previous cheap shirt. One was heavenly, the other decidedly mundane. Not bad, he commented. Please wrap this piece up for me. I'd like to see other garments. Xia Yingwei, momentarily taken aback, then asked with astonishment, Sir, are you saying you want this piece? Chu Nan nodded affirmatively. Nearby, Wang Yanhong observed this exchange with a cold smirk. This impoverished fool truly knows how to put on an act. Only that girl would believe him. Just wait and see how this ends for you. Wang Yanhong, who had only completed middle school, was the longest-serving employee here, instilling a sense of fear in new staff who dared not offend her. Rumor had it she shared a peculiar relationship with the manager, which only heightened her authority over others. Her disdain for Xia Yingyue stemmed from the manager often casting glances her way, even calling her into his office from time to time. This stirred a sense of insecurity within Wang Yanhong. She had finally caught the eye of that lecher and could not allow this young girl to ruin it. She was determined to seize the opportunity to have the manager dismiss Xia Yingyue. After trying on several casual outfits, Chu Nan was pleased and nodded. Wrap this jacket up as well. At this moment, Xia Yingyue felt a pang of anxiety. The total price of these clothes exceeded 100,000. Could he truly afford it? It wasn't he doubt, but rather the rarity of encountering such extravagant clients. However, Xia Yingyue refrained from voicing her concerns. Soon, they arrived at the front desk to settle the bill, with Wang Yanhong lurking nearby, eager to witness the spectacle. However, after processing the card, a beep signaled, payment successful. Wang Yanhong's jaw dropped in astonishment, her entire being quaking with disbelief. Payment successful. He can truly afford it. Xia Yingyue was equally stunned. This amounted to over 100,000. He swiped his card without so much as a blink. Upon regaining her composure, Xia Yingyue's face lit up with excitement. This sale would net her a commission of 7,000 or 8,000, an astronomical figure she could scarcely fathom. The one who regretted the most was Wang Yanhong. That money should have rightfully been hers. At that moment, Wang Yanhong was consumed by remorse, lamenting that had she been a bit more cordial, this wouldn't have benefited that young girl. Before long, Manager Huang emerged from the office, smiling as he addressed Chu Nan. Sir, based on your purchase, we are pleased to offer you a nationwide membership card, redeemable at any of our stores. Oh, came Chu Nan's indifferent reply. Manager Huang stood awkwardly, sensing the customer's aloof demeanor. Yet, Wang Yanhong's face turned pale, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Chu Nan coldly remarked, the quality of your staff leaves much to be desired. That attendant has been questioning my purchasing power since I entered. Is this the level of professionalism at your store? Manager Huang's expression darkened instantly as he directed a frigid gaze at Wang Yanhong. You may consider your position terminated. This was a deal worth over 100,000, nearly squandered due to a single misstep. Wang Yanhong collapsed helplessly to the ground, despair etched on her face. It was over. Everything was over. Chapter 6, Odd Couple. Chu Nan exited the mall, reveling in the bliss of affluence. Indeed, the joy of the wealthy is refreshingly simple and utterly exhilarating. Especially relishing the sight of the previously arrogant attendant now wearing a look of desolation brought him immense satisfaction. At this moment, Wang Yanhong likely wished for nothing more than to vanish. However, upon reaching his parking area, he discovered a throng surrounding his vehicle. Wow, what kind of car is this? It's astonishingly cool. Hey bro, can't you tell? It's just a Lamborghini. This beast is worth over 20 million. Over 20 million? Are you not afraid of your teeth falling out with that statement? The bystanders, primarily ordinary white-collar workers, had never encountered such astronomical figures. No, you're all mistaken. I know a thing or two about cars. Though it's a Lamborghini, it's definitely not worth 20 million. Huh. The crowd turned to the speaker with skepticism. Was this car not worth 20 million? But the following revelation left everyone gasping in shock. You can't buy this car for 20 million. It's a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, valued at over 80 million. Gasp. All present widened their eyes in disbelief. This vehicle was worth over 80 million. Clear the way. Make way. Suddenly, an arrogant couple strode in, looking down on the crowd. If you know this car is worth over 80 million, you should be careful. Can you afford to pay if you even graze it? Sneered the flamboyant young man with dyed red hair. The onlookers kept their distance, whispering among themselves. Could this couple be the owners of this luxury car? Come on, babe, strike a pose. Yes, just like that. Spread your legs a bit more. Hey, looking good. It turns out that these two individuals were merely posing for photographs, not the owners of the luxurious vehicle. How utterly shameless they are. The layer of powder on the woman's face could easily be scraped off to make a batter, yet she poses with an air of arrogance, akin to a majestic swan. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, too embarrassed to gaze upon the spectacle. Chu Nan found it amusing. He had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but none as brazen as these. Excuse me, he said, as he pushed his way through the crowd. Ah, yet another aspiring photographer. What is it with people today and their insatiable vanity? Chu Nan addressed the couple. You two must have taken enough pictures by now. If you cause even the slightest scratch, it's not something you could afford to pay for. The man bristled with fury. Who do you think you are to look down on me? I could easily buy this car. Oh really? Take a look at the hood. Isn't there a dent? Chu Nan remarked with a knowing smile. This revelation startled the couple, prompting them to retreat from the vehicle. They were merely ordinary office workers. ill-equipped to handle the costs of even a minor scrape, which could amount to nearly $1 million. Just as they realized they had been played, they were about to unleash their anger when, beep beep, the massive bat wings of the Lamborghini slowly unfurled. Chu Nan tossed his belongings onto the passenger seat and slid into the car. The couple stood there, mouths agape, rendered speechless by shock. The original onlookers gazed incredulously at Chu Nan, who, contrary to their assumptions of him being another vain admirer, was indeed the owner of the car. Clad in unassuming attire that could be found in a department store or a trendy online shop. It was hard for anyone to believe that such a person could drive a car worth $80 million, with envy etched on their faces. The crowd watched the luxury vehicle fade into the distance, yearning for the affluent lifestyle that seemed so distant from their mundane existence. The red-haired woman gazed dreamily, as if her soul had been whisked away. That guy driving the Lamborghini is so handsome. I wish I could discuss life and dreams with him. Meanwhile, her boyfriend's expression darkened immediately, and it wasn't long before the couple began to argue. The onlookers shook their heads, sensing that this couple's relationship was on the brink of collapse. The exhilaration of the moment was undeniable. Inside the car, Chu Nan felt a rush of excitement, relishing the expressions on the couple's faces. Upon returning to the villa, Zhou Ying had prepared lunch. Earlier that morning, Zhou Ying had submitted her resignation, and her supervisor was left agape upon learning that she would be serving as a housekeeper for the owner of the mountaintop villa. To her boss, Zhou Ying's future appeared to be filled with carefree possibilities, perhaps even a chance for further advancement with the villa's owner. Now, he treated her with a newfound respect. Chu Nan handed the items he had purchased to Zhou Ying, after which he needed not concern himself with any further arrangements. With the maid yet to be found, Zhou Ying would have to bear the burden for the time being. Chu Nan pulled out his newly acquired phone and dialed his parents in the countryside. His parents were retired workers, still tending to a patch of farmland, and devotedly rising early to sell vegetables, saving every penny for Chu Nan's future marriage. When the call connected, his mother launched into a familiar parental inquiry, asking about his well-being, whether he was eating well, how he was adjusting, and reminding him to take care of himself. His parents had endured their share of hardships, and now that he had come into wealth, he wished to provide them a better life. Mom, I'll be transferring some money to your bank card soon. Feel free to spend it as you wish without worry. Chu Nan declared generously. What are you sending us money for? Just take care of yourself in the city. We're fine, his mother replied. Chu Nan felt a lump in his throat but steadied his emotions, saying, just accept it. I recently closed a significant business deal with a commission of $500,000. I'll be sending $200,000 to your account, so use it as you please. The amount startled his mother, as it exceeded their combined income for several years. She struggled to process the information. What did our son say that has you looking like that? Chu Nan's father, who was at the dining table, inquired. His mother, still in disbelief, responded. Chu Nan said he is sending us $200,000 because he secured a big deal with a commission of $500,000. What? $500,000? Chu Nan's father was utterly taken aback. To them, such an amount was astronomical. Their annual income barely reached $40,000 to $50,000. And it would take them a decade to earn what their son was now giving them in one go. Well done. This little rascal has finally made something of himself. I'm going out for a walk, his father said, smiling as he left. His mother remained quiet, understanding that her husband wished to boast to his brothers about their son's success. They had always hoped for their child to thrive and to show off a little in front of acquaintances. In that case, I'll save that money for you. And when you marry, we can use it together. Your dad and I are waiting to hold our grandchild. Chu Nan chuckled, exasperated. Mom, I'm still young. Why the rush? His mother, not pleased, replied, look at our neighbor, Dan. He is already married and has a chubby baby. How can we not be anxious? Chu Nan found himself speechless, offering only a few casual remarks before inquiring about his parents' health and ending the call. With his current circumstances, finding a partner would be a simple matter, though he suspected many would be more interested in his newfound wealth than in him personally. Chapter 7. Expert-level piano talent. The following morning, Chu Nan eagerly anticipated his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in for expert-level piano talent. In an instant, it felt as though enlightenment had washed over him, as a wealth of piano knowledge and skills flooded his mind. A smile crept across his face. Possessing expert-level piano talent was certainly no small feat. Rather, it enhanced the charm that had previously eluded him. As of now, Chu Nan was merely a nouveau riche relying on the system, lacking the professional knowledge that true moguls possessed. He entered a spacious room, where a piano was conveniently placed. Lifting the piano lid, he gazed at the black and white keys, a smile gracing his lips. Although it was his first encounter with a piano, it felt remarkably familiar. Closing his eyes, he seemed to revel in the moment, as distractions and worries faded away. His fingers lightly danced across the keys, the enchanting melody resonating throughout the room. The tune gradually materialized in his mind, serene and harmonious, the notes caressing his skin like silk, only to be followed by a rapid shift in tempo akin to a tempest. At this moment, Chu Nan was immersed in his newfound state, completely oblivious to Zhou Ying standing at the door. Zhou Ying's pupils widened in astonishment as she beheld the scene, her expression one of disbelief, as though she had encountered a ghost. He could play the piano, and so beautifully at that. Zhou Ying had a modicum of knowledge about the piano and had heard pieces from some renowned pianists, but none could compare to the performance of the Chu Nan before her. Chu Nan was merely in his early 20s, just 21 years of age. Yet the transitions and nuances in his playing were akin to those of expert pianists. For a moment, even Zhou Ying found herself entranced. Her eyes closed as she reveled in the enchanting melody. As the final notes faded into silence, Zhou Ying seemed lost in thought, savoring the lingering echoes of the performance. Chu Nan gazed at the youthful woman at the door, a smile gracing his lips. Despite the conclusion of the piece, she remained with her eyes shut. "It's over now. Perhaps you should open your eyes." His deep voice roused Zhou Ying from her reverie. Her ears flushed crimson, her entire face blooming like a ripe peach, exuding an adorable charm. She lowered her head, speechless, and hurriedly retreated to her room. Chu Nan, possessing an appealing appearance and bolstered by newfound confidence from his system, now flaunted an extraordinary piano talent that elevated his presence significantly, outshining many of his peers. The earlier performance was undoubtedly captivating for any young woman. In her room, Zhou Ying leaned against the door, her once rapid breaths gradually calming. Although the flush on her cheeks had subsided somewhat, they retained a slight warmth. What was happening? Why was her heart racing so? She desperately attempted to suppress the unfamiliar emotions within her, but instead, her heart raced even faster. The previously faded blush returned, and memories of Chu Nan's piano playing sent her heart soaring. He was so charismatic, so handsome. She had never anticipated such a facet of him. Previously, she had perceived Chu Nan as a nouveau riche, naive and unrefined, someone whose claim to ownership of a luxurious villa would be met with disbelief on the street. The disparity in his aura was palpable, yet the grace with which he played the piano eclipsed that of many contemporaries. Having remained single for over 20 years, Zhou Ying had never harbored feelings for anyone, but in this moment, her heart fluttered for Chu Nan, though she remained oblivious to the true nature of her emotions. After enjoying the breakfast Zhou Ying had prepared, the two began discussing potential candidates for the maid position, as numerous applicants had already expressed interest. As the housekeeper, Zhou Ying had already sifted through a considerable number of calls, about 200 in total, and had narrowed it down to 30. All of whom were university students with clean backgrounds. "I've thoroughly investigated their backgrounds. Most are quite respectable," Zhou Ying stated calmly. Chu Nan perused the applicants' profiles and couldn't help but feel as though he were selecting a concubine for an emperor. After reviewing the photographs, he shortlisted 10 candidates, but one photo suddenly caught his attention. His expression shifted slightly. How could it be her? The woman in the photograph was Xia Yingyue, who had previously attended to him. Wasn't she a waitress? Why was she now applying to be a maid? Had something happened? "Let us include her. Disregard the others," Chu Nan said slowly. Zhou Ying's expression changed subtly. Why was he so interested in this university student? Did they share a special connection? A pang of jealousy stirred within her. All candidates were scheduled for a unified interview the following afternoon. They required only 4 or 5 maids. As many areas in the house wouldn't necessitate their upkeep, the property management would handle those. "When did you start learning the piano?" Zhou Ying inquired out of curiosity. Chu Nan smiled, his lips curling slightly. "Would you believe me if I said I just learned it moments ago?" Zhou Ying shot him a disbelieving glare. Such skill and fluidity were beyond the reach of a novice. If a beginner could achieve that level of mastery, they would be a reincarnation of Beethoven. Even today, as most revered artists couldn't match Chu Nan's prowess. "Humph. If you don't want to share, then don't," Zhou Ying huffed, gathering her belongings before retreating to her room to freshen up. Upon her return, she wore a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her voluptuous curves, her bare shoulders radiating an alluring charm. Chu Nan was momentarily left speechless. Seeing his captivated expression, Zhou Ying stifled a giggle, reveling in her triumph. "Your eyes are about to pop out." Chu Nan quickly regained his composure, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face, feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 8. The arrogant man in a Mercedes. Though the villa was well equipped, it lacked some common household items, and their pantry was running low. So they decided to shop together. En route, Zhou Ying's beautiful gaze often lingered on Chu Nan. He seemed to lead a leisurely life. Where did his wealth originate? Was he perhaps a rich heir? After some contemplation, she dismissed the idea. Most affluent young men lacked the depth of character that Chu Nan exuded, not to mention his exceptional piano skills that far surpassed those of many. Curiosity about Chu Nan's background consumed her, though she remained unaware that a woman's curiosity about a man often foreshadows deeper feelings. As they drove, Chu Nan navigated smoothly. with surrounding vehicles maintaining their distance and yielding the road. Soon, they arrived at the shopping mall. Chu Nan's attire was casual, a tank top and shorts, paired with flip-flops, an appearance that belied his status as the owner of a luxurious mountain villa. Upon entering the mall, most onlookers' attention gravitated toward Zhou Ying. Every man who passed by couldn't help but ogle her stunning figure, parched with desire. Together, they were a striking contrast, like a flower amidst dung. After purchasing some daily necessities and enough groceries to last a week, Zhou Ying was approached multiple times for her contact information, all of which Chu Nan declined. As if I would let you take my housekeeper away. If looks could kill, Chu Nan would have perished countless times. The onlookers sighed in exasperation. Why would such a breathtaking beauty be with a man who appeared so disheveled? What could possibly be special about him? Clearing their throats, many wondered if he had any hidden talents. Just as they were about to leave the mall, a man in a suit suddenly blocked their path. His arrogant demeanor dripped with disdain as he regarded Chu Nan, while his gaze toward Zhou Ying was filled with infatuation. Such a stunning beauty should not be wasted on a man like this. How about we exchange contact information? The suited man suggested with a smile. However, Zhou Ying chose to disregard him, casting a glance at Chu Nan instead. Chu Nan smiled broadly and said, "She is unwilling. You are obstructing our path." The expression on the suited man's face twitched, his previous smile transforming into one of visible displeasure. In a low voice, he declared, "Brother, you cannot offer her a future. I will give you 50,000. Let this beauty come to me. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek my assistance. You see this Mercedes key? You may never afford such a fine car in your lifetime. Why let this beauty suffer with you?" Chu Nan regarded the suited man with the eyes of a fool. "A Mercedes? Is that truly something rare? And you offer me 50,000? This beauty of mine is worth millions. Do you think you can buy me off with such a paltry sum? You are merely daydreaming. Hey, brother, don't go. If this doesn't work, we can discuss further." Yet, Chu Nan paid him no mind and led Zhou Ying to the parking lot. The suited man seemed unwilling to concede, trailing after them. However, as his gaze shifted, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable, standing frozen in place. A Lamborghini Veneno. As an aficionado of luxury cars, he knew this vehicle was valued at over 80 million, with scarcely a few in the entire country. What astonished him most was not the car itself, but the individual within it, none other than the Chu Nan he had previously looked down upon, whose playful smile he could see through the window. With a flushed face, the suited man hastily retreated. Goodness, are the wealthy now so understated? Wearing a tank top and casual shorts, who could have guessed? Moreover, Chu Nan's attire was nothing but a collection of commonplace items, making it hard for anyone else to perceive him as a wealthy individual. No wonder that beauty was so devoted to such a scruffy man. Others were the true tycoons. Zhou Ying looked on in incredulity, helplessly observing her employer. Was it truly so gratifying to slap others in the face? Zhou Ying would never comprehend such joy, while Chu Nan reveled in the thrill of driving his sports car. As for the suited man's expression from earlier, it was a source of secret amusement in his mind. Upon returning to the villa, Chu Nan changed his attire just as a phone call came through. "Hello? Chu Gu. Long time no see. What the hell? It's you. You beast." The familiar voice took Chu Nan by surprise. The caller was his good friend from university, Wang Mang. They had skipped classes, surfed the internet, and even shared the same bed, albeit simply for sleep. "It's been a while. How have you been?" "Oh, the same old, helping out at my dad's factory. What about you and watching?" "I'm doing all right." "Wow, you seem to be living quite well." Chu Nan chuckled. Previously, his life had been challenging, but now with a villa and a beautiful housekeeper, soon to be joined by a maid, his life was nothing short of a dream for any man. "What prompted you to call me out of the blue? Surely, it's not just to catch up?" Wang Mang suddenly remembered the purpose of his call and quickly said, "You wouldn't know since you haven't joined our class group. We're having a reunion soon. Are you coming?" A wave of memories from university flooded Chu Nan's mind. "Of course I'll go. Great. I'll add you on WeChat and pull you into the group. We haven't decided on the venue yet, but the address will be shared in the group." After a casual exchange, they ended the call. Shortly after, Chu Nan received a friend request. Once added to the group, he smiled at the familiar names, recalling that if this had been before, he might not have agreed to attend. Reunions were often mere showcases of wealth and status. Now that they had all entered society, the purity of their university days was long gone. Conversations would revolve around jobs, salaries, and possessions, questions akin to those posed by a prospective mother-in-law. Of course, some attended reunions to catch a glimpse of their former crushes, as such opportunities were rare. Chapter 9. 10 Sets of School District Housing. Ding dong. Stunning beauty? Who could this be? A friend request from the class group? After searching through the avatars, he identified it as his former class monitor from university. Known for her fierce demeanor, she had often made things difficult for him. Yet their relationship was not entirely negative. They had been on decent terms during their college years. But since graduation, they had not spoken again. Why was this fierce class monitor suddenly reaching out? Ultimately, Chu Nan accepted the request. Xiao Nanzi, long time no see. Chu Nan felt a wave of annoyance. Xiao Nanzi was a nickname given by the class monitor, and as a grown man, he had resisted it multiple times. Unfortunately, her knack for teasing was unparalleled, leaving him with no choice but to silently accept. I told you not to call me Xiao Nanzi. It's been years since we've seen each other. You're not planning to prank me again, are you? Chu Nan quickly sent the message. In a room, a once eager girl now stared at her phone in shock after reading the message. Oh, that scoundrel Chu Nan. He actually called me Mother Tiger. Her room, filled with youthful decor, was adorned with a plethora of plush toys. Dressed in pink pajamas, she radiated a vibrant youthful energy, her small fists pounding the air in frustration. If Chu Nan had witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly astonished. The class monitor, famed for her fierce personality, displayed such a girlish side. It was as if she were an entirely different person from their university days. Who are you calling a mother tiger? Chu Nan, have you forgotten the pain after healing? Be careful, or I'll get you next time we meet. Chu Nan smirked. In the past, he might not have been a match for her, but now, humph. He was a man with a system. How could he bow to her, the mother tiger? Oh, I'm so scared. He even sent a cheeky emoticon. The girl in the room gritted her teeth in frustration, burying her face in a pillow. After a prolonged silence without a response, Chu Nan decided not to dwell further on it. In her room, Lu Yashuan blushed, letting out a deep sigh, revealing a somewhat helpless smile. Is my image in his mind just that of a mother tiger? How could I ever like such a dense man? The next morning, Chu Nan opened his personal panel. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Current savings, 500,000. Transportation, Lamborghini Veneno. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountain Villa. Marital status, no. Special skills, expert level piano talent. Warehouse items, none. 500,000 may seem substantial, yet in the vibrant city of Huaqing, it proves insufficient for meaningful endeavors. However, yesterday's sign-in rewarded me with a piano talent, which holds some merit. Oh, divine spirits, manifest your presence. Grant me something of use. Chu Nan silently prayed as he clicked to sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 sets of educational district properties. Please collect them from Yushui Road within 7 days. What the heck? 10 sets of educational district properties. Chu Nan was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to fully comprehend the windfall. The rental income from these properties alone could easily approach $1 million a month. With the school season approaching, many are seeking educational district housing, and his funds were just barely sufficient. This opportunity could not have come at a more opportune time. If memory serves, the properties on Yushui Road are situated in a prime location, where even a modestly appealing unit commands a monthly rent exceeding 10,000. Being in close proximity to Huaqing No. 1 High School, the prices of educational district properties escalate to astronomical figures. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Ultimately, while the villa atop the mountain was a tangible asset, it did not generate income and would take time to sell, and he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to part with it. The mountaintop villa not only symbolizes wealth, but also represents status. Its unique location is precisely why it has remained unsold for so long. This is also the reason for the property management's unwavering dedication to Chu Nan. However, the educational district properties are an entirely different matter. He has no intention of residing there himself. After a brief search online, Chu Nan gasped in disbelief. Properties near Huaqing No. 1 High School are nearing 100,000 per square meter. If he were to rent them all out, his monthly income could surpass $1 million. This is akin to earning money effortlessly while lying down. Finally, he grasped the joy experienced by those wretched landlords. This was undeniably free money. Yet, a dilemma arose. Should he rely on an agency to disseminate the rental information, or should he personally scout the area? Reflecting on his nature as someone who dislikes trouble, he decided it would be too cumbersome to linger there himself. Although agencies can be somewhat unreliable, he deemed it acceptable, considering it a necessary expenditure for convenience. The afternoon arrived swiftly. The candidates for the maid position began to arrive, most of whom were university students or unemployed individuals. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the villa, each of them stood agape, their eyes brimming with admiration. How wealthy must the owner of this villa be? Many harbored secret aspirations. Becoming the mistress of such a villa could ensure a lifetime of comfort. However, upon encountering Zhou Ying, their hopes were swiftly dashed. Compared to her, Zhou Ying's allure was far superior. Her mature charm and unique aura easily incited a desire for conquest among men. The first name called was a young woman, who eagerly followed, her mind racing with curiosity about the villa's owner. Surely an elderly gentleman, as most individuals capable of purchasing such a property are middle-aged. Yet, when she beheld Chu Nan, her heart raced uncontrollably. Chu Nan, possessing good looks and exuding an air of authority in his tailored suit, embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO. Who could resist the allure of such a figure? The girl felt a flutter of nerves. Chu Nan was not one to select mere pretty faces. He expected his maids to possess practical skills. Cooking, laundry, and gardening were essential, and Zhou Ying, as the housekeeper, had been tirelessly managing these responsibilities alone. The interview consisted of simple inquiries. As long as the candidates had clean backgrounds and were not merely decorative, they would likely pass. However, a few were promptly eliminated, their eyes betraying their ulterior motives. Their attempts to flirt with Chu Nan had caught Zhou Ying's attention. Such seductresses could not be allowed to remain in the house. Wait, why am I referring to it as my house? This is not my home. Chapter 10. Farewell, Xia Yingwe. Soon, another young lady approached Chu Nan. Upon seeing him, she froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, a hand covering her mouth in astonishment. How could it be this gentleman? Xia Yingwe could hardly believe her eyes, never anticipating that she would encounter Chu Nan in such a context again. Chu Nan's expression shifted slightly. He vividly recalled Xia Yingwe. Her service had left a lasting impression on him, and he wondered why she had come to interview for the maid position. Was there an issue at the previous clothing store? It's a surprise to see you again, Mr. Chu, Xia Yingwe responded politely. What brings you here to interview for a maid? Did something happen at the clothing store? Chu Nan couldn't help but inquire. At the mention of the clothing store, Xia Yingwe's countenance darkened, revealing a hint of resentment. Chu Nan noticed her expression shift. Had she been mistreated at the store? From Xia Yingwe, he learned that just the previous week, the manager had summoned her to the office and attempted to make unwelcome advances. As a conservative young woman, Xia Yingwe had no intention of letting the manager succeed. In a moment of desperation, she had kicked him where it hurt, and the manager was now hospitalized. Subsequently, Xia Yingwe had been dismissed, and not only was she denied her commission, but she also received not a single cent of her wages, essentially working for nothing. Chu Nan's expression darkened ominously upon hearing this. How could such a scoundrel hold the position of manager? Those commissions were rightfully Xia Yingwe's. Had it not been for her, he would have sought employment at another clothing store long ago. Rest assured, what is rightfully yours will return to you in due time. Though not one to meddle in others' affairs, Chu Nan resolved to assist Xia Yingwe. Confident in Xia Yingwe's background, he asked her a few more questions and grew increasingly satisfied. She could cook, do laundry, and tend to plants. Having grown up in a modest household, these tasks were second nature to her. Subsequently, he was not pleased with the next few candidates, their intentions glaringly obvious. Ultimately, he decided on 5 maids, which would suffice. As for their uniforms, he instructed Zhou Ying to arrange for a designer, placing her in charge of managing them. Their probationary period would last 3 months. If there were no issues during that time, they could remain. There were still a few guest rooms available in the villa. Shortly thereafter, Chu Nan received a phone call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chu? Yes, this is he. Who is calling? Good day, Mr. Chu. We are from the real estate agency. There are individuals interested in viewing the educational district properties you own. Do you have time now? This took Chu Nan by surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift response from the intermediary company he contacted that morning. After a brief exchange, he readily agreed to meet, setting a time and place. Following a quick tidying up, he set off in his Lamborghini Veneno. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the agency, whereupon he was immediately greeted by a representative. Li Bo, the manager of the company, personally attended to him, which was customary for high-profile clients. However, he was astonished to discover that the owner of the sought-after school district property was remarkably youthful, seemingly just past his 20s. Mr. Chu, allow me to escort you, Li Bo said courteously. Chu Nan nodded in acknowledgement as they proceeded to a designated reception room. Mr. Zhao, the landlord has arrived. Li Bo called out to a middle-aged man within the room. This individual, Zhao Guodong, was a businessman whose son required 3 years of enrollment at Huaqingnou, one high school. Though the rent was considerably higher than average, he deemed it worthwhile for the sake of proximity and better care for his child. You are the landlord? Zhao Guodong hesitated momentarily, his tone reflecting skepticism. Indeed, Chu Nan responded casually, not taking offense. Zhao Guodong's doubt stemmed not from suspicion, but rather from Chu Nan's youth. The property in question commanded exorbitant prices, with rates soaring to 200,000 per square meter. It was evident that such residences were not intended for the average individual. Despite Huaqing's wealth, you two carry on, I'll fetch some tea, Li Bo said, excusing himself from the reception area. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat tense and awkward, but as conversation flowed, the distance between them dissipated. Zhao Guodong found himself intrigued by Chu Nan. Despite the young man's seemingly modest attire, his innate confidence and unique aura captivated Zhao Guodong. Such youthful charisma was a rarity. Consequently, when Li Bo re-entered, both men decided to inspect the interior of the school district property. Zhao Guodong had driven himself, while Li Bo accompanied him. Upon exiting, they were immediately drawn to a Lamborghini Veneno parked outside the agency, its presence impossible for any man to resist. Zhao Guodong gazed upon it with envy. Despite being a small business owner with a net worth in the millions, such a supercar commanded a price tag of at least 100 million, and acquiring one was often a matter of connections and influence. Just as they were about to depart, a sound interrupted them. Beep, beep. They froze, staring at the Lamborghini key in Chu Nan's hand. Mr. Chu, is this your vehicle? Zhao Guodong stammered, swallowing hard. Chu Nan nodded affirmatively. The two men gasped in astonishment. The value of the luxury car was nearly 100 million, and it was astonishing that someone so young could afford such a prestigious vehicle. Their gazes toward Chu Nan shifted, tinged with trepidation, for one who could own such a car was undeniably significant, perhaps even possessing formidable connections. The Lamborghini led the way, followed closely by Zhao Guodong's BMW, and the previously congested road was surprisingly clear. Zhao Guodong could not help but marvel at the imposing aura of luxury vehicles. Even the slightest scrape could potentially devastate some families financially. Chapter 11. A chance encounter at the barbecue stall. Chui Yiju, the school district housing of Chu Nan, was where he parked his car, hesitating momentarily. Zhao Guodong inquired, Mr. Chu, is something the matter? This question caught Zhao Guodong off guard, nearly leading him to falter. Uncle Zhao, which unit are you interested in? Zhao Guodong's face displayed utter confusion. Which unit? Does Mr. Chu own multiple properties in the school district? He turned to Li Bo. Li Bo smiled sheepishly. My apologies, Mr. Zhao. I neglected to mention that Mr. Chu owns 10 units in Chui Yiju. What? 10? Zhao Guodong was left momentarily speechless. Chui Yiju was a prime location within the school district, with property prices soaring to nearly 100,000 per square meter. Acquiring even one unit would require close to 10 million, and securing 10 would necessitate over 100 million, far beyond Zhao Guodong's modest fortune of just a few million. Both Zhao Guodong and Li Bo were intensely curious about Chu Nan's background. Though their curiosity was overshadowed by apprehension, individuals of such stature were rarely simple. Soon, they arrived at the first unit. After a brief inspection, it became evident that the property was exquisitely renovated, basking in ample sunlight from the east. An excellent location indeed. Zhao Guodong found no fault with the first unit and decided to proceed with it, partly out of a desire to cultivate a friendship with Chu Nan, who might one day prove advantageous. Prior to this, Li Bo had already brought the contract. After reviewing it and confirming its accuracy, both parties signed their names. The lease term was 3 years, with a monthly rent of 40,000, payable annually. However, Zhao Guodong, being quite affluent, transferred the entire sum of 3 years' rent directly to Chu Nan's account, an astonishing total of 140,000. The speed at which this money changed hands was staggering. Chu Nan felt elated. If all 10 units were leased, he could comfortably live off the rental income. It was no wonder wealth begets more wealth. The ease of this transaction was striking. Zhao Guodong's company specialized in manufacturing medical devices, a sector notorious for its substantial profits, with some machines fetching prices exceeding $1 million. However, in recent years, the industry had faced challenges, with revenues dropping to a third of previous levels. Chu Nan, preferring to avoid complications, entrusted all matters to the agency, regarding the service fees, a mere few $100,000, as a trivial concern. If anyone else sought rental properties, they need not contact him directly. After inspecting a few more units, Chu Nan was satisfied. Their locations were excellent, justifying their higher prices compared to other properties. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message pinged on his WeChat. It was from Lu Yashuan. However, it was merely a sticker depicting an extremely irate expression. Chu Nan, unfazed by the tempestuous nature of the tigress, responded dismissively, Did your period arrive? Why so fiery? On the other end, Lu Yashuan, busy at work, nearly choked on her indignation upon reading the message. Even if it did, I'd throw it in your face, she retorted in a fit of rage, only to realize the impropriety of her words moments later. Flushing crimson, she hurriedly attempted to retract the message. However, it was too late. Chu Nan had already seen it. He quietly replied with 2 words, fierce. Ah! Lu Yashuan felt a wave of panic. How could she have uttered such an abhorrent statement? Chu Nan had not anticipated that his fierce class monitor possessed such a formidable side, yet it was entirely consistent with her character. After several years apart, it seemed that this mother tiger had not undergone any significant transformation. He wondered how the other classmates had fared. Once he boarded the vehicle, a notification from his WeChat popped up, originating from the class group chat. The individual organizing the class reunion was Zhao Feng, a wealthy heir notorious for his exploits during their university days, where countless young women had fallen prey to his charm. Chu Nan was not well acquainted with Zhao Feng. Yet he understood the underlying motive for this gathering. It was all for Qian Sijia. Renowned as the campus belle during their university years, Qian Sijia had long captivated Zhao Feng, who spent 3 years covertly pursuing her while engaging in dubious activities. He had presumed that his affluent status would sway her affections. But Qian Sijia remained as aloof as an iceberg, impervious to his advances. Furthermore, few in their class dared to approach her. For her formidable aura instilled an overwhelming sense of anxiety, resulting in her having very few friends during that time. The reunion was scheduled to take place at the Marriott Hotel, with Zhao Feng declaring, "Rest assured, I will cover the expenses for everyone." This proclamation stirred a wave of excitement. Those who typically remained silent began to extol Zhao Feng, hailing him as a champion. However, a segment of the attendees had no intention of joining, one group citing work commitments, while others sensed that the reunion had devolved into a mere showcase of ostentation and pretense. Those struggling in life found little reason to subject themselves to such frivolity. As evening descended, Chu Nan, feeling somewhat peckish, settled at a nearby barbecue stall on a bustling street filled with vendors. He ordered approximately 100 yuan's worth of skewers and a bottle of cola, intending to indulge in a drink, but suddenly recalling that he was driving. Most patrons around were university students or part-time workers, all sweating profusely under the sweltering summer sun. Life in this unforgiving city was far from easy for the majority. Chu Nan's appearance, arriving in a luxury vehicle worth nearly 100 million, yet dining at a street stall, was strikingly incongruous. At that moment, an irritable voice pierced through the air. "Who is this?" "Oh, it's Chu Nan. I thought you were someone important, yet here you are hiding away." Even without turning around, Chu Nan recognized the familiar and insufferable tone belonging to Zhou Fu, who scrutinized him with disdain as if he were refuse. Zhou's female companion wrinkled her brow and chided, "Zhou, please don't tell me this person is your friend." Zhou scoffed, "Darling, don't be ridiculous. This individual could never be my friend. Just look at him. Drenched in sweat and dressed so shabbily. He is merely a lowly employee from our company, someone I just dismissed. I can't believe he has fallen so far." The woman beside him expressed her disgust even more vehemently, realizing he was nothing more than a pathetic loser. Chapter 12. Am I the owner of the Marriott Hotel? Fatty, it's better if you remain silent. The moment you speak, I must inquire whether you brushed your teeth after devouring excrement today. Your words reek of foulness, don't you notice? Chu Nan, once the valedictorian of his liberal arts class, had previously tolerated Zhou Fu due to his position as a superior. Now, however, he felt no obligation to hold back. Laughter erupted among the surrounding onlookers, clearly entertained by his sharp retort. Zhou, his face flushed with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Nan, exclaiming, "You must be the one who eats excrement. Your entire family must. Just look at yourself, stinking of sweat while eating street food. I was too generous allowing you to work in the company." Zhou's companion, posing provocatively, echoed, "To speak so rudely, you truly are a lowlife, devoid of any manners." Chu Nan, unfazed, casually glanced at her and remarked, "Auntie, you've got some makeup caked on." The utterance left the crowd momentarily speechless, then erupted in applause. Such a comment could devastate any woman's composure. "Who are you calling Auntie? Are your eyes failing you? I'm not even 30. She fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, glaring daggers at Chu Nan. She then retrieved a mirror from her bag, scrutinizing her reflection, relieved to find no makeup mishap. Thank goodness, no caked makeup. How dare this filthy loser suggest that? Darling, let us not waste time with such nonsense. Aren't we headed to the Marriott? Someone like him will never gain entry there," she declared, raising her voice with an air of superiority, as if she were a regal swan. Far removed from Chu Nan's realm, Zhou echoed her sentiment, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, stroking her delicately, and boasting, "Indeed, we inhabit different circles you would never comprehend." To him, Chu Nan was merely a worthless pauper, unworthy of contention. Yet, he failed to notice the amused expression that danced across Chu Nan's face. A stern-looking woman approached, halting abruptly, her piercing gaze locking onto the duo with an unnerving intensity. "Fatty, you might want to reconsider your circumstances. Just look behind you," Chu Nan said with a sly smile. At the mention of behind, Zhou turned, his face draining of color as he perceived a familiar figure, his wife, standing there. Zhou's success was largely attributed to her. Without her, he would still be a mere employee. He had always tread carefully around his mistress, never anticipating that his wife had been suspicious and investigating. "Darling, let me explain." Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. "Let us finalize the divorce paperwork tomorrow," Zhou's wife said, her fury tempered by an unsettling calmness. The kind that is most terrifying. Everything would unfold in silence, and Zhou was acutely aware that, given his wife's background, she could effortlessly reduce him to nothing. As his mistress attempted to flee, two burly men, Her bodyguards apprehended her immediately. Zhou fell to his knees, resembling a whimpering dog, repeatedly bowing and pleading for forgiveness. Yet, the look in his wife's eyes was devoid of any sympathy, regarding him as mere refuse. After finishing his meal, Chu Nan approached Zhou, coolly stating, "Fatty, I must concede to one of your earlier remarks. We are indeed not from the same world." At this moment, Zhou Fu was in a state of agitation, utterly disinclined to pay any heed to Chu Nan. With irritation, he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" In the next instant, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Beep, beep. The batwing doors of a Lamborghini Veneno gradually opened, and Chu Nan stepped inside. The onlookers around the barbecue stall were equally taken aback, their skewers suddenly losing all appeal. How could this be possible? That car belonged to him. Zhou Fu struggled to comprehend the scene before him. His eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the Lamborghini. The bystanders had never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Chu Nan, munching on street food, was in fact a discreetly affluent individual. Damn, now that was what true modesty looked like. Just moments ago, he had checked online, discovering that a Lamborghini would cost nearly $1 billion, with only a handful in the entire country. To drive a car worth almost $1 billion while indulging in roadside barbecue. Was he here to experience life in a peculiar manner? Almost $1 billion. At this point, Zhou Fu's capacity for rational thought had evaporated. How could someone as unremarkable as Chu Nan afford such an extravagant vehicle? If Chu Nan were indeed a wealthy heir, why had he previously endured such humiliation at work? It suddenly dawned on him why Chu Nan had become so assertive all at once. Zhou Fu's wife was also taken aback. Owning a Lamborghini Veneno was not merely a matter of wealth, it required a certain pedigree. When had such a character emerged in Huaqing? As for Zhou Fu's fate, it was self-evident. The proposals he had submitted were all crafted by Chu Nan, yet he had claimed all the credit for himself. Once this truth came to light, any lingering kindness would be utterly extinguished. The following day, Chu Nan rose early to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have acquired full shares of the Marriott Hotel. Uffed. While rinsing his mouth, Chu Nan inadvertently spat out the water. Full shares of the Marriott Hotel. Did that mean he was now the owner of the Marriott? The Marriott Hotel, renowned as a 5-star establishment in Huaqing, boasted staggering profits that exceeded $1 billion annually. Did that imply he could earn $1 billion without lifting a finger? Simply by virtue of owning the Marriott? Chu Nan took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. Stay composed. Stay composed. This was merely the beginning. A mere initial sign-in from the system. He increasingly anticipated the rewards of the subsequent sign-ins over the coming month. Chapter 13. Blocked at the hotel entrance. Dingling. Soon, a phone call came through for Chu Nan. Upon answering, a respectful voice emanated from the other end. Good day, is this Mr. Chu Nan? Yes, Mr. Chu Nan. I am the manager of the Marriott Hotel. When might you come by? The documents for the transfer of shares require your signature. The manager of the Marriott Hotel? The individual on the line was drenched in beads of cold sweat, the size of mung beans. Upon receiving this news, he could hardly believe it. The Marriott Hotel had been acquired. To purchase full shares of the Marriott would demand at least $10 billion. It was well known that the Marriott earned over $1 billion annually. Such an acquisition was not simply a matter of wealth. Who was this Mr. Chu, emerging from obscurity? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Nan replied, "Let's meet at noon," and casually ended the call. Full ownership of the Marriott Hotel meant he was now the principal proprietor, with all annual profits flowing directly into his hands, unencumbered by any other distributions. Over $1 billion in funds. This astronomical figure had never crossed Chu Nan's mind before, yet it had now become a tangible reality, imparting an almost surreal sensation. Truly, I adore you, system. System. This system has no physical form and refuses to engage in such matters. I never anticipated the host to be of such peculiar disposition. Away with you. I was merely joking. Chu Nan was left exasperated. The system had quite the tongue. Why couldn't it simply allow him to sign in without all this banter? If the system were a person, he would surely have sealed its mouth with duct tape. After freshening up, Chu Nan donned a new outfit. The maids in his home were diligently attending to their tasks, and upon seeing him emerge, they all greeted him in unison. Good morning, young master. Chu Nan nodded casually, feeling immensely satisfied. What man wouldn't envy such a life? Breakfast had been prepared by Xia Yingwei, and observing the variety of dishes laid before him, he called out, "Come join me for breakfast." The maids exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a blend of awe and apprehension towards the affluent. Deep down, they harbored a sense of inferiority, yet they never expected Chu Nan to invite them to share a meal. Young master, is that really appropriate? We could wait until you've finished, Xia Yingwei tentatively suggested. The others echoed her sentiments, as they seldom interacted with Chu Nan, with Xia Yingwei being the only one with any semblance of a connection. In their eyes, Xia Yingwei embodied a big sister figure, at least in their perception. Typically, Their greatest trepidation stemmed from Zhou, while she had never scolded them. Her formidable presence and icy demeanor created an oppressive atmosphere. Don't be so reserved. Since I'm your young master, just follow my lead. I'm only a few years older than you all, so come on up, Chu Nan said with a smile. After some hesitation and exchanging glances, the group finally mustered the courage to sit at the dining table. However, as soon as they settled, they regretted their decision when Zhou appeared. She cast a peculiar glance at the group, causing them to tremble, their bodies rigid as if frozen in place. Fortunately, Zhou merely observed them without uttering a word. Although she was the housekeeper, she was acutely aware of her own status. It was only at Chu Nan's behest that they had dared to join him at the table. Yet, Chu Nan displayed none of the arrogance typically associated with the affluent. As he engaged in light-hearted conversation, Zhou could not help but smile. By afternoon, Chu Nan arrived at the Marriott Hotel. Situated in the heart of Huaqing, the parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles. However, as Chu Nan's Lamborghini rolled in, all other cars seemed to pale in comparison, as if they had lost their luster. Now that was a luxury car. The thunderous roar of its engine was enough to set hearts racing. Although it was not mealtime, the Marriott Hotel was still bustling with patrons, primarily corporate executives engaged in business discussions. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a receptionist extended her hand to intercept him. Chu Nan's brows furrowed in annoyance as he questioned, "What do you think you're doing?" The two receptionists scoffed, their eyes brimming with disdain as one coldly remarked, "Are you lost? Do you even realize where you are? This is the Marriott Hotel. Can you afford to be here? Just turn left and don't waste our time." Upon hearing their remarks, Chu Nan's expression darkened gradually. Once again, two individuals with contemptuous gazes regarded others with disdain. What if their attire was inexpensive? Were they not aware that some individuals simply prefer to maintain a low profile? It was quite absurd that they were barred from entering their own establishment. If this were to leak out, countless individuals would find amusement in the plight of Chu Nan. He promptly extracted his phone and placed a call to the manager of the Marriott Hotel. Inside the office, Tang Yin, engrossed in organizing the quarterly profit ledger, was startled by the sudden ringing of his phone. Upon seeing the caller's name, his expression shifted slightly, and he replied politely, "Mr. Chu, have you arrived?" "Indeed. Where are you?" "I shall come out to greet you," he offered. However, the subsequent, unexpected statement nearly caused Tang Yin to drop his phone in shock. "I have been halted at the entrance by your welcoming hostess. You might want to step outside and clarify matters with her," Chu Nan stated coldly. This revelation sent Tang Yin into a frenzy, his head buzzing with disbelief. How dared the hotel's welcoming hostess prevent him from entering? "Mr. Chu, please hold on. I will be right out," he exclaimed, storming out of his office, leaving his staff bewildered by their boss's sudden outburst. What has gotten into the boss? He appears quite irate. Did someone foolishly provoke him? "Oh, how pretentious. Surely you're not suggesting that you just called our boss," one of the welcoming hostesses remarked sarcastically. Chu Nan, however, chose to ignore them. In a matter of moments, Tang Yin rushed out from the lobby, breathless and stammering, "Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my oversight. You two may leave immediately. Pack your belongings and get out." The faces of the two hostesses drained of color, their bodies trembling in disbelief as they stared at Tang Yin. It was indeed their boss. The man they had just dismissed had genuinely contacted their superior. Clearly, their boss was somewhat intimidated. My goodness, whom had they offended? Chapter 14. The astonishing profits of the hotel. Filled with regret, the two women realized it was too late. They had provoked Chu Nan, the current owner of the hotel. As Chu Nan stepped inside, he scarcely acknowledged their presence. Now a man of considerable wealth, with the Marriott Hotel valued at over $1 billion, the two welcoming hostesses were no more significant than ants in his eyes. Upon reaching the office, Tang Yin hastily instructed his subordinate to fetch the prized Hong Pao tea. The subordinate, taken aback, knew that the boss rarely indulged himself in such luxuries, and acquiring it was no easy feat. Once the tea was prepared and he entered the office, he was rendered speechless by the sight of his usually stern boss, now behaving like a subservient admirer before the young man, exuding an air of utmost respect. He had never witnessed such a side of his boss before. Who was this young man? Could he possibly be a relative of one of the hotel's shareholders? As he observed Tang and pouring tea for Chu Nan, the subordinate found it difficult to comprehend. Surely, even a shareholder's relative would not warrant such deference from his boss. Noticing his subordinate frozen in place, Tang Yin swiftly gestured for him to exit the office. The subordinate, understanding the cue, vacated the room, closing the door behind him. Tang Yin then presented the share transfer contract to Chu Nan, smiling obsequiously. "Mr. Chu, here is the contract for the share transfer. Please let me know if there are any concerns." After perusing the document for a moment and finding no issues, Chu Nan signed it and remarked coolly, "The management of the hotel requires improvement. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of this situation." "Of course. Absolutely." Tang Yin nodded vigorously. beads of sweat forming on his brow. He dared not treat this individual lightly. Though the hotel staff addressed him as their boss, in reality, he was merely the manager, while the true owners were the shareholders. Yet now, he had only one true master, and that was Chu Nan. To acquire the Marriott Hotel, one would need a staggering fortune. Tang swore he had never encountered or even heard of Chu Nan in elite circles. This enigmatic young man had seemingly emerged from nowhere. By the way, boss, here is the report detailing this quarter's hotel profits, just finalized for your review. Oh, the quarterly profit report? Chu Nan's interest peaked. While other matters may not have captured his attention, the topic of money was an entirely different affair. As he glanced at the report, he scanned through the financial records, but when he noticed the quarterly profit figure, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. Tang, observing the reaction, was perplexed. How could someone of such stature display such emotion over hotel profits? After all, someone who could afford to buy a hotel would surely view such profits as trivial. Little did he know that prior to acquiring the system, Chu Nan was merely an ordinary worker struggling to survive and watching. This quarter's profit amounted to 50 million, translating to nearly 200 million annually. He had never encountered such astronomical figures before. Gradually, Chu Nan steadied his emotions. He must remain composed. This 50 million was merely a small sum. If the system were to present him with even grander figures, he mustn't lose his composure. Having acquired the system, this mere 50 million was but a trifling amount. After all, this was merely from daily check-ins. He was increasingly eager to discover the surprises the monthly rewards would bring him. Is the entire flow of transactions for the quarter included in this report? Chu Nan inquired. Tang nodded affirmatively. All the transactions are documented in the report. In previous years, shareholders mandated quarterly submissions, while profits were distributed as dividends after the new year to prevent disputes over interests. However, that should no longer be an issue. As you are now the sole owner of the Marriott Hotel, all profits for this quarter should be deposited into my account, Chu Nan stated nonchalantly. Tang had no objections. After all, Chu Nan was the owner, and whatever he decided was final. Moreover, having the profits deposited directly into his account alleviated some of Tang's pressures. Following this, Chu Nan leisurely explored the hotel, truly embodying the essence of a five-star establishment. He had never imagined he would one day become the proprietor of such a luxurious venue. The hotel boasted an array of amenities, including a gym, swimming pool, KTV, bar, and numerous entertainment facilities. However, the most valuable asset of the hotel was its clientele. The patrons here were affluent and influential, and connections were equivalent to capital. As long as one had an extensive network, success was assured. After meeting various high-ranking executives and managers within the hotel, their expressions were a mirror of disbelief upon learning that Chu Nan had acquired full ownership of the Marriott Hotel. Acquiring the entirety of the Marriott shares would necessitate at least $1 billion. The youth standing before them was astonishingly young, leading them to question whether this was some sort of jest. Yet all of this is indeed true. Regardless of their disbelief, the undeniable truth lies before them, as solid as iron. By now, evening has descended, and after indulging in a delightful feast, they departed under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. Soon, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable young man was our new boss? Never before had we heard his name whispered in our circles. Do you think this new boss hails from outside? Did you all catch a glimpse of his vehicle? A Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth nearly 100 million. It truly evokes envy. Tang emerged from his office, his countenance darkening upon overhearing the chatter. He admonished, "What are you all congregating here to discuss? Focus on your respective duties. Our boss should not have been kept waiting outside on his first visit to the hotel. You must enhance your management. Should such an incident recur, do not expect me to be lenient." This was not an exaggeration. Having one's own enterprise barred at the entrance would become a subject of ridicule if it were to spread. A chill ran through the crowd, prompting them to return promptly to their tasks. Chapter 15. The New Era of Electric Vehicles. With the vast enterprise of the Marriott Hotel at his disposal, Chu Nan no longer needed to fret over finances. He spent his days at home, playing games with his maid, leisurely wandering about, even without lifting a finger. His annual profits exceeded 100 million. Given his current standing, it was at least in the ballpark of $1 billion. What could possibly bring you such joy every single day? Zhou Ying inquired, bemused. Since his return, Chu Nan had donned a constant expression of elation, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune. Fortune has quite literally fallen from the sky, Chu Nan chuckled. Zhou Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Fortune from the sky? Why not say money has rained down upon you instead? Little did she know, Chu Nan's current situation was indeed akin to having money bestowed upon him from the heavens. By the way, I'd like to request a day off. A distant cousin has come to Huaqing to visit me. My mother mentioned I should arrange accommodation for him. But fret not, I would never allow him to stay here. Zhou Ying clarified, concerned that Chu Nan might overthink the matter. She felt somewhat indifferent towards this so-called distant cousin, having barely met him a few times in childhood. After his family moved away, they had lost touch, and now he was calling her parents for help. Sure, no problem, Chu Nan readily agreed. As night deepened, a serene darkness enveloped the surroundings, with the silvery moonlight casting a unique hue upon the villa's rear garden. Xiao Nanzi, are you asleep? Chu Nan's expression darkened, and he replied helplessly, Dear sister, could you refrain from calling me Xiao Nanzi? When you say that, I feel utterly stripped of my masculinity. In the bedroom, Lu Yashuan's face contorted with rage. How dare Chu Nan call her sister? She was merely 22 years old. If Chu Nan were before her, she would surely knock him around. Stop calling me sister. You've been called that for so many years without objection. Why the sudden complaint now? Lu Yashuan retorted, punctuating her words with a disdainful snort. Upon seeing her message, Chu Nan couldn't help but smile wryly. In university, he had been unable to resist her commanding presence, especially since she was the class monitor. Furthermore, the title Xiao Nanzi was decidedly diminutive. As long as you continue to call me Xiao Nanzi, I shall persist in calling you sister. Chu Nan promptly typed back. Ah, you insufferable Chu Nan. Do you harbor resentment against me? Lu Yashuan lay on her bed, her alluring figure enticingly displayed. Her dedication to yoga had sculpted her physique beautifully, particularly her curvaceous posterior, which invariably drew the gaze of passers-by. At this moment, her posture exaggerated her attributes, the ample curves appearing almost deformed. Women like Lu Yashuan were seldom lacking in admirers. However, she only held interest in Chu Nan. Of course, Chu Nan remained oblivious to the fact that his old class monitor harbored feelings for him. Even if someone were to inform him, he would likely dismiss it as a jest. After all, Lu Yashuan's previous antics had given no indication of such affection. While she often played pranks on him during their university days, she had also lent him a helping hand more often than not. The following morning, after a night of undisturbed tranquility in a comfortable atmosphere, Chu Nan awoke feeling particularly refreshed. The thick mist outside heralded the start of a pleasant day. Naturally, the source of his daily joy remained the system's check-in feature. Chu Nan silently hoped this time he would receive something truly beneficial. Although he had previously signed for full ownership of the Marriott Hotel, each check-in brought with it a sense of anticipation. Beyond valuable items, he wondered if the system might yield something entirely unexpected. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a new era electric vehicle. Note, this vehicle requires no charging, as its power source is inexhaustible. Upon hearing the initial part, Chu Nan's expression darkened as if smeared with ink, but the latter part of the announcement astonished him. While the vehicle itself was unremarkable, its true value lay in its limitless power source, an impossibility in this day and age. If word of this got out, Chu Nan would undoubtedly become a focal point of attention. If such technology were to be unveiled, the entire world would surely be shaken. However, he soon learned from the system that such advancements were simply not feasible. It was a product of the system's rewards. Even if researchers were to dismantle the vehicle, they would never uncover its secrets. In comparison to previous rewards, this one felt somewhat lackluster. Was his streak of fortune coming to an end? After freshening up, Chu Nan went downstairs for breakfast before indulging in a few rounds of games on his phone. Just as he finished, a call came through. Hello? Chu Nan. Are you still renting the house or not? Are you planning to skip out on the rent? I've been knocking on your door for days. Where on earth are you? There's no room for rent arrears here. If you intend to vacate, come pay your overdue rent and pack your things. The forceful voice left Chu Nan speechless. It suddenly dawned on him that in his excitement, he had completely forgotten about his rental contract, which had yet to expire. Hello? Hello? You little rascal. Are you still there? Seeing that Chu Nan had been silent for a long time, the burly man on the other end of the line shouted again. All right, I understand. I'll come by at noon. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, Chu Nan replied lazily. The overdue rent was merely a few thousand yuan. A trifling sum for Chu Nan in his current circumstances. I'll trust you this once. If you don't show up by noon, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 16. What on earth is this electric bike? Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan promptly hung up the phone. He was genuinely disinclined to endure the landlord's incessant nagging. This landlord was far from a decent man, often harassing his female tenants. And there had even been an incident that escalated to the police. The landlord was a lecherous man. Yet those who lived under his roof felt powerless to voice their grievances, especially given the exceptionally low rent that was hard to find elsewhere. In truth, Chu Nan had previously embodied the reality of most people in the city, living a monotonous life day after day, like a puppet desperately struggling to survive in the crevices of the metropolis. Had it not been for the system, he would likely still be toiling away in the office under Zhou Fu's oppression. As it stood, Zhou Fu was probably faring worse than the average wage earner. The plans he had submitted turned out to be fabricated, inciting the wrath of the higher-ups, leading to his dismissal. Taking advantage of an extramarital affair, Zhou Fu was swiftly sued in court, leaving him destitute and without a penny, while the fate of his mistress was all too predictable. Ultimately, Zhou Fu's lover was merely a college student from a nearby university, and the exposure of their affair would significantly tarnish the institution's reputation, resulting in her expulsion and a permanent blemish on her record, a substantial blow to her future prospects. Arriving at the garage, Chu Nan initially held no expectations for the electric bike awarded by the system, but at that moment, he found himself utterly captivated. "What on earth is this electric bike?" he exclaimed, utterly astonished. The genuine metallic texture and striking angular design, coupled with a color scheme that created an immediate visual impact, were complemented by a display screen on the bike. Most importantly, this electric bike operated without a key, utilizing fingerprint verification, meaning that no one else could use it apart from Chu Nan. Curiosity piqued, Chu Nan placed his finger on the verification button. Buzz! The resonant roar erupted, startling Chu Nan with its explosive sound. Verification successful, a voice with a distinctly futuristic quality echoed in his ears, as if this creation belonged to an era far beyond his own. Chu Nan, who had initially been indifferent, was genuinely surprised by the immense delight this electric bike brought him. The thunderous sound it emitted was not like the shrill noise of a youth's racing bike. Rather, it resembled the deep growl of a beast. Of course, the bike also had a silent mode. If he were to ride it on the streets, few would believe it was an electric bike. Sitting on the seat, the comfort enveloped him like a luxurious leather sofa. Buzz! With another thunderous roar, he rode off on his newfound treasure. The growl of the bike drew the attention of passers-by, who quickly focused on the young man clad in a tank top and casual shorts. What kind of vehicle is that? A motorcycle? Initially, onlookers did not perceive Chu Nan's ride as an electric bike. Rather, they noted that its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a motorcycle from the new era. "Bro, where did you get this bike? I've never seen anything like it. It's so cool. I should get one too," remarked a nearby young man on a motorcycle, his envy evident. Hearing this, Chu Nan smiled and replied with a hint of mystery. "It's a custom job, the only one in the world. So you might want to reconsider." The young man scoffed, dismissing Chu Nan's claim as mere boasting. "Custom? You must be joking, judging by your outfit. You can't be that wealthy, not even compared to my shoes. That custom job is probably just a cheap knockoff, and riding it would only devalue it." Yet, the truth was that this was far from a motorcycle. In fact, no one could possibly believe that Chu Nan's ride was a mere electric bike. An electric bike could not possibly emit such a roar. This was simply unimaginable. The growl, akin to that of a wild beast, was utterly mesmerizing. Buzz! Another tremor of sound reverberated, sending shockwaves through the crowd, and the previously dismissive young man now wore an expression of envy, captivated by the alluring roar. Soon, Chu Nan arrived at his previous residence, situated in a secluded alley in Hua City, where the roads were little more than mud, neglected for years. Yet, it was precisely this harsh environment that rendered the rent astonishingly cheap, despite the poor condition of the roads. The rental rooms were well equipped with essential amenities like water heaters and air conditioning. Although the electricity costs were somewhat steep, the surrounding residents glanced at Chu Nan's bike, merely giving it a cursory look. Initially, they were indeed impressed, but upon reflection, they concluded it was just an electric bike, not a luxury vehicle. Little did they know, the value of this electric bike far surpassed that of any luxury car. The potential of its limitless energy could send shockwaves across the globe if revealed. As he parked the bike, fate intervened, and he happened to encounter his landlord. The landlord, a disheveled man in his 40s or 50s, had unkempt hair and visible flakes of dandruff, suggesting he hadn't washed his hair in days. His greasy cheeks glistened in the sunlight, and he wore a white tank top and casual shorts, mirroring Chu Nan's attire, yet presenting a stark contrast, like the difference between a buyer's showcase and a seller's display. His unkempt beard added to his overall scruffy appearance. The landlord, looking down his nose at Chu Nan, remarked with an air of disdain, "Haven't seen you in a few days. I thought you might have skipped town." This entire building belonged to him, housing workers from afar and economically challenged university graduates. The landlord harbored an unwarranted sense of superiority over these tenants, often looking down on them, though his demeanor would shift dramatically for attractive women. Most of the female tenants preferred to avoid interactions with the landlord, whose lecherous gaze made them feel as if they were undressed. They would avoid contacting him unless absolutely necessary regarding housing issues. Chapter 17. A chance encounter with hotel staff. "Chu Nan, that bike is impressive. Where did you buy it?" The landlord expressed a newfound interest in Chu Nan's electric bike, as his attention was immediately drawn to it. The bike's technological angles and the prior roar had utterly outclassed the motorcycles outside. Chu Nan smiled and replied, I didn't buy it. A friend gifted it to me. A gift from a friend? The landlord's initial disappointment quickly morphed into a sly grin. Since it was a gift, I'm quite interested in your bike. How about you sell it to me for 8,000 yuan? 8,000. Chu Nan was filled with disdain. How could he possibly sell his esteemed little electric scooter for a mere 8,000? Its value was beyond measure. Even a bid of 100 billion would not be an exaggeration. Such an inexhaustible energy source was unattainable in today's world. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, this vehicle held a special significance for him. I refuse, Chu Nan declared. The landlord, visibly displeased, assumed that it was the price that had deterred Chu Nan. His tone turned brusque as he stated, 12,000. That is the best I can offer you. This bike is only worth 7 or 8,000 at most. And offering you 12,000 is an act of generosity. That amount should suffice for you to live comfortably for a while. In his eyes, it was merely a dilapidated motorcycle. Had it not been for its flashy appearance and thunderous roar, he would have turned it down even if it were offered to him for free. I will not sell this bike. Chu Nan remained unfazed by the landlord's change in tone. Why should he concern himself with the landlord's displeasure? The landlord was akin to an ant beneath his feet. Presently, Chu Nan's worth was nearly in the billions, and the bike's value far exceeded the landlord's offer. 12,000. That was nothing short of a fantasy. Humph. The landlord scoffed coldly, his expression darkening. One must not be too greedy. Since you refuse to rent, you ought to pay the overdue rent. How much is the rent? Chu Nan inquired. 8,000, the landlord replied. 8,000. How is that possible? I calculated it meticulously. At most, it should be 5,500. Where did you conjure up these extra thousands? Chu Nan asked sternly. The landlord smirked coldly and replied, the rent is indeed 5,500. But the toilet in your guest room is cracked, and you are liable for the damages. Impossible. It was perfectly fine before I left, Chu Nan retorted vehemently. Although he possessed wealth, he was unwilling to be swindled without cause. He needed to see the supposed damage for himself. However, his request was flatly denied, with the landlord asserting that Chu Nan was no longer his tenant and had no right to enter the property. Chu Nan's expression darkened considerably. He realized the landlord had taken advantage of him. Previous tenants had warned him that before leaving, landlords often resorted to such tricks. Initially, he had dismissed these warnings, as he did not anticipate his departure from the premises would be so imminent. Second uncle, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a man in his 30s called out. The landlord turned around, his previously sullen demeanor replaced by a broad smile as he approached the newcomer. Dear nephew, it has been ages. I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. The landlord's demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier attitude. I heard you've become a manager at the Marriott. Is that true? The landlord inquired eagerly. His change in disposition was influenced by the news of his nephew's success at the Marriott Hotel. Leveraging his nephew's accomplishments could potentially elevate his own status among his peers. The man raised his head proudly, responding, Second uncle, it's just a small managerial position, nothing remarkable. Despite his modesty, being a manager at the Marriott, the city's only five-star hotel, was no small feat. The influential clientele who frequented the establishment presented opportunities for greater advancement. You've done well for yourself, my dear nephew. The landlord praised with a smile. Second uncle, why aren't you going upstairs? The man asked, puzzled. The landlord scoffed disdainfully. Oh, the previous tenant has refused to pay rent, and now he is reluctant to compensate for the broken toilet. Oh, is there such a person? The man was surprised but also aware of his uncle's character. Most claims of toilet damage were likely fabricated. 7 or 8 out of 10 tenants had been swindled by his uncle. However, when his gaze fell upon the unassuming figure of Chu Nan, his pupils dilated in shock, and he recoiled. A look of sheer horror spread across his face as he recognized that familiar silhouette. He stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. Before hurriedly approaching Chu Nan, his voice trembling, Boss. The landlord's eyes widened in disbelief. Nephew, what are you talking about? Have you mistaken him for someone else? Him? You call him boss. He is merely a tenant here, a poor wretch. Hearing his uncle's words, Wang Chun felt as if he might perish from embarrassment. There was no way he could be mistaken. This was the new boss that Tengu had repeatedly instructed him about. The one who had acquired full ownership of the Marriott Hotel. Second uncle, please don't jest. This is our new boss at the Marriott. How could he possibly be a tenant here? Wang Chun exclaimed anxiously. Such a figure could not be offended. This was a person of immense stature, far beyond the reach of their petty concerns. You are correct. I was indeed a tenant here, Chu Nan replied coolly. The landlord was momentarily dumbfounded. The revelation that Chu Nan was the new owner of the Marriott was utterly absurd. Yet, seeing his nephew's fearful demeanor before Chu Nan made him feel as if he were confronting a child, too terrified to utter a word. Is it true? Is my boss genuinely a tenant here? Wang Chun felt dizzy, pondering if the wealthy had taken to experiencing life in such a modest manner. How remarkably low-key. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding, the landlord stammered. I must have remembered incorrectly. The damaged toilet is not from your room. Ah, my age must be catching up with me. He slapped his forehead, feigning enlightenment as he hurriedly attempted to explain himself. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he recalled his earlier arrogance, now filled with dread. Chapter 18. How grand. Who could have imagined that the simply dressed Chu Nan was the owner of the Marriott Hotel? What sort of person would reside in such a place? And moreover, be a tenant of his? Surely, he must be here to experience life. Oh, is that so? Chu Nan replied with a cold smile, which only served to heighten the landlord's anxiety. Wang Chen stood uneasily by, shocked that his uncle had attempted to deceive his boss. Yes, I'm getting old and forgetful. I truly apologize, Chu Nan. The landlord continued to apologize, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Chu Nan's voice was icy, and the two men stood in trepidation, fearing to breathe. Finally, Chu Nan spoke slowly. In that case, I will transfer the rent to you via WeChat. The landlord nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. As he prepared to leave, Chu Nan cast a cold glance at Wang Chen, whose face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Is everything all right with my nephew? The landlord inquired, still shaken. Do these wealthy individuals have nothing better to do? It is utterly perplexing that one would choose to rent a residence in such a place. If he truly possessed such wealth, he would never find himself in such a dilapidated environment. You seem to be unscathed, while I fear my fate is sealed. A melancholic smile flickered across Wang Chen's face, as though all vitality had been drained from his being. This cannot be, can it? You haven't done anything wrong. Surely he cannot dismiss you? Hearing the skeptical tone of his second uncle, Wang Chen could only shake his head in resignation, lacking the inclination to linger any longer. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have acquiesced to his uncle's request to come here. Now he felt like a clay idol crossing a river, struggling to preserve his own safety. He often exploited his position at the hotel for personal gain, and were anyone to investigate, the truth would undoubtedly surface. Indeed, Wang Chen had already caught the attention of Chu Nan, who had previously made a call to Tang and to ascertain whether Wang Chen's hands were clean. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Chu Nan. A figure clad in black, astride a sleek motorcycle, zoomed past, the sound wave reverberating through the air, striking a nerve. Nevertheless, as the rider sped by, he cast a look of astonishment. What a machine! He had never seen its like before, yet the noise indicated it was anything but ordinary. Brother, where did you purchase this bike? He inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Chu Nan smiled and replied, this bike was a gift from a friend. I have no idea where he acquired it. Upon hearing this, the rider's disappointment was palpable, yet a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes as he grinned and proposed. In that case, how about a race? The idea of racing piqued Chu Nan's interest, and after a moment's contemplation, he consented, eager to test the acceleration of this electric marvel. In an instant, a deafening sonic boom resonated as the black-clad rider surged ahead, leaving Chu Nan far behind, his silhouette blurring into the distance within mere seconds. Don't let me down, he muttered, twisting the throttle to its limit. The roar of the engine erupted, and Chu Nan felt as though he were about to be propelled into the stratosphere, the cacophony reminiscent of an explosion. Both the bike and rider became mere phantoms, leaving a multitude of echoes in their wake. Ecstasy enveloped Chu Nan as he reveled in the exhilarating acceleration. This is incredible. The surprises this vehicle presented were beyond measure. Just as the black rider turned his head, his eyes widened in disbelief beneath his helmet. What the hell? He exclaimed, witnessing Chu Nan hurtling towards him, swiftly overtaking. What sort of vehicle is this? Am I piloting a plane? Despite tightening his grip on the throttle, he could not surpass Chu Nan. After navigating a turn, Chu Nan had vanished from sight. This is absurd, he thought. The speed was indistinguishable from that of an aircraft. Upon crossing the national road, he glanced back only to find no trace of the black rider. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Speed is indeed alluring. In that fleeting moment, Chu Nan's adrenaline surged, a sensation more exhilarating than any stimulant. Upon returning home, he found no sign of Zhou Ying, presumably off visiting her distant cousin. As for the other maids, several were students and rarely stayed overnight at the villa. Suddenly, a striking figure emerged from a room, her bare feet exposed and breathlessly enticing, clad only in a white bathrobe. Fei, have you seen my red dress? Summer Ingyue inquired, immediately regretting her words upon seeing the stunned Chu Nan, frozen as if struck by lightning. Oh my, how impressive! Following this, a shrill scream echoed throughout the villa, as Summer Ingyue blushed and hurried back to her room. Chu Nan, having already reacted, shook his head in resignation at her retreating figure. Did these girls truly believe he was not a man? Inside her room, Summer Ingyue's flushed face resembled a ripened apple, her heart racing. How mortifying! She could never have anticipated that Chu Nan would return at such an inopportune moment. especially as she had just emerged from the bath. How would she face him now? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking resounded. Yeah, are you all right? Open the door. Upon opening the door, Fei asked urgently, what just happened? Why did you scream? The shriek had traveled to the villa's garden, prompting Fei to rush over, fearing something had gone awry. Blushing, Summer Inghua hesitantly recounted the incident to Fei. After hearing the account, Fei burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, having thought something serious had occurred. I was worried sick, and it turns out to be just this? It's merely an accident. Besides, you were wearing a bathrobe. Summer Inghua, feeling bashful, responded in a minuscule voice, but it's still so embarrassing. Being a naturally reserved person, she had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 19. Coveting Zhou Ying's cousin. Is the boss stunned? Fei remarked with a knowing smile. The blush that had faded from Summer Inghua's cheeks returned, and she playfully scolded. Fei, how can you say such things? I'm already embarrassed enough without your teasing. I'm not mocking you, Fei whispered conspiratorially. Your boss is a decent guy, and since you already know him, seize the opportunity. If you miss it, it might be too late. Summer Inghua's face reddened further at Fei's words. What are you talking about? I'm just friends with the boss, and didn't I tell you? Our acquaintance was purely coincidental. I have no ulterior motives. Fei, exasperated, playfully flicked Summer Inghua's forehead, saying, with your personality, you're bound to face consequences one day. You said it yourself. I hope you don't regret it. With many flowers to prune in the back garden, Fei excused herself. After her departure, Summer Inghua changed into a different outfit and sat in her room, lost in thought. Would she truly regret it? Yet, she harbored no such feelings towards Chu Nan. What, then, was this sense of loss? A tumult of emotions swelled within her. After a delightful afternoon nap, Chu Nan opened his phone to discover numerous missed calls. All from Li Bo. Upon answering, he was greeted with urgency. Ah, Mr. Chu, I'm relieved to finally reach you. Li Bo exclaimed. What is the matter? Is there an emergency? Chu Nan inquired, puzzled. We've rented out 5 properties already, but 2 guests require to see your property deed. I was wondering if it would be convenient for you to come over. Li Bo's tone softened, becoming more courteous. To see his property deed? Is it truly necessary to present such documents for renting? Wouldn't an agency collaborate without it? Are these individuals merely here to amuse themselves? Chu Nan, however, had no inclination to entertain them. Tell them whether they wish to rent or not is of no consequence to me. I am not in want of this trifling rent. Should such individuals approach me again, there is no need for any further communication. Simply refuse, Chu Nan remarked with an air of indifference. Yet, on the other end of the line, Li Bo found himself in a predicament, for the very individuals in question were within his company, and the weight of this immense pressure bore down upon him. Indeed, people like Chu Nan were not in want of such modest sums. There were countless others eager to rent, and losing a few was of no significance. Ultimately, a bitter smile flickered across Li Bo's face, and he silently sighed. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to rectify this situation. He should have consulted with Chu Nan beforehand. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such an awkward predicament. Understood, Mr. Chu, he conveyed, and thereafter, Li Bo earnestly endeavored to persuade the other party for an extended duration, even enduring a scolding, until both parties parted ways in displeasure. After their departure, Li Bo could not restrain himself from muttering a curse. How could these two dare to suspect that Chu Nan was colluding with him to deceive them of their rental fees? What foolish creatures exist in this world? As night fell, Chu Nan sat in the lobby, his brow furrowed. It was already late, yet Zhou Ying had yet to return. Could something have happened to her? After all, she had mentioned that she had only met her distant cousin once in childhood and had not seen him since. This thought weighed heavily on Chu Nan's mind. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhou Ying. Hello, where are you? He inquired, but was met with a cacophony of noise and music on the other end. I am at the Qinglan Tavern. Mr. Chu, please come to pick me up. The Qinglan Tavern? How could she have ended up there? If memory served, it was merely a bar, albeit a quieter one. How did you find yourself there? Chu Nan questioned, his concern growing. A series of stammering responses followed, clearly indicating that Zhou Ying was intoxicated, accompanied by the sounds of men nearby. Chu Nan's expression darkened as he hung up the phone and hastily drove his luxury car towards the Qinglan Tavern. Zhou Ying, you've had enough to drink. Stop. Zhao Li's lecherous gaze remained fixated on Zhou Ying. He could hardly believe that the little girl he knew had blossomed into such a stunning beauty. Zhao Li was certain that if Zhou Ying returned to her village, she would undoubtedly be the most sought-after girl. Although he was her cousin, they were not closely related, and he had no qualms about pursuing her. While he feigned concern for her well-being, he secretly hoped she would become thoroughly intoxicated, providing him with an opportunity to take advantage of her. Give me the drink. I am not yet intoxicated, Zhou Ying declared, snatching the glass from Zhao Li's hand and downing it in one go. Her face flushed a deep red, Her eyes glazed with a captivating allure. Many gazes lingered on her, and as she became increasingly disoriented, she soon rested her head upon the table. Cousin Zhou, Cousin Zhou, Zhao Li called out tentatively. But when there was no response, a triumphant smile crept onto his face. It seemed she had completely succumbed to intoxication. Now it's my turn, he thought, lifting Zhou Ying onto his back, only to be momentarily taken aback by her softness. He inwardly marveled at her ample figure, his impatience to possess her intensifying. After settling the bill, Zhao Li summoned a rideshare vehicle to a nearby hotel, eager to proceed with his intentions. Meanwhile, Chu Nan had just arrived at the bar. After parking, he quickly dialed Zhou Ying's number, only to be met with silence. Why isn't she answering? Could something truly have happened? As he glanced towards the entrance of the hotel, a familiar figure caught his eye. His pupils dilated as he recognized the man's silhouette, and he rushed over. Zhao Li hummed a tune, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected turn of events during his visit to the city. The rideshare vehicle awaited outside, and he felt an overwhelming eagerness. However, at that moment, a fist the size of a sandbag connected forcefully with his face. Zhao Li cried out in pain, clutching his cheek. Losing his balance, Zhou Ying slipped from his back. Chu Nan swiftly caught her, his gaze darkening as he stared down the man before him. Damn it! Who the hell hit me? Zhao Li roared in anger, balling his fists as he glared at the intruder. You brat, who are you? Release my cousin, or you'll regret it. Chapter 20. The Other Side of Chu Nan. He could not allow his prey to escape. Such a thing was intolerable. In other cities, Zhao Li had engaged in similar pursuits. How many inebriated women were truly virtuous? Most of the time, they would spend a night in a hotel, and by morning, the incident would be forgotten. This was why his dark circles were so pronounced. Cousin of Zhou Ying? Chu Nan's expression grew increasingly frigid, his piercing gaze appraising Zhao Li. So, you are Zhou Ying's distant cousin? Zhao Li was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Apparently, Zhou Ying had informed this brat about him. But who exactly was he? Could he be Zhou Ying's boyfriend? Previously, he had asked Zhou Ying if she had a boyfriend, to which she had firmly denied. Was it possible she had deceived him? I am Zhou Ying's cousin. Who are you? Zhao Li demanded with a hostile tone, his displeasure escalating as he saw Chu Nan holding Zhou Ying protectively. Scum, Chu Nan muttered, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Li. Engaging with such filth was a waste of breath. Being in proximity to him was repugnant. Damn it, what is this brat's issue? Does he look down on me? Zhao Li seethed, his temper flaring. Brat, where do you think you're going? Who the hell are you? Let go of my cousin. He was merely a step away from achieving his desires. Once in the car, he could do as he pleased. Moreover, since they were only distant relatives with no blood ties, even if their actions were exposed, he had little to fear. Worst case, he would marry Zhou Ying. A beauty like her would be a worthy prize. However, the contempt in Chu Nan's eyes irked him. Zhao Li's hand shot out, grasping Chu Nan's shoulder. You stop right there, didn't you hear me? He growled, his face twisted with malice. Chu Nan's expression grew even colder, his gaze icy enough to send a shiver down Zhao Li's spine, as though he had stepped into a frigid cavern. Damn it! How can a mere boy instill such fear in me? Remove your filthy hands. Chu Nan's patience had reached its limit. He was on the verge of erupting. And if I refuse to let go, what will you do? Zhao Li retorted arrogantly, refusing to back down. If he were to be intimidated by a mere boy, then his years of experience in the world would have been for naught. He was no stranger to the darker side of life, having mingled with unsavory characters until he had crossed paths with a formidable adversary, which had forced him to relocate to this city. With a cold chuckle, Chu Nan acknowledged that apart from a few university classmates, hardly anyone was aware of his other side. It is worth noting that during his university years, Chu Nan was a Taekwondo black belt and even served as the president of the Taekwondo club. He was undeniably a prominent figure on campus. Zhao Li was caught off guard as Chu Nan swiftly seized his phone, applying a slight pressure. Hiss! Zhao Li gasped sharply, surprised by the strength of this young man. Initially, he managed to endure, but as Chu Nan intensified his grip, he could no longer withstand it and instinctively raised his knee to strike Chu Nan's abdomen. However, all his efforts were in vain. To Chu Nan, Zhao Li's actions were utterly pathetic and devoid of any skill. With a swift kick, Zhao Li lost his balance, toppling heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry, his face contorting in agony. He felt as if his backside had split in two, a numbing sensation spreading through his lower body. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. But by the time he regained his composure, Chu Nan had long vanished from sight. Damn, did he actually run away? Zhao Li scrambled to his feet and glanced around, only to find no trace of him. After a frantic search, he finally spotted that familiar figure near the parking lot. Yet, instead of rushing over, he stood frozen in disbelief, his lips trembling. A Lamborghini. Poison? Zhao Li was utterly dumbfounded. As he watched Chu Nan climb into the car and drive away, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Anyone capable of affording such a luxury vehicle could not possibly be an ordinary person. This was a figure far beyond his reach. Could it be that Zhou truly had connections with a big shot in Huaqing? If he recalled correctly, Zhou was the property manager at the Sky Garden. Had she really gotten involved with a wealthy heir over these past few years? Moreover, the individual driving such an extravagant car was likely not just any wealthy heir, but someone whose net worth surpassed 100 million. It was precisely because of Chu Nan's appearance that Zhao Li, having just arrived in Huaqing, decided to leave that very night. If such a person chose to target him, they could make him vanish from this world without a trace. Hiss. Dazed, Zhou opened her eyes groggily and climbed out of bed, the severe headache and dizziness from last night's drinking making her feel utterly miserable. As she recalled everything that had transpired the previous day, her expression shifted slightly. Glancing around the room, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was her own room. However, who had brought her back last night? The last thing she remembered was Zhao Li carrying her away, after which she had succumbed to oblivion. Could it have been Chu Nan? She recalled calling him prior to that. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Chu Nan stepped inside, placing a hangover remedy beside her bed, and said slowly, "You can block your distant cousin now." Huh? Why? Zhou looked at him in confusion, still not grasping what had happened the previous day. "Do you know where your cousin wanted to take you after you got drunk?" Chu Nan looked at her, exasperated. "Where?" Zhou asked innocently. "To a hotel," Chu Nan replied, the two words hanging heavily in the air. Zhou Ying's complexion changed dramatically, her face turning pale. He wanted to take her to a hotel? It was all too clear what his intentions were, especially since that cousin had been eyeing her inappropriately. How could he dare to do such a thing? Zhou murmured in disbelief. Chu Nan shrugged, having never encountered such a person before. Yet, upon learning from Zhou that there was no blood relation between her and this distant cousin, it became evident why Zhao Li had felt so emboldened. Without any familial ties, even if something were to happen, she would ultimately find herself at Zhao Li's mercy. Chapter 21, Genetic Serum. "Thank you for yesterday," Zhou said shyly. Chu Nan merely glanced at her, replying indifferently, "If this ever happens again, I won't be responsible for you. If you can't hold your liquor, don't pretend to." He added, "Drink the hangover remedy before it gets cold. You need to get up early. There's a lot you need to take care of." With that, he closed the door behind him. Zhou sat on the bed in a daze, her lips twitching slightly as she stomped her foot and pouted, muttering with irritation, "What a steel-headed man." However, seeing the warm hangover remedy beside her, her irritation gradually faded, replaced by a sweet smile. After finishing his tasks, Chu Nan began his daily check-in again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in, receiving a genetic serum. A genetic serum? What on earth is that? Chu Nan couldn't help but inquire. The genetic serum can significantly enhance your physical attributes. Your capabilities and reflexes will be greatly improved, far surpassing those of an ordinary person, the system explained. Instantly, Chu Nan's eyes lit up. This reminded him of a certain movie, Captain America from the Avengers. Surely, this serum wouldn't have effects akin to the one in the film? That would be incredible. Eagerly, Chu Nan retrieved the genetic serum from the system's repository. The blue serum was contained within a transparent conical glass vial, slightly tinted blue. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked it and downed the entire contents in one gulp, leaving not a drop behind. As soon as he swallowed the serum, his face turned as red as a monkey's backside, beads of sweat pouring from him as if he were trapped in a steam room, his body flushed, resembling a cooked lobster. "Damn it, system, you've tricked me." The searing pain, akin to being set ablaze, surged through his body. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted in agony. This state persisted for about half an hour before gradually subsiding. Collapsing onto the floor, Chu Nan gasped for air, his forehead glistening with sweat the size of soybeans, his clothes completely soaked, clinging tightly to his body. Damn, that was unbearable. Chu Nan cursed inwardly. The sensation was akin to thousands of ants crawling through his body, gnawing at his flesh, and his once fiery skin gradually returned to its normal hue. After washing up in the bathroom, Chu Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Reflecting on that previous burning sensation, he vowed never to endure such torment again. Gazing into the mirror, he could hardly believe his own eyes. Holy crap! Chu Nan's previously slightly rounded belly had transformed into clearly defined abdominal muscles. The V shape of his torso now prominently displayed. His once flabby arms had become solid, transformed into hard muscle. Most astonishingly, it seemed he had even grown a few centimeters taller. Was this genetic serum truly that miraculous? His vision appeared clearer than ever before. Gazing at his robust physique, Chu Nan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, silently exclaiming in admiration. With a powerful build reminiscent of a bear, bat-like wings, and sculpted abs complemented by a well-defined chest, his flawless physique would leave any woman breathless. Chu Nan's appearance was already commendable, and standing at a height of 185 meters, his once 180-meter stature had transformed, showcasing hard muscles that traced exquisite lines across his form. Incredible. The rewards bestowed by the system had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, whether he had achieved the same effect as Captain America in the movies remained unclear to him. Yet, he was indifferent to such comparisons, as the transformation he had undergone was already monumental. The noticeable increase in height within such a short span was nothing short of remarkable. Host: Chu Nan. Height: 185 cm. Weight: 70 kilograms. Current savings: 35,000,000. Mode of transport: Lamborghini Veneno, New Era electric vehicle. Personal property: Sky Garden, Mountain Villa. Personal business: Marriott Hotel. Marital status: unmarried. Special skills: expert-level piano proficiency. Warehouse items: none. Glancing at his status panel, Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction. He then donned a fresh outfit, opting for a casual ensemble, a simple t-shirt paired with shorts suitable for the sweltering summer. Despite the substantial changes in his weight and physique, he appeared no different than before, save for his increased height. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Zhou Ying, who exchanged little more than a fleeting glance with him. Observing Chu Nan's retreating figure, Zhou Ying wore a look of suspicion. Was it merely her imagination, or did Chu Nan indeed seem taller, and quite noticeably so? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, attributing it to an illusion. Today marked the occasion of a class reunion, scheduled for noon, with the majority of their former classmates already congregated at the Marriott Hotel. Since Zhao Feng was treating this time, they felt compelled to attend. After all, few would ever experience the luxury of a five-star hotel in their lifetimes, given that most in their class were ordinary wage earners. Zhao Feng's newfound wealth astonished them. But whispers circulated that he had founded a company in Huaqing, earning a substantial income of 2 to 3 million a year. This revelation left many in awe, particularly among female classmates who had never interacted with him before, igniting a flurry of speculations. Those familiar with Zhao Feng understood that his sights were set on Qian Xijia, the Ice Queen. His mere presence eclipsed everyone else. Most attendees had already arrived at the hotel, where Zhao Feng had reserved an extravagant private room, costing him a staggering 300,000, covering all expenses for the gathering. His motives were clear. He sought to impress Qian Xijia, who, in the past, had merely been a pretty face in his eyes. However, he was now acutely aware of her influential background. A connection with her could propel him to great heights. Many remained oblivious to Qian Xijia's true identity as the daughter of the CEO of a publicly traded company, renowned in Huaqing, Sifang Pharmaceutical, boasting a market value exceeding 50 billion. Should he become the son-in-law of the Qian family, it might one day position Zhao Feng to inherit the fortune of Sifang Pharmaceutical. 300,000 was no small sum for Zhao Feng, but every effort seemed worthwhile to capture Qian Xijia's attention. Chapter 22. The Stunning Lu Yaxuan. Brother Feng. It's been ages. Brother Feng, we owe you our gratitude for allowing us to experience the Marriott's exceptional service. Most attendees greeted Zhao Feng with insincere flattery. After all, he was the only one among them capable of earning $1 million a year at such a young age, making him the most prominent figure in the class. Zhao Feng merely offered half-hearted responses, his expression betraying a hint of disdain as he surveyed his less affluent classmates. Did they really think they could reach his level? They were merely riding on Qian Xijia's coattails. Undeniably, he was the star of the evening. Most classmates were ordinary workers from humble backgrounds, suffocated by the pressures of life in Huaqing, perpetually dreaming of wealth. Yet, reality had repeatedly shattered their fantasies. Some female classmates leaned closely against Zhao Feng, their intentions transparent. They would not mind an intimate encounter with him. Observing once pure classmates now clustering around Zhao Feng, others could only sigh in resignation. After about half an hour, nearly everyone had arrived, leaving only a few stragglers. Who hasn't arrived yet? Someone inquired. Scanning the room, another responded. Class monitor, Qian Xijia, Chu Nan, and Wang Mang. Those four seemed to be the only ones missing. While it was understandable for the class monitor and Qian Xijia to be tardy, it was perplexing why Chu Nan and Wang Mang were so late. I've heard Chu Nan's been struggling in Huaqing, still just an employee, without any promotion opportunities. One voice remarked with a mocking tone. Others chimed in. Remember when Chu Nan was the school superstar? Who would have thought he'd end up in such a predicament? Truly, Brother Feng is exceptional, having started his own company at such a young age. It's infuriating to compare. While they derided Chu Nan, they shamelessly praised Zhao Feng, resembling nothing more than a troupe of clowns. My apologies for arriving late. Suddenly, a voice, both familiar and foreign, pierced the air like a melodious aureole. All eyes in the room shifted toward the entrance, breaths caught in their throats as they froze in disbelief. Zhao Feng gazed in rapt admiration at the stunning woman who had entered. In his memory, He had never encountered her before. And even the other classmates were perplexed by the identity of this enchanting beauty. One female classmate, unable to believe her eyes, tentatively asked, "Are you the class monitor?" The class monitor. Gasps of astonishment echoed as everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Could this exquisite beauty truly be the same formidable class monitor they had known during university? It seemed impossible. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was indeed a resemblance. "Is it truly you, Lu Yashuan?" One person questioned skeptically. Lu Yashuan shyly nodded. A collective intake of breath reverberated through the room. It wasn't that they were exaggerating. But the stunning woman before them was indeed a far cry from the class monitor they had known. Clad in a sleek black strapless dress that accentuated her perfect S-curve, her voluptuous figure was flawlessly showcased. Most strikingly, Lu Yashuan's physique was curvaceous in all the right places, embodying an allure that was hard to reconcile with the plain girl they once knew. In their university days, Lu Yashuan had been unremarkable in both appearance and physique, especially in comparison to her classmates. Zhao Feng's breath came in quick gasps, his fervent gaze incessantly scrutinizing Lu Yashuan. Her figure, her visage. It was exceedingly difficult for any man to divert his attention away from her. The moment Lu Yashuan stepped into the private room, she became the most resplendent star within. Even those who were not particularly acquainted with her approach to engage in conversation, her charm rendering them somewhat flustered. Yet, the majority of their gazes bore an aggressive intensity, and she glanced around as if searching for someone. Upon confirming that Chu Nan was absent, disappointment flickered across Lu Yashuan's face. Was he running late or not coming at all? The purpose of her attendance was solely to see Chu Nan, yet she had yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Zhao Feng felt a pang of regret. Were it not for his intention to pursue Qian Xijia, he would have certainly approached Lu Yashuan to bask in her allure. Meanwhile, the expressions of other female classmates began to darken. They had not anticipated that the once unremarkable class monitor could transform into such a stunning beauty. The spotlight had abruptly shifted entirely to Lu Yashuan, and with a silent scoff, they cast envious glances at the woman who sparkled like a star. What use is a beautiful figure and face? Surely, she must have undergone cosmetic enhancements. As noon approached, the banquet was set to commence, yet Qian Xijia, Wang Meng, and Chu Nan remained conspicuously absent. Lu Yashuan's gaze gradually dimmed. Could it be that Chu Nan would truly not arrive? Just then, 3 figures appeared simultaneously at the entrance. The most captivating being the poised and serene goddess at the forefront, exuding an aura as untouchable as an iceberg. Zhao Feng and the others stood transfixed. Compared to Lu Yashuan's stunning presence, Qian Xijia, while not possessing quite as voluptuous a figure, exuded a confidence and an air of refined cultivation that rendered her even more alluring. "Dear classmates, we apologize for our tardiness," Qian Xijia spoke with a warm smile, her dimples adding to her charm. "Not at all, not at all. As long as our beautiful Qian is here, we would wait an eternity," came the enthusiastic replies. "Indeed, the grandeur of Qian warrants our patience." The two accompanying her hurried to take their seats. Zhao Feng, gallantly stepping forward, said in a soothing, magnetic tone, "Jia, you've arrived. Why not sit beside me?" Such a scene elicited no surprise from the onlookers, for they all understood that Zhao Feng's primary intention in organizing this gathering was to be near Qian Xijia. During their university days, he had pursued her relentlessly. "Zhao Feng, please refrain from being so familiar. We are not that close, are we?" Qian Xijia's frigid tone cut through the air like a shard of ice, leaving Zhao Feng standing there in awkward silence. Meanwhile, Chu Nan had already secured a seat, fortuitously positioned next to Lu Yashuan. At that moment, Lu Yashuan felt her ears flush crimson. Had it not been for the crowded and stifling atmosphere of the room, others would have surely noticed her unease. Has he grown taller since university? His demeanor has changed significantly, she thought, panic rising within her. Oh no, he has become even more captivating. Wang Meng also took a seat beside Chu Nan, but was promptly interrupted by Qian Xijia. "Wang Meng, could you possibly save the seat for me?" she implored, her eyes wide and innocent. The attendees exchanged curious glances, sensing that something was amiss. Throughout the evening, Qian Xijia's gaze seemed to frequently gravitate towards Chu Nan. He, too, had undergone a remarkable transformation. He appeared cleaner, more robust, and his height seemed to have increased significantly since their university days. They felt a twinge of envy. Why? At their age, was he still growing while they had seemingly reached their limits? Chu Nan's current stature undoubtedly overshadowed many of the male classmates present. Wang Meng observed this spectacle, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. The others likely remained oblivious to the changes in Chu Nan. But Wang Meng was acutely aware that Chu Nan had mentioned driving to pick him up, a detail he had initially dismissed. Given Chu Nan's salary, it seemed reasonable for him to own a car, but Wang Meng had assumed it would be a modest one, perhaps around 100,000. He never anticipated that Chu Nan would arrive in a Lamborghini, a revelation that momentarily left Wang Mang questioning his own perception. He knew Chu Nan as an ordinary rural boy from a humble background, one who could hardly afford such luxury. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him, rendering disbelief unavoidable. Even now, Wang Mang felt as if he were trapped in a dream. As for Qian Sijia's keen interest in Chu Nan, it stemmed from their coincidental encounter in the parking lot. Wang Mang had not expected that within their class, there would be a hidden wealthy beauty. While he had sensed that Qian Sijia's background was not simple, he had not anticipated her wealth to be so substantial. Her car alone was worth over 3 million, though it paled in comparison to Chu Nan's Lamborghini. At their age, possessing such opulence was enough to eclipse many of their peers, and every piece of jewelry, every handbag, and every article of clothing she wore was designer, amounting to nearly 200,000. It was likely a shock to everyone present, save for Zhao Feng, who wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed on Chu Nan with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole. A conflagration of fury burned within him. The embarrassment of being disregarded by Qian Sijia was already humiliating enough, but he had never imagined her to be so concerned about Chu Nan, even insisting on sitting beside him. When had their relationship become so intimate? In university, they had scarcely interacted. Lu Yashuan was not alone in her discomfort. She too felt an unprecedented sense of crisis creeping into her heart. Her lips quivered, and she fidgeted restlessly, her attention riveted on the two. Since when had Chu Nan and Qian Sijia grown so close? Why would Qian Sijia request to sit next to him? Was there something more between them? No. She needed to uncover the truth about their relationship. By the way, who is this? She interjected. Are you all not going to introduce me? Indeed, Chu Nan seemed oblivious. Lu Yashuan's face darkened, and she inwardly cursed. That wretched Chu Nan. How could he not recognize me? Around them, laughter erupted as some teased, You really didn't recognize her, did you? Think carefully. Who's missing from our gathering? Missing someone. Chu Nan surveyed the room. A moment of silence falling over him before he suddenly recalled, his eyes widening in disbelief. You can't be telling me that this beauty is our old class monitor? Lu Yashuan delivered a swift punch to his chest, her voice laced with indignation. You dare call me old class monitor again, and I'll… Goodness. This woman truly is that fierce tigress. The transformation is simply too great. She is practically unrecognizable compared to our university days. Chu Nan exclaimed in astonishment. Old monitor. Have you somehow reversed the aging process? He blurted out, still in shock. Lu Yashuan shot a fierce glare at Chu Nan, pretending to be menacing as she declared. If you utter another word, I shall unleash upon you the iron fist of love that you have not savored in years. There was no mistaking it. He was indeed our former class monitor. Chu Nan shrugged with a smile. Throughout the dinner, Lu Yashuan's gaze frequently darted towards Chu Nan and Qian Sijia, though fortunately, the two exchanged no words. This brought her a sense of relief. Yet, she could not shake the perplexity of why Qian Sijia, of all people, would proactively seek to sit beside Chu Nan. It was well known that during their university days, she rarely conversed with others, even dismissing countless suitors who clamored for her attention. Her pride was palpable. Of course, apart from Lu Yashuan, another pair of eyes remained fixated on Chu Nan. Zhao Feng, staring at the dishes before him, was devoid of appetite. His plans had been utterly derailed, and he found himself grappling with an unforeseen circumstance, the nature of the relationship between Chu Nan and Qian Sijia. Zhao Feng stood up first, proclaiming, We are all old classmates, and it is a rare occasion for us to gather like this. Let us raise a toast. Thanks to Brother Feng, who was generous enough to cover the entire evening's expenses, I propose a toast to him. I toast to you, Brother Feng, others chimed in. Observing this group of sycophants, Chu Nan could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, everyone had changed. The innocence of their university days had long since faded, replaced by the harsh realities of society that had tarnished their youthful hearts. Zhao Feng looked down at Chu Nan with undisguised disdain. After all, Chu Nan was merely a destitute young man. Why would he be concerned? Given that Qian Sijia was the heiress of Sifong Pharmaceuticals, her aspirations would surely not be so short-sighted as to fall for a penniless boy. Chu Nan also sensed the animosity directed his way. Following the gaze to find Zhao Feng's scornful expression, he could hardly be bothered to engage with such a clown. Why pay heed to someone so boastful over a mere few 100,000? His own annual profits soared into the billions, and his net worth now reached tens of billions. In this private room, none could rival Chu Nan's stature. Chu Nan, why aren't you toasting? One of Zhao Feng's lackeys questioned, irritation evident in his tone. Chu Nan shrugged, responding with resignation, I'm afraid I can't drink, as I drove here. Drove here? Chu Nan bought a car? It was known that only a handful in attendants owned vehicles, most of which were priced around 100,000. Even if Chu Nan had purchased a car, it would merely be seen as a surprise. Zhao Feng lifted his head, looking down upon Chu Nan with an air of superiority, teasing, "Oh, I wonder if you drive a Volkswagen or a BYD." "Neither. I drive a Lamborghini," Chu Nan replied nonchalantly, uttering the words with ease and without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 24. Do you really know me? A Lamborghini? Someone spat their drink, gazing at Chu Nan as if he were a fool. "You drive a Lamborghini? Why don't you just fly?" Everyone was acutely aware of Chu Nan's humble origins during their university days. He hailed from an ordinary family, even less fortunate than many of them, residing in a rural area. In the city, he could not even afford a single apartment. And now he claimed to drive a Lamborghini? Was he not aware of his own limitations? Lu Yashuan was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that Chu Nan would boast so extravagantly. He was not this person back in school. A mix of emotions swirled within her. Had the world truly changed him? Had he become someone who sought fame and wealth, enamored with comparisons? Zhao Feng openly mocked him. "Oh, it seems our esteemed boss Chu has struck it rich, driving a Lamborghini no less. Pray tell, where does our illustrious boss work?" The majority regarded Chu Nan with disdain and scorn, their contempt palpable. They were unaware that every word he spoke was indeed the truth, merely lacking eyewitness validation. Qian Sijia remained composed, her beautiful eyes lingering on Chu Nan. She was not particularly familiar with him or their classmates from university, given her reclusive nature and her intrinsic pride and aloofness. Few dared to approach her, yet Chu Nan was an enigma she could not decipher. Compared to the innocent youth of their university days, he seemed like a completely transformed individual, exuding an alluring confidence that captivated her. What could have prompted such a metamorphosis in this once ordinary student? Lamborghini Veneno, he clarified. This vehicle was valued at nearly 100 million. Only those with substantial assets could afford it, and even then, it was nearly impossible to procure. "I don't have much of a job. I merely own 10 properties for rental income." Chu Nan paused, tapping his head as if struck by inspiration. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten. This hotel is also mine." Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply, not out of shock, but rather fear at the absurdity of his claims. Could it be that Chu Nan had lost his mind? The Marriott Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Huaqing, boasted an annual profit exceeding 100 million, and this year, business was booming due to the establishment of the new district, attracting even more clientele. To acquire the Marriott Hotel, one would need to offer a sum surpassing 10 billion. Such astronomical figures were beyond the reach of those present, even Zhao Feng, whose annual income was merely in the hundreds of thousands. The notion of Chu Nan being a director of the Marriott was laughable. Zhao Feng erupted in derisive laughter, his eyes filled with contempt as he coldly remarked, "Chu Nan, I genuinely believe you would waste your talent as a comedian. Surely you're here to entertain us, right? He gestured mockingly at his head. "You must be mentally challenged. Would you like me to spare a few coins for you to visit a doctor?" Finally, Lu Yashuan could no longer contain her discontent. Her face clouded with anger. She firmly stated, "Zhao Feng, that's enough. We're all classmates. There's no need for this." She then cast a disappointed glance at Chu Nan, her tone turning cold. "Chu Nan, perhaps it's best if you refrain from further comments. This is no fun for anyone." In that moment, her heart ached for him. The innocent boy she once cherished had morphed into this caricature. If only Chu Nan truly possessed such wealth, it would be a different matter altogether. However, his words were nothing but boastful fabrications. Claiming ownership of the Marriott Hotel was a claim no one would believe. "Since our class monitor has spoken, I shall hold my tongue. Chu Nan, do temper your boasting. Assess whether you truly possess the credentials," Zhao Feng sneered. A mere clown dared to prance before him? Was this not a joke? The idea that the Marriott Hotel was under Chu Nan's purview was the most ludicrous jest he had heard all year. And a Lamborghini? Claiming to drive a Volkswagen would be a compliment. You all are blind to reality. Chu Nan indeed came here in a Lamborghini. And not just any Lamborghini. It's a Lamborghini Veneno. Wang Mang could no longer remain seated. Those contemptible individuals had been continuously mocking his brother, subjecting him to ridicule and scorn. Although everything felt surreal to him now, he was acutely aware that it was all undeniably real. "Enough, Wang Mang. Why do you feel the need to join the fray?" Lu Yashuan reprimanded coldly. She understood that Wang Mang intended to stand up for Chu Nan. But in such a situation, silence would have been preferable. Just as she was about to articulate further thoughts, a chilling voice interrupted her. Chu Nan's icy gaze pierced through the air like a knife, directed at Lu Yashuan with an intensity that was almost unbearable. Lu Yashuan shuddered slightly, her heart feeling as though it had been stabbed. This was the first time such a frigid look had been cast upon her. Did she truly err? Lu Yashuan believed she had done nothing wrong. Her words were merely an attempt to spare Chu Nan further embarrassment. Why have you become this way? If you lack the capability, why speak so arrogantly?" Chu Nan's voice was as cold as his demeanor. Lu Yashuan was suddenly shaken, as if awakening to a realization. Did he truly understand her? No, he did not. During their university days, their exchanges had been nothing more than playful banter. She had occasionally teased him, and their relationship was no different from that of any ordinary classmates. Her understanding of Chu Nan was superficial at best. However, the truth about their backgrounds was clear to all. Both of Chu Nan's parents were ordinary factory workers, even if he had stumbled upon tremendous opportunities in Huaqing. The owner of the Wanhao Hotel or the proprietor of luxury cars was beyond reach. I believe there is no need to continue this gathering. Qian Sijia's cold voice rang out. Zhao Feng's expression soured, suspecting that Chu Nan had soured Qian Sijia's mood. Chu Nan, you are unwelcome at this gathering. Leave at once. You do not deserve to associate with us. Indeed, what Feng Gu said is correct. Chu Nan, if you lack wealth, do not embarrass us all. If you possess any self-awareness, depart without forcing us to humiliate you. Others chimed in, their gazes toward Chu Nan akin to that of observing a clown, filled with disdain and loathing. At that moment, Chu Nan appeared to them as nothing more than a drowning dog. Qian Sijia paused, slamming her hand on the table. The loud thud startled many. The room fell into an uneasy silence as she cast a cold gaze around the group, coldly remarking, "Do you believe it is Chu Nan who affects my mood? No, it is you small-minded, ignorant fools. What Chu Nan said is true. He did arrive in a Lamborghini, specifically the Lamborghini Veneno." Instantaneously, the entire private room fell silent, each face displaying sheer astonishment as they gazed at Qian Sijia, struggling to process her words. This cannot be real. Many trembled, for while they might have doubted Wang Mang's words, would Qian Sijia join him in crafting such an outrageous lie? Zhao Feng, once filled with mockery, now exhibited fear and unease. He understood Qian Sijia's background as the heiress of Sifang Pharmaceuticals. It was implausible for her to indulge in such frivolous jesting with Chu Nan. "Miss Qian, are you jesting with him?" Before he could finish, he was cut off by Qian Sijia's icy retort. "I encountered Chu Nan in the parking lot. Indeed, he drove a Lamborghini Veneno. If Chu Nan were lying, do you think I would engage in such trivial banter with him?" At that moment, Lu Yashuan's complexion drained of color as she regarded Chu Nan's frosty countenance. A pang of guilt struck her heart. Chu Nan was correct. She had failed to understand him. Yet, she had chosen to criticize him without believing in his truth, uttering hurtful words instead. This was perhaps the most significant distancing of their relationship. Her lips trembled, as though she wished to speak but found herself stifled. The words lodged like stones in her throat. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Tang An entered the room, his expression shifting upon seeing Chu Nan. He respectfully addressed him. "Boss, why did you not inform me of your arrival?" "Tang Tang," Zhao Feng exclaimed in horror. Tang An was the head of the Wanhao Hotel, a person of considerable standing. Yet, here he was, addressing Chu Nan with the humility of a mere subordinate. The most shocking revelation being that he referred to Chu Nan as boss. This undeniably confirmed that Chu Nan was indeed the owner of the hotel. Throughout it all, Chu Nan had not been boasting. It was merely their disbelief that had clouded their judgment. "Would you like to go to the top floor?" Tang An inquired. Chu Nan shook his head slightly, his voice cold as he replied, "No need. I shall be leaving shortly." Observing the expression on Chu Nan's face, Tang An understood that these individuals had likely been targeting their own boss, as his humble attire made it difficult for anyone to perceive him as the owner of the Wanhao Hotel. "Yes, I understand," Tang An said, saying no more as he closed the door and returned to his post. Chu Nan's icy gaze swept across the room, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily beneath his penetrating stare. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, their faces paling. Even those who had been intoxicated were startled awake. "Now, do you believe me?" Chu Nan's voice was cold. The group nodded like chickens pecking at grains, for even the hotel manager had called him boss. The most bewildered was Wang Mang. He knew Chu Nan's family background. Yet now he was utterly in the dark about his brother's true identity, the owner of the Wanhao Hotel. This was something he had never dared to imagine. What had transpired in Chu Nan's life to bring about such a monumental transformation? The series of events left his mind spinning. "Chu Nan, I never imagined you were truly the owner of the Wanhao Hotel. Just now, everyone was merely joking with you. Please do not take it to heart," Wang Mang said. Indeed. Chu Nan wouldn't truly concern himself with such trivial matters, would he? Look at how you all perceive him. Chu Nan is now a significant figure. How could he possibly be so petty? They adopted a different facade, fawningly apologizing to Chu Nan. "Apologies, but I genuinely took it to heart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. Farewell," Chu Nan replied curtly, turning to exit the room. The sting of their humiliation burned on their faces as they realized Chu Nan had shown them no courtesy. After Chu Nan departed, Wang Mang followed suit. And Qian Sijia had no intention of lingering either, opting to leave as well. Shortly after the three left, Lu Yashuan, lost in thought, stood up and forced a smile more painful than tears, saying, "My dear classmates, I apologize, but I am feeling a bit unwell. and must take my leave. Let us gather again next time. Wait, class leader. It would be so dull without you. Despite their repeated entreaties, Lu Yashuan found no reason to linger any longer. At that moment, she appeared significantly haggard. The chilling gaze of Chu Nan haunted her, causing her heart to ache with each recollection. How she yearned to weep unabashedly to release her pent-up despair. Shortly after Lu Yashuan departed, Zhao Feng followed closely behind. The unfolding events had completely derailed his plans, and he began to fret for the future of his company. In Huaqing, his enterprise was but a modest entity, utterly dwarfed by the vast empire of the Marriott hotels. Should Chu Nan truly wish to undermine him, his company would likely collapse in no time. For the owner of Marriott could easily garner countless individuals eager to repay a favor to Chu Nan. After bidding farewell to Wang Mei, Chu Nan found himself alone with Qian Sijia in a park. What is it that you wish to discuss? Chu Nan inquired, perplexed. Truthfully, he and Qian Sijia were not well acquainted. They had scarcely interacted during their university days. The prospect of strolling together, while Qian Sijia was indeed a striking beauty, felt exceedingly awkward. Qian Sijia remained silent, her captivating eyes fixed upon him, leaving Chu Nan feeling rather uncomfortable. Eventually, at a junction, they took a seat. Qian Sijia finally spoke. Chu Nan, who exactly are you? This was the first time she felt such curiosity towards a male. More importantly, there seemed to be an inexplicable attraction between them. Me? I am merely an ordinary person, Chu Nan replied. An ordinary person with billions in assets? Qian Sijia countered, rendering Chu Nan momentarily speechless. If being a billionaire qualified one as ordinary, he could only imagine the uproar that would ensue if anyone heard him say such a thing. So, you summoned me merely for jest? Chu Nan asked, bewildered. Qian Sijia stretched languidly, her striking form momentarily captivating the attention of passers-by, who stopped to gawk in awe. Of course not. I am simply intrigued by you. It is surreal how a seemingly unremarkable person from university has now ascended to become a billionaire. You have undoubtedly captured my interest. As the 26th chapter unfolded, congratulations, host, on successfully signing in and receiving an Okamoto. Qian Sijia playfully tilted Chu Nan's chin, resembling a mischievous rogue. With a swift motion, Chu Nan seized her wrist, pulling her close, their bodies pressed together. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her face flushed, resembling a startled kitten as she glared at him. Rather than feeling anger, Chu Nan smiled knowingly, his tone teasingly prolonged. What am I doing? Is this not of your own making? Our esteemed beauty, you are playing with fire. Although he was aware of Qian Sijia's complex background, he remained unfazed. After all, he was a man endowed with a mysterious system. The rewards from the system were unfathomable, and he dared not speculate on their nature. Sometimes, what emerged could far exceed his expectations, perhaps even transcending the bounds of this era. Let go. There are so many people watching. Qian Sijia protested, her voice barely above a whisper, her shyness akin to that of a little girl as she buried her face into her chest. Had she known Chu Nan would be so assertive, she would have refrained from teasing him, having never been so intimately close to any male before. The warmth of his breath sent a wave of heat coursing through her. I will release you if you apologize, Chu Nan teased. Okay, I'm sorry. He released her, satisfied with her response. Yet, scarcely a moment later, hiss. Chu Nan's expression shifted dramatically as he inhaled sharply, pain radiating from his waist, distorting his features. Qian Sijia smirked, triumphantly lifting her chin. Serves you right for teasing me. Rubbing his sore waist, Chu Nan replied, somewhat exasperated. Is this a game you cannot handle? He. I simply cannot handle it. What will you do about it? Qian Sijia retorted playfully. Chu Nan shook his head in disbelief, choosing to ignore her antics, realizing that it was more prudent to return and enjoy a restful slumber than to waste time here. Hey, where are you going? We should continue exploring. Qian Sijia called after him. Chu Nan waved dismissively. You may continue on your own. I shall return to rest. Watching him retreat, Qian Sijia stomped her foot in frustration. What a blockhead. With a beauty like me by your side, you choose to go home and sleep. No wonder you remain single. Yet, doubts crept into her mind. Was she truly so lacking in allure that even someone like Chu Nan could not be persuaded to stay? Her enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as she mused. Chu Nan, you are becoming increasingly fascinating. With the main character departed, she felt no need to remain. Throughout her journey, many had attempted to engage her in conversation, yet all had been deterred by her icy demeanor. In Chu Nan's company, however, her once frosty aura seemed to melt away, making her feel like a different person entirely. Regret, boundless regret, spread through Lu Yashuan. Her eyes were swollen from weeping. How could she have been so foolish as to question the veracity of Chu Nan's words? The memory of his cold gaze pierced her heart with each recollection. She had thought she knew him, yet in truth, her understanding was woefully inadequate. Perhaps, at this moment, Chu Nan had developed a distaste for her. Staring blankly at Chu Nan's number on her phone, she bit her lip in hesitation. Should she make the call? Apologizing might still salvage the situation. Yet fear gripped her, the dread of his indifferent tone. After what felt like an eternity, she finally dialed the number. With a tumultuous heart, she listened as the phone rang incessantly. Liu Yashuan's expression darkened. Why wasn't he answering? Had he blocked her? At last, a familiar voice emerged from the other end. Hello. The coldness in his voice sent a shiver down her spine, and tears welled in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, unsure of what to say. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Chu Nan said, his impatience evident. Wait, Chu Nan, I have something to say. Liu Yashuan feared the call would be terminated, leaving her with no chance to apologize. Chu Nan, I'm sorry for doubting you, for questioning you. I truly did not mean it. I had no idea you were speaking the truth. I am so sorry. As she uttered these words, her voice trembled, punctuated by sobs. Her previously reduced eye swelling once again. Silence enveloped the conversation. With a sigh, Chu Nan remarked, forget it. It's not something I'm overly concerned about. Perhaps the suddenness of the situation has left everyone in disbelief. It's all right, Lao Ban. Really? Liu Yashuan inquired cautiously. Indeed, Chu Nan felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that Lao Ban would actually call him to apologize. This was beyond his expectations, yet he pondered why she seemed so troubled by his opinion. Had that sobbing sound indicated she was in tears? Once confirmed, the heavy burden in Liu Yashuan's heart gradually lifted. Chu Nan, how did you suddenly become the owner of the Marriott Hotel? This is all too surreal. You can't possibly be some hidden domineering CEO, can you? Domineering CEO? Chu Nan found himself caught between laughter and tears. Had he been wealthy during his university days, he might have been even more arrogant than Zhao Feng. Overthinking it. I simply had a stroke of good fortune, he chuckled nonchalantly. A stroke of good fortune leading to becoming a billionaire? Liu Yashuan's tone was peculiar. After chatting for a while, the weight on Liu Yashuan's heart finally dissipated, and the distance between them vanished. They conversed for approximately half an hour, and as it approached 11 o'clock in the evening, Liu Yashuan reluctantly ended the call. Chu Nan then quickly washed up and lay down in bed, drifting into a deep sleep. By the next morning, it was already 10 o'clock. Stretching lazily, Chu Nan opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current savings, 35 million. Mode of transportation, Lamborghini Veneno, new era electric vehicle. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa. Personal business, Marriott Hotel. Marital status, no. Special skill, expert level piano talent. Warehouse items, none. Click to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and receiving 10 boxes of Okamoto BYT. Chapter 27, The Malevolent Wealthy. What on earth? Chu Nan's expression darkened immediately. This time, the reward for checking in is this? System. Oh, system. You truly are full of surprises, even offering such rewards. Staring at the 10 boxes of Okamoto BYT in the system warehouse, he fell into contemplation. Accepting this as a check-in reward was one thing, but the key issue was that he had no use for it. After all, he had been single for 21 years. Throughout this time, he had never even been in a relationship, a true noble bachelor. Damn it, is the system deliberately targeting me? Suddenly, Chu Nan seemed to recall something, and his expression grew even grimmer. Today was May 20th. Coincidentally, the system's reward was this. I can't help but wonder if I should voice a certain expletive. I feel as though the system is mocking me. Host, please remain calm. The system only produces top-quality items, and the value of these items can only be appreciated through personal experience. Experience? I'll experience your nonsense. Do you not realize that I've been single for over 20 years? Infuriated by the system, he placed the 10 boxes of BYT on his bedside table. Just because they were of no use now didn't mean they wouldn't be in the future. Could it be that he would remain single for a lifetime? He couldn't believe it. With wealth, looks, and physique, why should he be single? His mother was right. It was time to consider his lifelong affairs. In the office of the chairman of Shifeng Pharmaceuticals, Qian Xijia playfully approached her father with a cheeky grin, affectionately saying, My dear Barbie, have you uncovered anything? After parting ways with Chu Nan, she had entrusted her father to investigate him, curious about the remarkable transformation of an ordinary classmate over the years. Moreover, it was rare to find someone so young possessing such immense wealth. You little rascal, you've always ignored your old man, but now you come seeking my help. Qian Jinghao replied with mild annoyance. Yet, despite his tone, he could not dismiss his daughter's request. He was genuinely intrigued by the abilities of this young man who had single-handedly acquired the multi-billion-dollar Marriott Hotel. The source of such substantial funds remained a mystery. Glimpsing through Chu Nan's personal information, Qian Xijia felt disappointed. Is this all there is? Indeed, this is it. Qian Xijia's expression soured. The investigation yielded little of value. merely recounting what she already knew about Chu Nan, his unremarkable university days, his dismissal from a small company, and no additional information. Your classmate is extraordinary. We could not find any information regarding the funds behind him. Even the bank warned us to cease our inquiries, Qian Jinghao said, his tone heavy with concern. He had not anticipated that such a remarkable individual would be hidden among his daughter's peers, and the identity of this person was evidently complex. Recently, the company has faced some turmoil. There have been issues with drug development. Stay at the company and assist your father. Refrain from wandering too much, he advised earnestly. Sitting in his position, he felt immense pressure. Other shareholders were eyeing his position covetously. The success of the pharmaceutical development was crucial for his continued tenure. Any misstep could lead the Qian family into irrevocable peril. Oh, I understand, Qian Sijia replied, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers, seemingly lost in thought. Qian Jinghao sighed. Once a woman becomes intrigued by a man, she often finds herself ensnared deeper and deeper. He had never imagined his daughter would fixate on a male peer to such an extent. Since childhood, she had rarely interacted with boys. Although some wealthy suitors pursued her, she had never regarded them with any seriousness. In her eyes, they were merely spoiled brats unworthy of her attention. What surprised him was that a university classmate, with whom she had hardly communicated during their time at school, could captivate her interests so profoundly. Moreover, she sensed an allure in Chu Nan that she had never experienced before. This was her first encounter with attraction towards a male. Chu Nan, I must unearth the secrets you hold. Boredom enveloped him, as Chu Nan realized that even a life of wealth could be exceedingly dull. Indeed, the existence of the affluent was often devoid of glamour. He needed to find something to occupy his time. Idling at home was too monotonous. He had grown weary of his phone and games. Just as he was grappling with his ennui, Zhou Ying entered the room. Boss, you should take a look at this. I believe it will pique your interest. Zhou Ying handed him a poster. International piano competition? Initially, Chu Nan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled his expert-level piano talent. Participating in this competition could be a delightful diversion, given that he had little else to do. The event was hosted by Master Griffin, a world-renowned pianist. And those who secured first place would have the opportunity to become his disciple. Master Griffin, a world-class pianist? Now that sounds intriguing. However, one cannot help but wonder about the vast chasm that separates oneself from the virtuosos of the piano on this planet. The prodigious talents of expert pianists are nearly an elite club, with only a handful having reached such heights throughout the annals of piano artistry. Merely 5 figures grace its history. In comparison, it is likely that even Master Griffin pales in comparison to Chu Nan. This is precisely why Zhou Ying, aware of Chu Nan's pianistic prowess, expressed her desire to once again savor the enchanting melodies and heartstrings that his performance evokes. Very well, please register me, Chu Nan said nonchalantly. Zhou Ying hesitated momentarily. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Boss, do you possess a piano certificate? No, Chu Nan replied, shaking his head. Zhou Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. The boss lacks a piano certificate? How can that be? The boss's skill is at least at the level of grade 8, if not beyond. Some renowned pianists I've encountered do not evoke the same vibrancy as Chu Nan. Without a certificate, I fear you won't be able to participate. As this national competition requires at least an 8th grade pianist, those without certification cannot validate their skill level, Zhou Ying said regretfully. This is quite troublesome. Wait a moment. I will make a phone call, Chu Nan said impatiently as he dialed. Hello? Boss, what can I assist you with? Tang An inquired nervously from the office. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you could procure a piano certificate for me, at least at the 8th grade level, Chu Nan requested. A piano certificate? What do you need that for, boss? However, it's relatively easy to obtain, especially for someone of your stature, Tang An replied readily. Simple enough, if you need it. I can deliver it to you in a couple of days. All right, that's all for now. Goodbye, Chu Nan said, then turned to Zhou Ying. Please make the appointment. Once he has secured it in a few days, we can proceed with the registration. Zhou Ying's lips twitched slightly, incredulously pondering the audacity of such an arrangement. The audacity of the affluent. 3 days later, the piano certificate was promptly delivered to Chu Nan. The efficiency of this service was rather remarkable. He had anticipated it would take at least a week, but it was resolved in a mere 2 or 3 days. Indeed, the life of the wealthy is often deceptively simple. The adage that money can accomplish anything holds true. During these days, Chu Nan found himself embodying the essence of a fortunate individual, surrounded by an array of trivial luxuries, ultra-thin lingerie sets, exquisite merchandise, none of which held any significance for him. This morning's sign-in was even more bewildering. A certain enhancement pill, while seemingly ineffective, surprisingly yielded some results that were rather unexpected. Early in the morning, the villa was bustling with gardeners, hired by the property management to tend to the flora of the villa's backyard. Regardless of previous occupancy, They regularly arrived to prune and maintain the grounds. This time, they were taken aback to discover that this hilltop villa was indeed inhabited. Who could possibly afford such an opulent residence valued in the hundreds of millions? They were quite curious about the villa's owner, though many were more enchanted by the maid within. The wealthy certainly know how to indulge, with maid outfits adding to the allure of such a lifestyle. Zhou Ying's sudden appearance only heightened their astonishment, leaving them in a state of incredulity. A beautiful housekeeper. How delightful. Zhou Ying instructed them on a few locations before returning to her tasks. The registration for the international competition required extensive documentation, including an original piano composition. Upon mentioning this to Chu Nan, he merely responded with a bemused expression. Had he not been exceedingly idle these past few days, he would have firmly declined such an endeavor, offering Zhou Ying only perfunctory remarks. There was no need to rush regarding the composition, with Chu Nan's exceptional piano talent. He was the sole individual of his caliber in the world, and creating a piece would pose no challenge whatsoever. After tidying up, Chu Nan took to the road in his Lamborghini, the thunderous roar of the engine startling the gardeners in the villa's backyard. Upon seeing the magnificent vehicle, they were left utterly speechless, gaping at the person behind the wheel. Could this young figure truly be the owner of this grand estate? He appeared scarcely in his 20s, and it was hard not to compare their own lives to his. The stark contrast was disheartening. As he drove through the streets, the cacophonous sounds of the engine jolted passers-by from their stupor. All eyes were drawn to the dazzling car, and many whipped out their phones to capture the moment. Other vehicles hastily cleared a path, for such a luxury automobile could easily be deemed a road tyrant. One slight mishap could devastate a family. Although the affluent were not uncommon in Huaqing, most belonged to the middle class, living a modest existence. Once again, the Lamborghini, a high-performance vehicle, made its appearance, with its owner seemingly venturing out every few days. Such conspicuous wealth stirred envy and resentment among those who merely wished to grasp a glimpse of the luxurious life. As time passed, the presence of the Lamborghini became a source of both admiration and disdain. At last, when the traffic light turned green, Chu Nan pressed the accelerator, unleashing a deafening roar as the car sped off, leaving onlookers relieved to see the ostentatious display of wealth depart. However, not long after, as he turned a corner, a figure darted out, prompting him to slam on the brakes. The elderly woman who fell to the ground began to wail theatrically, "My leg! My leg! Oh no! My leg is broken!" The commotion attracted a crowd, and Chu Nan quickly exited his vehicle to assess the situation. The woman clung to his leg, crying out, "How could you drive like that? Didn't you see me, a living person? My leg is broken. Without at least 100 to 800,000, I won't recover." Before she could finish her lament, a figure emerged from the crowd, shoving Chu Nan forcefully. However, instead of toppling over, Chu Nan stood firm, the assailant stumbling backward as if he had encountered an immovable wall. The man glared at Chu Nan, shouting, "How could you drive like that? Didn't you see my mother, a living person? If anything happens to her, you will pay dearly." Observing the self-directed performance of the duo, Chu Nan came to a realization. These two were conspiring to orchestrate a scam. The elderly woman had abruptly emerged from the shadows, and even if it were true that he had collided with her, she had been vociferously proclaiming that her leg was broken, yet exhibited no visible injuries. Was that plausible? Bystanders began to murmur and point fingers at Chu Nan. Those who resented his luxury vehicle derided him, claiming that wealth alone did not confer superiority, and asked whether being affluent entitled one to run others over. They lamented the plight of the mother and son, and some even filmed the incident, eager to sensationalize it with exaggerated headlines on social media for potential virality. "Are you blind? What are you waiting for? Hurry and take my mother to the hospital." The man, seeing that Chu Nan remained unperturbed, erupted in anger, shouting at him. Chu Nan maintained a calm demeanor and lightly patted the man's shoulder. "Brother, your act is quite convincing, and I've seen enough to discern that you've probably had your sights set on me for quite some time. Haven't you?" The man flinched, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes before he swiftly masked it. "What do you mean? My mother and I are acting? You're the one who carelessly drove into her. Are you planning to deny responsibility? You seem wealthy, yet your character is truly repugnant." The onlookers, who harbored disdain for Chu Nan, echoed the sentiment. "Exactly. So what if you're wealthy? Does that give you the right to injure others? What purpose does the police serve?" Chapter 29. The uselessness of endless wealth. These individuals had witnessed none of the preceding events. They merely sought to join the fray out of jealousy for Chu Nan's youth and opulence while they struggled to make ends meet. Chu Nan, disinterested in their antics, turned to the man before him and said softly, "Brother, are you aware of the existence of dash cams?" "Dash cam? What is that?" The man retorted, "I don't care what it is. Unless you compensate us, you're not leaving. You're driving a luxury car, so why are you so stingy? If you delay further, if anything happens to my mother, you'll be in serious trouble." The man's bravado remained unshaken, while the elderly woman beneath the car clutched her head, wailing, "My son. My head hurts. I can't breathe. I feel awful." Some onlookers, unable to bear the scene, voiced their disapproval. "Why not take her to the hospital first? In this scorching sun, if anything happens to her, can you bear the responsibility?" Indeed, wealthy individuals often possess dark hearts. However, before they could finish their remarks, a chilling voice silenced them. "Be quiet," Chu Nan admonished coldly. His frigid tones sliced through the air, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned by his piercing gaze. "Since you are unaware of what a dashcam is, allow me to enlighten you." Chu Nan's voice resonated ominously in the man's ears. After hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of unease. He appeared increasingly anxious. Was there really such a device? Admittedly, he was a country bumpkin, unfamiliar with many urban concepts, and had sought to test this scheme. Believing that the woman was genuinely his mother, they had agreed to split the proceeds from the scam, waiting for hours until they finally spotted the affluent Chu Nan. As for the elderly woman, the sweltering sun had momentarily clouded her judgment, leaving her dazed. "Stop lying. I don't believe your nonsense. You hit someone." The man snarled through gritted teeth. Chu Nan, tired of the charade, took out his phone and coldly addressed the two on the ground. "If you insist on pursuing this matter, I'll call the police. If you wish to escalate this, you'll be the ones facing incarceration. Please, don't. Young man, don't call the police. I'm fine. I'm fine." The elderly woman, upon hearing the mention of jail, paled and scrambled to her feet, pleading for mercy. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. Hadn't she claimed her leg was broken? How could she suddenly stand without a trace of injury? Seizing the opportunity, the man fled amidst the confusion. Those who had previously criticized Chu Nan stood dumbfounded, feeling the weight of the unusual stares directed at them. And they hurriedly bowed their heads and retreated. "Please, don't report me." The old woman was just momentarily confused. "I beg you, for the sake of my age, spare me." Realizing her accomplice had fled, the elderly woman was now more terrified than ever. As an elderly person, her mobility was poor, and she knew she could not escape from a young man. Nonetheless, Chu Nan showed no mercy. Such behavior could not be tolerated. Ignoring the old woman's pleas, he dialed the authorities, confident that they would soon uncover the truth about her accomplice. The elderly woman slumped to the ground, her face ashen, regretting her decision to trust that wretched scoundrel. If only she had known better, she would not have believed his words. Now it was too late. After the police arrived, the lengthy procedures and inquiries took nearly an hour. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, Chu Nan encountered Wang Mang, who wore a disgruntled expression. Sorry, I'm a tad late," Chu Nan said with an apologetic smile. Wang Mang, exasperated, gestured towards his watch. "A tad late? You've kept me waiting for an entire hour. You've become quite the wealthy individual, haven't you?" With a heavy sigh, he added, "What a hassle. Come now. My old friend, after all these years, you should know me better. I was delayed by a scam attempt," Chu Nan explained. "What? A scam attempt?" Wang Mang was taken aback. "You, driving a luxury car, were targeted for a scam?" Typically, such high-end vehicles deter even the most audacious scammers. They wouldn't dare approach someone who can afford such luxury. Anyone wealthy enough to drive such a car likely has connections that they cannot afford to provoke. Chu Nan, equally bewildered, admitted, "I never expected to be involved in a scam myself. That man was truly peculiar. I told him about my dash cam, and he had no idea what it was." Haha. Wang Mang burst into laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. "Indeed, there are oddities each year, but this one is particularly amusing. How did you handle it?" He was incredulous at how Chu Nan had disregarded the elderly woman's pleas and called the police outright, giving him a thumbs up. "I never imagined you'd be so ruthless," Wang Mang remarked. The two were now at a food street near their former university, a place they frequented during their college days. "It's surreal. How did you become a billionaire overnight?" Wang Mang mused, looking disheartened. Chu Nan chuckled. "I merely had a stroke of luck." "A stroke of luck? I wish I could have such luck and become a billionaire too. Can you help me out?" They continued to eat and chat, reminiscing about their university days and recent events. Suddenly, Wang Mang wore a mischievous grin. "So, did anything happen between you and the beautiful Qian that day?" Chu Nan shrugged. "Nothing at all happened." Wang Mang looked incredulous. "Really? Is that true?" "It was indeed my first encounter with the bold and proactive Qian, the beauty. Could it be that there was no hint of flirtation between you two?" "No, absolutely not. Upon reflection, if one were to speak of flirtation, it would hardly count. That mischievous girl seemed as if she had yet to mature. She was whimsical, and if she were to enter a relationship, it would undoubtedly be a challenge for someone." "What a pity," Wang Mang lamented. "What a pity for what? Are you interested in her?" Chu Nan replied nonchalantly. "Who wouldn't be interested in such a beauty? Even if I were, Qian the beauty would never look my way. You, my friend, are wealthy and handsome, a veritable heartthrob," Wang Mang said with envy. Chu Nan sighed deeply. a look of melancholy on his face as he uttered, "Do not be deceived by my wealth. I, too, have my troubles." Troubles? What troubles? Spending all day at home, utterly idle, with money that seems endless. Chapter 30. Encounter with the eccentric young ladies. What the heck? Are you even speaking human language? I would love to experience a life where money knows no bounds. Wang Mang's chest heaved with indignation. Had he not restrained himself, he would have been tempted to give his head a good knock. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so brightly. Just a joke, Chu Nan chuckled. Wang Mang looked utterly speechless. I suspect you are merely putting on airs, and I have evidence. Gradually, as their conversation progressed, Wang Mang's expression morphed into something peculiar. With all the shares of the Marriott Hotel, he also had 10 rental properties in prime educational districts. I say, brother, you haven't found yourself a wealthy older woman as the rumors suggest, have you? Is it a gift from some 60-year-old heiress? Wang Mang asked with a strange look. It wasn't mere imagination. There indeed existed such a possibility. Just days ago, he had seen a viral story about a young lad marrying a woman nearing 60. Each time he received a stack of cash, the young man would reluctantly plant a kiss on her, while onlookers cheered. After all, the world is filled with peculiarities, and bizarre events often transpire. For instance, today's incident of attempting to scam someone. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not dare to target Chu Nan's vehicle. Upon hearing this, Chu Nan nearly spat out his drink, his face darkening as he replied, "Are you out of your mind? Do you think I am that sort of person? The thought of a 60th birthday celebration. How dare you even entertain that notion?" He was at a loss. Even if he were impoverished, he wouldn't stoop to courting a 60-year-old heiress. Surely, it would be someone in their 30s or 40s. Cough, cough, cough. I was merely making a metaphor. A metaphor. This was not his genuine sentiment. Moreover, Chu Nan was not in want of money and had no need to dwell on such matters. Why must your life be so fantastical? Back in college, you wouldn't even spare a dime to sing a song. Now, in just 2 short years, you have become a billionaire. I truly do not know how you accomplished it. Wang Mang marveled. Chu Nan chuckled. It was all due to his fortuitous circumstances. Were it not for the system, he might still be suffering indignities at that dismal company. Compared to ordinary folks, his brother's life was relatively commendable, working at a respectable company with a decent position and salary, placing him in the middle-income bracket of the Flower City. Furthermore, Wang Mang's home was set for redevelopment, so while his life might not surpass Chu Nan's, it wouldn't be too far behind either. The two conversed for nearly 2 hours before concluding their discussion, just as they settled the bill and prepared to part ways. A few petite figures suddenly obstructed their path. A few girls, seemingly no older than 18, blocked Chu Nan's way, their makeup alarmingly conspicuous, enough to startle any ordinary onlooker. Thick foundation and exaggerated eyeliner adorned their faces, and most notably, they bore a tattoo resembling an eye in the middle of their brows. Were these not eccentric young ladies? They were fervently interested in the latest trends, such as social movements and quotes, which had gained popularity online recently. Although Chu Nan had encountered such trends online, he had swiftly scrolled past them without a second glance. Each of these young ladies sported nearly identical appearances, clad in flamboyant attire, exuding an air of arrogance as if they were royalty. "Hey, they are handsome. Are you taken? If not, would you consider us?" Upon seeing him, one exclaimed, "The moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was stolen." The group of eccentric young ladies struck flirtatious poses, casting coy glances at Chu Nan. Chu Nan's eyelid twitched involuntarily, internally exclaiming how glaringly absurd this was. Where on earth did these extraordinary beings come from? Where's my brother? Because Wang Mang bore an unremarkable appearance, these young ladies showed no interest in him. He was currently hiding off to the side, chuckling at the absurdity. The scene was comical, the beauty almost too overwhelming to behold. "Ladies, I have no interest in playing with you. Come back when you've matured." Chu Nan waved his hand, breaking free from their encirclement. Chu Nan was tall and robust, and thanks to genetic enhancements, his physique resembled that of a human statue. The young ladies, caught in the moment, felt compelled to touch him, becoming enamored with his form. Wow, those abs are incredibly prominent. Who would have thought that beneath those clothes lies such a perfect physique? They exclaimed, utterly captivated. "Hey, don't go, handsome. Let's exchange WeChat. You can't judge us without seeing for yourself whether we've matured." From a distance, Chu Nan nearly stumbled at the audacity of their words, feeling utterly drained as he thought. Are today's young girls this bold? Have they lost touch with reality, or am I simply out of sync with the times? These girls are far too aggressive. This was his first encounter with eccentric young ladies, and he finally understood why there was such prejudice against them online. Yet, who among the youth has not erred? In a few years, when these young girls look back at photos from this time, their mindset might just shatter. After dropping Wang Mang off at home, Chu Nan returned to his aerial garden. Chapter 31. Living. Upon arriving home, Zhouing informed him of a visitor. It turned out to be a representative from the international piano competition. Upon entering the living room, Chu Nan encountered the staff member, who appeared to be in his 50s. Clad in a suit, he exuded a strong aura shaped by an artistic environment. However, the expression he wore upon seeing Chu Nan was far from pleasant. The reason was clear. He suspected that Chu Nan's credentials were fraudulent, as this international competition was of utmost significance. Naturally, this led to the scrutiny of various participants. With nearly 500 competitors, over 200 were found to possess counterfeit certificates. The so-called counterfeit certificates were genuine in appearance, yet the skill levels inscribed upon them were not. As they interviewed participants, it became evident that many of these so-called level 8 pianists were merely amateurs, their skills not even reaching a professional standard. Piano proficiency is categorized into amateur and expert levels, both ranging from 1 to 9, with level 8 amateur proficiency barely scraping the surface of competence. Perhaps to the casual observer, their skills seemed refined, but within the true circle, they were merely novices, far from the realm of excellence. From the moment Chu Nan appeared, the staff member was indeed taken aback and surprised. To his astonishment, it appears that the owner of this villa, rumored to be a prestigious residence within elite circles, is a young man of merely around 20 years of age. The exorbitant price, exceeding hundreds of millions, has deterred many, yet it is surprising to discover that such a youthful individual holds the title of owner. Extending a hand with a congenial smile, Zhong Yuanzhou introduced himself. "Greetings, Mr. Chu. I am the vice president of the Huaqing Piano Association. You may call me Old Zhong." Mr. Chu Nan, equally polite, extended his hand in return. However, upon making contact with Chu Nan's palm, Old Zhong's expression shifted once more, casting doubt on the young man's capabilities. His hands bore no traces of piano practice, smooth and unblemished like those of a novice child, lacking even a hint of calluses. It seemed as though he had never touched a piano, leading Zhong to question how proficient he could truly be, even suspecting that Mr. Chu's skills might be inferior to those he had encountered previously. As the vice president, he felt a strong aversion towards such individuals. Having stated his purpose, he attentively observed Chu Nan's demeanor. Yet, the young man showed no signs of being perturbed, exuding a calm confidence that left Zhong puzzled. Could it be that his initial doubts were misplaced, that Mr. Chu indeed possessed some level of skill? Of course, this merely alleviated some of Zhong's skepticism. To ascertain whether Chu Nan had the requisite talent for an international piano competition, it was essential for him to perform a piece. The trio made their way to the piano room, where Zhong and Zhou Ying stood at the side. Zhong appeared expectant, while Zhou's reaction was markedly different, a blend of anticipation and excitement. To her, Chu Nan's proficiency seemed more than adequate for participation in an international contest. As Chu Nan settled before the piano, Zhong was visibly moved. The subtle aura emanating from him seemed reminiscent of only a select few grand masters of the piano. Yet, how could someone so young possess a level of skill that rivaled the likes of Griffin? It was not that Zhong lacked belief. Rather, he found it hard to accept the possibility. After decades of dedicated practice, he had only just begun to reach the threshold of mastery. And if this young man had already attained such heights, then all his years of toil would seem futile, a notion so absurd that no one would believe it. Thoughts of expert-level piano talent swirled in Zhong's mind as he closed his eyes, envisioning the creation of his own composition. Memories of past struggles, the relentless pursuit of survival in this city, flooded his consciousness. Zhong was not impatient. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The aura emanating from Chu Nan was markedly different from before, steeped in a rich artistic influence that suggested his abilities were far beyond those of others. He gathered his thoughts, crafting a piece that would astonish the world. Gradually, he opened his eyes, bringing a halt to his musings, focusing entirely on the music he was about to create. People strive to live, burdened by the pressures of daily existence, family, finances, status, struggling under the weight of societal expectations. Akin to mountains pressing down upon them, they persevere in their quest to establish themselves in this world. The title of his composition would be Living. Vivid memories resurfaced in his mind. His fingers gently graced the keys as the melodic strains and harmonies began to resonate throughout the piano room. The delicate hands of a youthful boy danced gracefully across the keys, reminiscent of a young maiden in motion. The tumultuous shifts in melody and rhythm finally stirred Zhong's emotions. Chapter 32. To call him a god of music would not be an exaggeration. The exquisite transformations of the melody, coupled with the aura of mastery radiating from Chu Nan, utterly astounded Zhong. His eyes quivered, wide with shock, his entire being taut with tension. Anyone who dared to touch Zhong at that moment would find his form as unyielding as stone. Zhou Ying, too, had tears welling in her beautiful eyes. The music had stirred deep emotions within her. A truly exceptional piece possesses the power to evoke feelings. Compared to the casual tunes Chu Nan had played earlier, this composition left an indelible impression. The initial melody was gentle and somewhat naive, failing to elicit a strong reaction, even bordering on the ordinary. Yet as the emotional shifts followed the melody, they erupted like a tempest. Finally, Zhong understood why the opening notes seemed so innocent. They mirrored a pure and unblemished youth, untouched by the harsh realities of life, preserving that essence of innocence. Zhong was transported back to his own university days, recalling the playful antics and mischief of youth, a time when he was blissfully unaware of life's burdens. As the piece progressed, the mood shifted to one of heaviness, tinged with sadness, the farewell to the campus life he once cherished. The stormy chords and somber notes struck at his heart with each progression, echoing the harsh realities of entering adulthood, the confusion and aimlessness that often accompany it. The youthful spirit, once vibrant, was repeatedly battered, and the fervor that once burned brightly was extinguished, leaving behind a hollow acceptance of societal norms. As the final notes faded, a tear escaped the corner of Zhong's eye. The world is cruel, and within this composition, he witnessed a powerless youth, burdened by overwhelming pressure, trudging forward with a bent spine, an embodiment not befitting one new to the world. Time and again subjected to humiliation, beneath the glamorous facade of the city lay unspoken struggles. The music concluded with a profound melancholy. At night, when the pressures of the day are released, many find solace in tears, and the vivid imagery evoked by the melody lingered poignantly in Zhong's mind. Zhou Ying's eyes were red from weeping, the music reminding her of her own arduous journey upon arriving in Huaqing, from being oppressed by her superiors to enduring their unwanted advances. She had faced countless challenges in this city, yet she maintained her pure heart, untainted by societal pressures. Indeed, it was Chu Nan who offered her salvation. In him, she perceived qualities not often found in the wealthy. Unlike the arrogant scions of privilege, Chu Nan bore no lecherous tendencies nor looked down upon others. Instead, he appeared refreshingly ordinary, perhaps explaining why Zhou Ying felt drawn to him, an irresistible curiosity to uncover the depths of his character. As the final notes faded and the music dissipated, both remained entranced, even Chu Nan, lost in the reverie of his own performance. This composition rivaled the works of any renowned pianist in the world, perhaps even surpassing them in depth and emotion. Such is the terrifying potential of prodigious talent. Within moments, Chu Nan had created a piece capable of touching the very strings of the human heart. Once this piece is uploaded online, it will undoubtedly ignite a musical wave across the entire internet, capable of reverberating throughout the entire artistic community. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the piano room, while the lingering notes from the piano resonated throughout the villa, causing the eyes of Xia Yingyue and her companions to glisten with unshed tears. It seemed that the piano had not been touched by anyone for quite some time. Who could be playing the piano? However, upon noticing two figures, their hurried steps gradually slowed, drawn to the contemplative expressions on Zhou Ying and an elderly gentleman's faces, both lost in reminiscence. As they stood at the doorway and heard that familiar sound, Xia Yingyue covered her crimson lips, her face alight with disbelief. It was Chu Nan, sitting before the piano. With his back straight and an aura markedly different from usual, he exuded a charm that was utterly captivating. The maids had never anticipated that their seemingly unremarkable boss possessed such a side. A man so perfect was right before their eyes. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Elder Zhong and Zhou Ying returned to reality. The sound of resounding applause filled the piano room. Elder Zhong's face flushed with excitement and fervor. Wonderful. Remarkable. I never expected such youthful talent to emerge from Huaqing, so young yet embodying the essence of a master craftsman. The previous individuals paled in comparison to Mr. Chu. To call him a god of music would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 33. That was my lost youth. Elder Zhong's praise was not an exaggeration. Once this piece is shared, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the music world. At such a young age, possessing the temperament of a master artisan, he far surpasses his peers in both skill and creativity. He even questioned whether Chu Nan had been playing since infancy. In Zhou Ying's eyes, there was a profound astonishment at the high regard the elderly gentleman held for Chu Nan. Of course, those familiar with Elder Zhong would find it hard to believe that he would offer such lavish praise to anyone, and witnessing this scene would leave many slack-jawed. Elder Zhong was known for his high standards and had countless apprentices, yet none had ever received his commendation. His stringent requirements had driven many away. I've merely played casually. Chu Nan replied with a nonchalant smile. The maids exchanged impressed glances, silently giving him a thumbs up. Their boss's display was remarkable. Such effortless elegance was lethal. Yet, it was not that Chu Nan intended to show off. He felt a certain dissatisfaction, sensing a lack of nuance in his performance. Elder Zhong wore a bittersweet smile. Casually played? This casual piece has left many feeling inadequate, as if all their years of practice were for naught. Such exquisite technique and original composition are unparalleled. Mr. Chu is truly astonishing. I never thought Huaqing had such a talented young friend, Elder Zhong lamented. The maids, their eyes sparkling with admiration, had never envisioned their seemingly indifferent boss exhibiting such brilliance. A man who could play the piano so beautifully was undeniably handsome. But a cold glance swiftly brought them back to reality. As they met Zhou Ying's gaze, they hurriedly retreated, for she was the only one they truly feared. Her formidable presence was on an entirely different level. These girls have become rather brazen lately. When did they arrive? Perhaps they had been too engrossed in the performance. In truth, when Zhou Ying saw the maid's fervent gazes fixed on Chu Nan, her feelings were more of annoyance. She wished to claim him for herself. Oh dear, how could I think such a thing? Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed crimson once more, her gaze becoming unfocused. When Chu Nan's eyes fell upon her, she quickly lowered her head, feeling increasingly insecure. What is wrong with this woman? Why is her face so red? Is she feverish? Chu Nan mused, wondering if Zhou Ying would be infuriated if she knew his thoughts. Elder Zhong seemed to have a request, hesitating before speaking again. I would like to ask Mr. Chu for a favor. Could you play another piece? He wished to record this composition for his old friends, convinced that their reactions would be priceless. Chu Nan readily agreed, finding such a task simple. However, after this performance, Elder Zhong's expression became even more animated, disbelief evident on his face. The previous melody was now even more stable. The rhythm and harmony enhanced to perfection. In such a short span of time, he had elevated the piece to an entirely new level. What incredible talent must Chu Nan possess? To say he was the reincarnation of Beethoven would not be an exaggeration. Subsequently, Elder Zhong apologized to Chu Nan for his earlier dismissive attitude. Yet, Chu Nan was unfazed. As long as one possesses true skill, there is no need for argument when one can simply let their abilities speak for themselves. After Elder Zhong stayed for dinner, he took his leave. Upon returning home, he noticed that his old friends wore expressions of discontent, clearly indicating that most contenders did not meet the required standards. After visiting 50 places, only a few barely reached the level necessary for the competition. What are these amateurs doing here, making a fool of themselves? It's exhausting for us old-timers. It seems that this year's international competition will see no one from Huaqing winning Master Griffin's favor. The elderly gentleman sighed heavily. Though Huaqing boasted countless so-called piano masters, only a few possessed genuine talent. Those regarded as masters were merely beginners in their eyes. Only those truly within the circle understood the real standards of these individuals. Elder Zhong, you returned looking quite pleased. How did your visits go? Li Hongyi noted his friend's expression. This old fellow only displayed such demeanor when something particularly joyous occurred. Most were mere showpieces, but one place. I'm still struggling to believe that this piece was composed by a young person. In time, even Master Griffin may pale in comparison to him. Goodness, Elder Zhong has made such a statement. Even Master Griffin might not surpass the individual he speaks of? They were all intrigued. Li Hongyi inquired curiously, what kind of person could earn such high praise from you? Elder Zhong said little more, playing the recorded piece. In an instant, Li Hongyi leaped to his feet, his once dull eyes now sharp and bright, widening in astonishment, then narrowing intently. The others wore expressions of incredulity, their aged bodies trembling, eyes closed in reverie, as scenes from the past flooded their minds, as if those events had occurred just yesterday. As the melody drew to a close, several pairs of eyes were already red with emotion, tears cascading down their aged cheeks. How exquisite! How marvelous! Memories of yesteryears felt as if they had transpired just yesterday. Ah, the fleeting essence of my lost youth. Chapter 34, A Reward of an Office Building. They had long since immersed themselves in the music, savoring its lingering notes. Gradually, they steadied their emotions, and Li Hongyi was the first to speak. Who is the virtuoso behind this performance? I had no idea that such a pianist existed within Huaqing. The finesse and melody displayed were far beyond their own capabilities. It was a rarity indeed to find someone of such caliber in Huaqing, perhaps only a mere handful. The performer of this piece evoked the sensation of listening to a master of the highest echelon. He was fervently eager to uncover the identity of this prodigy, for he had never heard of someone of such prowess within their circle. Ha ha ha, old Li, don't be in such a rush, chuckled old Zhong, his face adorned with a broad smile as he presented Chu Nan's information. What? Only 21 years old? Li Hongyi exclaimed, astonishment etched across his features. The surrounding old friends also wore expressions of disbelief, quickly gathering around. Upon discovering Chu Nan's age, they collectively gasped in awe. Truly, just 21. To be able to perform and compose such a timeless piece at such a tender age. No wonder old Zhong bestowed such high praise. However, the investigation revealed that Chu Nan's credentials had only recently been acquired, likely through connections. But what of it? Old Zhong had personally verified the matter. and the composition itself was ample proof of Chu Nan's capability to participate in international competitions. Truly, the youth is formidable, they lamented, unable to quell their admiration. Even at their age, they could hardly measure up to Chu Nan. The potential of such a young talent was boundless. Where does Mr. Chu reside? I must pay him a visit. A talent of such caliber deserves to be witnessed in person, Li Hongyi inquired eagerly. Old Zhong smiled enigmatically, revealing an expression both curious and amused. You would never guess, but Mr. Chu is none other than the owner of the villa atop the Sky Garden. Li Hongyi and the other elderly gentleman's pupils dilated in surprise, their expressions shifting. The owner of that mountaintop villa? At such a young age to possess such immense wealth. After all, that villa was valued in the hundreds of millions. Why had they never heard of such a figure in their circles? It seemed that Mr. Chu was indeed no ordinary individual. A young talent of this caliber had eluded their notice. They exchanged glances, discussing amongst themselves, fully aware that in the upcoming international competition, Chu Nan would undoubtedly be an unforeseen dark horse. Perhaps he could even capture the attention of Master Griffin. They hoped he would focus on his preparations. Little did they know, Chu Nan had no intention of taking the competition seriously. For him, it was merely a pastime. As for putting his heart into it, impossible. A beautiful life awaited him, and such trivial matters were hardly worthy of his concern. The following morning, with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Chu Nan opened the system panel, muttering under his breath, "Oh, venerable ancestors, may the Supreme Elder bless me. I beseech you for something worthwhile. For the past few days have yielded nothing but rubbish. What with all these Okamoto products, underwear, and a plethora of useless items, though they may be fine within their category, none of it serves any purpose for me." With a heart full of apprehension, he clicked to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the T1 office building at the City Center Plaza. Please proceed to the location within 3 days to claim your prize. Gasp. Chu Nan took a deep breath, nearly leaping with excitement. Finally, something genuinely useful. An office building in the City Center Plaza, valued at over several billion, including all the commercial spaces within it, which would now be under his purview. This meant that all the rental income would flow directly into his pockets. He had previously inquired about that location. The monthly rent alone was around 400,000 to 500,000, translating to an annual profit of 6 to 7 million. And with T1 comprising 10 floors, each floor would be occupied by tenants, meaning Chu Nan would amass an annual rental income of 60 to 70 million. He was familiar with this place as he had once worked in this very building as a lowly employee. Now, upon his return, he was the owner. The mere thought of the potential rental income no longer thrilled him, as he had grown somewhat numb to such figures. After all, the annual profit from the Marriott Hotel was nearly 200 million. Money had become merely a number in his eyes. His excitement stemmed from the building itself, whose total worth exceeded 10 billion, far surpassing that of the Marriott. Situated in the bustling heart of Huaqing, its value would surely appreciate over time. Making rent increases a non-issue. In the grand scheme of things, this office building promised to yield a measurable value. 3 days to claim it? He could hardly contain his eagerness. After a quick wash-up, he hopped on his electric scooter and ventured out, garnering glances that rivaled those drawn by a Lamborghini. Chapter 35, The Foolish Commoner. Wow. What is that motorcycle of yours? Goodness gracious. That bike is simply stunning. I've never seen anything like it. The sound, the roar. The young man atop the motorcycle was equally appealing. Considering his looks, I wouldn't mind engaging in a delightful conversation with him for an entire evening. Indeed, no matter where he went, even without a luxury car, Chu Nan remained the most striking figure on the street. Yet, as is often the case, there were those who harbored envy. Some onlookers sneered, their disdain palpable. It's just a piece of junk motorcycle. What is so impressive about it? I'll buy one myself someday. No matter how flashy it won't shield you from the elements, scoffed a driver of a Volkswagen, his jealousy simmering as he noticed the admiring glances from nearby ladies. Sure, the pretty boy looks decent, but what does that matter? Riding a clunky motorcycle, how can he compare to me? The Volkswagen driver mused, oblivious to the fact that Chu Nan's bike, should it ever be sold, would fetch a price that would dwarf the cost of his own vehicle by a significant margin. The mere technical aspects of it were priceless, and once revealed, nations would vie to acquire it. As the traffic light turned green, a thunderous roar accompanied Chu Nan as he sped away, leaving a trail of infatuated gazes from young women who watched his charismatic figure disappear into the distance. Upon arriving at the city center, despite it not being a holiday, the area was bustling with activity. After parking his vehicle, Chu Nan made his way to the entrance of his office building. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed your prize. With the system's announcement, several items related to the office building were added to his inventory. The third floor of this building housed the company where he had once worked as a mere employee. Now, he returned as its owner. Just as he emerged from the parking garage, Wang Jun, who had been gazing up at the towering structure, recognized the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure below. Wait a minute. Isn't that the kid who was riding the motorcycle? A disdainful smile crept across Wang Jun's face. Was he truly basking in glory on the road earlier? Now, I shall utterly obliterate your moment of splendor. Ahem, what manner of people are these, standing idly downstairs? If they possess any semblance of humanity, I would have mistaken them for scavengers. Wang Jun raised his voice as he passed by Chu Nan, casting a scornful glance in his direction. Chu Nan regarded the arrogant Wang Jun with the gaze reserved for fools, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Is this person truly an imbecile? It seems he does not even recognize me. Was that contemptuous glance directed at me? He couldn't care less. Viewing Wang Jun as no more significant than an ant beneath his feet, their worlds not even remotely aligned. Yet, as Wang Jun entered, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Did this fellow truly not realize that the words he had just uttered were aimed at him? The audacity of this boy, whistling nonchalantly without a hint of anger. Wang Jun had anticipated that he might storm in, seizing the opportunity to humiliate him through the security personnel. However, to his astonishment, Chu Nan completely ignored him. This left Wang Jun feeling somewhat frustrated. Never mind, I shall not stoop to the level of such a rustic individual. He adjusted his Rolex, a timepiece for which he had expended considerable effort to acquire, even enlisting a friend to purchase it in installments. Today, donning this watch, he could flaunt it before his colleagues, and the mere thought filled him with delight. Since this is an office building, there was little reason for him to linger. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he inquired, "Hello? Who's this? Good day, may I speak with Mr. Chu?" "Yes, this is he." "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the manager of the T1 building on Honghai Road. I apologize for the intrusion, but we require your attention regarding the rent payments from the various tenants. Would you be so kind as to come by?" The caller's tone was cautious. Fully aware that he was speaking to the owner of the entire office building, a figure of such immense stature was a first for him. To purchase this entire edifice would require no less than 2 billion. One could only ponder what drives these wealthy individuals to spend such sums on a mere building. Indeed, to the ordinary affluent, 2 billion appears an astronomical figure, yet to Chu Nan, it is but a collection of digits, matters that need not concern him. "No problem. I have time. I'm downstairs now. Just tell me which floor, and I shall ascend," Chu Nan replied deliberately. Upon hearing that Chu Nan was downstairs, Pan Ping was taken aback, trembling slightly. The big boss is indeed downstairs. Is this a surprise inspection? Pan Ping hastily responded, "Please hold on. I shall come down to escort you." Just as he was about to leave, Chu Nan's voice came through again. "No need to trouble yourself. I will go up on my own. Just wait at the entrance." Yes. Pan Ping nodded vigorously, and after hanging up, he hurried to the entrance, leaving the employees puzzled by their manager's sudden urgency. Who is he rushing off to meet? They had never witnessed their manager in such a flustered state. Chapter 36. If I regret this, I shall lick your shoes clean. After a couple of minutes, Chu Nan arrived on the upper floor. In the left office area was where Pan Ping worked, and upon seeing the unassuming figure at the entrance, he initially wondered if this simple-looking man could possibly be Mr. Chu. Not daring to underestimate the situation, he approached cautiously, asking, "Are you Mr. Chu?" "Yes, I am," Chu Nan nodded. With confirmation, Pan Ping let out a sigh of relief. Had he underestimated this individual, he could have easily jeopardized his own future. Pan Ping led Chu Nan into the office area, where others looked on in astonishment at their manager's demeanor. The ingratiating smile he wore seemed to be an attempt to appease this stranger. They had never before seen him treat anyone with such deference. Even the owners of the shops downstairs were compelled to show respect to him. Moreover, this young man appeared utterly ordinary, dressed in what seemed like inexpensive attire. Despite being mere employees, they prided themselves on their fashion choices, often donning trendy brands. Could it be that he is a discreetly affluent individual? After inviting Chu Nan into the office, Pan Ping prepared to brew tea, knowing full well he must not show any negligence towards someone of this stature, fearing to provoke displeasure. Just then, Wang Jun emerged from the restroom, basking in the glory of his new Rolex. He felt a swell of pride, as many had noticed the watch upon his arrival at the company, gratifying his vanity. Just then, a junior colleague whispered, "Brother Wang, the manager has already organized the reports for you. Be careful when you go in. He has summoned an important guest." "An important guest? Who?" Wang Jun inquired, perplexed. The realization that even the manager was eager to please this individual left him astounded. After all, the shop owners in this building sought to curry favor with the manager, who could possibly command such respect that even the manager felt compelled to acquiesce. Wang Jun approached the manager's office door, cautiously opening it, only for his expression to shift dramatically upon seeing Chu Nan. "You? How did you end up here?" Wang Jun was incredulous. Could the esteemed guest summoned by the manager truly be this person? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. How could this pauper possibly be the manager's invited guest? The sight of him, clad in such rags, was revolting. And even the air in the office seemed to carry an unpleasant odor. This guy must have snuck in. Why wouldn't I be here? Chu Nan replied with an amused smile. What a twist of fate to encounter this fool again in such a setting, judging by the documents he held. It appeared he was an employee here. Humph, still playing coy are we? Is this position even yours? Don't think I don't know. You dare to sneak into the manager's office. Are you planning to steal something? Wang Jun wore a triumphant expression, convinced of his superiority. He could not fathom that this seemingly destitute individual could be the esteemed guest in the manager's eyes. Steal? Did your manager not inform you that I am his honored guest? At this moment, Chu Nan's expression darkened. He detested being wrongfully accused. Wang Jun, oblivious to the gravity of his words, continued, Bah. His disdain was palpable. And he looked at Chu Nan with the same revulsion one might reserve for refuse in a sewer. Look at yourself. You think you are worthy? You, a guest of our manager? Everyone in this building praises him. Even the shop owners must show him respect. Chu Nan's expression darkened significantly as he spoke in a somber tone. You should not regret the words you've spoken. Regret? Wang Jun's disdain deepened, and he arrogantly retorted, If I were to regret, I would lick your shoes clean. Do you really consider yourself a person of importance? Be wise and leave quickly, or I shall summon security. At that moment, Pan Ping entered with a tray of freshly brewed tea, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he was so startled that he nearly dropped the cup, his legs trembling. Wang Jun, what on earth are you doing? Pan Ping roared, resembling a furious lion. Wang Jun was equally taken aback by the unexpected outburst, his expression shifting to one of delight upon seeing the manager, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He mistakenly assumed the manager's ire was directed at the unfamiliar Chu Nan. Manager, you've finally returned. This scoundrel has infiltrated your office with the intent to steal. I shall expel him this very moment. Just as he finished speaking, Pan Ping kicked out in anger, shouting, Are you looking to die? Don't drag me into this. Chapter 37. Chu Nan, what are you doing here? Pan Ping was both terrified and furious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had only stepped out briefly. Yet such chaos had ensued. Was this man an imbecile? In a room full of eyes, who would dare to sneak into his office? Anyone with a modicum of common sense would not entertain such thoughts. Had Wang Jun's mind turned to mush today? Although he usually held this young man in high regard, Wang Jun's affront to Chu Nan was utterly intolerable. Manager, your staff is rather amusing. I believe it is best I take my leave, lest I tarnish your office. Chu Nan remarked with a wry smile, rising to depart. Pan Ping, now more anxious than ever, hurriedly blocked his path, incessantly apologizing. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Chu Nan. It is my failure in management. I shall have him removed at once. Wang Jun, still in a daze from being thrown to the ground, suddenly became frantic upon hearing the manager's intent to dismiss him. Manager, you can't fire me. I work diligently and with dedication. If you dismiss me, how will I survive? He nearly fell to his knees in supplication, genuinely shocked that the seemingly ordinary Chu Nan was indeed a distinguished guest invited by the manager. Had he known earlier, even with 100-fold courage, he would not have dared to mock Chu Nan. Being fired would mean the end of his livelihood, with car loans, mortgage payments, and his installment plan for a Rolex. Each of these debts required monthly repayments. Get out. You think you can remain here after offending Mr. Chu Nan? Hurry and leave. Security. Soon, the security personnel rushed in, and Wang Jun was dragged out like a dog. Manager, please, grant me one more chance. The surrounding employees exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting shock. What was happening? Why was Wang Jun being escorted out by security? It was well known that Wang Jun had maintained a decent rapport with the manager, often seen dining together. His minions were equally perplexed, rushing forward to inquire, Brother Wang, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled? Wang Jun's connection to the manager had afforded him some protection, and the thought of his downfall sent shivers through them. Wang Jun, with vacant eyes, managed a wretched smile, weakly stating, I've been fired by the manager. What? The atmosphere in the office thickened with tension as both men fell silent. But Chu Nan's formidable presence left Pan Ping gasping for breath. Pan Ping stood trembling, drenched in cold sweat, too afraid to make a sound. The stillness was broken as Chu Nan sighed deeply. Very well, let us proceed. Please bring me the rental reports for each tenant. With a sigh of relief, Pan Ping hastily rummaged through the pile of documents, finally presenting the files to Chu Nan after about a minute. Upon reviewing the rental amounts, most hovered around 500,000, with a few between 600 and 700,000, and many contracts nearing expiration. The rents were paid annually, indicating that this round of collections would yield at least 50 to 60 million, if not more. In the past, such a sum would have set Chu Nan's heart racing. But now, his countenance betrayed no emotion. It was as if he had grown numb to such figures. Which of these tenants require lease renewals? Chu Nan inquired. Pan Ping responded. Most of their contracts are nearing expiration, and the renewal status is crucial. The majority wish to renew. For how long? Chu Nan pressed. Some wish to renew for 5 years. Others for 3, while 2 intend to renew for just 1 year. Pan Ping handed over another document containing details of the tenants leasing office spaces, some for corporate use and others for entertainment venues. Chu Nan promptly dismissed the 2 seeking 1-year renewals, deeming such a short duration inadequate. A longer renewal period would benefit both parties. Though not in dire need of money, he never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Companies aiming for long-term growth typically preferred longer leases. I need to discuss this matter with those 2, Chu Nan stated slowly. Pan Ping swiftly dialed the phone numbers of the 2 tenants. Upon receiving the call, they abandoned their tasks and hurried over. Within 5 minutes, they arrived, and one of them, upon seeing Chu Nan, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Chu Nan, what are you doing here? Chapter 38. The Invitation from Lu Yashuan. Tang He, what brings you here? Chu Nan replied, equally astonished to encounter someone from his previous workplace. But why was Tang He in charge of this lease renewal? Mr. Tang, so you know Mr. Chu Nan? Pan Ping interjected, surprised. Tang He, a branch manager, was responsible for this renewal based on his own directives. Oh, it seems you might not be aware, Manager Pan. Chu Nan was once an employee of our company. But due to prior conflicts, he was dismissed by the previous leadership. Tang He shrugged nonchalantly. What? Mr. Chu Nan was employed at your company? And he was dismissed? Pan Ping exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone of Chu Nan's caliber could be dismissed by mere branch management. Good heavens! Has the world turned upside down? Or did the previous branch manager overestimate their authority? How bold to dismiss such a formidable figure. Tang He did not notice the expression on Pan Ping's face. Instead, he gazed in astonishment at Chu Nan. It had been such a long time since they last met, and he couldn't help but remark, you seem taller. Tang He wore an expression of incredulity, as previously, when they stood side by side, there appeared to be no significant difference in height. However, this time, Chu Nan stood a full head above him. Had it not been for Chu Nan's choice of flat shoes, Tang He would have suspected that he was concealing height-enhancing insoles. I have been putting on a bit of weight lately, Chu Nan chuckled. Tang He was one of the few friends he had made at his previous company, and their relationship had been quite amicable. In the early days of their employment, Tang He often lent him a helping hand. It turned out that after that insufferable fat man was dismissed, Tang He had taken over the management of this branch office. Surprisingly, even Chu Nan had not anticipated that the headquarters would appoint him to such a position. By the way, how did you end up here? Tang He asked, puzzled. Before Chu Nan could respond, Pan Ping interjected with a smile. Mr. Tang, are you not aware? Mr. Chu is the owner of this office building. In other words, he is your landlord. Choking on a mouthful of water, Tang He could hardly believe his ears as he exclaimed, what? This building belongs to Chu Nan. How is that even possible? He knew Chu Nan well. Since graduating from university and entering the company, he had lived a frugal life. Often reluctant to attend company dinners that required splitting the bill, and frequently bullied by his superiors. Even promotions that should have rightfully been his had been pocketed by his boss. If Chu Nan truly owned this building, then why had he endured such humiliation for so long? His gaze instinctively turned to Chu Nan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, Tang, he gasped. Realization dawning upon him. This was indeed true. You are incredible. If you own this building, why did you tolerate that fat man for so long? One word from you, and he could have been gone. Tang, he was baffled. If Chu Nan had such power, why endure the fat man's antics? With a resigned smile, Chu Nan replied, I only acquired this building recently, but do you really think the fat man was dismissed without my influence? In that moment, Tang he understood the implication of Chu Nan's knowing smile. No wonder the fat man had been dismissed so suddenly. It was Chu Nan's doing. You truly are a hidden gem. Tang he clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. Chu Nan reciprocated the smile. Meanwhile, another person sat awkwardly to the side, unable to interject given that they were mere acquaintances. Fortunately, after a while, the conversation shifted to more pertinent matters. Upon learning about the lease renewal issue, both parties fell into a thoughtful silence. A one-year lease was indeed rather short. Tang he believed he could relay this to the higher-ups without much difficulty, but the other man appeared troubled. After a prolonged silence, Tang he spoke firmly. That's not a problem. I can communicate this to the higher-ups. The last renewal was also for a year because we didn't meet the actual owner. But now that I know the owner is you, there's nothing to worry about. The headquarters had initially planned for long-term development in this location, so extending the lease for a longer duration wouldn't pose much of a challenge. While Tang he resolved his part, the other individual seemed increasingly conflicted. Casting a glance at Chu Nan, he sighed deeply. In that case, I want to renew. I'll vacate once the contract ends. This man had been wavering on whether to renew the lease. Over the years, his business had been declining, with fewer customers and dwindling sales and orders. Although the location was prime and bustling, he had initially hoped to try for another year. However, the prospect of a short lease term coupled with potential rent increases dissuaded him from pursuing it further. Chu Nan made no attempt to dissuade him. Such a partnership was meant to be mutually beneficial in the long run, although it posed no immediate loss for him in the short term. After the man departed, Tang He and Chu Nan chatted for a while before heading back to the office. Mr. Chu, the rent will be transferred to your account within 3 days, totaling 89 million, Pan Ping said slowly. Chu Nan nodded, showing no signs of surprise at the figure. Pan Ping inwardly marveled. No wonder he is a big shot. He remained entirely unfazed. Once he left and reached the ground floor, his phone rang. Upon answering, he recognized the familiar voice. Hello, Chu Nan, do you have time today? Lu Yashuan asked nervously. Yes. In that case, why don't you come to my office? I'd like to treat you to dinner as a way to apologize. Class monitor, you're being too polite. It's really no big deal. You've already apologized to me afterwards. That won't do. Besides, we didn't get to talk properly then. Why do you seem so reluctant to meet me? Lu Yashuan said with a hint of sorrow. Chu Nan quickly responded. Not at all. Since you've extended such a warm invitation, I want refuse. What is your company address? After receiving the address, Lu Yashuan hung up, and Chu Nan hopped onto his vehicle to head to the destination. Chapter 39, Take Me Along Tonight. Lu Yashuan worked in the finance department. At 5 o'clock, she watched the clock anxiously until it was time to leave, quickly packing her belongings. Her colleagues looked at her curiously as she hurried about. Sister Lu, why are you in such a rush today? You usually don't seem this eager. Lu Yashuan flashed a shy, sweet smile, replying, I have an appointment. The expressions of her colleagues shifted slightly as they exchanged knowing glances. Sister Lu is actually going out with someone? Is it a guy or a girl? It was well known that many in the company harbored secret crushes on Lu Yashuan, most of whom had attempted to pursue her, yet she seemed completely indifferent, like an iceberg. Eventually, they gave up in defeat. To see the usually aloof Lu Yashuan displaying such a girlish demeanor was something they had never anticipated. Could it be that Sister Lu has someone she fancies? Lu Yashuan's cheeks flushed as she bashfully replied, a guy. Gasp. The colleague's eyes widened slightly. It was evident that this man held a significant place in her heart. They had not realized that the company's beauty was already taken. Many hearts within the office would surely break upon hearing this news. However, Manager Liang also seemed to have an interest in Lu Yashuan. What if he finds out about this? The chatter gradually quieted down. Lu Yashuan stepped out of the elevator, her face aglow with a sweet smile. This would be her first date with Chu Nan. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path. Upon seeing this person, her expression soured. The lewd smile of Manager Liang sent a chill down her spine. To her dismay, he mistakenly believed himself to be charming as he tossed his hair and presented her with a bouquet of flowers. With a gentle yet earnest voice, he implored, Yashuan, will you be my girlfriend? I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, and my sincerity should be apparent to you. Lu Yashuan's brow furrowed tightly. The sight of Manager Liang's earnest expression was marred by his eyes occasionally lingering uncomfortably on her chest, which made her feel quite repulsed. Given his position as the manager, she refrained from harsh words and opted for a more tactful refusal. I'm sorry, Manager Liang, but I already have a boyfriend. He will be arriving shortly. So I kindly ask that you refrain from bothering me any further. Boyfriend? Both Manager Liang and the other men in the company widened their eyes in disbelief, suddenly finding it difficult to breathe. Countless admirers within the company had regarded Lu Yashuan as a goddess, their hearts secretly enamored with her. Yet now, she had openly confessed to having a boyfriend. Their hearts ached. Damn it, who could have stolen our goddess away? 5555555 with my goddess in a relationship. I can no longer believe in love. Mom, I've suffered a heartbreak. It seems I'll need to seek comfort from my sister today. Damn it, you scoundrel. Have some shame. If you're looking for company, take me along tonight. I must say, the talents within this company are quite plentiful, each person speaking with charm and wit. Manager Liang forced a strained smile. Yashuan, you're not deceiving me, are you? You must be too embarrassed to reject me. So you're fabricating a story about having a boyfriend. That is quite all right. I can wait until the day I move you. Lu Yashuan felt increasingly nauseated. Each time she caught sight of his lecherous gaze, it made her stomach churn. Her tone turned icy as she slowly replied, Manager Liang, I am not jesting. My boyfriend is on his way, so you should give that flower to someone else. This bold display left many gasping in surprise. Manager Liang, being a long-standing figure in the company, was someone most newcomers dared not offend, and many female newcomers in previous years had suffered his harassment. He was undeniably a notorious lecher. Manager Liang's face flushed, his expression darkening as his patience wore thin after being rejected multiple times. He could hardly believe this young woman dared to treat him with such disdain, especially in front of so many witnesses. Heh, I'm curious to see what kind of person your boyfriend is, Manager Liang sneered, his gaze towards Lu Yashuan now devoid of the previous infatuation. Lu Yashuan, uninterested in his remarks, directly pulled out her phone and dialed Chu Nan's number. Hello, where are you? Just a moment. I'll be there shortly. The last traffic light is a bit congested. Please wait for me. Yes, I'm waiting at the company entrance. Hearing the sound of Chu Nan's voice, her mood brightened. But behind her, Manager Liang's expression darkened ominously. It was a man's voice. Moreover, he had never witnessed Lu Yashuan exhibit such a sweet smile for anyone before. Jealousy ignited within him, burning fiercely as he wondered who could possibly win her affection. Meanwhile, the others, upon hearing the voice on the phone, lowered their heads in despair, as if they could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Their goddess had indeed been taken away. Chapter 40. You are just a wretched toad. I must see what your boyfriend looks like, Manager Liang muttered ominously to himself. Before long, a modestly dressed man on a striking motorcycle pulled up at the entrance. Upon seeing this, a radiant smile illuminated Lu Yashuan's face, while those around her felt a wave of helplessness, lamenting the unfairness of fate. If Lu Yashuan's boyfriend were at least superior to them, it would be acceptable. However, the man before them was utterly unremarkable, clad in cheap attire. The only captivating feature was the motorcycle beneath him, while everything else was painfully ordinary. Yet, most overlooked Chu Nan's height and appearance, standing tall. He made the passing men feel shameful. Ultimately, it was jealousy that clouded their judgment. They could not comprehend why their beloved goddess would choose such an ordinary man. And witnessing her sweet smile only deepened their heartache. Before Chu Nan could fully grasp the situation, Lu Yashuan approached him and linked her arm with his, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? At that moment, her delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson, adding a charming allure that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Manager Liang glared at the couple, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. Lu Yashuan, is it true that in your eyes, I cannot compare to this penniless fool? At this moment, Manager Liang was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, his anger boiling as he observed their closeness. He stepped forward, suppressing his rage, and spoke with a mocking tone. Yashuan, is this truly your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Chu Nan was momentarily taken aback. When had he become Lu Yashuan's boyfriend? Upon seeing her pleading gaze, he understood that this was the very man who had been harassing her. Manager Liang, please refrain from addressing me so intimately. We are not that familiar. I wouldn't want my boyfriend to misunderstand, Lu Yashuan replied coldly, her demeanor resembling that of an ancient glacier, as though she were an entirely different person when alongside Chu Nan. Manager Liang let out a subtle, derisive laugh. His eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at Chu Nan, speaking in a peculiar tone. I believe your boyfriend wouldn't be so petty as to be unable to tolerate the presence of a female acquaintance. If he can't, it only suggests a lack of maturity. Chu Nan stepped forward, looking down at Manager Liang, raising his voice. I certainly would not be so petty, provided her female friends are not like a wretched toad such as yourself. Wretched? Toad. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief at Chu Nan's audacity. Wow, has the battle begun? The goddess's boyfriend is quite fierce, they murmured, though Manager Liang seemed to have some connections. It was likely that his own future would be perilous after this day. Manager Liang's expression froze. Moments later, in a fit of rage, he bellowed, You little brat. Who are you calling a wretched toad? Whoever admits it is who? A stifled laugh escaped someone in the crowd, quickly covered by a hand, while Manager Liang shot a cold glare at everyone around him. Suddenly, he sneered, Lu Yashuan, I expected your boyfriend to be someone of substance. But it turns out he's just garbage, dressed in cheap clothes and riding a beat-up motorcycle. In this affluent city, people like him lead the most menial lives. You truly have no discernment. With that, he shifted his gaze to Chu Nan, deriding him. Kid, do you truly believe you can offer her a future? Wise up and disappear. I will give you 100,000 to leave Lu Yashuan. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Manager Liang threatened menacingly. Lu Yashuan's expression darkened completely as she coldly retorted, Liang Chao, I call you manager solely because you are my superior. I know exactly what kind of person my boyfriend is, but what about you? You have no right to judge my boyfriend. What do you think of yourself? Do you consider yourself handsome? Wealthy? I'm sorry, but you pale in comparison to Chu Nan. Even if every man in the world were to perish. Even if I were blind, I would never look at you. In my eyes, you truly resemble a wretched toad. At last, the once formidable class leader has returned, and a smile graces Chu Nan's face. Ah, this familiar essence, this is the class leader he knows. If Lu Yashuan were to endure this in silence, he would doubt whether she was indeed the same class leader he had known during university. The surrounding onlookers were utterly taken aback. They had never witnessed such fierceness from Lu Yashuan. They had never even contemplated that their goddess possessed such a side. It was indeed an eye-opening experience. Shocking in its revelation. You. Liang Chao's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling as he pointed accusingly at Lu Yashuan, unable to restrain himself from raising his hand to strike her. Bang! However, before his hand could connect, Chu Nan seized it, giving a gentle push that sent Liang Chao sprawling to the ground. Chapter 41. Lu Yashuan's Concerns. Liang Chao, now on the ground, howled in despair. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Although their goddess was assertive, he was still a company employee, and Liang Chao held the position of manager. Would this open confrontation allow Lu Yashuan to remain at the company? In an instant, more people began to harbor discontent towards Chu Nan, believing he had jeopardized Lu Yashuan's career, foreseeing that her future would likely be fraught with difficulty. As a boyfriend, he was incredibly naive not to consider these ramifications. How could their goddess possibly take an interest in such a man? In truth, these individuals were more envious of Chu Nan. "Oh, you dare push me? Just wait," Liang Chao bellowed, clutching his sore backside, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating to be subdued by a mere youth. Yet, Chu Nan merely retorted with 2 words. "Fool." Without a backward glance, he climbed into the car, while Lu Yashuan settled into the back seat, wrapping her arms around Chu Nan's waist. "You dare walk away? Are you even a man? You coward." Regardless of Liang Chao's insults, the pair paid him no heed. Watching their departing figures, Liang Chao's gaze turned venomous as he murmured darkly, "Lu Yashuan, I will make you regret this. And that little brat will certainly witness how I treat your woman." He then dialed a number. "Hello, brother Hu, I need a favor." After hanging up, Liang Chao revealed a sinister smile, leaving no one aware of his intentions. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Yashuan finally displayed a bittersweet smile. "It seems I may lose my job this time." Liang Chao, after all, was the manager with the authority to dismiss her, and now that the facade had been shattered, it would be all too easy for him to ruin her. Because of that man, indeed, he was a manager. And even if he chose not to fire her, the repercussions of this incident would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the company. Even if she wished to remain, the higher-ups would likely not permit it. Lu Yashuan had worked here for over a year. Leaving would truly sadden her. "Don't worry, you won't be fired," Chu Nan reassured with a smile. Lu Yashuan looked at him quizzically. "How can you be so sure I won't be fired?" Chu Nan wore a knowing smile as he replied, "Leave this matter to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yashuan felt a surge of emotion, silently thinking to herself, "This straightforward man has finally begun to think." The rendezvous Lu Yashuan had arranged was at an upscale steakhouse, where a meal for the two would likely cost her half a month's salary. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of regret. However, considering it was her fault last time, and this was their first date, she decided to indulge. Upon entering the restaurant, they took their reserved seats. Though it appeared nearly empty, such high-end establishments typically had only a handful of reservations each day. On ordinary days, Lu Yashuan would have settled for a simple meal of spicy hot pot. As soon as they sat down, Lu Yashuan couldn't contain her curiosity. "You claim to be a billionaire worth billions, yet you ride a motorcycle and dress so simply. Who would believe you're a billionaire?" Chu Nan waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. "What billionaire? Those are just empty titles. It's better to remain low-key. It's far more enjoyable to live freely like I do now. And that isn't just any motorcycle, it's electric." Lu Yashuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "An electric bike? Are you joking? That stunning two-wheeler I've only ever seen once, and the roar it produces rivals that of a sports car. You're telling me it's electric?" Her disbelief was not unwarranted. It was all too astonishing, and she doubted anyone else would believe it either. Seeing Lu Yashuan's skepticism, Chu Nan chose not to elaborate further. After all, this vehicle was not of this world, and it was better to keep a low profile. In the restaurant, several gazes turned towards their table, most of which were fixated on Lu Yashuan. A beauty of her caliber would captivate anyone who laid eyes on her. Even in the car, Chu Nan could feel the softness of her back, sending waves of intrigue through him. Was this a mere human? Could one truly resist such allure? With the restaurant's soothing music, the ambience gradually heightened, proving that expensive places had their justifications. Both the atmosphere and the restaurant's environment, along with the beef they served, justified such prices. "You were so frugal back in college. I never imagined how much you would change in just a few years," Lu Yashuan remarked, her cheeks flushed, the red wine clearly affecting her. However, beneath her tone lay a hint of insecurity. Indeed, Chu Nan had become excessively impressive, worth billions. If this were the Chu Nan of the past, she might not have felt this way. Now, she questioned whether she truly deserved him. Chapter 42. Why Reject a Gift? At that moment, a waiter approached their table, carrying a bottle of red wine. This wine was quite expensive, priced at 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Lu Yashuan was puzzled. They hadn't ordered any wine, so why was the waiter coming towards them? "Madam, your wine," the waiter said politely, placing it on the table. Lu Yashuan, confused, inquired, "There seems to be a mistake. I didn't order any red wine." The waiter smiled, gesturing to a well-dressed gentleman at another table, who smiled back at Lu Yashuan. This wine is a gift from young Master Li. He says fine wine should be paired with beautiful women. Chu Nan's lips twitched slightly. Fine wine should be paired with beautiful women? Young man, it seems you've indulged in too many cheesy videos. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Yashuan said, I'm sorry, but I don't know him. Perhaps you could take the wine back? The waiter found himself in a bit of a quandary. After all, the young Master Li was not someone to be trifled with. Should this matter fail to be resolved satisfactorily, it was likely that even he would find himself in a precarious position. Madam, young Master Li is merely extending a gesture of goodwill, and he has already settled the payment for this wine. Perhaps you could graciously accept it as a means of fostering friendship? The waiter's tone carried a hint of imploring urgency. This left Lu Yashuan in a state of discomfort, yet she remained silent. Meanwhile, Chu Nan seized the bottle of red wine and, with a deft flick of the corkscrew, uncorked it. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yashuan exclaimed anxiously. Chu Nan chuckled nonchalantly. Why not accept the goodwill of others? Besides, if you refuse, it seems this fellow might encounter some issues. After all, it's a gift that won't cost you anything. He waved his hand toward Li's direction, offering a casual thank you. Why refuse a gift? It was evident that Li's expression darkened instantly. The wine was meant for the beauty, not for someone of Chu Nan's modest means. Damn it. Why is such a stunning woman in the company of this impoverished wretch? Li's face was so dark it seemed as if ink might drip from it. Lu Yashuan, observing the situation, found herself with no choice but to accept the wine, acknowledging that this high-end vintage indeed tasted exquisite. She shot a fierce glare at Chu Nan and muttered, next time, don't take such liberties. One should be cautious when accepting favors. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The waiter stood by, momentarily dumbfounded. It was indeed a curious sight. Witnessing a beautiful woman accepting the kindness of another man while her own boyfriend exhibited no sign of jealousy. What on earth could have drawn such a beauty to this peculiar fellow? Filled with confusion, the waiter slowly retreated, concluding that this matter was no longer his concern. He had fulfilled his duty to Li, and as long as the delivery was made, he should face no repercussions. After all, one could attribute this fortunate encounter to the beauty at the table. It seemed that Li had taken a liking to her, and indeed, this fine wine was a testament to its superior quality. Chu Nan appeared utterly unfazed by the developments. Lu Yashuan, torn between exasperation and amusement, could only let out a resigned sigh. When would this dense man ever discern her true feelings? Did he truly expect her to confess her affections first? Was it possible that Chu Nan simply lacked interest in her? While Lu Yashuan was confident in her appearance and figure, it seemed that in Chu Nan's eyes, her advantages were rendered non-existent. This realization left her somewhat disheartened. In truth, Chu Nan harbored no ulterior motives regarding Lu Yashuan. Their relationship was purely that of old classmates. He remained blissfully unaware that his former class monitor had harbored feelings for him since their university days. If, by some chance, Lu Yashuan were to confess her feelings to Chu Nan, he would likely be so taken aback that his jaw might drop in astonishment. Approximately half an hour later, the bottle of wine had been thoroughly consumed by the two. Chu Nan was unaffected, thanks to the genetic enhancements that had altered his physique. Even if he were to drink hundreds of beers, he would remain sober. In stark contrast, Lu Yashuan's face was flushed crimson, her dazed eyes likely captivating to any man, yet the only one unmoved was the peculiar Chu Nan. One could only wonder if the earlier reactions in the car had led to misconceptions about his orientation. Lu Yashuan, now slumped over the table, appeared completely inebriated, mumbling incoherently. Chu Nan gave her a gentle nudge, but she showed no signs of response, which left him somewhat perplexed. It was one thing for Lu Yashuan to be drunk, but the real dilemma was that Chu Nan had no idea where she lived, making it impossible for him to escort her home. Perhaps he should find a nearby hotel to let her sleep for the night? Suddenly, a figure approached. Li's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed upon the inebriated Lu Yashuan, a surge of pent-up desire stirring within him. Brotherly began, but before he could finish, Chu Nan clapped a hand on Li's shoulder and interjected, Brother, thank you for the wine. It truly is delightful. Quite generous. Li Guangliang's mouth twitched in disbelief. What sort of eccentricity was this? He had never encountered anyone quite like Chu Nan. Brother, is this beauty your girlfriend? Someone is flirting with her. And you show no reaction? Li forced a smile, then pulled Chu Nan aside to whisper, Brother, it's a waste for such a beauty to be with you. Name your price, and I'll take her off your hands. Truth be told, Li Guangliang was inherently disdainful of Chu Nan, feeling a sense of discomfort merely standing beside him. Typically, he wouldn't even spare a glance at someone of Chu Nan's ilk, were it not for Lu Yashuan. He wouldn't even consider engaging in conversation. That doesn't seem appropriate. Chu Nan feigned reluctance. 200,000. I'll give you 200,000. Li stated firmly. Chu Nan gasped dramatically, his excitement palpable as he skillfully deceived Li Guangliang. Seeing Chu Nan's animated response only fueled Li's contempt. It was evident that this country bumpkin was easily thrilled by a mere 200,000. Are you serious? Chu Nan asked incredulously. Of course. I can easily part with such a sum, Li replied with a smug grin. Such a beauty was worth 200,000. He had never encountered anyone of Lu Yashuan's caliber despite his extensive experience in social circles. To be intimate with a woman of her stature would fulfill his life's aspirations, even if everything else fell short. However, contrary to expectations, Chu Nan let out a cold laugh, dismissively stating, with your 200,000, I wouldn't even consider it. Li's expression shifted to one of utter shock. How had this fellow transformed so drastically? You want to accept 200,000? Do you have that much money? 300,000. I can't go higher than that. Li insisted, his countenance darkening, suspecting Chu Nan was simply dissatisfied with the offer. Although he was a wealthy heir, his monthly allowance was limited, and 300,000 was his absolute threshold. The waiter, sensing the tension, cautiously advised, Sir, young Master Li is the son of the chairman of Longting Construction Company. It would be wise not to offend someone of his stature. The waiter's warning was astute. Individuals of Li's standing could easily dispose of an ordinary person without a second thought. Upon hearing the waiter's revelation, Li's pride swelled even further. What is the market value of Longting Group? Chu Nan remained unfazed, calmly inquiring. Li scoffed, my company is valued at over $1 billion. That's a figure you could never fathom in your lifetime. If I offer you money, it's merely out of courtesy. You should inquire about my reputation. Unexpectedly, a laugh erupted from Chu Nan, leaving both Li and the waiter momentarily stunned. Brother, what does it mean to laugh out loud at this moment? People like Li Xiao are not someone ordinary individuals can provoke. I initially thought it was a substantial company, but it merely has a valuation of 100 million, just a minuscule mosquito bite trying to act tough. Chu Nan's face was filled with disdain. The other patrons in the restaurant, including the waitstaff and Li Guangliang, were all dumbfounded. Could this person be a fool? How could he refer to a valuation of 100 million as a mere mosquito bite? What audacity! The others in the restaurant were merely mid-level executives, earning an annual income of around 5 to 600,000, with only a few making over $1 million. 100 million is an astronomical figure beyond their imagination. Your mere 100 million does not even exceed the balance in my bank card, Chu Nan remarked coldly. You son of a BTCH. Li Guangliang bellowed in anger. However, when he caught sight of the bank card in Chu Nan's hand, he was suddenly taken aback, his pupils constricting in shock, resembling someone who had seen a ghost. This, a Citibank Black Card. The Citibank Black Card is reserved for individuals with personal deposits exceeding 100 million and annual income surpassing 100 million. Those who possess such a card are typically the elite of Huaqing City. As he beheld the contemptuous smile in Chu Nan's eyes, Li Guangliang realized that he had been nothing more than a clown in the eyes of the other. He could not mistake that bank card. The distinctive golden silk edging of Citibank was identical to one he had seen when he and his father had the fortune of encountering a prominent figure. The surrounding crowd was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Guangliang wore such an expression. Upon seeing that bank card, those with some knowledge fell silent. They lowered their heads, their expressions strange. Oh, you have some discernment. Knowing that, why don't you hurry and leave? Chu Nan's voice was as cold as ice. Li Guangliang, his face flushed, hastily exited the restaurant, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment, filled with questions as they watched him flee in embarrassment. Li Xiao ran away. All because of that bank card? At that moment, they realized just how significant this seemingly unremarkable young man truly was, even as many had previously mocked him. What did that bank card signify? Chu Nan paid no attention to the stunned gazes directed at him and instead departed the restaurant with Lu Yashuan on his back. After Chu Nan left, someone finally spoke up. That card was a Citibank Black Card, which can only be obtained by members with deposits exceeding 100 million. A collective gasp echoed throughout the restaurant, as everyone wore expressions of shock and trepidation. Chapter 44. Bro, safety measures are crucial. Chu Nan exited with Lu Yashuan slung over his shoulder. Being drunk was one thing, but her hands were roaming unceremoniously over him. Chu Nan felt a sense of helplessness. Sister, I'm also a man. This is quite inappropriate. To be honest, he had not anticipated such a dramatic change in Lu Yashuan. From her appearance to her figure, she had never been unattractive during their university days. However, she had not taken the time to dress up, appearing rather ordinary. Most notably, Lu Yashuan had sported short hair during university. Passers-by cast peculiar glances at Chu Nan, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed there was a bar nearby, and these people appeared to suspect that he was picking up corpses. Reluctantly, Chu Nan quickened his pace to leave the area, finally spotting a hotel not far away. Crossing the street, he reached the hotel. Upon entering, The front desk clerk greeted him with a mischievous smile, saying, "Bro, you're incredibly lucky to have snagged such a stunning beauty. It's quite a boon for you." Chu Nan felt a wave of annoyance. Why did everyone have such thoughts? "One room, please," he said, handing over his ID. The front desk clerk flashed a lecherous grin. I get it. After completing the check-in process, the clerk slyly handed Chu Nan something both familiar and foreign. Chu Nan looked at the item, speechless. The clerk remarked, "Bro, safety measures are essential." Chu Nan, not wishing to engage in conversation, carried Lu Yashuan towards the elevator. Once inside, he could no longer contain his frustration. What kind of people have I encountered today? This front desk clerk seemed to be overly knowledgeable. Could it be that there were quite a few people here picking up corpses? In reality, most of the men who visited the hotel daily brought different women every other day, typically ones they had met while drinking and partying at the bar. Chu Nan had booked a large suite. Upon entering the room, he unceremoniously tossed Lu Yashuan onto the bed. "Water. I want water," the inebriated Lu Yashuan weakly called out. Fortunately, the hotel provided mineral water. He helped her sit up, but as soon as he poured it into her mouth, she immediately spat it out. She then began to retch incessantly, causing Chu Nan's expression to change dramatically. "Oh no, please don't vomit here." In a panic, Chu Nan dragged Lu Yashuan into the bathroom. The moment they entered, it was as if a flood had burst forth, and the scene became uncontrollable. After about half a minute, the bathroom was filled with a pungent odor, and Chu Nan's face contorted in disgust. "My dear aunt, could you not wait a moment longer?" Chu Nan exclaimed helplessly. However, Lu Yashuan had already finished vomiting and was now fast asleep. With a bitter smile, Chu Nan could only accept the situation. He was relatively unscathed, but Lu Yashuan's collar had been stained, and her chest was exposed. Chu Nan could not simply let her lie on the bed in such a state. Thus, the following morning, Lu Yashuan groggily awoke, blinking her bleary eyes. Her head felt heavy, and her entire body ached. Upon taking in her unfamiliar surroundings, she froze in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? However, she quickly realized that she was missing several items of clothing and was left with only a shirt. Most distressingly, her intimate garments had vanished, leaving her exposed. Lu Yashuan's mind went blank, and her scream reverberated throughout the room. What happened? What is wrong? Chu Nan rushed out of the bathroom, now clad in a different set of clothes. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yashuan pulled the covers up to shield her exposed chest. Upon seeing Chu Nan, her face turned entirely crimson. How could he be here? Yesterday, she only recalled being intoxicated and gradually losing consciousness until she woke up in the hotel. Moreover, all her clothes were. As this realization struck her, Lu Yashuan's ears burned with embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as if she had a fever. Chu Nan seemed to grasp the situation and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't change your clothes. I had someone from the hotel assist you, a woman." Upon hearing this, Lu Yashuan's face momentarily reflected a trace of disappointment. Why did she harbor such a feeling of dejection? After inquiring about the events of the previous night, Lu Yashuan became fully aware of the situation and promptly buried herself beneath the covers. How utterly embarrassing. How could such a scene transpire before Chu Nan? How would she face him in the future? Yet, she felt a twinge of resentment. This little man had the audacity to forego the opportunity presented to him. She had hoped for something to occur. Was she truly so devoid of allure? Unbeknownst to Lu Yashuan, Chu Nan was engulfed in an overwhelming stench, rendering him incapable of contemplating anything else. The individuals who later entered to clean all donned masks, and the bathroom intermittently echoed with the sounds of retching. Chu Nan's attire had been procured by hotel staff. Subsequently, he called the front desk to request a cup of hangover tea, which was placed to one side. Lu Yashuan cautiously peeked out from her cocoon of blankets, looking utterly adorable. "I'm sorry about last night," she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Chu Nan could only muster a resigned smile and acceptance. He had nothing to say to Lu Yashuan. By noon, Lu Yashuan's clothes had completely dried, and she retreated to the bathroom to change, while Chu Nan reclined on the bed. The previous night had seen him sleeping on the sofa, yet he had inadvertently overheard some of Lu Yashuan's sleep talk, her lips murmuring his name repeatedly. Could it be that this former class monitor harbored other feelings for him? Chapter 45, Aston Martin. After changing, Chu Nan escorted Lu Yashuan to the entrance of her company. As she watched him depart, a deep sigh escaped her lips, and she shook her head in resignation as she recalled the events of the previous night. What on earth had transpired? How could she have displayed such a flustered demeanor in front of Chu Nan? Thankfully, he seemed unperturbed. Yet she was left questioning whether he truly had done nothing at all. Was there something amiss with this fellow's proclivities? If only Chu Nan knew the thoughts occupying Lu Yashuan's mind, he might just deliver her a swift rebuke. However, a sinister gaze lingered upon Lu Yashuan. Liang Chao, with a sullen expression, wore a chilling smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Yashuan, you cannot escape my grasp. and that wretched pauper shall witness me toy with your affections. Upon returning home, Chu Nan cast all his clothing aside for his maids and sank into the comforting embrace of his sofa. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current savings, 150 million. Mode of transportation, Lamborghini Veneno, New Era electric vehicle. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa, office building. Personal enterprises, Marriott Hotel. Marital status, unmarried. Special skills, expert level piano talent. Warehouse items, none. The rent from the office building tenants had been credited to his account the previous night, and his bank balance now surpassed 100 million. Additionally, Citibank had contacted him recently to inform him of his eligibility to apply for senior membership. Due to the events of the morning, Chu Nan had yet to check in. He promptly pressed the check-in button. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received Aston Martin. He gasped. His second luxury car had arrived. Although the Aston Martin could not rival the Lamborghini Veneno, it was nonetheless a supercar, and he found its design more to his liking. After all, no man would ever complain of having too many cars, especially supercars. Just as women never tire of acquiring clothing. Even if some garments remain unworn in the wardrobe, they still bring joy. Chu Nan had not slept well throughout the night, and now felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, compelling him to return to his room for a restful slumber. By noon, an unexpected phone call jolted Chu Nan awake. Initially annoyed, his displeasure vanished upon seeing the caller's name. It was his mother. Hello? Mom. What is the reason for your call? Son, I saw on TV that a matchmaking website has submitted your information. You mustn't let your mother down. Uffed. The remnants of sleep dissipated as Chu Nan sat up in bed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Mom, you're my mother. Why the rush? You're still young. She retorted. When your father and I were your age, you were already 2 years old. Mom, times have changed. Our era cannot be compared to yours, Chu Nan replied, somewhat helplessly. I don't care. I've already submitted your information to that website. If someone contacts you, you must respond. If you find someone appealing, be proactive. Girls tend to be shy, and your mother is waiting for good news. Before Chu Nan could voice further objections, the call ended. He wore a resigned smile. It wasn't that he was averse to romance, but there simply wasn't anyone who caught his eye. While there were indeed many young women around him in the villa, aside from himself, they failed to ignite any spark. Zhou was quite lovely. Yet Chu Nan felt no inclination towards her. Xia Yue was nice as well, but her innocence might render interactions rather dull. The only one with whom he felt a compatible rapport was Lu Yashuan. He also harbored suspicions regarding his former class monitor's intentions towards him, especially considering that she had repeatedly uttered his name in her sleep the previous night. As Chu Nan lay on the sofa, it felt as though a specter were haunting him. Nevertheless, he dared not draw conclusions. Throughout their university years, he had seen no signs of affection from his former class monitor. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Nan acknowledged that his mother had taken matters into her own hands, and he could only allow this situation to unfold. Yet, he held little hope for the matchmaking process, as numerous negative examples had left him apprehensive. Chapter 46. Is this car more expensive than a Mercedes or BMW? Boss, where are you planning to go so early in the morning? Zhou inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chu Nan could only manage a weary smile, replying, matchmaking. Suddenly, Zhou Ying's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. A hint of unnoticeable panic flashing across her features. The boss is actually going on a blind date? Zhou Ying concealed her unusual emotions, incredulity evident in her voice. With your status, you still need to go on a blind date? Hearing this, Chu Nan felt even more exasperated. After all, it was his mother's doing. He himself was puzzled by his mother's inexplicable decision to post matchmaking information on a dating website. Today, a young woman had reached out to him, intending to meet in person. Left with no alternative, Chu Nan reluctantly agreed, muttering, what can I do? I have to heed my mother's wishes. Zhou Ying, somewhat exasperated, remarked, with so many women in your family, can't you find someone suitable among them? Facing a stunning beauty before him, he felt an inexplicable frustration at the thought of her seeking companionship elsewhere. After a casual exchange, Zhou Ying took her leave. As Chu Nan arrived at the parking lot, he paused, gazing at his Aston Martin for a moment before ultimately opting for the newly registered supercar. With a thunderous roar, the underground garage door opened, and Chu Nan drove off into the distance. The meeting was set at a Starbucks, a suggestion made by the young woman. Chu Nan planned to engage in minimal conversation, as his mother was unaware of the specifics. As long as she knew he had met someone, that sufficed. Upon entering the cafe, he was greeted by a woman, her face heavily made up, with some extra weight on her frame, meticulously applying makeup. Are you Qian? Chu Nan asked, struggling to believe his eyes. She was nothing like the woman in the photos, tall and slender, with a claimed height of 1.8 meters. The woman before him seemed barely 1. 6 meters tall and weighed around 130 pounds. This was surely a case of misleading photographs. Qian was initially captivated by Chu Nan's impressive height of 185 meters. But her expression quickly shifted to one of disdain as she realized he was merely a poor commoner. Her intention for this meeting was to find a reliable partner with wealth, and while she found him attractive enough, she deemed his circumstances unacceptable. Since you're here, let us get straight to the point. We're both adults. Matchmaking is about marriage, so let's be realistic, she declared condescendingly. Chu Nan, amused by her arrogance, thought to himself that she should take a good look in the mirror before speaking. She had not once regarded him with respect, maintaining her haughty demeanor throughout. You may speak, he replied, eager to conclude this farce. The matchmaking website was utterly unreliable. They ought to verify that the photos matched reality before sending anyone out to meet. Do you have a car? Qian asked, her tone still lofty. Chu Nan tossed his car keys onto the table. Qian stared at the keys, perplexed, having never seen such a vehicle before. It certainly didn't resemble a BMW or Mercedes. Is this car more expensive than a Benz or BMW? She inquired, skepticism etched on her face. Chu Nan chuckled inwardly. It was the first time he had encountered someone comparing an Aston Martin to a Benz or BMW. About that, he replied nonchalantly, with a dismissive glance. Qian looked at him with disdain. This unfamiliar logo must belong to some obscure brand. How could it compare to a Benz or BMW? Does she think I lack knowledge? Unbeknownst to her, that Aston Martin could purchase dozens of Benzes or BMWs. Do you own a house? She continued, her tone still imperious. I have a property in the Sky Garden, Chu Nan replied coolly. A subtle shift occurred in Qian's expression. Disbelief flickered in her eyes as she regarded him. The Sky Garden? Wasn't that a prestigious neighborhood in the city? How could he afford a residence there? Residents of that area were typically affluent or of high social standing, with prices soaring to an astronomical 200,000 yuan per square meter, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Taking out her phone, Qian snapped a photo of the car keys to search online. Suddenly, she gasped, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered treasure. The car keys Chu Nan held belonged to a supercar. What? This man is a wealthy heir, she realized with newfound admiration. However, Chu Nan felt uncomfortable under her gaze, which resembled that of a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. And how much do you have in savings? Qian asked, excitement creeping into her voice. Over 100 million, he replied. Her breath quickened, and her body trembled at the revelation. Over 100 million. This young man was a super-rich heir. Realizing the opportunity before her, she thought, I cannot let this chance slip away. Handsome, I am quite satisfied with your conditions. I accept, she exclaimed, already envisioning her life of luxury. Yet Chu Nan looked at her quizzically. What exactly do you accept? Qian paused, momentarily taken aback before responding. I agree to be your girlfriend. When did I ever say I wanted you to be my girlfriend? He retorted. This isn't how it should go. Do you think I'm lacking in some way? Just tell me, and I can change, she insisted, adopting a coy tone and appearing vulnerable. Chu Nan nearly choked on his breakfast from the morning at her tone. Every hair on his body stood on end. I'm sorry, but I find you lacking in every aspect, so I'm not interested, he replied coldly. After this encounter, he vowed never to engage in matchmaking again. Upon returning, he would have his mother contact the site to delete his profile. What kind of bizarre people were these? Chapter 47. Lu Yashuan in danger. Once in the car, Chu Nan quickly called his mother. How did the matchmaking go, dear? His mother's voice held a hint of anticipation, leaving him even more speechless. Mother, please spare me. You should contact that matchmaking website and have them remove my profile. Chu Nan sighed in the car, shaking his head in exasperation. His mother, confused, replied, was the girl not suitable? That doesn't sound right. She seemed attractive. Mother, you have no idea. She looked like a completely different person from her photos. In reality, she's 1.5 meters tall, while the photos claimed 1.7 meters. Her figure was worlds apart from the pictures. You wouldn't be pleased if you saw her, Chu Nan expressed in disbelief. Is it really that outrageous? His mother asked. Astonished. Do young women actually use someone else's photos for matchmaking? That can't be right. If that is not the case, I'll find you another match. There are plenty of candidates. Surely one will catch your eye, she insisted, refusing to give up, which startled Chu Nan. Please, mother, spare me. I'm not unattractive. And my circumstances are decent. You and father needn't worry about me finding a partner. Upon hearing that his mother was intent on arranging a matchmaking meeting for him, Chu Nan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Left with no choice, he resorted to a feeble excuse. Mom, actually, I have someone I fancy. So there's no need for you to worry so much. Aren't you just complicating matters for your son? Someone you fancy? Which young lady? What is her background? Are you too close? Close. We are university classmates. That's wonderful. You must make an effort. Your mother is counting on you to give me a grandchild in the next couple of years. Since that's the case, I won't add to your troubles. I'll contact her right away. Before Chu Nan could respond, his mother hung up, leaving him to chuckle bitterly in the car. Just how eager was his mother for grandchildren? His father was unfazed, yet she was pressing him so fervently. With her relentless push, he wondered if he would be barred from entering his own home if he failed to bring a girlfriend back. Why couldn't his mother understand that some matters cannot be rushed? Fate plays a vital role, and when the time is right, everything will fall into place. For now, he resolved to enjoy life, as the month was drawing to a close, and he was somewhat curious about the rewards the system's monthly check-in would bestow upon him. At that moment, Chu Nan's phone rang again. It was a call from Lu Yashuan, but when he answered, it was not her voice that greeted him. "Kid, didn't expect to hear from me, did you?" The sinister tone of Manager Liang reverberated through the phone. Chu Nan's expression darkened, and he replied in a low voice. "What do you want? Where's Yashuan?" With a cold smirk, Liang sneered. "Your little girlfriend is, of course, in my embrace. If you wish to spare her from harm, muster the courage to come to Huangchang TV. I'll be waiting here. But if you fail to arrive in time, don't blame me for being impolite. Your little girlfriend's skin is quite smooth, I must say." Beep, beep, beep. Veins throbbed on Chu Nan's forehead, and an oppressive aura pervaded the car. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, heading straight for Huangchang TV. He had underestimated Liang's audacity and hoped nothing unfortunate would befall Lu Yashuan. The thought of any harm coming to her would haunt him for a lifetime. Inside Huangchang TV, Liang's predatory gaze appraised Lu Yashuan's voluptuous figure. He had never paid much attention before, but now he realized just how striking she was. A flicker of desire ignited within him, but he quickly suppressed it, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. This was not the right moment. He intended to ensure that the little wretch experienced utter despair. "Brother Hu, it's your job to deal with him. Just incapacitate his limbs, and that will suffice." Liang instructed the burly man seated across from him. The man bore a prominent scar on his face and had a notorious reputation in the underworld. He had served time in prison and had earned his notoriety through ruthless methods. Liang had paid a hefty sum to enlist Brother Hu's services. "Understood," Brother Hu nodded. But his gaze lingered on Lu Yashuan. Liang's expression soured, his body tense as he wondered if Brother Hu had also taken a liking to her. "Brother Liang, if you tire of this woman, how about lending her to me and my brothers for a few days?" Brother Hu's menacing presence enveloped the room. Liang's face darkened, but he recognized that he could not afford to offend Brother Hu. If he angered him, it would be Chu Nan who would pay the price before he even arrived. He forced a smile. "Since you've asked, then naturally." Brother Hu nodded in satisfaction, his fiery gaze lingering on Lu Yashuan. Chapter 48. Only a saint would accept your apology. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Nan arrived at Huangchang TV. He dialed Lu Yashuan's number, his tone grim. "I'm here. Where are you?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Come to box 402. I'm waiting for you here." Liang's mocking voice echoed through the phone, infuriating Chu Nan further. "You bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart." Chu Nan growled, opting to take the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. Upon reaching box 402, he pushed the door open to find 7 or 8 individuals seemingly awaiting his arrival. On the sofa, Lu Yashuan appeared to be in a deep slumber. Seeing her intact attire, Chu Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that bastard had not made a move. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have such courage. Last time, you made me lose face. This time, I'll make you wish you were dead." Liang sneered, his visage twisted in a menacing grin that would chill anyone to the bone. "Brother Hu, I leave him to you." Brother Hu scoffed disdainfully, regarding Chu Nan as nothing more than a child. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he spoke in a low voice. "Kid, don't blame us. We're just here to do a job. If you cooperate and let us incapacitate your limbs, it will spare you some pain, and we can finish this quickly." The thugs in the room surrounded Chu Nan, their faces contorted with aggression and malice. However, instead of trembling in fear, Chu Nan let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think you can do anything to me? Bring it on. You're just a bunch of rabble." Hearing such brazen words, Brother Hu merely chuckled darkly. "You're asking for trouble. Let us see how capable you really are, daring to speak so arrogantly in front of us." The thugs surged forward, wielding iron rods aimed directly at Chu Nan's arms. Yet to him, their movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. His reflexes were rapid, allowing him to evade their attacks effortlessly. Bang! The iron rod missed Chu Nan and instead shattered the glass table into 1,000 pieces, shards scattering across the floor. Each of their strikes was brutal, aimed to inflict maximum harm, yet with so many assailants, they could not even graze the hem of Chu Nan's clothing. In that confined space, he moved like a fish in water, eluding their grasp. Seizing the opportunity, a fierce glint flickered in Chu Nan's eyes as he grabbed the wrist of the thug with the iron rod, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The sheer force sent the thug flying against the wall, where he crumpled, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, unconscious. Witnessing such a ferocious display, the others stood frozen. Kicking a man across the room was something they had only seen in films. The sheer explosive power required for such an act was astounding. The previously intimidating thugs retreated a step, their pupils dilating in fear as they stared at Chu Nan. They had expected an easy target, but were taken aback by his ferocity. Even Brother Hu anticipated this. Brother Hu glared at Liang, vowing to deal with this matter after he finished with this brat. Liang, too, was left pale-faced, horrified by the scene before him. His men lay scattered, wailing in agony. He had never imagined that Chu Nan would be so formidable. The man before him was a stark contrast to the coward he had encountered earlier. The young man possesses quite a talent. Perhaps he might grant me a favor, and we can let this matter rest, becoming friends instead. Brother Hu is indeed a discerning individual. This lad has maintained an unwavering composure throughout, a rarity among fierce individuals on the streets. I never anticipated that someone who appears so delicate would exhibit such ferocity. Chu Nan let out a disdainful chuckle, mockingly taunting. What is this? With such a cowardly demeanor. It seems you two are one who fears the strong. Brother Hu's expression darkened considerably, ever since his release from prison. No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He never expected this fellow to be so disrespectful, and with that, he would not hold back any longer. Brother Hu retrieved a 3-meter-long machete from beneath his feet, the blade glinting ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Chu Nan's pupils constricted at the sight. Heh, under these circumstances, do not blame me for being ruthless. Brother Hu grinned menacingly, exposing his yellowed teeth. With a swift motion, Brother Hu swung the machete towards Chu Nan. Fortunately, Chu Nan had undergone a transformation through genetic enhancements, enabling his reflexes to surpass those of an ordinary person. He leaped effortlessly, soaring 3 meters into the air, leaving Brother Hu momentarily stunned. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Brother Hu suddenly realized he had been led astray by Liang Chao. In midair, Chu Nan delivered a powerful kick, causing the machete to clatter to the ground. While Brother Hu's face contorted in pain as he was sent sprawling backward, losing several of his yellowed teeth in the process. Brother Hu clutched his cheek, blood staining his mouth as he gaped in terror at Chu Nan before him. It's over. It's truly over. Is this lad even human? If he had exerted a bit more force, he might have shattered my skull. Now, Brother Hu felt as though the bones in his face had fractured, his swollen visage resembling that of a pig. As Chu Nan approached, Liang Chao's face turned pale with fear. He had never imagined that even Brother Hu could be bested. Brother Chu, I was mistaken. Let us discuss this calmly. Look, Yixian is still fine. A chilling crack echoed as Liang Chao's expression twisted, releasing a pitiful wail. Chu Nan's face remained cold, his voice laced with malice akin to a demon's whisper. Only a saint would accept your apology, but I am no saint. Since you wish to cripple me, you might as well experience it yourself. With anguished cries echoing, the crumpled figure of Brother Hu lay rigid on the ground, enveloped in a frigid dread, swallowing hard as he trembled. Chapter 49. Has Lu Yixian's intentions been uncovered? Liang Chao moaned incessantly, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. His eyes were vacant, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. His arms and legs had been rendered useless by Chu Nan. The trembling Brother Hu, decisive and ruthless, was now regretting his involvement in this affair, realizing he had brought calamity upon himself. If you dare to disturb Yixian again, do not blame me for being merciless. Chu Nan's frosty gaze sent shivers down the spine. At this moment, Liang Chao harbored no such thoughts. He was already intimidated by Chu Nan's methods. Even if he wished for revenge, he was powerless to act. If this were to leak out, it would bring him further misfortune. And Brother Hu might not spare him either. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable lad could be so formidable? With reflexes and movements beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person? Brother, misunderstanding. It's all this lad's doing. We were merely following orders. Brother Hu begged, nearly prostrating himself before Chu Nan. Once a figure of great influence on the streets, he never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Chu Nan cast a cold glance around. The subordinates on the ground quivered in fear, terrified of what he might do next. Fortunately, Chu Nan chose not to act against them, instead carrying Lu Yixian out of the private room. To him, further violence seemed futile, as the fellow had mentioned. They were simply hired hands, and they had learned their lesson. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen. Once Chu Nan departed, Brother Hu and his subordinates surrounded Liang Chao. The wailing echoed through the private room like the cries of slaughtered pigs. Having been unconscious in the car, Lu Yixian finally regained her senses, staring incredulously at Chu Nan beside her. Chu Nan, how did you end up here? I thought I was at the KTV, and then, ouch. As she recalled, a headache surged. She remembered drinking from a cup Liang Chao had handed her, and afterward, everything went hazy. Hey, class monitor, usually you seem quite sharp at school. Why do you appear so dazed now? Chu Nan remarked with a hint of exasperation. Lu Yixin shot him a glare. Who are you calling dazed? You still haven't explained how you got here, and what else with this car? Only then did she notice she was seated in a supercar, the luxurious interior, the high-tech screens, and the sleek emblem. Lu Yixin, possessing some knowledge, recognized the vehicle as an Aston Martin. However, she quickly regained her composure. It was no surprise that Chu Nan, being a billionaire, would drive a supercar. Subsequently, Chu Nan recounted the entire ordeal. Lu Yixin was furious, her face darkening as she listened. Yet, reflecting on it, she felt a pang of fear. What if Chu Nan hadn't arrived? She might have lost her dignity. Glancing at the man beside her, she couldn't fathom why she felt such a sense of security, realizing that Chu Nan had come to rescue her, which warmed her heart. It seemed this fellow was not entirely a typical man after all. There was hope. Indeed, there is a saying that rings true. When a woman is with someone she likes, her intelligence often plummets. Anyone would have come to rescue Lu Yixin, and Chu Nan was merely acting as a friend. In any case, from now on, Liang won't dare to harass you again, Chu Nan stated casually. With Liang Chao's limbs rendered useless, he would require at least half a year for recovery, and he had already taken steps to address the situation. It wouldn't be long before Liang Chao received news of his dismissal. As the owner of the Marriott Hotel, everyone in Flower City would grant him some respect, especially since Liang Chao's company could hardly compare to the Marriott. With a single call from Tangyan, it was practically a done deal. Lu Yixin wore a complex expression. Chu Nan was simply too outstanding, leaving her feeling inferior. Did she truly deserve to be with him? Moreover, it seemed his attitude didn't quite align with her feelings. Sigh, she could only take it one step at a time. She was not one to give up easily. Unless Chu Nan outright rejected her, she wouldn't relent. However, Lu Yixin also despised herself. Every time a crucial moment arose, she longed to express her feelings to Chu Nan but found herself unable to voice them, as if a stone lodged in her throat. Suddenly, a comical gurgling sound broke the tension. Lu Yixin's cheeks flushed crimson like an apple. Chu Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yashwan withdrew her petite fist and struck Chu Nan, indignantly exclaiming, "No laughing. No laughing. All right, I want to laugh," he replied. Subsequently, Chu Nan drove Lu Yashwan to a restaurant, and during the journey, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the car, perceptible to both of them. After disembarking, Chu Nan gazed at Lu Yashwan's retreating figure and heaved a deep sigh. He had noticed the playful banter in the car and the way Lu Yashwan looked at him. Could it be that she harbored some special feelings for him? Chapter 50. This young man must have exercised quite a bit tonight. Upon arriving at a Chinese restaurant, Chu Nan recalled that it seemed to be a popular eatery. Nowadays, trendy restaurants often boast appealing presentations, although he was uncertain about the quality of the cuisine. After casually ordering a few dishes, Lu Yashwan scampered off to some Instagram-worthy spots, reminiscent of a little girl eager to capture memories in picturesque locations. "Chu Nan, come take a couple of photos for me," she called out. "Are you sure? My photography skills are rather lacking," Chu Nan replied, skepticism etched on his face. This girl seemed blissfully unaware of her own photographic capabilities. He was well aware that his skills had left many in utter dismay. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Even if you take terrible shots, with my looks, I can always edit them later," Lu Yashwan retorted nonchalantly. After all, she was quite confident in her appearance and physique. She couldn't believe that Chu Nan could possibly make her look unflattering. In fact, Chu Nan did not disappoint her expectations. However, upon seeing the photos, Lu Yashwan's expression darkened, and she exclaimed through gritted teeth, "How could you make me look so dreadful? My goodness, the lighting is so dim, and look at my legs. My height." Standing at 1.7 meters, she appeared in the photos as though she were merely 1.55 meters tall, and her complexion lacked any radiance. She realized then that Chu Nan was likely destined to remain inept in the art of photography for life. Chu Nan awkwardly chuckled, "Just edit the photos. You might salvage them." Truth be told, he considered himself somewhat clumsy, and even he found the photos to be a tad excessive. Lu Yashwan retorted with annoyance. "Editing might save it somewhat, but any other girl would have been infuriated by your incompetence." Chu Nan gave a knowing smile. "So why aren't you angry?" Lu Yashwan's cheeks flushed, and she chose to remain silent, huffing in response to his question. Chu Nan sighed inwardly, certain now that the class monitor had some level of interest in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. Yet, he remained perplexed about what it was about him that attracted someone of her caliber, especially since her standards were undoubtedly high. And it couldn't merely be for his financial status. Reflecting on their past interactions, he recalled how Lu Yashwan had taken the initiative to add him, suggesting that she may have held some interest during their university days. Oblivious to the fact that her feelings had been discerned, Lu Yashwan blushed fiercely, lowering her head and falling into silence as Chu Nan watched her. In truth, Lu Yashwan's bashful demeanor was rather charming, and perhaps it was worth considering. But Chu Nan was not one to hastily pursue romance. He had his principles. He decided to observe for a while longer. Soon, their dishes arrived at the table, and upon taking his first bite, Chu Nan frowned. It was not that the food was inedible, but the restaurant's standards were far from commensurate with the prices they charged. This would merely qualify as an average dining establishment, perhaps even inferior to some local diners. Aside from the aesthetically pleasing presentation, the flavors left much to be desired. It appeared that one ought not to place too much faith in trendy eateries. Such places were often one-time visits, as most patrons shared this sentiment. However, with influencers promoting the restaurant, even if customers were merely passing through, the allure of the trendy label drew in a crowd eager to document their experience. Shortly thereafter, a group of influencers entered, one of whom was live streaming. As soon as they stepped inside, they began extolling the restaurant's virtues. The group consisted of 2 men and a woman. One of the men was tall and slender, with rather appealing features, though the dark circles under his eyes were quite pronounced. Chu Nan surmised that this young man must have been out quite late the previous night. The other man, adorned with heavy makeup, exuded a somewhat alluring aura. The trio launched into excessive praise for the restaurant's decor and design. Yet they remained conspicuously silent regarding the taste of the food. They soon settled into a nearby table, prompting the staff to rush over. Bowing their heads in a servile manner, the trio carried themselves with an air of superiority, as if they were of some noble status. Curiously, as other patrons flocked to them for photographs, it was only Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan who remained indifferent. "Aren't you going to get a picture with them?" Chu Nan teased. Lu Yashuan, after reluctantly finishing her meal, replied, "I'm not interested in influencers. Besides, what would I gain from a photo with them? Flaunting it on social media? That's rather childish." Indeed, Lu Yashuan had a valid point. As it became apparent that only Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan were not drawn to the influencers, their lack of engagement soon caught the attention of the trio. The man with dark circles widened his eyes upon noticing Lu Yashuan, his gaze hungrily assessing her exquisite figure. Remarkable, he thought to himself, having navigated the nightlife for years. He had never encountered someone so stunning. However, the only blemish on this scene was the presence of a poorly dressed fellow sitting across from her, utterly incomparable to the likes of Lu Yashuan. They were clad in trendy brands, with footwear that cost thousands, enough to purchase hundreds of outfits for the unfortunate young man. Before long, the man with dark circles approached Lu Yashuan. Chapter 51, The Needle in the Haystack. As the man with dark circles advanced, Chu Nan remained unfazed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Such a character dared to approach Lu Yashuan? He was well aware that Lu Yashuan's fierce temperament had not diminished. She merely concealed her fierceness in his presence. "Hey there, beautiful, mind if we get acquainted?" The man with dark circles flirted, tossing his hair back and casting a suggestive glance at Lu Yashuan. A shiver ran down Lu Yashuan's spine, nearly causing her to regurgitate her meal. What a peculiar individual. Utterly repulsive. "Is that all you've got? An influencer?" "No thanks," Lu Yashuan replied, her demeanor radiating an icy indifference. The man with dark circles stood there awkwardly, taken aback. He prided himself on his conquests. After all, he wouldn't have such pronounced dark circles otherwise. He had never failed in his attempts to approach women. So did this girl not realize her own worth as an influencer? "I'm an influencer," he asserted, attempting to elevate his status, an air of superiority emanating from him. In his mind, revealing his identity would at least elicit a softer response from her, if not a warm one. However, Lu Yashuan's expression grew even more disdainful. Her tone chillingly frosty. "What is so special about being an influencer? Are you a social media influencer? Should I present you with an award as well? Do not stand before me, as you disrupt my appetite with those conspicuous dark circles under your eyes. Could it be that you are the poster child for kidney deficiency in the influencer realm?" A chuckle escaped Chu Nan's lips, unable to suppress his amusement. This girl's fierce demeanor and her sharp tongue remained as formidable as ever. The expression on the young man's face turned a shade of iron gray, clearly struck at his vulnerable spot. "Young man, exercising restraint is not a vice. Do not wait until middle age to find yourself weeping in solitude, locked in a desolate room, experiencing the profound loneliness of being alone. Brat, what are you laughing at?" The man with dark circles recognized Chu Nan's mockery and was instantly filled with indignation. Chu Nan, unfazed, wore a knowing smile and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled something delightful. Is that a problem?" In an instant, the influencer was rendered speechless, his face a tapestry of green and red. Despite his years in the limelight, he had never endured such humiliation. "Beautiful lady, with your exquisite beauty, why associate with a penniless individual like him? His affections are of no value. Can he provide you with a car or a house? Can he offer you everything you desire? Do not be deceived by his superficial charm. I have encountered many like him. It would be far better for you to join us. We could elevate your status. And you too could become a sensation." It was perplexing how this man felt an innate superiority simply by claiming the title of influencer, a notion both of them found baffling. Was he drunk on his fame, or was it that Chu Nan, a billionaire, had not revealed his true identity? Attempting to show off in front of a billionaire seemed a fool's errand. With your so-called influencer status, you think you are something special? Let me tell you, you are merely a child, weak and feeble, resembling a man of 50 or 60 years. I wouldn't spare you a glance. Observing the pallor of his face, I could liken you to a mere embroidery needle. At last, the crowd could not contain their laughter. The girl had a way with metaphors. An embroidery needle? How audacious! This fierce lady was indeed formidable, and they envied anyone who could claim such a remarkable woman, perhaps dreaming of her in their sleep. The man with dark circles, now seething with humiliation, suddenly raised his hand to strike Lu Yashuan. Startled, she curled into a ball, quivering like a frightened little hedgehog. Chu Nan swiftly rose, an icy demeanor enveloping him as he seized the man's arm and, with a gentle yet firm motion, sent him flying across the room. He crashed heavily to the ground. Ouch! How dare you lay a hand on me? At that moment, the other influencers who had accompanied the man approached, phones in hand, ready to document the scene. They sneered, threatening, "If you do not wish to become the talk of the internet, you ought to apologize to us." Their chatter filled the air with accusations, claiming that Z had been assaulted. Z was presumably the name of the man with dark circles, and despite his substantial following, they were prepared to edit the video and add voiceovers to frame Chu Nan in a negative light. However, Chu Nan was unperturbed, stepping forward with an aura that was almost palpable. The three of them instinctively swallowed hard, retreating a step in fear. The woman with the snake-like features spoke up. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to strike someone?" Goodness! The onlookers were taken aback by Chu Nan's stature. They had not realized just how imposing he was, with muscles that spoke of physical prowess. They were not afraid of death, but if they truly provoked him, they would likely find themselves on the receiving end of a brutal beating. "A pack of cowards," Chu Nan coldly remarked as he took Lu Yashuan by the hand and exited the restaurant. The remaining influencers stood there, faces ashen, seething with resentment as they glared at the retreating figures. "Those two wretched souls, since they refuse to show us respect, they shall not escape our retribution." Chapter 52. Even if I must kneel before him and call him father. The next morning, as anticipated, several influencers released short videos, spinning narratives about Z's friendships and his assault. The accompanying voiceover was not even Chu Nan's, but someone else's. The comments flooded in, all laced with vitriol against Chu Nan. "Our Z is so adorable. How could that assailant dare to lay a hand on him? Z, hold on. All the mothers stand by you. Ladies, let us band together to expose that pathetic creature. Look at his shabby appearance. How dare he strike our Z? Let him see the might of Z's fan club." In the office, Z reveled in the wave of comments, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You think you can underestimate me, poor fool? Let me show you the power of an influencer." His company was a media agency, and it was precisely due to their branding that he had risen to fame. Unbeknownst to him, his company was situated in the same building as Chu Nan's office, meaning they were mere tenants of the billionaire. Before long, Pan Ping, working in the office, stumbled upon the video, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Isn't that Mr. Chu?" Upon reading the accompanying text and hearing the voice, his expression darkened. The voice in the video was clearly altered, and upon discovering the account associated with it, his countenance grew even gloomier. Metian Media, wasn't that one of the tenants in this very building? How audacious for a mere influencer to challenge Mr. Chu and attempt to besmirch his name. These people were truly courting disaster. In no time, Pan Ping dialed the media company's owner, and within a minute, the man rushed in, panting heavily. "Manager Pan, you summoned me?" Pan Ping let out a cold snort, causing the man to tremble in fear. Why was Manager Pan acting this way? He believed he had done nothing to offend him recently. Pan Ping handed his phone to Zhou Tong, who stared at the video with a blank expression, perplexed. "Manager Pan, what is wrong with this video?" "What's wrong?" Pan Ping replied with a chilling smile, his tone serious. "Is this influencer under your company's purview?" Zhou Tong, still confused, answered straightforwardly. "Yes, he's considered a relatively well-known small influencer in our company." Seeing Zhou Tong's naive demeanor, Pan Ping sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Old Zhou, we have a good relationship, but I fear I cannot protect you this time." Hearing the gravity in Pan Ping's voice, Zhou Tong trembled, panic rising within him. "Manager Pan, what exactly is wrong with this video? Did that brat offend you? If he did, I'll make him come here to apologize immediately." Pan Ping shot him a cold glance and spoke frostily. "If it were just a matter of offending me, that would be manageable. But do you know who the man in the video is?" "Who?" Zhou Tong's heart sank, an ominous premonition gripping him. "Mr. Chu, the proprietor of this office building. Should you offend me, I might still find it in my heart to forgive you for the sake of your face. However, to cross Mr. Chu is another matter entirely. Even I would be powerless to shield you from his wrath. Furthermore, the video in question has been meticulously edited, clearly implicating Mr. Chu as the catalyst for the turmoil. I suggest you prepare for the worst. Zhou Tong felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his face as pale as foil, his legs trembling to the point of collapse. His heart raced uncontrollably, and the words of Pan Ping echoed relentlessly in his mind. The individual in the video was indeed Mr. Chu, the owner of this very building? How could a mere internet celebrity under his own company dare to offend such a formidable figure? As the head of a small media company, he should be striving to curry favor rather than antagonize. With the lease renewal period approaching, any misstep could spell disaster for his business. Manager Pan, where's Mr. Chu now? Zhou Tong stammered, his voice quaking. Pan Ping shook his head. I have no idea where Mr. Chu is. Your priority must be to delete that video immediately and then go before Mr. Chu to offer your sincerest apologies. Pray for his forgiveness, otherwise, not even the heavens could rescue you. Pan's demeanor towards Zhou Tong was a result of the many favors he had received from him over the years. Had it been anyone else, he would have already dismissed them. Realization dawned on Zhou Tong, and he dashed out of the office. Meanwhile, the individual referred to as Z, he was engaged in a chat with 20 of his online acquaintances, planning their rendezvous at a hotel. Luo Hao, you little wretch, come out here this instant. Zhou Tong's furious voice startled everyone in the office, who bowed their heads in fear. They had never witnessed their boss in such a rage during their time at the company. Boss, Luo Hao is in the break room, one employee timidly replied. Zhou Tong's anger intensified. Resting. He dares to rest. Upon reaching the break room, Zhou Tong kicked the door open with a force that startled Luo Hao. Seeing his boss, Luo Hao quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Boss, what brings you here? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tong delivered a swift kick to Luo Hao's abdomen, doubling over in pain. Luo Hao looked up at his furious boss with fear in his eyes. Boss, why did you kick me? I don't believe I have offended you. Zhou Tong sneered coldly. You may not have wronged me, but you have certainly provoked someone whom even I dare not cross. Do you have any idea who the person in that short video is? He is the owner of this office building. You had the audacity to offend such a person. Even I would kneel before him and call him father. Chapter 53. I do not wish to see those three again, do you understand? Luo Hao stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. The owner of this building? Even his boss must call him father. That shabby-looking individual had such an imposing background? You need to delete that video immediately and make the entire situation public. Zhou Tong barked in anger. Luo Hao's face drained of color, pleading, Boss, if that happens, everything will be ruined. All my efforts to maintain my image with those fans will be in vain. Zhou Tong seized the collar of his shirt, growling. Your image is worthless. Offending Mr. Chu means he can have me thrown out with a mere word. Your so-called image is irrelevant. If you continue to waste my time, I'll strip you bare and toss you into the street. Moreover, you will accompany me to apologize to Mr. Chu. Whether you kneel or employ any other method, you must earn his forgiveness. Luo Hao crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated, his eyes devoid of hope. He realized his career as an internet celebrity was now irreparably shattered. His two team members were in a similar predicament. Their accounts had been suspended, and as company accounts, they were bound by the terms clearly outlined in their contracts. Furthermore, the company held firm evidence of their wrongdoings, leaving them with no room for rebellion. After the video was deleted, many were left puzzled. However, a subsequent apology video left Luo Hao's fans in utter disbelief. This was the epitome of a slap in the face. The entire situation was laid bare, and his female fans could hardly believe it, their support wavering. This can't be true. Z.E., if you're being threatened, blink twice. This is impossible. Z.E.isn't that kind of person. Surely this is all a setup. Z.E., are you being coerced? The comments section erupted in a heated debate. At this moment, Chu Nan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, until soon, Lu Yashuan sent him the video. Chu Nan, you must see this. Those individuals actually posted a video, and they had the audacity to claim you bullied them. They are utterly shameless. Initially indifferent, Chu Nan's expression soured as he viewed the video. He despised unfounded accusations, and the video had been cleverly edited. His original voice was entirely removed, and the voice that spoke in the video was not his own. Just then, Lu Yashuan sent another message. Wait, that guy posted another apology video, and he deleted the previous one. How curious. What is he trying to achieve? The video was deleted? Another apology video? Just as he pondered this, a call from Pan Ping interrupted his thoughts. Hello, Mr. Chu. I apologize for the disturbance. No trouble at all. What is the matter? Chu Nan initially assumed it was a routine renewal issue, but when informed of the short video incident, his expression turned peculiarly bemused. He could hardly believe the coincidence. The man with dark circles under his eyes was an internet celebrity under one of the media companies in his building, and he had unwittingly offended his landlord. The reason for the deletion of the video now made perfect sense. As for the two individuals making their way to him to apologize, Chu Nan paid their approach little mind. After hanging up, about half an hour later, Zhou Tong and Luo Hao arrived at the entrance of the villa. Upon seeing the grand estate, they were left speechless. The sight of a maid outside the villa particularly flustered Luo Hao. Such an opulent villa must cost at least 100 million, and a luxury mansion atop a mountain was not something one could acquire without significant social standing. Zhou Tong felt an increasing sense of dread. Individuals of such stature were notoriously capricious. Standing before such a lavish abode, Zhou Tong's confidence waned, and he muttered darkly, "This wretched little brat is truly going to be the death of me." Ding dong. The maid from within the villa approached, inquiring curiously, "Whom are you looking for?" Zhou Tong immediately donned a sycophantic smile as he addressed the beauty. "May I inquire if Mr. Chu is at home?" The maid instantly comprehended the situation. These two were there to seek out their employer. "Please wait a moment while I confirm with the boss," she replied. Zhou Tong nodded eagerly, and before long, the grand entrance of the villa swung open. Upon encountering Chu Nan, they trembled with trepidation. Zhou Tong stepped forward to offer an apology, saying, "Mr. Chu, this is a token of my contrition. I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's offense toward you." He then delivered a swift kick to Luo Hao. Luo Hao fell to his knees before Chu Nan, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded for mercy. "Mr. Chu, I was blind to your identity. Please, forgive my transgressions. I am utterly remorseful." He lamented, "I am doomed." With that, he struck himself across the face repeatedly, fully aware that his lack of talent was overshadowed solely by his superficial charm, which had garnered him a modicum of fame online. Before his rise to notoriety, he had been nothing more than an inconspicuous youth. Should his online persona be extinguished, he was at a loss as to what else he might pursue, having grown disdainful of traditional employment after tasting the lucrative fruits of internet fame. Even if he sought opportunities elsewhere, the knowledge of his offense against someone of Chu Nan's stature would likely render him undesirable to any company. Is that so? I recall you asserting otherwise just yesterday, claiming you would showcase the might of an internet celebrity. Whatever happened to your previous bravado? Chu Nan remarked with a smile. Regarding Luo Hao as one might a mere jester, trembling on the ground, Luo Hao was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Since you have erred, you must bear the consequences," Chu Nan declared, seemingly pronouncing a sentence of doom upon him. He turned to Zhou Tong, his voice cold and resolute. "I do not wish to see those three again. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Zhou Tong nodded fervently, then hesitated for a brief moment before cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Chu, regarding the lease renewal." Chu Nan cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "Rest assured, I shall not hold you accountable for this matter. The lease renewal will proceed as previously arranged. I simply wish for this individual to be removed from my sight." Under Chu Nan's decree, Luo Hao was dragged out of the villa like a lifeless dog. His career was effectively over. It was unlikely that any future company would dare to employ him, compounded by a substantial penalty for breach of contract. It was evident that Luo Hao's future was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 54, Yi Chun. "Get in there. Hurry up. Yasuo, where's your E? Get happy." Watching his teammates fall, Chu Nan cursed them as worthless. The Yasuo on his team was far from joyful, failing to unleash his E ability even once against a line of minions. A Yasuo without his E is a miserable sight. Even as the joyful wind man, I cannot endure such a state. Under the guidance of his teammates, Chu Nan's crystal was successfully destroyed. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. With the game concluded, Chu Nan felt a profound sense of ennui. He had grown weary of idling at home. Whether gaming or playing with his maids, he had lost interest. It seemed that with wealth came a loss of purpose. At that moment, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu?" "Yes, who am I speaking with?" "Good day, Mr. Chu. I am the president of the Piano Association. As the international piano competition begins tomorrow, we require your presence to complete some formalities." "The Piano Association?" The old gentleman who visited before seemed to be from there. Upon hearing that the competition was imminent, Chu Nan's languid demeanor transformed, ignited by a spark of interest. Perhaps this could serve as an entertaining diversion. If Li Hongyi were to learn that Chu Nan viewed the prestigious international piano competition merely as a pastime, he might well be rendered speechless. In the eyes of many, the piano competition was sacred. Countless individuals aspired to win the favor of Master Griffin. Of course, Chu Nan was oblivious to whom Master Griffin was. Nor did he care, he simply sought amusement. After a brief conversation, he hung up, changed into a fresh outfit, and drove his Lamborghini to the Piano Association. The association was located at a manor known as Rose Manor, a venue rented by Li Hongyi and other notable figures. Given their status, securing the estate was hardly a challenge. Upon arrival, crowds had gathered, most of whom were exceptional pianists who had qualified for the competition. However, some attendees harbored ulterior motives. particularly certain female pianists eager to mingle with affluent heirs. The array of luxury cars outside was impressive: Porsches, Jaguars, Maseratis, a dazzling display of opulence. Yet the most striking figure was a young man named Yi Chun, resplendent in a tailored suit, standing at 6 feet tall. His handsome features and gentlemanly demeanor captivated many female pianists. Among the younger generation in Huaqing, Yi Chun was a luminary, a prodigious talent revered in the piano community, and many believed he was the frontrunner for the championship. With young Master Yi in the competition, our chances of winning are slim, one murmured. If young Master Yi participates, the championship is undoubtedly his. His performance of Falling Leaves had left an indelible impression, even earning the admiration of Elder Zhong. However, Yi Chun regarded such flattery with indifference. He felt no pride and harbored little affection for those who fawned over him. The so-called goddesses who approached him seemed to him mere superficialities. Previously, he had inquired with Elder Zhong about the caliber of competitors in the upcoming contest, harboring little hope, convinced that no one in Huaqing's piano scene could rival his prowess. To his astonishment, Elder Zhong had mentioned a young talent whom even he admired, leaving Yi Chun in a state of shock. A Hall of Fame caliber pianist receiving such high praise at such a young age was unprecedented. Chu Nan. Why had this individual, despite receiving such accolades from Elder Zhong, remained obscure in elite circles? This was the enigma that perplexed Yi Chun, as he realized he had never heard of this name in the upper echelons of society. When had such a figure emerged in Huaqing? Suddenly, a stir erupted within the crowd. Whoa, look at that car. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? A limited edition hypercar, of which there are only a few in the country. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze outside, where the resounding roar of the engine and the striking design of the vehicle drew their attention. What is so special about a Lamborghini? Aren't they just a few million? One uninformed individual remarked casually. However, the surrounding crowd responded with disdainful laughter, casting scornful glances at him. Indeed, an ordinary Lamborghini scarcely merits such admiration. However, this Lamborghini Veneno is a limited edition, priced at 80 million, with no more than 3 individuals in the entire country owning one. A sharp intake of breath escaped the onlookers, particularly those who had previously boasted with undue bravado, now humbled and retreating in shame. Could it be that the person within the vehicle was also a contestant in this prestigious piano competition? The gold-digging women, drawn to the allure of the wealthy second generation, gazed at the car with starry eyes, their fascination palpable. This was the epitome of the affluent elite. A luxury car priced at 80 million could easily overshadow all the youthful talents present. However, when they beheld the individual emerging from the automobile, they were rendered speechless. Chapter 55. I fear pain. Clad in a simple white tank top and casual shorts, his feet adorned with a pair of flip-flops. The most striking aspect was that this man's attire consisted of nothing more than common streetwear, those flip-flops likely costing no more than a few dollars. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gaping at the bizarrely dressed individual. Each person there was meticulously attired, donning suits and formal wear, in stark contrast to the disheveled appearance before them. Instantly, their perception of Chu Nan plummeted. Displeasure was etched on every face, as they deemed his presence a disgrace to the Piano Association, particularly in such a solemn and revered setting. Chu Nan surveyed the estate briefly, then dialed a number. Hello. Mr. Li, I've arrived, but there are far too many people here. Could you come to fetch me? Of course. Just a moment, Mr. Chu. The surrounding individuals regarded Chu Nan's audacious attire with disdain, their expressions marred by contempt. Who was this man, to present himself in such a manner at this occasion? Devoid of any gentlemanly decorum? Was he truly invited by Mr. Zhong and President Li? Doubts arose about whether he even possessed the ability to play the piano, as his entire demeanor resembled that of a rogue. He is coming. He is coming. The crowd parted, their faces twisted with derision, unwilling to associate with Chu Nan. Earlier admirers, too, shook their heads in disappointment. Though they were drawn to wealth, Chu Nan's appearance was simply unappealing. While he could overshadow these young affluent men, such attire was wholly inappropriate for the occasion. Yet, amidst the throng, one individual observed Chu Nan with keen interest: Yi Chun. It was his first encounter with someone so intriguing, and he held little regard for the pretentiousness surrounding him. These individuals were mere hypocrites, cloaked in false superiority and sycophantic behavior that repulsed him. An elderly gentleman hurried down the staircase above, drawing the attention of the crowd, who widened their eyes in astonishment. Good heavens! Isn't that President Li? Even Yi Chun was taken aback. Mr. Li was a towering figure in their field. What could have compelled such urgency? The subsequent scene left them utterly dumbfounded. Li Hongyi grasped Chu Nan's hand, smiling broadly. Mr. Chu, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. The atmosphere froze instantly. The previously bustling venue now silent as a pin could be heard dropping. Every face was frozen in disbelief, eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. Could it be that they were mistaken? Mr. Li had rushed down for this young man, the very one they had scorned, whom they believed could not even play the piano. Chu Nan nodded nonchalantly, as if this were entirely expected, as they watched Mr. Li and Chu Nan ascend the stairs. The crowd remained rooted in place, their minds blank. A resounding slap echoed through the air. "Why the hell did you hit me?" protested the struck individual, clutching his stinging cheek. "Does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts. Are you out of your mind? If you feel pain, then this isn't a dream." The assailant, at a loss for words, retorted, "Then why don't you hit yourself?" "I fear pain." The peculiar exchange between the two baffled onlookers. Yet they remained incredulous that such a disheveled man had been invited upstairs by Mr. Li, who appeared to be treating him with utmost respect, suggesting that this individual held a position of considerable significance in Mr. Li's eyes. Mr. Li, a titan in their industry, commanded profound respect. Even they approached him with humility. Furthermore, as a first-rate piano master, though slightly removed from the pinnacle, he was still immensely revered. In a world where few piano virtuosos attained such heights, it was astonishing that someone of such stature would treat a younger person with such deference. Who could this individual possibly be? Even if he hailed from an illustrious family, Mr. Li would not extend such courtesy unless this young man's piano skills were of a caliber that even Mr. Li found astonishing. Yet, could anyone at such a young age truly reach that level? Even Yi Chun, with his distinguished background, could not achieve such a claim. At this moment, no one noticed Yi Chun's expression. Perhaps he had grasped the identity of the one receiving such treatment from Mr. Li. Could it be that enigmatic young figure mentioned by Mr. Zhong? That would be Chu Nan. Chapter 56. A year's time. Who, exactly, was that individual? How could he warrant Mr. Li's personal welcome? Did he possess some extraordinary background? It was inconceivable. Mr. Li was not one to be swayed by family lineage. Unless this person's musical prowess surpassed even his own. This was implausible. The young man appeared to be merely in his 20s. At such an age, even if he had practiced since birth, surpassing Mr. Li was a tall order. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. If someone so young had indeed equaled Mr. Li's skill, then their own years of practice had been in vain. Regardless, the truth would soon be revealed through action. They were eager to discern the talents of one whom Mr. Li personally welcomed. Most present harbored unfavorable views of Chu Nan, having failed to perceive any semblance of the same aura they revered in esteemed musicians. Yet, in the crowd, one individual remained silent, Yi Chun. He was nearly certain that the man was indeed Chu Nan. Such a fascinating character was a rarity, but could he truly be as extraordinary as Mr. Zhong claimed? A 20-something-year-old piano virtuoso of the highest caliber? Most would dismiss such rumors as laughable, yet they were spoken by Mr. Zhong, lending them undeniable authenticity. Yi Chun smiled, eager to witness the abilities of this Chu Nan, who had garnered such high praise from Mr. Zhong. "Mr. Chu, it's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Zhong greeted Chu Nan with a warm smile. As for the other elderly gentlemen, they donned smiles, seemingly indifferent to Chu Nan's attire. Their presence was merely a formality this time. Little did they know that the younger crowd below was taking things so seriously. In contrast, they found Chu Nan's carefree demeanor far more approachable. Moreover, his prowess in piano playing was indeed remarkable. Not merely remarkable, one might say it was unparalleled. There were likely no others in the entire country who could match Chu Nan's extraordinary skill. "Mr. Chu, how long have you been studying the piano?" Their primary purpose was to gather some information, and this gathering served as an opportunity for pianists in Huaqing to familiarize themselves with one another. "Less than a month." Chu Nan replied casually, without much thought. This revelation left the elderly gentleman astounded. How could one achieve such a Hall of Fame caliber in merely a month? "Mr. Chu, you must be jesting. The average person would be fortunate to grasp the basics in that time. If one could reach such heights in a month, we would vow never to touch a piano again." Li Hongyi chuckled, unable to fathom the possibility. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Nan had only played the piano twice since he discovered his talent, rendering any notion of practice nearly non-existent. However, such was the terrifying nature of expert-level talent. All the theoretical knowledge was ingrained in Chu Nan's mind. Realizing he had exaggerated, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Perhaps a year." Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became palpable, as the expressions on their faces froze, their gazes fixed on Chu Nan as though they had encountered a ghost. Li Hongyi's face reflected sheer shock, his hand gripping the pen, trembling uncontrollably. A year to reach such a level? Once, he had doubted the existence of prodigies until he met Chu Nan. Very well, this is the genuine article, a prodigy. A mere year to achieve this level of mastery. In today's world, it seems Chu Nan stands alone. No one from the younger generation can compare. "Mr. Chu, what is the title of the piece you performed that day?" "Living." What a poignant title. In that melody, one can sense the pressures of contemporary society, a true embodiment of living. "Mr. Chu, May I inquire when you composed this piece? On that very day, during Elder Zhong's visit. Uh-huh. Mr. Chu, you truly have a penchant for jest. No, I am not joking. I was inspired that day. Their expressions synchronized in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. A piece composed in a matter of minutes on that very day? What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such a feat? This piece could easily be deemed a classic of its generation, even among themselves. They could not create something of such caliber, primarily due to the difference in performance. Even with the sheet music, they could not replicate the essence and vibrancy that Chu Nan infused into his performance. Chu Nan's responses consistently surpassed their comprehension, leaving Li Hongyi and Elder Zhong exchanging glances, ultimately displaying resigned smiles. Perhaps this is what they referred to as genius. Once, they had been skeptical of such prodigies existing in the world, believing no matter how exceptional the talent, it could not exceed their understanding. Yet, Chu Nan was that exception, continually reshaping their worldview. Their curiosity about Chu Nan's background grew exponentially. Residing in a mountaintop villa and possessing such remarkable piano skills, why had he remained so inconspicuous? Chapter 57. All present are worthless. Initially, Chu Nan believed he was summoned alone, only to discover it was a banquet. However, since he was already there, he might as well stay until the gathering concluded, especially given the elderly gentleman's insistence. Once the banquet commenced, no one approached him, and most gazes were laced with disdain. Of course, much of this disdain stemmed from jealousy, particularly at the fact that President Li had personally welcomed Chu Nan, an honor they had not experienced themselves. They could not fathom why President Li would allow someone like him to grace the banquet. Chu Nan stood out like a sore thumb. Yet he paid little heed to it. Had it not been for the two elders' insistence, he might not have lingered. However, the food was surprisingly delightful. Chu Nan's demeanor was casual, unlike others who nibbled delicately, concerned about their image. He believed that if one wished to eat, one should indulge without pretense. Why is someone like him even here? One remarked. Is he truly a competitor like us? I see no hint of artistic temperament in him. Do you think President Li and Elder Zhong were deceived? That seems unlikely. They are not easily fooled. Besides, everyone present has been vetted for their abilities. Their expertise is beyond question. Yet, given Chu Nan's appearance, they genuinely questioned whether he could play the piano at all. In the center of the hall stood a piano, and throughout the event, individuals occasionally approached to perform, receiving enthusiastic praise from the audience. Upstairs, Li Hongyi and Elder Zhong wore smiles. Indeed, there are numerous exceptional young talents in watching, Li Hongyi noted. However, it seemed excessive for these gentlemen in their 30s to vie for attention against the younger generation. Will Mr. Chu not showcase his talent? One wondered aloud. It seems the crowd holds strong opinions about him. After a moment of silence, Li Hongyi mused, perhaps Mr. Chu simply does not care. Elder Zhong, too, remained silent. Throughout their interactions and at the banquet, Chu Nan appeared completely at ease, seemingly unfazed by his surroundings or the opinions of others. Such composure was rare among today's youth. While Chu Nan reveled in the delicious fare, those gathered around the piano basked in the spotlight of admiration. Listening to the performances, Chu Nan shook his head. While the skill was evident, the emotion felt rigid, as though produced by a machine. To an outsider, the music might seem enchanting, but to Chu Nan, it bore no distinction from mechanical sounds. Wang Yu, initially relishing the applause, felt his spirits wane upon catching sight of Chu Nan shaking his head. What did that gesture signify? Did he find Wang Yu's performance lacking? Hey, what did that head shake mean? Are you dissatisfied with the performance? Wang Yu sneered, drawing the attention of onlookers. Oh, it's him? The expressions of curiosity that once adorned the faces of the onlookers gradually morphed into contempt and disgust. Could this individual genuinely be a pianist? Ever since the banquet commenced, he had been incessantly indulging in food, as if he were a glutton. Hey, Master Wang Yu is speaking to you. Are you even listening? A bystander voiced their dissatisfaction. Yet, it appeared that these individuals were as inconsequential as air. The collective countenance of the crowd reflected discontent. What was this fellow implying? Was he truly disregarding them? After finishing the last morsel of food, Chu Nan cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Yu and remarked, Indeed, your performance is rather subpar. The previously engaged conversations came to an abrupt halt as everyone froze in disbelief. What did he just utter? Did he dare to call Wang Yu's performance trash? Wang Yu was a renowned piano master in Huaqing, esteemed by countless individuals, and while he might not eclipse Yi Chun, he was certainly not of such a wretched caliber. Preposterous. Do you even comprehend who Master Wang Yu is? How dare someone like you attend this banquet? Such audacity. Utterly arrogant. You are unworthy to stand among us. Get out. Get out. Yes. Leave. Wang Yu, standing proudly upon the platform, regarded Chu Nan with a gaze reminiscent of one observing a mere ant, dismissing the audacity of a junior who dared speak so boldly. What other individuals of such tender age could possibly rival him aside from Yi Chun? However, Chu Nan's eyes, profound and grave, swept across the assembly as he sighed deeply. I retract my previous statement. I now believe that all of you present are indeed trash. Chapter 58. This boy is a monster. His resonant voice echoed throughout the grand hall. As Chu Nan articulated these words, his gaze was so untroubled, as if in his eyes, the caliber of these individuals was indeed nothing more than refuse. You are the trash. Your entire family is garbage. You are utterly ignorant and a frog at the bottom of a well. Who do you think you are? Master Griffin? Even Master Griffin would not exhibit such arrogance. Vulgar individuals like you are unfit to associate with us. If you deem our performance trash, then why not take the stage and play a piece? If your rendition surpasses ours, I shall concede that I am the trash. Precisely. Prove your worth with your abilities. All eyes turned towards Chu Nan, who had now been thrust into the limelight. Up above, Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi exchanged uneasy glances. Was Mr. Chu not being a tad overly presumptuous? Upon hearing Li Hongyi's observation, Elder Zhong smiled. If I had possessed his caliber at his age, I might have been even more audacious. Indeed, given his near-legendary proficiency, it was possible that Chu Nan had already achieved a level of mastery. They were unaware of the true extent of Chu Nan's capabilities. In mere minutes, he had composed the piece alive, crafting a classic, leaving no one certain of the veracity of his claims. Nevertheless, he undeniably possessed the audacity to back it up. Yi Qin's perception of Chu Nan began to shift. What justified such brazen confidence? Did he truly possess such talent? They were correct. Only those who could substantiate their claims with skill had the right to speak so boldly. A sardonic smile graced Chu Nan's lips. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the notion that there are indeed greater talents beyond your comprehension, and I shall silence your insolent mouths with my prowess. Every individual seethed with indignation, determined to make Chu Nan aware of the ramifications of his hubris should he lack the requisite skill. Chu Nan approached the piano, a smile of confidence upon his lips as he surveyed the stark black and white keys, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Why feign pretense? Perhaps this fellow was incapable of playing the piano? That seemed implausible. We are all individuals who have undergone rigorous testing, and it was likely that he lacked the necessary skill, perhaps even the courage to perform. Unperturbed by the mockery, Chu Nan aimed to earn their respect with undeniable conviction. The technical proficiency of these individuals was woefully inadequate. He would instead present a tempestuous, exhilarating composition. At last, Chu Nan opened his eyes, a confident smile emerging. Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi widened their eyes in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. Could it be that he had? The clear and powerful notes resonated through the hall. In the ensuing moments, his fingers danced upon the keys, creating a whirlwind of sound that even the human eye struggled to follow. A palpable shock washed over the audience as they turned their gazes to Chu Nan. Witnessing those 10 elusive fingers, they felt a shiver run down their spines. What monumental confidence must he possess to execute such a feat? The derisive voices of earlier had vanished without a trace, replaced by expressions of sheer astonishment, their pupils dilating, faces flushing with disbelief. The individuals who had previously mocked Chu Nan fled the venue in disgrace, acutely aware that remaining would only lead to further humiliation. Wang Yu opened his mouth, seemingly choked by an unseen stone lodged in his throat, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He remained in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure. Was this truly the level one should expect at his age? Could anyone else of such youth achieve this standard? In the contemporary world, no one could match it. Even when compared to Yi Qin, the chasm between their abilities was insurmountable. As the melody evolved, so too did the expressions on their faces. Each emotion mirrored the cadence of the music. On the elevated platform, Chu Nan ascended like a radiant star. Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi's faces flushed with excitement, their bodies trembling with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The ambience. Chu Nan conjured an atmosphere wherein it felt as though all present were drenched in rain, ensnared by the melody, unable to extricate themselves. Such a depth of feeling could only be evoked by a maestro of the highest order, elucidating why such masters are exceedingly rare. Even the sublime tones of the piano could heal the turmoil within the heart. Undoubtedly, Chu Nan had achieved a level of mastery verging on the divine, not merely close, but genuinely of the highest caliber. At the tender age of 21, a true virtuoso. Should this news spread, the world would be left in utter disbelief. They could scarcely fathom the implications. Li Hongyi's mouth twisted into a bitter grimace, tinged with resignation. This boy is a monster. Chapter 59. The so-called universe of fingertips? The pinnacle of mastery is a threshold coveted by many. Some may spend their entire lives striving to reach such heights of artistry. Should those elder masters learn of this, one might wonder if they would not find a wall to crash their heads against in disbelief. Historically, no known virtuoso has attained such a level before the age of 40. The idea of someone achieving such mastery at a mere 21 is unfathomable. a notion deemed impossible by many. Yet, here he stands, a phenomenon not only below 40 but at the astonishingly young age of 21, already possessing a mastery that defies comprehension. Given Mr. Chu's remarkable prowess, what significance does his participation in the international competition hold? At his level, he scarcely requires the guidance of Master Griffin. Is it for fame? He does not appear to be such a person. Once Chu Nan validates his exceptional skill, the illustrious piano keys will undoubtedly beckon numerous invitations, potentially propelling him into the echelons of global renown. A maestro of his caliber possesses an unimaginable network, and even the esteemed Master Griffin has performed for a queen of a certain nation. Old Master Zhong gazed at Chu Nan. Recalling the state he had consistently exhibited, a bittersweet expression crossed his face as he remarked, perhaps, in his eyes, this international competition is merely a pastime. A pastime? Li Hongyi's heart jolted. It seemed that Chu Nan had shown an indifference towards the competition from the very beginning. Contemplating this, he too shook his head, his expression a complex tapestry directed at the captivating figure below. To him, the world competition was but a diversion. Perhaps only Chu Nan could treat an event that demanded solemnity from all as a mere game. On stage, Chu Nan was enraptured, lost in the melodies he produced, seemingly immersed in an ethereal realm. Those who had once mocked him from the audience now bore flushed faces and looked utterly crestfallen, while Wang Yu hung his head in shame. The singular thought that resonated within the crowd was, who is he? When did such a prodigy emerge in watching? Yet, if they were to learn that Chu Nan had only been acquainted with the piano for a little over a month, one could only wonder what expressions would adorn their faces. His exquisite technique had transcended their realm entirely. Yi Chun's demeanor grew increasingly uneasy as he anxiously regarded Chu Nan, who was passionately performing. Old Master Zhong had not been mistaken. This was indeed a dark horse, an unexpected prodigy. The chasm between their levels was insurmountable. He had once been fortunate enough to hear a performance from a Hall of Fame master, and the essence conveyed was identical to what Chu Nan was now expressing. Was he a Hall of Fame master? His voice trembled, yet deep down, he was nearly convinced that the individual of his own age on stage had already attained the level of a legendary pianist. The disparity between them was akin to an unbridgeable chasm. Even if Yi Chun were granted 3 or 4 more years, he would not reach Chu Nan's caliber. The usually proud Yi Chun finally felt the sting of defeat, his demeanor somewhat despondent. He had believed himself unrivaled in watching, uniquely gifted. Even considering the previous mention of Chu Nan by old Master Zhong, he thought the gap could not be too vast. However, this time he accepted his loss with complete humility, devoid of any resentment, and was keen to understand what experiences had shaped Chu Nan into a Hall of Fame pianist at such a young age. As the piece reached a frenetic climax, the audience beheld the ethereal dance of his fingers, revealing bittersweet smiles. They had been decisively outmatched, reduced to mere buffoons. Chu Nan had obliterated them, and even given them several years, they might never catch up. Perhaps, in his ears, their performances were nothing more than noise. While Chu Nan may have exhibited some arrogance, he possessed the merit to back it up, and they could only concede. After the performance concluded, Chu Nan surveyed those around him, and upon meeting their gaze with his profound eyes, they all lowered their heads, their faces flushed. It seemed that my level surpasses yours just slightly. Yet that slight edge is sufficient to obliterate you, Chu Nan remarked nonchalantly. Was it merely a slight edge or a monumental one? Observing the subtle gaps in Chu Nan's fingertips, the crowd could only muster bitter smiles. Perhaps this was the universe at their fingertips? Even that slight difference was one they could never surmount. Do you concede? Chu Nan's assertive tone did not elicit disdain from the 2 elders above. On the contrary, they perceived that these individuals had brought their misfortune upon themselves. From the moment Chu Nan entered the gathering, they had recognized him. And those who prided themselves on their superiority and dismissed Chu Nan had deemed his presence a disgrace to the event. Concede, the crowd murmured, their voices a mere whisper. As if they had exhausted every ounce of strength, they trembled in their bodies. As for those who had previously admitted their inferiority, they had long since slinked away from the venue. Wang Yu stepped forward, summoning all his strength to apologize to Chu Nan. Yet, Chu Nan merely cast him a fleeting glance before departing the gathering. There was nothing left worth staying for. Chapter 60. Father, do you believe in prodigies in this world? After the gathering dispersed, the majority had already taken their leave. Every face bore an expression of despondency, following Chu Nan's impact. One could only speculate the state of the others in the upcoming competition, a concern for the 2 elders. Li Lao, Zhong Lao, Yi Chun had yet to depart. Respectfully addressing the duo, Xiao Yi, everyone has left. Why haven't you? Li Hongyi inquired, puzzled. Most attendees chose not to linger after the gathering concluded, offering their regards to the elders before departing. After a moment of silence, Yi Chun queried, who exactly is Chu Nan? How has he reached Hall of Fame caliber at such a young age? yet his name is unheard of in all of Huaqing. The elders shook their heads in unison. Old Master Zhong spoke. We too are unaware of Mr. Chu's true identity. Prior to this, we had no inkling that such an individual existed in Huaqing. However, Mr. Chu's status may not be trivial. He resides in a villa atop the Sky Garden. The villa atop the Sky Garden. Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly composed himself. It was not surprising for someone who could afford a Lamborghini to inhabit such a place. However, what puzzled him was how someone with such prowess could remain obscure in their circles. Could he be from another city? Disappointment washed over him. He had hoped to glean insights about Chu Nan from the elders, but it seemed their knowledge was also limited. Xiao Yi, there is no need to despair. Your future may yet lead you to become a Hall of Fame master. At the very least, you are a standout among your peers, Li Hongyi earnestly reassured him. Concerned that Yi Chun might succumb to despondency after today's setback, Yi Chun was still a promising talent. Even if he did not become a Hall of Fame master, he could still evolve into a first-rate pianist like them. You two need not comfort me. Chu Nan is right. There are always greater talents beyond our own. And I was too much of a frog in a well before, Yi Chun replied with a bitter smile. The two elders sighed. The gap between them was indeed formidable. It's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. Yi Chun bid farewell and exited the Rose Manor. Exchanging glances, the elders found themselves at a loss for words, hoping that this young man would not be too severely affected by the day's events. Upon returning home, Yuan noticed his son's arrival and inquired, "Did you meet with the elders?" Yi Chen nodded, sitting on the sofa in a daze. Gazing up at the chandelier above, Yuan sensed something amiss with his son and furrowed his brow. Strange. The lad seems to have lost his focus after a visit to the Rose Manor, appearing as though he has left his soul behind. It is the first time I have witnessed such a demeanor from my son. Has something occurred? Yuan inquired with concern. Yi Chen sighed, turning towards his father and asking, "Father, what do you think of my accomplishments in the realm of piano? You possess immense talent. No young prodigy in Huaqing can rival you. Did you encounter someone at the Rose Manor?" Yuan continued to probe. Could there be someone in Huaqing more gifted than his own son? It seemed implausible. If such a person existed, news would have undoubtedly circulated within the piano community. Yi Chun revealed a bittersweet smile and replied, "Indeed, I met someone whose gap in skill I may never bridge, a master pianist in their 20s. Father, do you believe such prodigies exist in this world?" Yuan's composure faltered. He stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. A master pianist in their 20s? Could such a phenomenon truly exist? The title of a master pianist carries considerable weight, even on a global scale. Historically, the youngest master pianists have typically exceeded the age of 40. The notion of one in their 20s is simply unimaginable. Are you serious? Does a master pianist in their 20s truly exist? Yi Wen's voice trembled, and one could hardly blame him. Few would believe such a claim were it not uttered by his own son. He played with such artistry, Yi Chen stated. Yi Wen inhaled sharply, collapsing onto the sofa, his eyes reflecting the same bewilderment as his son. Artistry. To evoke such depth in music is a hallmark of a master pianist. When did such a formidable figure emerge in Huaqing? He had never heard of them. Upon hearing the name Chu Nan from his son, he realized he had no recollection of this individual. Moreover, the fact that this person had purchased the mountaintop villa of the Sky Garden suggested an extraordinary status. Yet, why had he remained so obscure? Observing his son's vacant gaze, Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. In his eyes, his son was a paragon of talent, unmatched in Huaqing, especially in the field of piano, where he had garnered the admiration of many. However, the emergence of such a figure posed a significant blow to his son's confidence. Chu Nan. It seemed that among the elite, there was no one with the surname Chu. Chapter 61. Without comparison, there can be no disparity. After completing his morning routine, Chu Nan turned to Zhou Ying at the dining table and said, "Please accompany me on an outing shortly." Zhou Ying looked at him in confusion. "Where to?" "To help me select a few pieces of clothing. The international competition begins today, and I wish to present myself more formally." Chu Nan understood the importance of appearances. Attending the competition in casual attire would likely invite unwarranted gossip. While he personally did not care for others' opinions, he was representing Huaqing and the nation. Thus it was only fitting to adopt a more dignified demeanor. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. After gathering their belongings, Chu Nan drove out his Aston Martin. Zhou Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. "When did you acquire a new car?" "Not long ago," Chu Nan replied casually, recalling that Zhou Ying had been away when he brought the car home. "Oh," she said, internally remarking how fortunate it was to have wealth. Of course, her own salary was substantial now, 30,000 each month, allowing her to save quite a bit even after spending. Such a salary was unimaginable in her previous life. She felt grateful to Chu Nan, as she diligently managed affairs within the villa. Before long, they arrived at Rongmao Square. After parking, they entered a mall where an Armani store awaited them on their left. Generally, only those with a penchant for the finer things would venture into such a shop, primarily due to its exorbitant prices. In the past, Chu Nan might not have even considered entering such a place due to financial constraints, but times had changed. He could now afford to buy all the suits in the store, though he was wise enough not to overindulge, as he was not particularly well-versed in formal wear. The store had few patrons, with only 5 or 6 individuals browsing the sparse selection of suits. However, a single shirt could easily command a price in the thousands, making a few sales sufficient for the day. Soon, a polite sales associate approached them with a beaming smile. "May I assist you with anything today?" "We would like to know which suits are most popular in your store," Zhou replied. Upon hearing this, the associate's eyes brightened. These two appeared to be well off. Zhou, adorned in head-to-toe Chanel, exuded an extraordinary presence, and the associate recognized that such individuals typically had ample means. As for Chu Nan, clad in more modest attire, the associate did not underestimate him, adhering to the principle of not judging by appearances. After all, Huacheng harbored many hidden affluent individuals, and one could never be too certain. The associate guided them to the more upscale section, detailing the offerings. Zhou Ying's gaze landed on a particular suit, and she said, "Let us try that one." The associate's expression lit up as she retrieved the garment and handed it to Zhou Ying, who felt the fabric and nodded in satisfaction. "Why not try it on?" Zhou Ying suggested. Chu Nan had no objections. He took the suit and stepped into the fitting room. After a couple of minutes, when he emerged, nearly every eye in the store was drawn to him. Even Zhou Ying was wide-eyed in astonishment. The physique and stature of her boss were nothing short of remarkable. Wearing the suit transformed his entire demeanor. The sales associate wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, her heart racing. Those biceps, that chest, that impressive physique. My goodness, how could a man be so perfect? Paired with such height, he was the epitome of a domineering CEO. A portly gentleman nearby, captivated by Chu Nan's appearance, turned to his wife and said, "Honey, this suit looks great. Should I try it on too?" His wife, entranced by Chu Nan, kept her gaze fixed on him, captivated by his physique and charm. However, upon hearing her husband's words, a look of disdain and disgust overtook her features as she bluntly retorted, "What are you experimenting with? Your physique pales in comparison to others. All day long, you merely indulge in food while lounging at home. At this rate, you'll turn into a pig." The stout gentleman's complexion flushed crimson, and as he caught sight of his wife's infatuated gaze, he instantly felt a wave of envy wash over him. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no difference. This was not the only couple affected, as several others cast envious glances at Chu Nan. They thought to themselves how splendid it would be to possess such a physique. Once Zhou Ying regained her composure, she inquired, "How does it feel?" Chu Nan glanced at his reflection in the mirror and replied, "It looks quite good, though it feels slightly snug." He raised his hand and flexed his pectoral muscles, accentuating the contours of his impressive physique. The sales assistant, overwhelmed, internally exclaimed, "Goodness! Are you here to purchase clothing or to showcase your physique? Who can withstand this?" Zhou Ying, equally captivated, found her gaze fixated on Chu Nan, as if time had frozen at that moment. "Since you find it tight, why not try this one?" The sales assistant suggested, presenting a suit that bore resemblance to the previous one. After changing, Chu Nan moved about a bit and found it considerably more comfortable than before. "Yes, this one is quite nice," he affirmed. "Shall we go with this one?" Zhou Ying asked. Chu Nan surveyed his reflection once more and, glancing back at the previous suit, added, "Let us include this one as well." The sales assistant was elated, visibly excited, as the total value of the two garments neared 30 to 40,000, and with her commission, she would pocket a tidy sum. Upon reaching the checkout, the sales assistant's breath quickened as she observed Chu Nan produce a black gold card. Trembling, she accepted the card, and once confirming it was indeed what she thought, she was engulfed by astonishment. A Citibank black gold card. Her initial assumptions had proven correct. This seemingly unassuming young man was indeed a true magnate. Thankfully, she had not underestimated him, or she might have jeopardized her career. After departing from Armani, the couple strolled leisurely, purchasing a pair of leather shoes priced at nearly 10,000. In the past, Chu Nan would have never considered such a splurge. Yet now, that 10,000 felt akin to a mere dollar, stirring no emotional response within him. Their total expenditures for the day approached a staggering 100,000, a sum that represented nearly an entire year's income for many families in Huacheng. The disparity between individuals was stark, with no place left to linger after leaving the mall. And with only 2 hours remaining until he needed to arrive at the venue, he dropped Zhou Ying off and drove towards the venue of the Blue Butterfly Piano Competition. This grand event not only attracted pianists from Huacheng, but also renowned pianists from across the nation and even the globe. In the parking lot, luxurious vehicles were parked, surrounded by a circle of security personnel. Among the crowd were several dignitaries. Most attendees were not ordinary individuals, while some common folk could only gaze in awe and curiosity from the entrance. This was the essence of disparity. Luxurious cars glided by. At the entrance, Elder Li and Elder Zhong anxiously scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. President, Elder Zhong, a voice with respectful intonations called out to them. It turned out to be Xiao Yi and Director Yi. Li Hongyi greeted them with a smile. You're too polite, Uncle Li. Just call me Xiaowen. It feels distant when you address me so formally, Yiwen replied with a smile. Li Hongyi and Yiwen had been acquainted for a long time, having met early due to their family's connections. Elder Li held a significant status in Huaqing, and even Yiwen regarded Elder Li's influence with a degree of caution. Since you're here, why not head inside? Li Hongyi inquired, puzzled. Who are you two waiting for? Yi Chun, having surmised the elder's intentions, asked with intrigue. Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi exchanged glances, revealing a wry smile. You should have guessed by now. We are waiting for Chu Nan. Who would have thought he would be so tardy? Chu Nan. Yiwen squinted, surprised by the esteem held for this young man by the elders, igniting his curiosity about what kind of individual could possess such talent at such a young age. If he indeed possessed such skill, what significance did participating in this international competition hold? Surely, he could not aspire to be a student of Master Griffin. If Master Griffin were to learn of a 20-something prodigy from Huaqing, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Little did the attendees realize what breathtaking scenes awaited them that day, ones they would never forget. Suddenly, the roar of an engine announced the arrival of an Aston Martin, which drew only a slight stir from the crowd, accustomed as they were to luxury vehicles. When Chu Nan stepped out of the car, he captured the attention of the two elders, who exhaled in relief upon his arrival. Following the previous day's tumult, many contestants had been disheartened, with some citing poor conditions as an excuse to withdraw. Originally, nearly 200 participants from Huaqing had dwindled to under 100. This predicament troubled the elders, but they remained confident that with Chu Nan present, the championship was destined for him. They found it hard to believe that another pianist of his caliber could exist in the world. Yiwen curiously examined the young man before him. This is the Chu Nan my son spoke of? He perceived a unique aura emanating from the lad. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. We have been waiting for you. Let us enter the venue, Elder Zhong remarked. Chu Nan nodded, and just as they were about to step inside, a familiar voice called out to him. Chu Nan? What are you doing here? It was Qian Sijia, approaching him with an incredulous expression. Seeing Chu Nan's attire, she thought, perhaps he was not merely an attendee but a contestant? Yet, considering he had never touched a piano during his university years, it seemed implausible. Mr. Chu? Do you know her? Li Hongyi inquired, puzzled. Yes, she is a classmate, Chu Nan replied, turning to Qian Sijia. What brings you here? Why, the same as you. To enjoy the international competition. She laughed. Elder Zhong interjected cautiously. Are you the daughter of Qian Jinghao? Qian Jinghao, the chairman of the largest pharmaceutical company in Huaqing? Before her stood a young lady, the cherished daughter of Sifang Pharmaceutical. And you are? Qian Sijia inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity as she regarded the elderly gentleman before her. Did he know her father? Old Master Zhong sighed. I hardly anticipated you have grown so much. I recall holding you in my arms when you were but a child. My surname is Zhong, do you recall? Qian Sijia's pupils widened in surprise as she exclaimed. Could it be that you are Grandfather Zhong? The old man nodded with a sense of contentment. It delighted him that the little girl still remembered him. Back then, Qian Jinghao, that rascal, had been his student, and now, to see his daughter all grown up was a poignant reminder of how swiftly time flies. Qian Sijia vividly recalled a grandfatherly figure who had showered her with affection during her childhood. She often observed her father conversing or reprimanding the elder. Grandfather Zhong had always been exceptionally kind to her, but due to her academic pursuits and obligations to the family business, she had departed overseas for several years, eventually forgetting him. To encounter him again in this manner felt like fate. Linking her arm through Grandfather Zhong's, she smiled. I remember you well, Grandfather Zhong. You were always so kind to me. Jia hasn't forgotten. Grandfather Zhong affectionately stroked the hair of the graceful young woman before him, chuckling. Since you went abroad, I have not had the pleasure of seeing you. Who would have thought we would reunite in such a setting? Qian Sijia lowered her head in a moment of shame, realizing it was her own forgetfulness that had led her to overlook the kindness he had shown her. Were it not for his reminder, she might never have thought of him again. All right, old Zhong, if you wish to chat, do so inside. We still need to register for Chu Nan, Li Hongyi interjected. Register? For what? Do the audience members also need to register? Isn't it sufficient to have tickets to enter the audience? Qian Sijia queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Grandfather Zhong chuckled. Silly girl, Mr. Chu is not merely an audience member. He is a contestant in this competition. What? Qian Sijia stared at Chu Nan in disbelief. This individual was a contestant? Did he even play the piano? As a former classmate, she had never seen him touch a piano. She only knew him as the president of the Taekwondo club during their university days. No one in their class would believe he could play the piano. She suddenly found it difficult to comprehend this old classmate, who had transformed from a seemingly ordinary individual into a hotel owner, and now a competitor. How many secrets had he concealed? Zhong and Li led Yi Chun and Chu Nan to register. Upon their return, however, they found that Chu Nan and Yi Chun had vanished. Qian Sijia hesitated for a moment before asking, "Grandfather Zhong, can Chu Nan really play the piano?" "Of course he can, and his skill surpasses ordinary expectations. Just wait and see. Mr. Chu will be the dark horse of this competition," Zhong anticipated eagerly, curious about the expressions that would adorn the faces of those around them. Given Zhong's high praise for Chu Nan, it was evident that this individual harbored many hidden depths. Within a grand hall, a gathering of contestants from across the globe convened, each a distinguished pianist in their own right. Chu Nan and Yi Chun entered together, and those who had attended the previous evening's banquet approached them. "Young Master Yi," one greeted, then, feeling somewhat shy, turned to Chu Nan and respectfully addressed him, "Mr. Chu." The previous day's banquet had thoroughly impressed them, rendering the competition inconsequential now that Chu Nan was present. Once he took the stage, he would undoubtedly shine as the brightest star. Chu Nan reciprocated the greeting, for he was not one to create difficulties for others. His attitude was simply, "You do not provoke me, and I will not provoke you. Should you choose to antagonize me, however, I shall show you the meaning of a stinging rebuke." After all, they were all part of the same circle. There was no need for unnecessary hostility. On the high platform, a contestant from the Pengzi country had just finished his performance and disdainfully looked down at the audience, arrogantly declaring, "Now that is true artistry. What you just played was fit for a 3-year-old. With your level of skill, it appears that the standards of your Eastern nation are quite lacking. We, the Pengzi country, are the true heirs of superior lineage." The performer, with an excessively polished visage, exuded an air of arrogance. The one being mocked hung his head in shame and exited the hall. Chu Nan frowned. This was their domain. When had it become acceptable for someone from the Pengzi country to act so brazenly? Who was this person, and why was he so arrogant? Chu Nan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Who is this individual?" Yi Chun replied slowly, "His name is Cui Jingyu. He is of our age and possesses skills that surpass mine, but his attitude is truly detestable." "What is it? Is no one else present?" "It seems your ranks are not as formidable as you claim. The winner of this competition will undoubtedly be me, and you shall all follow in my wake like mere shadows." Cui Jingyu's haughty demeanor incited deep resentment among the onlookers, yet they could not refute him, as his skill indeed exceeded theirs. Cui Jingyu disdainfully surveyed the crowd, letting out a dismissive snort. Noticing no one dared to respond, his arrogance swelled further. Just then, a cool voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "Oh, you claim that the victor will be you? How about we make a wager?" Chu Nan stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on the oily Cui Jingyu. Instantly, the attention of those around them shifted to him, and those who had met Chu Nan at the banquet the previous day were filled with excitement. If he was the one competing, then Cui Jingyu was hardly a concern. "Oh, and who might you be? What are your terms?" Cui Jingyu sneered, clearly unimpressed. "You appear to be a contestant. Why not let everyone witness your skill first?" His tone dripped with condescension, as if he regarded Chu Nan as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet, standing before him was not the insect he presumed, but rather a formidable dragon he could never hope to surpass. Chu Nan offered a provocative smile. "I fear you might scurry away in defeat after hearing my performance. Why don't we wager? If I emerge victorious in this competition, you will crawl out of this venue. If you win, I shall crawl out instead. You? Dare to bet?" The audience gasped in astonishment, stunned by his audacity. Who was this individual, so self-assured in his abilities? To crawl out of the venue would be a lifetime of shame. Preposterous. You think you can win? Since you are seeking your own demise, I accept your wager. However, I have additional stipulations. Should you lose, you must crawl out of here on your hands and knees and call me daddy 3 times. Cui Jingyu declared coldly, his challenge a direct affront. How dare he provoke him? Such a challenge would come with consequences. "Fine, I accept, but you must agree to the same terms." Chu Nan replied with a smile, treating the matter as trivial, for he knew well that the individual from the Pengzi country could not possibly defeat him. "Let us await the outcome." Cui Jingyu coldly dismissed a remark before retreating to his lounge. Those in the hall were acutely aware that a spectacle was soon to unfold. However, did the one who dared to provoke Cui Jingyu truly possess such prowess? Was it not mere bravado? Those unfamiliar with Chu Nan remained oblivious, while those nearby, well acquainted with his formidable talent, exchanged knowing smirks. "Arrogant pretender, you shall never fathom the terrifying genius before you. In this world, there exists but one hall-level pianist in his 20s, and that is Chu Nan alone." After a considerable wait, the competition finally commenced. The audience was already filled with the elite of Huaqing, renowned tycoons and dignitaries who would not miss this event for the world. As a melodious tune began to resonate, an elderly gentleman ascended the stage. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. The selected contestants turned crimson with excitement upon seeing the elder, including the likes of Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi. He was a legend, a hall-level pianist, the true architect of this international competition, Master Griffin. When an eerie melody struck, the atmosphere changed palpably. In that instant, all eyes fixated on Master Griffin. As the tune reached its zenith, the audience closed their eyes, lost in a reverie. Vivid images dancing in their minds. This was the essence of artistry. Each stroke of the piano painted scenes within their consciousness, faces flushed with exhilaration, savoring the moment, yearning to dissolve into the music. Even the contestants waiting in the lounge were enraptured. To them, Master Griffin was akin to a deity. Yet amidst the throng, one pair of eyes remained wide open, seemingly impervious to the enchantment of Master Griffin's performance. So this is what it means to be a hall-level pianist. Chu Nan mused inwardly. After listening to the venerable Griffin, he recognized certain deficiencies within himself. In that fleeting moment, Chu Nan's skill had surged to new heights. Such is the mark of a prodigious talent. Chapter 65. Just wait until you call me father. This is Master Griffin. When will I ever possess such grace as Master Griffin? Dream on. Master Griffin is a hall-level pianist. It is worth noting that there are merely a handful of hall-level pianists in the world. Achieving such mastery requires exceptional talent, the ability to evoke profound artistry. The majority of gazes around were filled with admiration, respect, and excitement. Their intent was to capture Master Griffin's attention. Should they succeed, their journey in piano might be vastly expedited, gaining insights that would elude the average individual. After the performance concluded, the audience remained unsatisfied, marveling at the chasm that separated a hall-level pianist from an ordinary one. Such artistry was beyond the reach of most. Indeed, Mr. Chu still had a way to go compared to Master Griffin, who exhibited a finer touch, Li Hongyi remarked earnestly. While both could evoke such artistry, Chu Nan was still too young. In comparison to this long-established hall-level figure, he required further maturation. Grandpa Li, what are you saying? There is certainly a gap between Chu Nan and Master Griffin. Griffin is a hall-level pianist, while Chu Nan is still so young. How could he possibly compare? Qian Sijia stated matter-of-factly. In truth, this perspective was widely held. Master Griffin was a world-class talent, and regardless of Chu Nan's high potential, outsiders could hardly deem him hall-level. Elder Zhong had a lingering question and thus spoke up. Young lady, since you and Chu Nan are college classmates, why do you seem so unaware of his abilities? With Chu Nan's talent, he should not have gone unnoticed at your university. Grandpa Zhong, you don't understand. Chu Nan hardly touched the piano during college. He was merely the president of the Taekwondo club. None of our classmates knew he could even play the piano, let alone at this level. Qian Sijia responded. Li Hongyi, Elder Zhong, and Yuan were left astounded. He hadn't touched a piano during college? Had Chu Nan truly achieved this level of proficiency in just 1 year? Without exaggeration, their understanding of Chu Nan's prodigious talent deepened. Such an extraordinary gift was simply unprecedented. Among the 3 judges below, each had participated in numerous competitions, including several world-class events, qualifying them to serve as judges. And seated above them was none other than Master Griffin, whose emerald, profound gaze seemed to stir the very souls of those it touched. He closed his eyes, awaiting the appearance of a contestant who might offer him a semblance of surprise. Finally, the competition began. Undoubtedly, the initial contestants bore the heaviest burden. Under immense pressure, they faltered, a true test of one's composure. In such events, anyone would feel nervous. They were all here for Master Griffin. The desire to showcase their skills often led to mistakes. The first contestant was brutally eliminated and left the stage disheartened, while the audience murmured, relishing the spectacle. Their comments could pierce the heart. After being ousted, the contestant departed the scene in shame. The waiting candidates were taut with anxiety, none able to relax even for a moment. Yet among them sat one anomaly, leisurely reclined on the sofa, indulging in the refreshments as if the event were of no concern to him, detached from the surrounding tension. Those nearby regarded Chu Nan with skepticism, utterly puzzled by his demeanor. This is an international competition, for heaven's sake. Can't you adopt a slightly more serious attitude? You even wagered with others, yet remained so relaxed. Do you truly believe victory is in your grasp? Nearby observers were left speechless, yet perhaps this mindset served him well. It would surely alleviate nerves when he took the stage, allowing for a better performance. In truth, Chu Nan hardly cared. To him, it was merely a pastime. Why bother with excessive concern? He was not solely focused on the piano. It was, after all, just a game. Only Yi Chun and a few others understood why Chu Nan remained so nonchalant, because he was a peer of Master Griffin, a hall-level figure in his own right. Who among those present could possibly compare to Chu Nan? The cheers from outside, the continuous flow of music, and the judges' critiques loomed heavily over the contestants, who struggled to adapt to the sea of onlookers. Upon exiting the lounge, Cui Jingyu spotted that leisurely figure and felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Surely, this person was merely boasting. No one could remain unperturbed in such a large competition unless they possessed overwhelming strength or treated the event as a mere formality. In his eyes, Chu Nan belonged to the latter category. He had initially hoped for a modicum of surprise from Chu Nan, but now it seemed he had overestimated him. You might as well withdraw your wager now, Cui Jingyu scoffed. Conversely, Chu Nan seemed to have completely disregarded his previous remarks, grinning widely as he said, "No need. Just wait for the moment you call me dad." Chapter 66. The Strength of Cui Jingyu. Cui Jingyu's face turned ashen, utterly taken aback by Chu Nan's blatant lack of humility. The onlookers around him also shook their heads in disappointment, realizing that this individual was merely boasting about his bet with Cui Jingyu. Once he took the stage, his facade would undoubtedly be exposed. To give face yet not appreciate it. Well then, prepare to fulfill your wager. Humph. Cui Jingyu snorted coldly and retreated back to his dressing room. As it was still early for his performance, typically, the most talented contestants were arranged to perform last. As for Chu Nan, he had even less reason to hurry, as he was scheduled to take the stage after Cui Jingyu, and when he did, it would likely incite an unprecedented uproar throughout the venue. Yi-chun, contestant Yi-chun, please come to the stage. Finally, after a long wait, Yi-chun made his entrance. Even he could not escape a twinge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he walked toward the stage. The young lad is on stage, old Zhong remarked slowly. Yi-wen looked at his son under the spotlight, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Although he understood that the championship of this international competition had no bearing on his son, he would forever regard Yi-chun as his pride. As the music began, 10 slender fingers danced across the piano keys, conjuring dazzling phantoms that left the audience spellbound. Everyone in the audience gazed in disbelief at the young man illuminated by the spotlight. He was operating on an entirely different level than the previous contestants, and astonishingly, he was so young. Who is this person? Someone in the crowd wondered aloud. There is hardly anyone among his peers who can compare. His skill was such that it could rival some esteemed pianists of renown. This youth's future was boundless. Curiosity sparked about the kind of family that could nurture such an exceptional talent. Amidst the crowd, someone exclaimed, "I know who this is. This is Yi-chun, the son of the chairman of Yi Corporation." Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the venue. Who would have thought that the young man performing on stage had such an astonishing background, being none other than the heir of Yi Corporation? Given his family background, it was hardly surprising. If Yi-chun was present, one had to wonder if Chairman Yi was also in the audience. Many began searching for Yi-wen's figure, knowing that befriending such a prominent figure would be a remarkable opportunity. The judges at the panel observed Yi-chun's performance with admiration. It had been quite some time since they had encountered such a promising young talent. With such proficiency, he could very well become a renowned pianist in the future. Even Master Griffin, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them just for a moment, then closed them again, uttering a single word, "Impressive." It appeared that among the contestants, there were indeed some promising talents. Although Yi-chun stood out among his peers, Master Griffin still felt there was room for improvement. Nevertheless, achieving such a level of skill at his age was commendable, and he hoped to witness even more astonishing performances from subsequent contestants. He quietly noted Yi-chun's name in his mind. After the performance concluded, each judge awarded Yi-chun a score of 9. No previous contestant had achieved such a score. Yi-chun glanced at Master Griffin before exiting the stage. He had noticed the unusual energy emanating from the master, but regardless, the victor was already unquestionable. The others were merely supporting characters to Chu Nan. Cui Jingyu watched Yi-chun approach with a grave expression, surprised to find someone of such caliber among the crowd. Indeed, the level of skill was extraordinary, yet he still felt a slight disparity. Observing Yi-chun sitting next to Chu Nan, he felt a wave of irritation. These two were evidently allies. However, one couldn't help but wonder why such a talented individual would associate with someone so arrogant. It seemed that Yi-chun held a much greater respect for that individual. Could it be that the young man truly possessed genuine talent? With that thought, he quickly dismissed it. He suspected that Chu Nan's demeanor was mere pretense, and he questioned whether he could even play the piano. Little did he know that others had previously held similar beliefs, only to be proven wrong. Surely, when Chu Nan took the stage, Cui Jingyu would also face a similar reckoning. Yi-chun cast a wry smile at the nonchalant Chu Nan. "What else with the sigh?" Chu Nan inquired, puzzled. Yi-chun shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness as he replied, "I envy your mindset, Mr. Chu. Everyone else here wears expressions of anxiety, yet only you remain so relaxed." Chu Nan shrugged, dismissively stating, "These people take the competition far too seriously. It's just a contest, after all. Just treat it as a leisure activity." Leisure activity? Yi-chun's lips twitched slightly. Was this prestigious international competition merely a pastime in your eyes? Perhaps those around would perceive Chu Nan as arrogant, but Yi Chun was well aware that he possessed the confidence to back it up. To him, this was merely a game. Cui Jingyu, please come to the stage. After a long wait, it was finally Cui Jingyu's turn to perform. He shot a provocative glance at Chu Nan and tossed off a comment. Kid, just wait and see the gap between us. Chu Nan completely ignored him, as if he were invisible. Cui Jingyu gritted his teeth, thinking, just wait until the competition is over. We'll see how long you can remain so arrogant. As he took the stage, many of his adoring fans in the audience cheered, their eyes sparkling with admiration for their idol. Appa, he is on stage. The judges exchanged glances, noting the extraordinary demeanor of this contestant. Compared to the previous performers, he exuded an air of confidence that was hard to overlook. This contestant was certainly one to watch. As the enchanting melody of the piano resonated, the piece flowed with both vibrancy and grace. His fingers danced rapidly over the keys, weaving intricate patterns that dazzled the audience. The judges widened their eyes, clearly captivated by Cui Jingyu's performance, while those in the audience were left in disbelief, inquiring about the performer's identity. The judges' faces flushed with excitement. It was evident that Cui Jingyu had struck a nerve. The level of his performance was not at all inferior to their own, and in some aspects, he even surpassed them. This was nothing short of a display of skill. The seemingly erratic movements were executed with such precision that the piece flowed flawlessly, the tonal shifts managed with remarkable perfection. This contestant could very well be the dark horse of the competition. Even Master Griffin was moved, as he opened his eyes to watch those 10 slender fingers dance over the keys once more. Chapter 67. The New Composition, 4 Seasons. To perform with intention is to play with purpose. No matter how advanced the technique, there will always be flaws. This suggests that if such a mindset persists, one may never reach the pinnacle of piano mastery. However, to produce such a beautiful piece at such a young age, Master Griffin could not help but acknowledge that Cui Jingyu was indeed a prodigy, perhaps even more exceptional than Yi Chun, whom he had previously favored. In the backstage area, other contestants, as well as those who had been eliminated, watched Cui Jingyu's performance with awe and disbelief. Despite the minimal age difference among the participants, with the eldest barely reaching 30, the disparity in skill between them and Choi Young-woo is striking. The victor of this competition is unequivocally evident. It is undoubtedly this group of compatriots. His display is nothing short of a technical exhibition, leaving the others in attendance with bitter smiles. Their morale has taken yet another blow, and such a prodigy has left them with little hope. Even Chu Nan has been completely disregarded, perceived merely as a jester, a figure of empty bravado. As the performance gradually reached its conclusion, cheers erupted from outside. Choi Young-woo basked in the glory of his moment, his gaze shifting to Master Griffin, who was equally focused on him, further elevating his spirits. In his eyes, there was no rival who could match him. The 3 judges rendered their verdict, 2 scores of 10 and 1 of 9, an astonishing rating that left the audience astounded, marking the first contestant to achieve a perfect score thus far. By this time, evening had descended, and a full 6 hours had elapsed since the beginning of the event, with nearly 30 contestants still to perform. Upon exiting the stage, Choi Young-woo returned to the backstage hall and cast a disdainful glance at the leisurely Chu Nan, sneering. I hope your words are as robust as your abilities. Are you prepared to honor your wager? Chu Nan merely smiled, replying, I have no intention of honoring any wager, for I shall not be the one to lose. Stubborn as a dead duck, Choi Young-woo chose not to engage further in idle talk, knowing that the truth would be revealed in time, but he was certain that this individual could never surpass him. Many had begun to feel drowsy, eagerly wishing for the competition to conclude, their interest in the subsequent contestants having waned entirely. The gap between these participants and Choi Young-woo was insurmountable, and under his influence, most had performed poorly. Mr. Chu Nan, please come to the stage. After a long wait, it was finally Chu Nan's turn. All eyes in the hall were fixated upon him. Was it truly his moment? Did he possess the capability he claimed, or was he merely a braggart? Observing his nonchalant demeanor, some wondered if he was genuinely able to rival Choi Young-woo. They were oblivious to Chu Nan's true prowess, except for Yi Chun, whose lips curled into a knowing smile. Just wait. He would astonish you all, for this international competition was tailored for him, with the others serving merely as his backdrop. As Chu Nan ascended the stage, the audience frowned at his languid appearance. Who was this person? Was he truly a competitor? Did he just awaken from slumber? His dazed expression suggested he might not even be fully awake. Li Hongyi and Elder Zhong finally exhibited excitement upon seeing Chu Nan take the stage. Mr. Chu has finally arrived, they exclaimed. Now, we shall see his performance. He is bound to be the most unexpected dark horse here. Qian Sijia, confused, questioned Chu Nan's abilities. How could someone who commanded such respect from President Li and Elder Zhong truly possess that caliber? However, upon taking his place at the piano, Chu Nan did not immediately begin to play. Instead, he closed his eyes to organize his thoughts. The other audience members expressed bewilderment. What was he doing? Was he falling asleep on stage? Some grew impatient, complaints gradually surfacing. Meanwhile, those in the backstage hall felt disappointed, shaking their heads. It appeared he was indeed just a braggart without the courage to proceed. Yet, Master Griffin was deeply captivated by the aura surrounding Chu Nan, his eyes widening in excitement and disbelief. He had only encountered such an essence in a few individuals, those of the highest caliber pianists. Yet, this performer appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could such a presence emanate from him? Master Griffin struggled to accept this, as it seemed almost impossible. Yet he was filled with anticipation for what was to come. The judges noticed the unusual expression on Master Griffin's face and were left astonished. Why was he looking at the contestant with such eager expectation? Finally, after several minutes, Chu Nan opened his eyes, shutting out the murmur of complaints from the audience. His slender, elegant fingers descended upon the keys. In that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Even Master Griffin's eyes widened in astonishment as he rose to his feet, his expression one of sheer shock. The reaction of everyone in the room transformed. As Chu Nan's fingers danced across the piano, the previous complaints vanished. Spotlighted, his 10 delicate fingers fluttered like a chorus of maidens upon the keys. An atmosphere was conjured by Chu Nan's performance, leading all to close their eyes, including Master Griffin, whose face softened into a serene smile as he savored the moment. Accompanying the melodious strains, vivid images unfolded in the minds of the audience. Raindrops gently fell upon the earth, the soil absorbing the moisture, giving rise to tender new shoots, a scene of spring's awakening as slumbering flora and fauna gradually stirred. Each viewer envisioned the quiet arrival of spring, with warm smiles gracing their lips. However, as the melody shifted, it seemed that spring had slipped away, giving way to the scorching summer, the cicadas buzzing, and the oppressive heat palpable in their minds. With the transitions through autumn and winter, expressions on the faces of the audience morphed accordingly. Chu Nan's performance transcended mere music. It allowed everyone to experience the cyclical changes of the seasons. Aptly titled The Four Seasons. Chapter 68. Good son, you are too passionate. Those who had previously doubted Chu Nan were now utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide, pupils constricted. Zhang De opened his mouth in shock, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Choi Yongwoo's face had drained of color, as pale as tin foil, and he staggered back several steps, collapsing to the ground. It's the essence. This is the essence, he exclaimed. Only a master pianist could evoke such profundity. How could this be? Is he a master pianist? This is impossible. There cannot be a master pianist this young. It must be an illusion. Everything is a facade. Choi Yongwoo seemed to have lost his sanity, sitting on the ground and rambling incoherently. Silence. Yi Chun coldly chastised, determined to savor the intricacies of Chu Nan's performance. The composition presented was markedly more intricate than the one performed at the previous banquet, even addressing the shortcomings that had been apparent in his earlier collaboration with Master Griffin. The piece was profound and fluid, resonating deeply with the audience, devoid of any hint of restlessness. Remarkably, such progress was achieved in the span of a single day. Could this be the true measure of his capabilities? He had now reached a level on par with Master Griffin. The entire venue was enveloped in a hushed reverence, as all present closed their eyes to savor the exquisite melodies, as if caressed by silken threads, an ineffable sensation. As the winter segment unfolded, a collective shiver ran through the audience, transporting them to a frigid winter landscape, with many involuntarily curling up in their seats. Vivid images of pristine snowflakes drifting downwards filled their minds, and some faces beamed with innocent joy, for Chu Nan had altered his playing style during this segment. The exuberance of winter was vividly evoked, transforming the entire melody into a jubilant celebration. Finally, as a key struck down, the performance concluded, encapsulating the essence of all 4 seasons in mere minutes, a moment they would cherish for a lifetime. The applause erupted, a fervent wave reverberating throughout the hall, as countless individuals rose to their feet, paying their utmost respects to Chu Nan. Tears streamed down Master Griffin's cheeks, and after brushing away the traces of emotion, he stood to bow to Chu Nan, a gesture of acknowledgement for his prowess. In his eyes, Chu Nan was no longer merely a junior, rather, he had ascended to the same pinnacle of excellence. Astonishment, incredulity, and a sense of surrealism enveloped Griffin as he processed the extraordinary nature of the international competition. A pianist of such caliber in his 20s would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe, heralding an unprecedented seismic shift. How had he achieved such mastery? Griffin gazed at the enigmatic figure on stage, whose confident smile radiated an innate assurance in his abilities. As Chu Nan departed the stage, the audience erupted in cheers akin to crashing waves. Qian Sijia sat dumbfounded in the audience, her brows trembling, her heart a tempest of emotions. Chu Nan is indeed a master pianist. Grandpa Zhong, did you already know he possessed such talent? She stammered. The two elderly gentlemen nodded in unison, with Elder Zhong exclaiming. This time, he has truly bridged the gap between himself and Master Griffin, rising to an equal stature. This young man continually surprises us with his exceptional gifts. Perhaps he had never fully unveiled his true capabilities until now. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, this remarkable leap in quality came only after hearing Master Griffin's performance. Backstage, as Chu Nan approached, the crowd parted respectfully, gazing at him with admiration. Envy, jealousy, and disbelief converged upon him, particularly directed at the despondent Cui Jingyu, who lay sprawled on the ground, eyes vacant like a lifeless creature. Chu Nan regarded him coldly. Are you prepared to fulfill the wager? Cui Jingyu trembled, his face flushed with shame, lowering his gaze. Many in the crowd wore expressions of schadenfreude, having long harbored discontent for the arrogant young man. Previously, his provocations had stemmed from a lack of counter-arguments due to the inadequacy of others. Yet now, a figure even more prodigious had emerged, delivering a stinging rebuke. Should he honor the wager, Cui Jingyu's reputation within the piano community would plummet. With great difficulty, he murmured, "Can you let me off the hook?" Regret washed over him. Had he known Chu Nan's true capabilities beforehand, he would have never bet in such arrogance. He might have even abstained from the competition altogether. Regret now? Chu Nan mused with a mocking smile. Cui Jingyu's face reddened as he silently nodded. Should he fulfill this wager, he would find it impossible to face anyone again. Crawling out of the venue in disgrace would undoubtedly place him at the forefront of the next day's headlines, and his standing would plummet upon returning home. It's too late for regret, Chu Nan remarked nonchalantly. As for your exit from the venue, I needn't trouble you with that. Simply call me father 3 times, and I shall let you go. Cui Jingyu glared venomously at Chu Nan, grinding his teeth in indignation. Are you truly going to make this difficult for me? Chu Nan shrugged, feigning helplessness. How is this difficult? Everyone around us is aware of our wager, and you were the one who proposed it. What is the matter? Can't handle it? Why didn't you think of that sooner? Of course, if you prefer not to comply, the repercussions of this news for your reputation would be quite severe. Cui Jingyu, begrudgingly rising from the ground, faced Chu Nan and reluctantly forced out the words, Father, 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 stop. That's enough, my dear son. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming, and I shall remember it fondly. Chu Nan chuckled. Cui Jingyu, trembling with rage, hissed, I will remember this. With that, he stormed back to his dressing room, eager to vacate the premises and retreat to his hotel. Most of the audience had already departed, and the victor of the competition was clear, rendering any awards ceremony redundant. Next, it would be a private meeting between Master Griffin and the pianist. However, given that the pianist was also a master of the highest order, what significance did this competition hold? With such prowess, it was unlikely that he would seek to become Master Griffin's disciple. Chapter 69. The notion of working is utterly impossible. Mr. Chu, congratulations. Who could have anticipated that you concealed such a talent? Your skill now rivals that of the esteemed master pianists, the two elders, Qian Sijia and Yi Wen. All offered their heartfelt congratulations. Yet, Chu Nan felt little sentiment, for to him, this competition was merely a game, devoid of profound significance. Now that this diversion had concluded, he felt a pleasant sense of satisfaction, yet was returning to his monotonous existence. Despite being the heir to a billionaire's fortune, his daily life remained rather drab. With Tang and overseeing matters at the hotel, Pan Ping managing the office, and a real estate agency handling the rental property, requiring little involvement on his part. Suddenly, the backstage hall door swung open, admitting an elderly gentleman followed by a towering bodyguard, whose muscular frame exuded explosive power. Mr. Griffin, everyone but Chu Nan exclaimed, their expressions shifting to one of respect. Master Griffin smiled warmly, greetings, everyone. No need for such formality. Please, take a seat. As the guests settled, Master Griffin's gaze fell upon the relaxed Chu Nan, his interest in the young man piqued. After the competition, the boy displayed not a hint of post-performance anxiety. Mr. Chu, having emerged victorious, do you have any aspirations? Master Griffin inquired with curiosity. Curiously, he pondered the true motivation behind Chu Nan's participation in this competition. Given his remarkable caliber, one might honestly question the necessity of entering such a contest. Individuals of such exceptional skill typically regard these competitions as trifles. Once the renowned masters and venerable families of the external world become aware of Chu Nan, they will inevitably extend invitations. At that juncture, Chu Nan's status would ascend dramatically. A young, Hall of Fame caliber pianist holds a unique position on the global stage, particularly in the eyes of royal members, who would perceive Chu Nan's significance as even more profound. A wish. I harbor no particular desires. My participation in this competition is merely a form of amusement. Once the contest concludes, so too does my involvement. Chu Nan replied nonchalantly. Master Griffin, upon hearing such a response, felt no surprise, for he understood that it was entirely within reason. After all, a pianist of such stature possesses a different perspective. Mr. Chu is indeed a man of temperament, Griffin Master remarked with a courteous smile. Meanwhile, those nearby listened to the exchange and observed Chu Nan's carefree demeanor, letting out deep sighs. It seemed only Chu Nan could maintain such a mindset. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been rendered speechless by anxiety. Even Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi held Master Griffin in high esteem. To them, he was a venerable predecessor. They would not dare speak to Master Griffin in such a manner, yet the rapport between these two resembled that of long-lost friends. I wonder what future developments await Mr. Chu. With your caliber, many will undoubtedly seek your collaboration, Master Griffin remarked with a smile. However, Chu Nan's subsequent response was nothing short of astonishing. Developments? There are none. The piano is merely a hobby for me, Chu Nan replied indifferently. The onlookers were left speechless, and Yichen internally gave Chu Nan a thumbs up. My brother is incredible. The piano is just a hobby for you? For those of us who have practiced for years, does that not mean your hobby surpasses our dedication? Some might consider Chu Nan's words excessively arrogant. Yet, the reality was that he held no particular fondness for the piano. It was merely a pursuit of interest for him. To perform for others? He had no desire to invite such complications. A hobby? Master Griffin was utterly astounded by this response. If such a level of proficiency could be attributed solely to a hobby, then what was the purpose of their arduous practice? It seemed that others' pursuits of passion paled in comparison. Mr. Chu, are you jesting? Master Griffin asked with an awkward smile. No, I am quite serious. The piano is genuinely just a hobby. I prefer money. Working for someone else is impossible for me. You want me to perform for others, which is akin to working for someone else, Chu Nan stated matter-of-factly. Working? You dare to equate the sacred profession of piano with mere labor. Had Chu Nan been a mere novice lacking such prowess, Master Griffin might have unleashed a torrent of indignation. However, standing before him was Chu Nan. It now appeared that his words were genuine, and ultimately, Master Griffin could only offer a bitter smile. A hobby, a mere hobby. It is hard to fathom how many would look up to such a mysterious individual, and for the first time, Master Griffin found himself unable to decipher someone. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and sharing contact information, they bid each other farewell and departed the venue. As time progressed, Chu Nan's reputation within the circle grew exponentially, prompting many to inquire into his background and family origins. However, upon investigation, they were taken aback to discover that Chu Nan hailed from a villa atop the Sky Garden, a fact none had anticipated. It seemed that his connections were far from ordinary. Subsequently, rumors spread throughout the circle that Chu Nan would not engage in any professional piano activities. For him, it was simply a hobby. This information was conveyed through Elder Zhong and President Li, as requested by Chu Nan. Once this news broke, the piano community within Flower City erupted, with many questioning the veracity of the rumors. It was astonishing to consider that what was merely a hobby had reached heights that left others in awe. Yet, since the source was Elder Li and Elder Zhong, the authenticity of the information was beyond doubt. Countless individuals in the circle found themselves despondent daily, pondering the very purpose of their piano studies when they paled in comparison to another's hobby. Such a blow was insufferable for anyone to bear. This was indeed a tremendous setback. However, Chu Nan did not dwell on it. As long as no one bothered him, that was sufficient. He preferred to relish his blissful life, indifferent to the happenings within the circle, dismissing any tremors as irrelevant to him. Chapter 70. Young man. Are you in need of a girlfriend? After the competition concluded, Chu Nan remained unfazed, completely detached from any ensuing events. Even Master Griffin frequently reached out, urging him to pursue a career as a pianist, insisting that treating it merely as a hobby was a tremendous waste. Nevertheless, Chu Nan harbored no intention of doing so. After all, it was simply a form of leisure for him. Now, Chu Nan had become a prominent figure within elite circles, his performance of the Four Seasons having spread widely among them, not only within Flower City, but indeed throughout the entire country and even internationally. News of Chu Nan had proliferated. Xia Yingyue, no longer preoccupied with school examinations, had taken leave some time ago. Chu Nan had grown accustomed to her breakfasts, while he found it difficult to eat anything else, as her cooking perfectly suited his palate. With no other options, Chu Nan ventured out one morning to seek breakfast. Upon entering the breakfast street, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air, steam rising from various shops. The street, bustling with students and office workers, had been a long-standing fixture in the old alley. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the roar of a powerful engine, startling nearly everyone on the street. Goodness, a Lamborghini. How could such an extravagant car appear in this place? Do the wealthy truly enjoy breakfast street fare? Chu Nan navigated his beloved car slowly through the street, encountering no resistance as other vehicles dutifully cleared a path for him. At last, he halted at the entrance of a small dumpling shop, grateful for the nearby parking space. Stepping out of the car, he elicited gasps from the crowd. The owner of this luxury vehicle was remarkably young. Was this the fabled second-generation rich? In a locale where even BMWs and Audis were rare, the appearance of a Lamborghini was astonishing. Given its stature, the vehicle likely cost several million. Most people assumed Chu Nan's car was a typical Lamborghini. Owner, I'll have 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Certainly, sir. The proprietor of the establishment demonstrated remarkable dexterity, swiftly crafting the steamed buns and placing them in the steamer in no time at all. As for the throngs of individuals surrounding their vehicles, Chu Nan had long since become accustomed to their presence. If they wished to take photographs, so be it. However, should anyone attempt to capture an image of him, they would be met with a prompt reprimand. Vehicles could be photographed, but not the person. Several professional women seemed eager to approach him, yet most took a few hesitant steps forward only to ultimately retreat. Some individuals simply lacked the audacity to initiate a conversation. The few who did approach were all rebuffed by Chu Nan. After all, he was no mere teddy bear, and had no need for an abundance of female contacts. What would they serve, other than facilitating his evening exercises? Once the dumplings were served, Chu Nan sampled one and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Accompanied by a dab of chili sauce, the taste was simply delightful. It was only through the chatter of other patrons that he learned this bun shop had been in operation for 5 or 6 years, establishing itself as a local classic, with most customers being repeat visitors. Anyone who had dined here once would invariably return. The owner had remained the same throughout, treating customers with kindness. The patrons held a certain fondness for Chu Nan, as his approachable demeanor contrasted sharply with the aloof image often associated with wealthy second-generation individuals. In truth, most of them were quite affable. It was only the nouveau riche who paraded around with an inflated sense of self-importance, proclaiming themselves as the best in the world. Those from esteemed families typically exhibited a commendable level of education, though a few pampered exceptions displayed an audacious attitude, seemingly unafraid of anything. At the same time, a woman on the street captured the attention of the crowd, brandishing a selfie stick and wearing headphones, seemingly engrossed in conversation with her microphone. Thanks to my generous benefactor for the little truck. Thank you, big brother. You can add me on WeChat, dear viewers. Just send a virtual truck to connect with me. It was evident that she was a live-streaming influencer, a common sight in contemporary society. However, her appearance was rather unremarkable, possessing the quintessential influencer look with a slightly exaggerated chin, accentuated by her makeup and attire, rendering her somewhat appealing. It was no wonder that many were willing to spend money on her. The comments section was flooded with praise, and she beamed with an air of superiority akin to that of a swan. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a Lamborghini parked nearby, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, how could such an extravagant vehicle be found here? That's a true masterpiece. The chat exploded with excitement. Is that really a Lamborghini? But didn't you claim to live in an old neighborhood? How can such a luxury car be present here? That must cost a fortune. What you refer to as a regular Lamborghini is merely the tip of the iceberg. This one is a limited edition, worth over 80 million. The chat fell silent. Even she gasped, her breath quickening. A car worth such a fortune could only belong to an extraordinarily wealthy individual. She glanced around at the vendors, noting that most appeared to be ordinary folks. Could it be that this owner was a low-key magnate? With her confidence bolstered by her looks, she approached someone for information. Upon seeing a beautiful woman inquire, the man became overly enthusiastic, pointing towards Chu Nan, eager for her WeChat. However, she dismissed him, turning away with indifference. The man was left fuming, cursing under his breath as he walked away. Just as Chu Nan finished his last dumpling, a girl sat beside him, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered treasure. Hey there, do you need a girlfriend? She purred. Chapter 71, the anticipated monthly check-in. Do you need a girlfriend? Touch my outfit. Do you think I could be girlfriend material? Her coy demeanor, combined with her sweet voice, left Chu Nan utterly bewildered. The chat erupted in laughter, clearly amused by their goddess's plight, while he remained oblivious to the frantic comments. What is happening? Am I really girlfriend material? Chu Nan scanned his surroundings, wondering whose aunt this was. From a distance, she appeared decent enough, but upon closer inspection, her face bore a heavy layer of powder, without beauty filters. She would likely lose a considerable amount of appeal. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you interested in me? Maybe I could be your future girlfriend, she insisted. Her confidence unwavering. She was convinced that any man would be enamored by her boldness. Please, don't disgust me. I just finished my meal. I don't need another one so soon, Chu Nan retorted, known for his sharp tongue, which had taken many by surprise during his university days. "Excuse me, did you just call me aunt?" she stammered, her mind reeling from the unexpected insult. Is this rich kid truly a legendary ironclad straight man? Can't he see a living beauty before him? The viewers in the chat were in stitches. This is hilarious. The streamer tried to flirt, only to be completely ignored and even insulted. Do you think the online persona matches the real-life appearance? Beauty filters are quite powerful. Could it be that the streamer looks entirely different without them? They speculated. Yet, she remained oblivious to the banter in the comments. I must endure. For the sake of the handsome guy? Ugh, I mean, for his charming personality, I must not let my anger surface. How could you speak to me like that? What did I do wrong? She whimpered. However, Chu Nan found her attempts even more off-putting, perceiving her as nothing short of a green tea princess. Her sweet tone and affected expressions were unmistakable. You haven't done anything wrong. It's my fault for being here. I should leave immediately. Chu Nan, fearing he might choke on his words, hastily scanned a QR code to pay before retreating to his car, leaving her behind. Dazed, she sat at the table, questioning her self-worth as she pulled out a mirror, scrutinizing every angle of her face. Am I really that unattractive? She exclaimed. While I may not be top tier, I certainly rate at least an 80. Is wealth the only thing that blinds people? Am I not beautiful? Frustrated, she turned to a passerby. Hey, do you think I'm ugly? The passerby, startled, spewed the noodles he had just eaten, splattering her face in the process. I'm so sorry, he stammered, his embarrassment evident. But he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her bewildered expression. With a perplexed expression, Luo watched as the noodles clung to her face gradually slid down, rendering the scene even more comical, much to the amusement of those around her. Subsequently, in a flustered manner, she fled from the morning street, the live stream long since ended. There was no way she would allow her viewers to witness her disheveled state. After all, she was quite conscious of her image. Upon returning to the villa, she received a phone call from her mother. Hello, Mom, what's up? My dear, in a couple of days it will be your great-uncle's 70th birthday. Do you think you can make it back? Great-uncle's 70th birthday? Chu Nan was momentarily taken aback. How could his great-uncle be 70 already? Time seemed to have flown by too swiftly. Reflecting on it, he remembered how kind his great-uncle had been to him in his childhood. Although he often received the harshest scoldings whenever he misbehaved, his great-uncle would always buy him his favorite toys afterward. It seemed he hadn't returned in 2 or 3 years. I'll come back on his birthday. Your great-uncle often mentions you. It would make him so happy if you brought a girlfriend along. How's your relationship with that young lady you mentioned last time? His mother sounded somewhat hopeful. Chu Nan could only manage a wry smile. What relationship? It's all just pretense. However, I must admit that Lu Yashuan seems quite decent. She is not out of consideration. Your son hasn't even taken the first step yet. There's no need to rush. Didn't your father propose to me outright? Chu Nan retorted, pouting. Oh, when I was with your father, things were far less complicated. When we were smitten, your father penned a love letter and charmed me into submission. Looking back, I must have been a bit naive. All right, I concede. You and your generation were something else. My dear, you must persevere. Your mother is eagerly anticipating the day she can hold her grandchild in her arms. If you're truly interested, you should seize the moment. Don't hesitate. His mother encouraged him. All right, Mom, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Chu Nan leaned back on the sofa, a look of melancholy on his face. Never mind, I won't dwell on it too much. Let us just look forward to the monthly check-in tomorrow. I wonder what rewards the system will bestow upon me. A month had finally passed, and he anticipated that the rewards for the monthly check-in would not be disappointing. However, if it were merely monetary, it would lack excitement. Presently, Chu Nan was not in want of money. He hoped for something truly unexpected. Chapter 72, Monthly Check-In. Reward, a small island. The following morning heralded a new day, and Chu Nan was impatient to discover the rewards of his monthly check-in. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successful check-in. This is your monthly check-in reward. Congratulations on receiving a small island. Please claim it within 1 month. The island's map has been stored in the system's repository. Kindly verify upon receipt. Phew. Chu Nan's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his breath quickened with excitement. He was utterly astonished by the system's reward. A small island. His very own personal island. He had never dared to imagine owning an island in this lifetime. Indeed, the monthly check-in had not let him down. The value of a small island far surpassed that of mere cash. Of course, he would need to verify the island's environment and geographical location. If it turned out to be a barren isle, it would be a loss. However, if it resembled a vacation paradise like Hawaii, then this would be a tremendous gain. Incredible. The system's monthly check-in had indeed exceeded his expectations. As for the daily check-in, it had been overshadowed by the monthly check-in. Originally, Chu Nan had hoped to check in twice in 1 day and receive 2 rewards, but the system indicated, young man, your fantasies are delightful, but this system would never leave such a loophole. The island's location was not far from Hawaii, and it seemed there were routes connecting the two islands. However, it appeared that the island had yet to be fully developed. With careful cultivation, it could potentially transform into a vacation destination. The existence of a route reassured Chu Nan, at least confirming that the island was not a desolate land. There were still individuals aware of its existence, but given its lack of development, it attracted minimal visitors. Now that the island belonged to Chu Nan, everything would change. Ding ding ding. His phone rang. It was a call from Tang and hello, boss. We need you at the hotel to finalize the contract with the seafood supplier. If you're available, could you come by today? Tang inquired cautiously. The supplier present in the office wore a look of confusion. He had never seen Tang exhibit such a humble demeanor. Unbeknownst to the supplier, the sole shareholder of the Marriott Hotel was now Chu Nan. How could someone capable of single-handedly acquiring the Marriott be treated with anything less than caution? Okay, I'll head over shortly. After concluding the call, Chu Nan hung up. Tang let out a sigh of relief in the office, while the supplier curiously asked, "Why are you so nervous, Tang? Did the shareholders change?" Indeed, they did. All shares have been acquired by one individual. How could I not treat such a big shot with utmost respect? A single word from him could cost me my job. In the past, there may have been several stakeholders to consider. Now, with this unpredictable boss, who could guess his moods? Who else in the entire city had the capability to acquire the Marriott solely based on their own assets? The supplier was left speechless. One person acquired the Marriott Hotel? My goodness, what kind of formidable strength does that require? The Marriott has a solid foundation, and why would the shareholders sell their stakes in such a consistently profitable hotel? The only explanation is that the individual's background is extraordinary. Otherwise, such an acquisition would not be so easily achieved. Chu Nan arrived at the parking lot in his luxury vehicle, parked, and walked into the Marriott Hotel. The staff originally stationed to greet guests had changed. But upon seeing Chu Nan alight from his car, their eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Young, affluent, and handsome, though his attire was somewhat ordinary, it did not diminish the allure of his wealth. As Chu Nan approached the entrance, two staff members greeted him with excessive enthusiasm, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Soon after, Tang arrived and shot them a glare, causing both to pale in fear. Witnessing Tang adopt such a submissive posture left the two young women momentarily stunned. Who on earth was this young man to elicit such deference from their boss? Once in the office, the supplier stepped forward to shake Chu Nan's hand warmly. "Mr. Chu, you truly are a striking figure. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future." The supplier was clearly seasoned in the business, as the Marriott was one of their major clients, with contracts typically spanning a year. "Hello," Chu Nan replied, somewhat taken aback but still courteous. After reviewing the contract, which confirmed that this seafood supplier had been collaborating with the Marriott for several years, Chu Nan signed his name after ensuring that the pricing was satisfactory. "Looking forward to our collaboration, Mr. Chu," the supplier remarked with a smile. The heavy burden in his heart had finally been lifted. Their collaboration had been delightful, and the two exchanged a firm handshake. Subsequently, Tang arranged for a private booth on the top floor, where Chu Nan decided to stay at the hotel for a leisurely lunch. Chapter 73. You have dined. You may observe me while I eat. After finishing his meal, Chu Nan received a call from Qian Sijia. "Sister, why do you incessantly call me? Are you utterly devoid of anything to occupy your time?" Chu Nan replied, visibly perplexed. Ever since that competition concluded, the goddess-like demeanor of Qian Sijia had vanished, leaving her resembling an inquisitive child. "Chu Nan, let me treat you to a meal." "Sister, I've just eaten." "No matter, I don't mind. You've dined, you can simply watch me eat. If it comes to that, I wouldn't mind you having another meal." Was this girl unwell today, perhaps a bit muddled? "No, thank you. If you're unwell, don't drag me into it. I'm just puzzled as to why you wish to invite me out so frequently." Chu Nan expressed his helplessness. "I'm not up to anything. I merely wish to get to know you better." "Get to know me better? If you keep this up, I might end up smashing your head in with a hammer." "I cannot abide this flirtatious tone of yours. It sends chills down my spine. Speak normally. If you insist on this, I want to be going. So don't waste your efforts." Chu Nan resolutely stated. "Then I suppose I shall have to keep calling you every few days to pester you." "Blacklist me then." "A blacklist won't suffice. I have no shortage of phone numbers. If you block me, you'll only be making it easier for me." Chu Nan thought to himself. This girl truly is impervious to both sweet talk and scorn. Had he known it would lead to this, he wouldn't have participated in that competition. Nonetheless, he was somewhat intrigued by Qian Sijia's background. Logically, only those of considerable influence should have been able to enter. Thus, Qian Sijia's presence indicated her family background was anything but ordinary. As for how extraordinary, Chu Nan remained unaware. "Fine, let us forego the meal. Suggest a location for us to meet, but after this, I implore you not to pester me again." Reluctantly, Chu Nan acquiesced. He. In that case, let's south meet at Shirley Street," Qian Sijia said with a smile. "All right, I'll hang up now." Hey. A stunning beauty like me invites you. And you're so eager to end the call? You're not engaging in anything scandalous, are you? I simply find conversation exhausting. I'll call you when I arrive at Shirley Street. Chu Nan hung up before Qian Sijia could interject. However, scarcely had he ended the call when Lu Yashuan's call came through. Chu Nan felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him today? Do you have time tonight? Let us go out for dinner. I'm afraid I can't. I have plans with someone else. Chu Nan replied apologetically. Plans with someone? Lu Yashuan's heart quivered, sensing an unsettling vibe. Who are you meeting? A male or female? A female. You know her, Qian Sijia. Chu Nan answered helplessly. Qian Sijia? Lu Yashuan's mind buzzed. What could that paragon of excellence want with Chu Nan? It suddenly dawned on her that at their class reunion, Qian Sijia had stood up for Chu Nan, but when had they grown so close? During their university days, she had barely exchanged words with Qian Sijia, who carried herself with an air of superiority, as if she deemed herself above ordinary folks. When had their relationship deepened to such an extent? Or was it merely a friendship? Lu Yashuan's thoughts spiraled, and she felt a pang of disappointment as she said, well, enjoy yourselves. In the car, Chu Nan could only chuckle at his predicament. When had the class monitor developed feelings for him? During university? If that were the case, he surely would have sensed her interest, as their banter often consisted of Lu Yashuan teasing him. Back then, she had been the class leader, and he had no choice but to submit to her whims. As Chu Nan pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine echoed, fading into the distance, leaving behind a throng of admirers. Shirley Street, a renowned culinary hotspot in Huaqing, was bustling with vendors. When his Aston Martin approached the vicinity, it instantly captivated the attention of onlookers. Wow, an Aston Martin. How did it end up here? Surely the owner must have taken a wrong turn. Do the wealthy also indulge in street food like us? What a stunning sports car. I wonder what the driver looks like. Chu Nan surveyed his surroundings for a moment before finding a parking space. Instantly, he became the object of admiration, but just as many were about to approach him, a melodious voice called out, Chu Nan, over here. At the sound, the females quickly averted their gazes and retreated, realizing they were no match for the beauty who had called him. The sight of the young woman in a white floral dress, with her flawless figure and striking long legs, drew the attention of many. Indeed, the goddesses belonged to the affluent. They had no right to aspire to them. If looks could kill, Chu Nan would have perished countless times. How do you like my outfit? I specially dressed up for our meeting. Qian Sijia beamed, her charm undeniable. Yet, to Chu Nan, she represented nothing more than a nuisance. It's quite nice, he replied dismissively. Qian Sijia's expression turned sour, her frustration evident. If you're going to be dismissive, at least do it properly. Your attitude is far too lackluster. Enough of this chit-chat. What exactly do you want from me? Chu Nan asked with exasperation. With a playful tug on his arm, Qian Sijia smiled. I brought you out to accompany me shopping. Chu Nan initially contemplated pulling away, as their relationship was not particularly close. However, given the circumstances, he reluctantly accepted her grip, aware that resisting would only lead to an awkward encounter. Surrounding males gawked in envy, watching him with a beautiful companion while he appeared discontent. Truly, the well-fed could not fathom the hunger of the starving. Chu Nan soon discovered Qian Sijia's insatiable appetite. Despite her petite appearance, she had been incessantly munching as they walked. Here, try one. Qian Sijia offered him a takoyaki ball. Sister, I have indulged in quite a bit of food on this journey with you, and I truly cannot eat another morsel. Surely, you wouldn't simply drag me out to accompany you on such a dull shopping spree, would you? Chu Nan was genuinely at a loss, his expression betraying his reluctance. The onlookers, observing his unwilling demeanor, could hardly contain their envy, wishing they were in close proximity to Qian Sijia, the goddess they adored. Indeed, the wealthy are capricious, and they are fortunate enough to pamper such divine beings. I must ask, why must you display such a lack of enthusiasm? Accompanying a lady like me on a shopping excursion with such reluctance, is it because I am unattractive, or perhaps too hideous? Qian Sijia's voice carried a hint of grievance. This fellow is so utterly oblivious. If he only knew how many people wished to invite her out, yet she had never taken notice of them. It was rare for her to extend an invitation to Chu Nan. To have him respond with such reluctance was truly disheartening. The other women nearby nearly stumbled in shock, gazing incredulously at Qian Sijia. If you are deemed unattractive, then what hope is there for the rest of us? We might as well find a place to end it all, they exclaimed. I simply fail to comprehend why a lady of your stature would persistently bother me. Chu Nan replied with an air of resignation. Bother? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at Qian Sijia. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she seized Chu Nan and led him to a secluded spot, glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Why speak so loudly? You've made me feel utterly awkward. Oh, do you fear awkwardness? Speak plainly, spare me the pretense. If you have nothing of importance to say, I shall take my leave. Just as Chu Nan took a step forward, he was abruptly pulled back. Qian Sijia gazed into his eyes and began to speak slowly. There is something I wish to discuss with you. I'm simply curious about what else you might be concealing. During our university years, you appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet after a few years, it seems you have transformed entirely. The owner of the Marriott Hotel and a pianist of astounding caliber, you even know someone like Yi Chun. Chu Nan, you truly pique my curiosity. Chu Nan looked at the enchanting figure before him. Her intense gaze left Qian Sijia feeling slightly unsettled. The blush that had faded now returning. Miss Qian, do you not realize that a woman should not be overly curious about a man? It is all too easy to become ensnared. After all, I am merely an ordinary individual. Why do you harbor such curiosity about me? Chu Nan shrugged casually. An ordinary individual? You possess billions and are one of the few world-renowned pianists, yet you dare to label yourself as ordinary? If word of your self-deprecation were to spread, you would undoubtedly offend countless individuals, Qian Sijia retorted with an exasperated glance. At that moment, an irate and envious voice suddenly interrupted. Jejia? Upon hearing this voice, Qian Sijia's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. A young man clad in designer attire glared at the two, his jealousy palpable as he cast a resentful look towards Chu Nan. Is he someone you know? Chu Nan inquired, puzzled. Just an irritating sycophant, Qian Sijia replied dismissively, pulling Chu Nan's hand and turning to leave without sparing the man a glance. Witnessing this, Rongshan's anger flared. He could hardly believe that Qian Sijia would be so forward with a man. Who is this man? Rongshan demanded, blocking their path. Jejia, who is he? Chapter 75, The Femme Fatale Returns. Rongshan had pursued Qian Sijia for countless years, having harbored feelings for her since their youth. Yet now, to see her with a mere pauper was intolerable. What he found most unbearable was that the seemingly frigid Qian Sijia had taken the initiative to hold this boy's hand. What does it matter who he is? I must have been unfortunate to run into you today, Qian Sijia replied bluntly, showing him no respect. At this point, Chu Nan began to feel the headache of impending trouble. Clearly, the femme fatale had returned, and he would inevitably face a plethora of complications. Had he known this would occur, he would have outright rejected her invitation. You. Rongshan's face shifted from green to red, rendered speechless by Qian Sijia's retort. You'd best release your hand, boy. You are not in the same world as her. Do you even know who she is? The daughter of the chairman of Sifong Pharmaceuticals. You two could never be together, Rongshan threatened venomously. Since he could not contend with Qian Sijia, he thought to intimidate the impoverished boy instead. Chu Nan's expression darkened. If you cannot speak civilly, I shall teach you how. With your base insults, not only is she beyond your reach, but I also have no interest in you. Nearby, Qian Sijia stifled a laugh, giving Chu Nan a thumbs up in front of Rongshan. Young Master Rong, you merely ride on your grandfather's coattails. Without him, you are nothing. Others may be oblivious, but I am well aware of your reputation for courting trouble. I have no time for your games. Were it not for the ties between our families, I would not even bother to engage with you, Qian Sijia said coldly. Rongshan's face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead as he spoke darkly. Jejia, even if you do not fancy me, my uncle will never allow you to be with a poor boy. Suddenly, Qian Sijia's expression turned frigid, like a tangible frost. You incessantly refer to him as a poor boy. Is that all you see? I truly wonder how your grandfather could have such a grandson. The poor boy you deride happens to be the owner of the Marriott Hotel, a rising star within the piano world, the very pianist your grandfather seeks. And now, he stands before you. Rongshan stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his features. The owner of the Marriott Hotel? The pianist his grandfather was searching for? How could this be? The Marriott was said to be managed by several shareholders. When had it morphed into a sole proprietorship? As the only five-star hotel in Huaqing, its profits were unimaginable, annual revenues exceeding hundreds of millions. The two paid no mind to Rongshan's stunned expression, walking past him without a second glance. As Rongshan turned back, he grasped Chu Nan's wrist. In an instant, as Chu Nan turned, his eyes brimmed with hostility, causing Rongshan's face to pale, prompting him to release his grip immediately. Watching their retreating figures, Rongshan's gaze turned icy, filled with resentment towards Chu Nan. Qian Sijia must be lying. How could that boy possibly be the renowned pianist his grandfather sought? Furthermore, the Marriott had always been managed by multiple shareholders. He presumed there was a singular owner. Could this boy truly possess the means to acquire the entirety of the Marriott's shares? That was a staggering sum. In the billions, an amount even his grandfather would deliberate over for some time. Yet, as he stepped outside and saw Chu Nan and Qian Sijia climb into an Aston Martin, he was momentarily frozen. Was this luxurious car belonging to him? Could it be that Qian Sijia spoke the truth? That night, Lu Yashuan lay restlessly in her room, covering herself with a blanket, her mind swirling with images of Chu Nan and Qian Sijia. Were they still out together? What precisely was their relationship? Curiosity enveloped her, as she wondered if Qian Sijia had stolen a march on her and captured Chu Nan's heart. How could I indulge in such wild imaginings? Lu Yashuan repeatedly consoled herself. Gazing at the phone number on her screen, she hesitated, debating whether to call and inquire about the current situation. Knowing that Chu Nan had returned home would certainly ease her mind, yet the thought of him not answering or still being out with Qian Sijia shattered her composure. She couldn't bear to confront that possibility. Oh, forget it. If I don't make this call, I'll likely be restless all night. I might as well be dead. With that, Lu Yashuan dialed Chu Nan's number. Hello? Upon hearing Chu Nan's voice, Lu Yashuan felt her heart leap into her throat as she nervously asked, "Have you made it home?" "Of course. I'm already on my way," he replied. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Yashuan's lips. Finally, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. "Then drive safely. I won't distract you any longer. Goodbye." Beep, beep, beep. Within the car, Chu Nan chuckled helplessly, sensing that the girl must have been worried about any possible connection between him and Qian Sijia, as if she were checking up on him. Did it imply that he held some interest in Lu Yashuan as well? Chapter 76. Another luxurious vehicle, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yet another luxury car. Chu Nan had grown numb to it. Only a handful of Rolls-Royce Phantoms existed nationwide, and they were typically in the hands of prominent figures. However, this was advantageous, as the rugged roads of their small town could easily damage a sports car with its low chassis. Returning in the Rolls-Royce was quite suitable, but he needed to prepare a few items beforehand. After all, it had been a long time since he had returned home, and it wouldn't do to arrive empty-handed, especially with his great-uncle's birthday approaching. Driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chu Nan made a stop at a shopping mall. Approximately half an hour later, he emerged, pushing a cart filled with a case of Erguo 2, various supplements, and some fine liquor. His father, a notorious drinker, had little interest in anything else but had a penchant for this particular beverage. Next, Chu Nan visited a store specializing in jade. Upon entering, a salesperson approached him with enthusiasm. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" "I would like some recommendations for your finest jade pendants and bracelets," Chu Nan replied nonchalantly. He surveyed the prices, with the affordable ones ranging from hundreds to thousands, while the more exquisite pieces soared into the tens or even hundreds of thousands. The quality of jade and the intricacy of the carvings were paramount. "Sir, you might consider this jade pendant. It's crafted from imperial jade, with a deep, pure color. Most importantly, its surface is exceptionally smooth, devoid of any flaws," the salesperson recommended. The items she presented were mostly under 10,000, likely due to her assumption that Chu Nan's attire indicated limited funds. Just as the salesperson was about to introduce another piece, Chu Nan interjected, "These jades are too inexpensive. Please show me the more expensive ones." "Too inexpensive?" The salesperson was taken aback, contemplating whether this handsome young man might be a low-key heir of considerable wealth. The prices of the items he had pointed to were predominantly in the tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands. Nevertheless, she proceeded to provide detailed descriptions per his request, and she couldn't help but admire the store's excellent service. After finishing her presentation, the salesperson expected Chu Nan to continue browsing, but to her astonishment, he declared, "I'll take all of these. Let's proceed with the payment." He extended a black gold card. The salesperson's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the card, adorned with fine golden threads and the emblem of Citibank. This was a black gold card. My goodness. This young gentleman is a true tycoon. The total cost of the jade pendants and bracelets amounted to 600,000. And he didn't even flinch as he confidently handed over the card. Others in the vicinity were equally astonished. If the total reached 600,000, the salesperson could anticipate a commission nearing 20,000. Her colleagues gazed at her with envy. However, as she processed the transaction and glimpsed the balance displayed on the card, she gasped in shock. The numbers unfurled in her mind. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Gasp. This young man was a billionaire. As Chu Nan calmly exited, his presence left a lasting impression. Now that he's gone, you witnessed a transaction that could net you nearly 20,000. Congratulations. A colleague remarked with envy. Dodo, do you know what I just saw on that young man's card? Chu Chu said, still dazed. The balance? For someone like him, spending 600,000 is likely akin to spending 60. I bet he has over 10 million, Dodo pondered. Turning her head, Chu Chu's expression turned serious as she articulated. Not 10 million, but over a billion. That young man has more than a billion in his account. Uffed. Over a billion. Dodo was equally flabbergasted. Just then, an uproar outside drew their attention. A Rolls-Royce Phantom caused quite the stir. When the two casually glanced at the occupants, their eyes widened in shock. The young man in the Rolls-Royce was none other than the one they had just encountered. Upon returning home, he called for Zhou Ying to assist him. Zhou Ying looked at him in surprise. Why did you buy so many things? The new year is still some time away. Chu Nan explained, in a few days. I need to return home for a family elder's birthday. I can't possibly go back empty-handed. I hope you'll manage the villa while I'm away. Trusting Zhou Ying with the estate, he felt assured she would handle things well. Upon hearing his explanation, Zhou Ying understood. Together, they carried all the items into the trunk. After calling his family to inform them of his plans to return the next day, he politely declined when his mother offered to pick him up, stating he would drive himself. His mother's line of thinking was rather peculiar. She even worried that he might be engaging in unlawful activities outside, which left Chu Nan both amused and exasperated. Chapter 77. Rewarded with supreme medical skills. Awakening the next morning, Chu Nan suddenly recalled something. The items he had purchased were intended for his hometown, and he would be driving the Rolls-Royce back. What, then, was the purpose of bringing them out? Now, he would have to transport them back again. Chu Nan sighed, lightly tapping his confused head. Forget it. I'll ask Zhou Ying for assistance once more. His first task each morning remained the same, signing in. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current savings, 108,000,000. Transportation, Lamborghini, Poison. New Era electric vehicle, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Phantom. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountain Villa. Personal enterprises, Marriott Hotel, Red Sea Beach Office Building, Small Island, unclaimed. Marital status, unmarried. Special skills, expert-level piano talent. Warehouse items, none. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. The reward is an unparalleled mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. Chu Nan's entire being quivered as an overwhelming surge of medical knowledge flooded his mind, akin to an enlightening revelation. He gained access to long-lost acupuncture techniques and forgotten herbal prescriptions that emerged vividly in his consciousness. Once the torrent subsided, Chu Nan felt a profound sense of mental relaxation. Such a treasure, the divine skill of traditional Chinese medicine, is indeed a rarity. In contemporary society, what do people fear the most? Illness. No matter how affluent one may be, the dread of falling ill looms large, for certain ailments are beyond remedy. Many toil through life only to see their life savings vanish due to a severe illness, with recovery still eluding them. Even those at the pinnacle of society, the distinguished elite, become increasingly health-conscious as they age. Moreover, his parents occasionally suffer from minor ailments. They often complain of back pain in the middle of the night. And his father experiences headaches when it rains. This visit home presents an opportunity for him to alleviate their discomforts. Ding dong. Lu Yashuan sent him a good morning message, to which Chu Nan promptly replied. After that, he did not dwell on the matter further. He and Lu Yashuan had engaged in numerous conversations over the past couple of days, drawing them closer together. However, Chu Nan still sensed that something was amiss, and their relationship had yet to progress further. Yet, he was not in a hurry. If it weren't for his mother's urging, he wouldn't be so eager to experience the bittersweet pangs of love. Early in the morning, he roused Zhou Ying, who groaned and grumbled about him. Chu Nan could only offer an awkward smile as they loaded the previous day's items back into the car's trunk before departing from the villa. This time, he intended to stay home for 3 to 4 days, and afterward, he planned to visit that island to assess its potential for development. If it proved valuable, his worth could very well double. His villa was not far from the highway entrance, and after driving several kilometers, he merged onto the expressway. Surrounding drivers quickly circumvented his vehicle, wary of encountering this car. Even the toll booth attendant expressed surprise at seeing a young man driving a Rolls-Royce on the highway. As Chu Nan's vehicle appeared on the expressway, the cars behind him slowed down, hesitant to overtake. Chu Nan's hometown was in Hangzhou, and returning home via the highway would likely take 4 to 5 hours. He estimated he wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. The Rolls-Royce truly commanded the road, as no vehicle dared to overtake him. He maintained a steady speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and upon reaching the tunnel's speed limit, he would need to slow down further to reach home. Observing the familiar surroundings and landscapes, he noted that the mountains he once knew had vanished, replaced by quaint little houses. Of course, he merely glanced, for distraction on the highway was a grave error. In recent years, bizarre accidents had occurred on expressways, cars changing lanes recklessly or driving in the wrong direction. The news of such incidents made Chu Nan's skin crawl. He couldn't fathom how individuals like that had passed their driving tests. The consequences were all too evident. If no one was injured, it was fortunate. But the thought of a chain reaction leading to multiple tragedies was deeply unsettling. Just as Chu Nan focused intently on the road ahead, a small delivery truck caught his attention. Its rear doors swung open unexpectedly. A white foam box tumbled out, prompting Chu Nan to reduce his speed and maintain a safe distance. However, a comical scene unfolded as the box rebounded and fell back into the truck. Repeating the act twice, as if it were taunting. I'm out again. And back. What will you do about it? Chu Nan honked several times and passed by, calling out to the driver. The truck driver seemed to understand, pulling over onto the emergency lane. Chapter 78. Shocked Parents. Chu Nan would be astonished to learn that this incident had been captured by highway cameras and subsequently posted online, generating quite a stir. His car became the star of the video. Following this event, he encountered no further accidents, as such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Reflecting on that moment now brought a smile to his face. After approximately 3 hours of driving along the highway, his speed began to wane as he approached a tunnel. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and after turning at an exit, he spotted the toll station marking the boundary of Hangzhou. A smile crossed his face as he recognized the familiar scene. Exiting the highway would still require about an hour to reach their town. Estimating his arrival at home would be around 4 o'clock. Throughout the journey on the expressway, his phone rang incessantly. It was his mother calling. Just as he exited the highway, she made another call. Nancy, have you arrived? Why weren't you answering your phone earlier? His mother inquired with concern. Hearing his mother's caring tone warmed his heart, and he replied, I was on the highway, unable to take your call. I've reached Hangzhou, just off the highway. And it will take about an hour to get home. Be careful on the road. Your father just caught a few fish in the lotus pond and is waiting for you to return to eat together. Got it, Mom. After hanging up, Chu Nan resumed his journey homeward. In recent years, rapid economic growth had transformed Hangzhou, and the once familiar streets now appeared rejuvenated. Some roads had changed. Without the aid of navigation, Chu Nan might have struggled to find his way home. He wondered how the town had fared, whether it too had undergone changes akin to the city. The road to the town, once riddled with gravel, had he been unaware of its current condition. Upon entering the city, Chu Nan drove along the national road toward home. As expected, the former mountain road had been paved, the gravel road now a memory. He recalled the jolting experience of riding a bus over that bumpy terrain. It felt akin to riding a bumper car, leaving one's rear end numb. After half an hour, he finally beheld his quaint little town. Naturally, his arrival would incite a stir. Even the sight of an Audi or BMW would attract attention in their small town. The presence of Chu Nan's multi-million-dollar luxury car drew the gaze of every passerby. In this information age, even those who had never seen it in person had likely glimpsed it online. Indeed, someone in the crowd recognized it. I've seen that emblem online. It's a Rolls-Royce. Isn't it worth several million? Exclaimed one. Goodness, a car worth several million. Are there really such affluent individuals in our town? Another chimed in. This isn't just any Rolls-Royce. It looks like the Phantom series, which costs tens of millions. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the crowd absorbed the staggering figures. Millions were already beyond their imagination, let alone the astronomical sums in the tens of millions. Whose child has returned from afar, driving this opulent vehicle worth millions? Initially, one might have thought that the Audi belonging to the town mayor was impressive enough. Yet who could have anticipated the arrival of such a luxury car in our humble town? The Audi pales in comparison to this Rolls-Royce. In its presence, it seems merely a younger sibling. The townsfolk gazed at the magnificent automobile with envy. What man does not adore a fine car, especially one of such grandeur? They dream of possessing such a vehicle, yet their curiosity is piqued by the identity of the owner. Mr. Chu looked at the luxurious car with envy, pondering how his son, Chu Nan, was faring out in the world. If only he could return driving such a splendid vehicle. The glory it would bring is unimaginable. Mrs. Chu, slightly annoyed, tapped his head. What are you thinking about in broad daylight? As long as Chu Nan is doing well, why must we compare ourselves to others? Having any car is already a blessing. Can you fathom the exorbitant costs of maintaining such a vehicle? Mr. Chu chuckled good-naturedly. But when he saw the window of the Rolls-Royce roll down, his eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them, questioning if he was mistaken. Dear, does that person in the car resemble our Chu Nan? He stammered, pointing. Mrs. Chu, at a loss for words, thought it impossible for their son, having been away for only a few years, to afford such a car. Yet, when she turned her gaze towards the vehicle, her expression mirrored her husband's. And she too rubbed her eyes. They both swallowed hard. The individual in the car bore a striking resemblance to their son, but surely it could not be him. However, the next moment, the person emerged from the vehicle, smiling and calling out, Dad. Mom. Chapter 79. Is that a little bird vodka? Goodness. Isn't that the lad from the old Chu family? He seems to have been away for only a few years, yet he has acquired such an exquisite car. What has he been up to out there? Surely he isn't involved in any illicit activities, is he? Who knows? It's hard to believe that one could drive such a luxurious car after just a few years away. What kind of job earns this kind of money? In my opinion, this wealth is likely tainted. Indeed, once wealth is attained, whispers of doubt are inevitable. Chu Nan wished to remain inconspicuous, yet his success refused to allow it. The remarks of these onlookers stemmed from envy and jealousy. What's wrong, Mom and Dad? Don't you recognize your son after such a long time? Chu Nan observed the bewildered expressions on their faces and understood their confusion. Mr. Chu stared blankly at his son, then glanced at the luxury vehicle. Had his words truly manifested? Could it be that this car genuinely belonged to his son? Had Chu Nan amassed such riches in merely a few years? It seemed almost surreal, like a dream. Is this car truly yours, Chu Nan? Mrs. Chu asked, her finger trembling as she pointed at the vehicle. Indeed, Chu Nan nodded. Mrs. Chu pulled him aside and whispered, Son, we may be poor in means, but never in spirit. Please do not engage in any unlawful activities. Is your wealth acquired legitimately? Chu Nan chuckled. Oh, dear mother. Rest assured, my fortunes are entirely above board. Your son has earned this money to provide for you. But Mom's still trembling. This feels too surreal. Chu Nan understood why his parents were so anxious. Their family had always been modest, and to them, a few $100,000 was already a fortune, let alone millions. They would need time to adjust. Mom and Dad, stop standing there. Get in the car, he urged with a smile. Cautiously, they climbed into the vehicle, afraid of damaging anything. The lavish interior left them in awe, especially the genuine leather seats that offered unparalleled comfort. Under the gaze of the townspeople, the Chu family drove home. One passerby sighed, the old Chu family has truly produced a dragon. Upon arriving home, the atmosphere was lively. Is this really the son of the old Chu family? What kind of car is this? I've never seen one like it, exclaimed a neighbor. That hefty vehicle bears a gorgeous emblem. And look at that little figure. You unworldly woman, that's a Rolls Royce, worth millions. A mere scratch would cost a fortune. So expensive. As Mr. Chu listened to the chatter of the neighbors, pride swelled within him, his posture straightening. Their son's success was a matter of great pride for them. However, Mrs. Chu felt somewhat awkward, hastily retreating into the house with the groceries she had bought. Dad, there are some items in the trunk. Let us move them inside together, Chu Nan said, opening the trunk. The sight of it overflowing with goods left Mr. Chu momentarily speechless. Such a bounty was typically only seen during festive seasons. You could have just come home without all this. Now that you have money, save some for the future, you still need to marry. Chu Nan could only manage a wry smile. Now my father is even starting to urge me. I suppose my mother has been nagging him, he thought. What on earth did you buy? Mr. Chu inquired as he began unloading the items. Wow, you even got ergo too. My son knows me well. Let us have a few drinks together this time, Chu Nan replied with a grin. After unloading, they discovered an array of fine wines, supplements, and bird's nest soup, all valuable items. Mr. Chu glanced at the bottles and suddenly asked, Chu Nan, have you brought back that Little Bird vodka? I heard it's been quite popular online lately. Uffed. What on earth? Little Bird vodka is merely a joke. Does he really think it's an actual drink? Mr. Chu's friend seemed quite unreliable. Observing his son's laughter, Mr. Chu wore a puzzled expression. Dad, that Little Bird vodka isn't a real drink. It's just a humorous video. Your friends are pulling your leg. What? There's no such liquor? Are you implying that my friends have deceived me? Of course. Little Bird vodka is not a real beverage. Chu Nan hadn't expected his father to be aware of the joke, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the video. These old geezers, I'll settle the score with them later. Mr. Chu grumbled with irritation. Afterward, they continued bringing items into the house, while news of Chu Nan's return in a Rolls-Royce spread throughout the neighborhood. Chapter 80. A heartwarming dinner. As the father and son carried in items one after another, Mrs. Chu was momentarily stunned. Just looking at the packaging of the ergo 2 and bird's nest soup, she realized these items must have cost quite a fortune. Chu Mu gazed at the items with a pained heart and couldn't help but murmur, My dear child, it's one thing to come back. But why did you buy so many things? These must have cost a pretty penny. You've worked hard to earn that money. You ought to save a bit for the future, especially since you'll need to support a family someday. Chu Nan let out a resigned sigh, pondering how his mother seemed fixated on the idea of marriage and children. What can I say about this bird's nest and ergo 2? He thought, observing the growing concern in her eyes. Ultimately, they hailed from a modest background and were unaccustomed to such luxuries, making it challenging for them to adjust to this unexpected windfall. Seeing his mother's distressed expression, Chu Nan smiled gently. Mom, please don't fret. These gifts are meant to honor you and Dad. You both have toiled for half a lifetime. Now that your son is financially secure, it's time for you to enjoy some comforts. Upon hearing her son's words, Chu Mu's face lit up with a smile. For Chu Nan had always been well liked by the elders. Even now, he continued to endear himself to them. Chu Fu, standing nearby, also wore a smile, realizing that his son had truly grown up. As Chu Nan retrieved the jade bangles and pendants he had purchased earlier, Chu Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an abundance of jade was surely worth a significant sum, and the luster and intricate carvings suggested they held considerable value. Mom, let me know if you see anything you like. Try this jade pendant. It's quite lovely, Chu Nan said, placing the pendant around her neck. To his delight, it suited her perfectly. "Mom, take a look in the mirror," he urged, his smile radiating satisfaction. Chu Mu gazed into the mirror and instantly fell in love with the pendant. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort wearing something so expensive. A sentiment born from years of modest living. "Chu Nan, how much did you spend on all this?" she inquired. Chu Nan shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, just a little over 100,000. Over 100,000? Chu Mu stood frozen in disbelief, then playfully swatted her son on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You spendthrift. Who told you to spend so much? A few pieces of jade would have sufficed. You've just come into money, and you're already throwing it around." Faced with his mother's reproach, Chu Nan could only chuckle helplessly. His mother was simply distressed over the thought of him spending such a hefty sum so frivolously. Did wealth truly render money insignificant? As the family exchanged pleasantries, it soon became time to prepare dinner. Chu Nan headed to the kitchen to lend a hand. The kitchen, though small, exuded warmth and familiarity. The family gathered around the dining table, savoring the taste of home-cooked meals. The two men shared drinks and lively conversation. Though due to the effects of a gene-enhancing potion, Chu Nan found himself impervious to intoxication. Eventually, his father succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto the table. Chu Mu expressed her surprise, wondering when her son had developed such a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, having consumed several glasses of erguotu without so much as a blush. After assisting his father back to his room, it was just the two of them left. Once Chu Nan returned, his mother spoke slowly. "Chu Nan, now that you have money, your father and I are proud of you. However, we mustn't squander it. We should think about creating more wealth. As for the earlier conversation about marriage, let it be. You're old enough to make your own decisions. If I hadn't seen how prosperous you are now, I might have continued to urge you to find a partner, believing our family's circumstances were average. But now that you're successful and even driving a luxury car worth millions, I realize that perhaps I was too hasty in my previous thoughts. You've grown up and developed your own ideas. If it takes a few more years to have grandchildren, so be it. After all, your father and I are still relatively young and have plenty of time ahead of us." "Understood, Mom," Chu Nan replied. "Regarding the girl you mentioned before, how is your relationship progressing? If you have feelings for her, seize the opportunity and don't hesitate. Your father was quite tenacious when he pursued me, and it was his persistence that won my heart. Those were wonderful times." Chu Mu, feeling nostalgic, smiled at the memories. "Mom, I understand all that. However, in this day and age, dating isn't as straightforward as it was in your time. We can't rush things," Chu Nan gently articulated. Chu Mu nodded, realizing she needn't worry excessively about her son's affairs. As long as he was happy and fulfilled, that was enough. After tidying up the dining table, the mother and son took a leisurely stroll outside. To their surprise, the usually reserved neighbors suddenly became quite warm and welcoming. A stark contrast to their previous indifference when the family was less affluent. Chu Mu couldn't help but remark on how peculiar it was that now, with her son's newfound wealth, everyone was so eager to engage. Some had even approached her privately, hoping to introduce their daughters. However, she declined all such propositions, understanding that if her son had already found someone special, she should not interfere. She was well aware that this sudden enthusiasm stemmed from a desire for her son's financial standing rather than genuine interest in him. The news of Chu Nan returning home in a luxury car spread quickly through the neighborhood. Early in the morning, the family heard a commotion outside. Chu Mu peered through the window and was taken aback to see a throng of people gathered around their gate, many with their phones out, capturing images of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Each face was filled with envy, wishing they could experience sitting in such an opulent vehicle. Inside, Chu Nan felt a pang of regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might have opted for a more subdued entrance instead of drawing so much attention. "Well, time for my daily check-in," he thought. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've been rewarded a Rolex Stardust," chimed the system. Chu Nan retrieved the watch from his inventory and fastened it on his wrist. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt enveloped by an aura of luxury, the watch adorned with shimmering diamonds that dazzled in the light. What a profitable check-in. The family enjoyed a harmonious breakfast while choosing to ignore the onlookers outside. After their meal, Chu Mu stepped outside, trying to gauge the crowd's excitement. The eager neighbors approached her, asking, "Annie Chu, may we take a picture next to your son's car?" Feeling a bit conflicted, Chu Mu knew that although she was Chu Nan's mother, the car belonged to him, and she should consult him first. Returning to the living room, she informed her son, "Chu Nan, there are people outside who wish to take pictures with your car. Since they are our neighbors, what do you think?" After finishing the last piece of youtiao, Chu Nan replied, "If they want to take pictures, let them." But he paused, stepping outside. "There are a few terms I must clarify." He addressed the crowd directly. "You may take pictures, but I must stipulate that if there is any damage or scratches to the vehicle during this process, you will be held responsible. The vehicle, with its mere scratch, could cost upwards of 500,000 to 600,000. You ought to consider this carefully." The moment those words were uttered, many were taken aback. In the neighboring streets, no one possessed such wealth. Indeed, this revelation caused quite a few to reconsider their choices. It would be one thing if there were no incident, but a careless bump could render them financially destitute. Alas, it seemed wiser to simply admire the car from a distance, for it belonged to another and not to them. To take a photo for one's social media would suffice. After all, who could discern the true owner of the vehicle? Most were merely indulging their vanity. Observing the departing crowd, Chu Nan's lips curled into a sly smile. Suddenly, a figure outside, cradling a child, exclaimed in surprise, "Nanzi! Nanzi!" Chu Nan turned at the sound, recognizing a familiar silhouette with some astonishment. Dan, long time no see. Dan was the one Chu Ma had previously mentioned, the one who had married early. Dan was not his real name, but rather a nickname bestowed by the neighbors. They had been good companions in childhood. Though Dan was not particularly handsome, resembling a lump of coal with his unkempt beard and slightly disheveled appearance. Yet, the child he held in his arms had skin as fair as snow. Despite his own lack of charm, Dan's wife was renowned for her beauty. "Nanzi, after all these years, you're driving a luxury car now. I should have accompanied you to the city back then. Perhaps I would have had a taste of that fortune too," Dan remarked, occasionally glancing at the Rolls-Royce. Chu Nan smiled and inquired, "Is this your son?" With a proud expression, Dan replied, "Of course. Isn't he striking?" "Striking indeed. But how come the child doesn't he resemble you?" Chu Nan noticed something amiss. The child bore no resemblance to Dan in any aspect. Especially given Dan's dark complexion, the child's skin was as white as snow. "I can't quite understand it either. Although he doesn't he look like me, he resembles my wife. His eyes and nose are identical to hers. I was worried he might inherit my darkness, but instead, he is as fair as snow. My family is overjoyed," Dan said with a simple smile. A sense of foreboding crept over Chu Nan. "What is the child's blood type?" "Blood type? Let me think. I believe he is type O. And what about you and your wife?" "I'm type A, and my wife is AB. Why do you ask?" Dan looked confused. Chu Nan's expression darkened. It was impossible for a child of type A and type AB parents to be type O. Did this imply? He laid a heavy hand on Dan's shoulder and said gravely, Dan, you should visit the hospital to confirm your child's blood type. If he is indeed type O, consider a paternity test." "A paternity test?" Dan's face fell. "Nanzi, what do you mean? Do you think this child isn't mine?" "I haven't said that. You should verify the blood type first. You might have misremembered," Chu Nan replied. Returning to the house, Dan stared at the child, who bore no resemblance to him, and coupled with Chu Nan's words, he felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be that his head was indeed adorned with a metaphorical green hat? Chapter 82. Departure. Chu Nan himself was reluctant to voice his suspicions that the child was not Dan's. After all, it was merely a doubt. It was also possible that Dan had simply misremembered the child's blood type. He hoped he was overthinking it. Dan was too naive and honest. As a childhood companion, it was only right to alert him to prevent him from being unwittingly deceived. "Mom, where's Dad?" Chu Nan searched the house, but found no sign of his father. "Your father just went to visit some old friends. He has probably gone to boast a little," Chu Ma replied with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Nan chuckled. What son wouldn't he want to bring pride to their parents? After a lifetime of toil, it was time for them to enjoy some comfort. However, his parents seemed to be the type who could not sit idle. Even in retirement, they occasionally ventured out to sell fruits. Their backyard was brimming with vegetables, melons, and other fruits. With little to occupy their time at home, they would venture out to earn a little extra. In fact, their combined pension was more than sufficient for a comfortable living. Yet they preferred not to spend their days idly. This was likely why Chu Ma was so eager for grandchildren. Chu Nan pondered the idea of opening a fruit store for his parents in town. It seemed feasible. He would discuss it with them later. Today was the birthday of his great-uncle, and Chu Ma had gathered some fresh vegetables from the garden to take along. His great-uncle lived at the edge of the village on the other side of town. It would take about an hour to drive there. Once his father returned from his friends, they would retrieve a few bottles of Maodai. Just like his father, his great-uncle loved to drink. But he also had a penchant for smoking. However, he did not smoke commercial cigarettes. Instead, he enjoyed using a pipe, filling it with his own tobacco. After unpacking the bottles of Maodai, Chu Dad looked at Chu Nan curiously. "When did you become such a drinker?" "A few glasses of baijiu and you're not even slightly tipsy. I can barely handle one without feeling dizzy." Chu Nan shrugged with a casual smile. "Well, I've built up my tolerance from working outside." This comment elicited a wave of concern from Chu Ma. How much had her son been drinking to develop such a capacity? Behind all of this, it was likely that each drink had been hard-earned. Noticing his mother's tender gaze, Chu Nan felt somewhat bewildered. What was with the sudden concern? Chu Ma approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Nanzi, now that you have money, try to drink less when you're out. You're young now, but as you age, alcohol should be consumed in moderation." Touched by his mother's words, Chu Nan felt a swell of appreciation. Indeed, Home was where one found genuine care. Only his parents were always thinking of him. Yet, his earlier comment had merely been casual banter. His current sobriety was attributed to genetic modifications that enhanced his physical condition, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even the elite soldiers in the military likely did not possess his level of fitness. After loading everything into the trunk, Chu Dad and Chu Ma cautiously entered the vehicle, which had ample space. However, knowing the car's considerable value, they were anxious about even the slightest scratch, fearing it might cost them hundreds of thousands. Observing his parents' anxious demeanor, Chu Nan felt a pang of sympathy. Dad, Mom, there's no need to be so cautious. This car is robust and not easily damaged. It's ours, so relax. Buckle your seatbelts. We're off. With a roar, the engine revved, sending chills down Chu Dad's spine. His previously tense expression morphed into one of exhilaration. Such a thunderous roar truly embodies what a car should be. Is it not this very sound that men seek? The neighbors gazed enviously as the Chu family drove away, their own men and children prompting a collective sigh of resignation. The disparity between people is stark. The Chu family's previous existence had been rather ordinary, yet now, with their son behind the wheel of a luxury car, their fortunes had evidently transformed. It would not be long before these two would likely join the ranks of those enjoying the luxuries of the city. The road to great-grandfather's home diverged from the typical path to the town, winding intricately and featuring sharp turns. Chu Nan managed well enough, though his parents found themselves quite disoriented. Fortunately, the once treacherous mountain road had seen improvements over time. In the past, navigating such a route had been a harrowing ordeal. But now that they had passed through the winding paths, the road became straightforward. If it had continued in such a convoluted manner, Chu Nan would have been unbothered, but his parents would surely have been ill. Peering through the rearview mirror at their forlorn expressions, Chu Nan shook his head in resignation. This was the only route to great-grandfather's home, and if given a choice, he would gladly have chosen otherwise. Chapter 83. Not expensive, just over 20 million. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Chu family entered the village. Chu Dad and Chu Mom hesitated to open the windows, as the gazes of those lining the streets were all fixed upon them. Driving such a conspicuous vehicle felt rather overwhelming for them. Though great-grandfather's village was not large, the roads were adequately spacious, and Chu Nan felt no sense of congestion as he drove in. Great-grandfather's home was nestled in a small alley off another street, adjacent to a modest river, featuring a traditional courtyard. This courtyard, though aged, had been well maintained over the years and appeared quite dignified compared to the other houses. Several vehicles were parked outside: Civic, BMW, Audi, indicating that other relatives had likely already arrived. One neighboring family seemed perplexed. Chu Shu wore a confused expression, wondering why a Rolls-Royce was parked at their doorstep. Could it be that the occupants were the Chu family? Such a car, worth at least $1 million or even several million, was astonishing. While he recognized it as a Rolls-Royce, he could not discern that it was a phantom. Perhaps it belonged to the fourth branch? He had heard rumors that the fourth child owned a company in the county, earning nearly $1 million annually, which had left the family quite envious. However, could a family with an income of over $1 million truly afford such an extravagant vehicle? Yet when Chu Nan and his family emerged from the car, Chu Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Was it truly the eldest branch? The Chu family had arrived in such a magnificent vehicle? Chu Shu's mind went blank. He knew that among the Chu family, his elder brother's family had always struggled the most. While the other brothers had achieved success, the eldest had dropped out of school early to work, alleviating the family's financial burden. Had it not been for his elder brother's sacrifices, they might not have been able to attend university, let alone attain their current achievements. Chu Shu recalled the years he had supported his elder brother's family, especially as they had children later in life, now relying on their retirement pension to sustain themselves. Gazing at Chu Nan behind the wheel, a sudden realization struck him. Could this car belong to his elder nephew? Eldest, Chu Dad unexpectedly called out. Noticing his bewildered brother not far away, Chu Nan glanced over, recognizing it was Shu. This uncle had been kind to him in his youth, treating their family well. But his impression of the fourth branch was rather poor. They always carried an air of arrogance, as if a little wealth elevated them above others. When Chu Dad had once sought a loan, he had been met with disdainful rejection. The incident had infuriated Chu Nan, leading him to limit interactions with the fourth branch. Rumors suggested that the fourth son owned a small company in the county, and now it seemed he might attempt to capitalize on this encounter. But with Chu Nan's family present, any pretense would surely fail. Eldest brother, it has been a while. What kind of car is this? Chu Shu asked tentatively, feeling parched after speaking. With a proud smile, Chu Dad replied, this car? It belongs to Xiao Nan. Upon hearing this, Chu Shu's suspicions were confirmed. The car was indeed his elder nephew's. This realization suggested that Chu Nan's life in the Flower City was far from ordinary. A family earning $1 million a year might not even consider purchasing such a luxury vehicle. Swallowing hard, Chu Shu inquired, "How much does this car cost?" The question momentarily stumped Chu Dad, who knew it was expensive but lacked specifics. "You might want to ask Chu Nan. I can't say for certain," he replied sheepishly. Scratching his head, Chu Mom, observing Chu Dad's foolish grin, chided, "Get out and help instead of chatting. Quickly, come and bring the things inside." Prompted by Chu Mom's command, Chu Dad hurried over, with Chu Shu following suit. "Sister-in-law, allow me to assist you," he offered with a smile. "Thank you so much, Shu," Chu Mom replied gratefully. "It's no trouble. We are family," he assured her, his gaze drawn to the items in the trunk, which left him momentarily speechless. Matai, bird's nest, and a plethora of expensive supplements, surely worth several tens of thousands. Suddenly, he noticed the Rolex on Chu Nan's wrist, gasping in astonishment as his heart raced. A Rolex? Was that the Stardust model? He had seen it online for prices exceeding $1 million. What exactly was his elder nephew doing in the Flower City? Not only was he driving a Rolls-Royce, but he also wore a Rolex. "Uncle," Chu Nan greeted politely. Chu Shu approached him, whispering, "Nephew, may I ask you honestly, how much did this car cost?" "This car? Not expensive, just over 20 million. Chapter 84, The Arrival of the Fourth Branch. Not expensive, just over 20 million. Chu Shu was left speechless. Chu Dad and Chu Mom beside him were equally taken aback, their legs feeling weak as they stared at Chu Nan in disbelief. 20 million. This car costs over 20 million. They had initially assumed the vehicle's price might reach a few million at most. Anything beyond that was unfathomable. 20 million was a staggering sum that many families would never even dream of accumulating in a lifetime. What on earth was their son doing in the Flower City to afford such an extravagant automobile? As for Chu Shu, the words "just over 20 million" echoed in his mind. How could such a sum be considered trivial in his nephew's eyes? He was genuinely curious about the business that had allowed Chu Nan to amass such wealth in merely a few years. It felt like a dream come true. It is unlikely that anyone from the Chu family anticipated that the most remarkable individuals would not be the fourth son and his family, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous elder brother and his kin. Uncle Air, who held a certain disdain for the fourth son's family, recalled how the eldest brother had once sacrificed his own education to support them through their studies, only to have the fourth son turn his back on him now. The eldest brother's family had also faced their own hardships. When they sought assistance, the door was unceremoniously shut in their faces. Such memories still gnawed at Uncle Air's heart. With the emergence of a promising nephew, the Chu family had finally produced a true dragon. "Uncle, you exaggerate," came the retort. "Not at all. You are unaware that your fourth uncle's family has become unbearably arrogant. They even hesitate to make time for your great-grandfather's birthday." Uncle Air clenched his teeth. "The fourth son has truly forgotten his roots. When they arrive, you must temper their arrogance." Chu Nan raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. To decline attending such a significant event as their great-grandfather's birthday was utterly disgraceful. While outsiders may not grasp the dynamics, the family was acutely aware that the fourth son's household had become indifferent, delegating most responsibilities to their subordinates. Furthermore, the fourth son's children held the eldest brother's family in contempt, dismissing the investment in Chu Nan's university education as a waste, believing that their own middle school education was sufficient to establish a company, while college graduates ended up working under them. As Chu Nan's family entered with their belongings, other relatives looked on in astonishment. It was the eldest brother's family, and they bore gifts of Maotai and bird's nest soup. When had they become so affluent? Had they perhaps won the lottery? "Eldest brother, sister-in-law, Nancy," exclaimed Uncle San, who had just emerged from the courtyard, rushing over to assist. He looked incredulously at the now taller Chu Nan, exclaiming, "Xiao Nan, you've grown taller since we last met. Come, let me help with those." "There's no need. You're being too polite, Uncle San. I can manage," Chu Nan insisted. "But you have so much in your hands." "Let me assist you," replied Uncle San, whose hospitality was overwhelming. After depositing their items in the storage room, Chu Nan's parents engaged in conversation with several uncles and aunts. Currently, the only elder in the Chu family was great-grandfather, as the eldest uncle had passed away from cancer a few years prior. The family now consisted of Chu Nan, his parents, Uncle Air, Uncle San, and Uncle C. Uncle Air, a manager at a company, earned a decent income, while Uncle San was a village official. Although his salary was modest, he lived comfortably within the village. And then there was Uncle C's family. When Uncle San's family learned that Chu Nan had arrived in a Rolls-Royce, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. They were well aware of the eldest brother's struggles. He had become a factory worker after dropping out of school. Compared to the past, when the eldest brother's family was at their lowest, the news of Chu Nan's success in the Flower City brought a smile to Uncle San's face. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, It was time for the eldest brother to enjoy some prosperity. However, curiosity piqued among them regarding what exactly Chu Nan had been doing in Flower City to achieve such a transformation in just a few years. A luxury car worth millions now at his disposal? They would certainly inquire about this at the gathering. Meanwhile, outside, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up, and a woman, dressed like a socialite, disdainfully surveyed the surroundings, scoffing, "No matter how this hick town changes, it still reeks of poverty. I hope this ends soon. I don't wish to linger here any longer. Enough of your complaints. These are all familiar faces. I don't want them to see us as adversaries." Chu Jinshan replied, clearly annoyed. The newcomers were Uncle C's family, with his son, Chu Yi, chiming in, "Dad is right. After all, it's a birthday for an elder. Mom, please show some respect." Reluctantly, Aunt C agreed, "Fine, fine." Chu Yi wore a confident smile, as this visit was primarily to indulge his vanity and to flaunt his success before the eldest brother's family. However, just as he was about to enter, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the Rolls-Royce parked at the gate. Chapter 85, I Believe in My Son. Inside the hall, nearly 100 guests had taken their seats, yet the birthday banquet had yet to commence. Many faces bore expressions of discontent. The festivities were delayed as they awaited the arrival of the fourth son's family. The elder at the head of the table had grown increasingly impatient. "Where on earth are the fourth son's family? Heir, can you call and check?" Uncle Heir's expression mirrored his frustration. Today was his 70th birthday, a significant milestone, and they were the last remaining elder of the Chu family. The fourth son's family had shown a shocking lack of decorum. Ever since their son had established a company, they had become increasingly arrogant, disregarding their relatives. "Don't worry, Uncle, I'll make a call," Uncle Heir began. But just then, the fourth son's family finally entered. The sight of the fourth son's wife pinching her nose as if repulsed by an offensive odor added to the tension in the air. "Fourth son, your family is rather slow, aren't you?" Uncle San remarked with displeasure. Chu Jinshan forced a smile, raising a glass to appease. "Uncle, dear relatives, friends, it's my fault for the delay. I will drink this as an apology." He downed half a glass of erguotu in one go, his face reddening, followed by a dry cough as he glanced at the elders seated at the head of the table. "Is that acceptable, Uncle?" The expression on Chu Hanshue's face remained stern. Despite the fourth son's attempts at reconciliation, it was clear to him that this was merely a facade, as he hardly regarded the elder with any respect. "Enough, let us sit down," Chu Hanshue ultimately decided, opting to maintain a cordial atmosphere on what was meant to be a joyous occasion. As the banquet commenced, Chu Jinshan took a sip of the liquor, savoring its flavor. "What kind of wine is this?" he inquired. "Erguotu," Uncle Heir replied nonchalantly. "Erguotu." Chu Jinshan's expression shifted slightly. Was this the wine provided by Uncle Heir? Since when had he become so affluent? Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about the eldest brother's family today, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Did they seem more self-assured? "Great-grandfather, this is a birthday gift for you. May your life be as long as the southern mountains." At that moment, Chu Yi presented a small wooden box tied with a gold ribbon. "What's inside?" Chu Hanshue couldn't help but ask. With a smirk, Chu Yi replied, "Oh, it's nothing extravagant. I heard great-grandfather's health isn't at its best, so it's merely a ginseng root worth several thousand yuan. In comparison to your health, this little sum is insignificant." Several thousand yuan. The other guests were equally taken aback. These individuals hailed from ordinary families, and parting with tens of thousands of yuan as a birthday gift was indeed a hefty sacrifice for them. Although the Chu family, particularly the fourth son, may not have been particularly affluent, their display of generosity was quite remarkable. Reveling in the attention of those around him, Chu Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction within, and seizing the opportunity, he turned to Chu Nan and remarked, "Brother Nan, since you've rarely returned, surely you must have prepared a gift for Grandpa Heir?" Chu Nan had anticipated such a scenario, as this family was notorious for seizing any opportunity to make a show. "Grandpa Heir, do you have a pen and paper?" Chu Nan inquired. Chu Hanshue paused, perplexed as to why Chu Nan required a pen and paper. "Yes," he eventually replied, summoning someone to fetch them. The entire hall's gaze converged upon them, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Even Chu Dad and Chu Mom were at a loss regarding their son's intentions. After completing his writing, Chu Nan handed the list over and continued, "Grandpa Heir, if you have someone fetch the herbs from this prescription, your blood pressure will stabilize within 3 to 4 months. A prescription? Chu Nan could diagnose ailments? Was this even effective? What if complications arose? Aunt C chuckled derisively, saying, "If you can't afford a gift, just admit it instead of putting on a show. The old man's health is already precarious. What if something goes wrong with your prescription? Aunt C, I seriously suspect that you didn't brush your teeth before leaving home, as the air seems to sour whenever you speak," Chu Nan retorted, showing no regard for decorum. "You little brat, what did you just say? Do Do you have no sense of propriety? Aunt C exploded in outrage. Chu Yi's expression darkened as he solemnly interjected. Brother Nan, such words are inappropriate. When did you, a finance major, become a physician? Do you possess a medical license? The question of his medical qualifications was one Chu Nan had encountered countless times online. With a cold smile, he replied, I do not. But I can assure you that if Grandpa Heir follows the prescription for 3 to 4 months, his hypertension will never recur. The other diners shook their heads, their gazes towards Chu Nan growing increasingly frigid. This was too far-fetched. What kind of prescription could permanently cure hypertension? Was it some miraculous remedy? Aunt C, growing weary of the argument, dismissed the matter with a curt remark. Eldest brother, aren't you going to rein in your son? This is unacceptable, Chu Jinshan reproached, implying that they had failed to manage their child. However, both Chu Dad and Chu Mom spoke in unison, affirming, I have faith in my son. In an instant, Chu Jinshan was left speechless. It appeared that the eldest brother's family had indeed undergone a transformation, exhibiting an unexpected confidence in Chu Nan. Moreover, why had Uncle Heir not reacted in anger? This was what puzzled him the most. Did Uncle Heir actually trust the words of this younger generation? Chu Hanxue gazed at the prescription in his hand, then glanced at the self-assured Chu Nan, and slowly stated, Very well, Xiao Nan, Grandpa Heir believes in you. Instantly, the atmosphere at the other tables erupted in astonishment. The elderly gentleman actually believed the words of his descendant? Was he truly unafraid of potential repercussions? From the moment the Chu family entered, they seemed markedly different. It appeared that the expensive liquor and rare bird's nest delicacies had all been gifts from the eldest Chu family. This was hard to fathom. Everyone knew the elder brother's family was not in a position to afford such luxuries, which were worth tens of thousands. Chu Yi was equally bewildered. How could Grandpa Heir trust Chu Nan's words? Had he truly lost his senses? Fear not, Grandpa Heir. This prescription will remedy your ailment, and you shall see the results in due time, Chu Nan assured with a smile. Chu Hanxue nodded. His belief stemmed from Chu Nan's remarkable transformation, a complete turnaround from the past. Initially, he had thought the fourth son's family would achieve the most success, but he was astonished to learn that Chu Nan was now driving luxury cars worth millions. Upon hearing this news, he had doubted his own ears. Yet it turned out to be true. In comparison to the arrogant and boorish demeanor of the fourth son's family, he preferred the simple and honest nature of the eldest brother's family. This round of verbal sparring had left the fourth son's family at a disadvantage. The once harmonious gathering had turned into a battlefield with the arrival of the fourth son, resembling a scene from a war zone. After a brief lull, Chu Yi attempted to capitalize on the situation once more. Brother Nan, having mingled and watching for so long, you must be doing quite well, yes? I sometimes envy you. Despite my annual income exceeding $1 million, I hardly have any time to rest. The dining table had transformed into a battleground between the two young men as Aunt C, with an air of superiority, flaunted her gleaming gold bracelet. Indeed, you are not mistaken. I am indeed thriving, at least unlike you, who has inflated your worth despite earning only $1 million a year. If your income were any higher, you might as well be standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Chu Nan replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, untouched by the escalating tension. He regarded her merely as a jester, biding his time to deliver a resounding rebuttal that would make her understand why flowers bloom so brightly. Chu Yi was about to launch a tirade, but caught himself, mindful of the elders and the presence of others, and swallowed his words. Chu Jinshan also wore an expression of discontent. Was his nephew's arrogance truly warranted? Earning merely $1 million a year? It made him seem as though he were a millionaire. Chu Nan's employment status had been inquired about previously. He merely worked at a company, barely making over $10,000 a month with overtime. Could he truly compare himself to them? Chu Yi wore a grim smile, gritting his teeth as he asked, Well then, I suppose you'll be needing Brother Nan's connections to bring along your little brother. Would you be so kind as to share which company you work for? This question struck a chord, not only piquing his own curiosity, but also that of the others present, including Chu Nan's parents. Chu Nan replied deliberately, Company? I do not work for any company. However, I do own a 5-star hotel, which generates a modest 1 to 2 billion annually. Merely trifling sums, really. Instantly, the table fell into a stunned silence, all present frozen in disbelief. Chu Nan's uncles, aunts, and even Grandpa Heir wore expressions of astonishment. Only Chu Yi, after a moment of shock, erupted into derisive laughter. Chu Nan, the only reason I address you as Brother Nan is due to our familial hierarchy. Do you truly consider yourself my elder? How can you be so boastful? A 5-star hotel? What an audacious thought. 1 to 2 billion a year? Surely, you didn't sleep well last night, dreaming in broad daylight? Why not claim that the Rolls-Royce outside belongs to you? That is indeed mine, Chu Nan replied nonchalantly. How embarrassing, Aunt C chimed in, unrelenting in her criticism. Chu Jinshan also scoffed with disdain, realizing he had overestimated the situation. Indeed, the eldest brother's family had changed, but not for the better. However, the three of them remained oblivious to the fact that, apart from their own family, everyone else was staring at Chu Nan in sheer astonishment, including his parents. For they alone understood that what Chu Nan claimed might indeed hold truth. Second brother, third brother, Uncle Heir, you all. Chu Jianshan gazed at the bewildered expressions of the others, perplexed as he inquired, surely you cannot genuinely believe what he has said? Uncle Heir let out a long sigh, regaining his composure, and cast a nonchalant glance at the oblivious Chu Jianshan. Of course, we all believe that Xiao Nan's words are true. Moreover, he did not err. The Rolls-Royce outside indeed belongs to him. Chapter 87. The conclusion of the birthday banquet. The presence of that Rolls-Royce outside, which belonged to Xiao Nan, implied that if he could afford a luxury car worth millions, there was no reason he should not be at a five-star hotel. Uncle Heir's words cornered the Chu Jianshan family, creating a stifling atmosphere that gradually enveloped the room, leaving the guests in a daze as they witnessed the unfolding scene. The realization struck them that the Rolls-Royce outside belonged to the eldest son of the Chu family. After all, a Rolls-Royce Phantom could not be purchased for less than 10 million, suggesting that the words spoken by the eldest son were indeed credible. A collective gasp echoed throughout the living room as the guests were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide as they turned to Chu Nan. An annual income of 1 or 200 million was an unfathomable figure for many, indicating that Chu Nan's worth was already in the hundreds of millions. In contrast, the fourth eldest family, with an income of merely 1 million, paled in comparison. This is impossible. Chu stammered, his eyes betraying terror. Suddenly, he noticed the dazzling watch on Chu Nan's wrist. His pupils dilated, and he shuddered. A Rolex Stardust. That single timepiece was valued at 1 million. The craftsmanship and the glimmering diamonds embedded within bespoke its authenticity. This was no counterfeit. Is that watch on Xiao Nan's wrist truly expensive? Nancy asked, her voice lacking conviction. That watch is equivalent to our family's entire annual income, Chu replied, his voice trembling. Nancy was taken aback, her eyes widening as she gazed at the luxurious watch adorning Chu Nan's wrist. That watch costs 1 million. What on earth has the eldest son of the Chu family experienced in the capital to undergo such a tremendous transformation in just a few years? Chu Jianshan's face flushed crimson, feeling as though his blood was boiling and on the verge of bursting from within. If there had been a crack in the ground at that moment, he would have longed to disappear into it. Uncle, big brother, I suddenly remembered there's something at the company that needs my attention, my family, and I will take our leave now. You all enjoy the meal. I shall treat everyone next time. With that, Chu Jianshan hurriedly departed with his family, possessing enough self-awareness to realize that remaining would only lead to further embarrassment. Uncle Heir, Uncle San, and their father exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. Xiao Nan, well done. You finally put the fourth family in their place. They strut around with such arrogance, and to think they would arrive late for your grandfather's birthday, clearly forgetting their own surname. From now on, I doubt they will dare to act so presumptuously. Come, uncle, let us toast to you. Chu Nan smiled, raising his glass to clink with Uncle Heir's. Chu Hanxue observed the scene with a twinge of complexity in his heart. It seemed that once the fourth family had departed, the atmosphere had shifted back to its former joviality. Glancing at the prescription in his hand, Chu Hanxue felt a flicker of hope. He wondered if the remedy truly worked. His hypertension had restricted many aspects of his life, and he often found himself awakened in the dead of night by palpitations. This condition had plagued him for years. He could only hope that what Xiao Nan claimed was indeed true. The familial atmosphere soon returned to its original state. With several aunts engaging in conversation, while Chu Nan chatted and drank with his uncles, many guests approached him to offer toasts, eager to establish connections. For this was a billionaire in their midst. Some elders were already contemplating introducing their daughters to Chu Nan, viewing him as a veritable goldmine. However, Chu Nan paid them little mind, merely engaging in polite toasts. Sensing his disinterest, the guests refrained from overstepping, though some felt a pang of disappointment. After an hour had passed, Chu Ba, Uncle Heir, and Uncle San, all red-faced and tipsy, waved their hands and slurred, "No more, no more." Hic, Xiao Nan, your drinking capacity is beyond that of ordinary folk. You downed several glasses of erguo tu without even a hint of color change. Do you really feel nothing? Uncle Heir asked. Incredulously. Not at all, Chu Nan chuckled. Uncle Heir shook his head in disbelief. It was truly remarkable. If an ordinary person had consumed even a fraction of what Chu Nan had, they would have collapsed by now. Yet, here was his nephew, as unaffected as if he were drinking plain water, having downed an entire bottle of erguo tu without so much as a flush to his cheeks. Is this something a human can accomplish? Uncle Heir and Uncle San understood they could not compete with their nephew, promptly surrendering. As for Chu Hanxue, he sipped sparingly. Mindful of his hypertension, Despite his cravings, he had to consider his health. He could only hope that the remedy Chu Nan spoke of was as miraculous as claimed. For the urge to drink was gnawing at him as he watched the younger generation indulge. Soon, a grand six-tier cake was brought out, and once it was served, most guests began to depart. The celebration for the 70th birthday had concluded, and the evening belonged to the Chu family. Chapter 88. Uncle's Minor Ailments. Once all the guests had left, the previously invited individuals tidied up the venue and cleared the tables. Chu Ma glanced around, noticing Chu Nan's absence, and inquired, "Have you all seen Chu Nan? How can he vanish in the blink of an eye?" Just then, the second aunt emerged from a room, chuckling. Jingyao wanted to see Chu Nan's car. They should be outside now. Ah, I see. Since Uncle Air and Chu Nan were together, Chu Ma refrained from further questioning. Hick, this car is simply too luxurious. Your uncle never dreamed he would one day sit in such an extravagant vehicle. It's all thanks to you, little one. Uncle Air, inebriated, floated in his seat, letting out a loud belch, as he savored the opulent interior of the car and the genuine leather seats, which were far more comfortable than their own sofa worth a few thousand. He exclaimed, "Second uncle, that's not what you should say. We are all family." Chu Nan regarded his tipsy uncle with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Uncle Air had always been one to show off, attempting to drink more than he could handle, primarily to avoid appearing inferior in front of his younger kin. Yet, in the end, they had still fallen short of matching Chu Nan's capacity. After resting for a moment, Uncle Air slowly sat up, his gaze evasive as he murmured, "Chu Nan, do you truly possess medical knowledge?" Chu Nan cast a peculiar glance at his second uncle, puzzled by the sudden inquiry. Was it possible that there was an issue with his health? "Is something amiss, uncle? Are you unwell?" Chu Nan asked with genuine concern. To his surprise, his second uncle seemed somewhat bashful, displaying an air of shyness akin to that of a demure young girl. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ah, Nanzi, you must promise not to laugh at me when I reveal this." Observing his uncle's demeanor, Chu Nan surmised the nature of his ailment, one that typically afflicts men as they reach middle age. "You know, uncle, as time passes, one inevitably faces certain challenges. In your youth, perhaps due to lack of restraint, you find yourself currently at odds with aunt regarding intimate matters. Is there any way to remedy this?" The flush on Chu Air Shu's face resembled that of a heated kettle, and the conversation was over before it had truly begun. Even he found it hard to accept. After all, this pertained to a man's dignity. "Absolutely," Chu Nan replied confidently. "Really?" Chu Air Shu exclaimed, grasping Chu Nan's wrist with palpable excitement. "Uncle, please try to contain your enthusiasm." Chu Nan chuckled, bemused by how long this issue had troubled his second uncle. "How long will it take to resolve this issue?" Chu Air Shu inquired sheepishly. "Such matters are trivial. I will prepare a prescription for you, and if you adhere to it for a month, you shall see improvement. Moreover, abstaining from spicy foods will expedite your recovery. In less than a month, you shall regain your former vigor," Chu Nan assured him with a smile. His prowess in traditional Chinese medicine was not to be taken lightly. These common afflictions of middle age could be remedied with relative ease. "A month to restore my vigor?" Chu Air Shu asked, skepticism evident in his voice. "Of course. I am confident I can help your grandfather with his high blood pressure, and your minor issue can not only be resolved, but you may find yourself invigorated beyond measure." As he spoke, Chu Nan gestured playfully with his hand, indicating a number 7. 7 times. Chu Air Shu inhaled sharply, astonished at the thought. A figure he had never dared to contemplate, even in his prime. "So, uncle, you need not worry," Chu Nan reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Truly, you are indeed my esteemed nephew. Your excellence shines through. From now on, my happiness shall depend on you." Chu Air Shu chuckled with a hint of mischief. By the time they finished tidying up, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Grandpa typically indulged in an afternoon nap, while Chu Air Shu and his brother had succumbed to slumber after a few drinks. The others gathered in the courtyard to play mahjong, while Chu Nan, seated in his car, retrieved his phone, only to discover that Lu Yashuan had sent him a flurry of messages. "Chu Nan, where are you? Hey, you inconsiderate brat. Are you still there? If you ignore me any longer, I shall be quite upset. Where are you?" The messages continued in a rapid succession, each expressing her impatience. Apologetically, Chu Nan typed back, "Sorry, I just saw your messages now." As anticipated, Lu Yashuan responded almost instantaneously. "You finally showed up. I thought you had vanished. Where have you been these past few days? You didn't respond to my messages. You nearly drove me mad." Reading her words brought a smile to Chu Nan's face, and he began typing again. "I should have mentioned earlier. I'm in Hangzhou for my grandfather's 70th birthday celebration. I'll be back in a few days. But why were you so eager to reach out? Did you miss me that much?" Inside her room, Lu Yashuan's cheeks flushed crimson upon reading the messages. "PSH. You're imagining things." "Oh, is that so? Then why were you so desperate to find me?" Lu Yashuan found herself momentarily speechless. Had this clueless boy truly discerned her feelings? But why wasn't he more proactive? Did she need to take the initiative? No. Perhaps this oblivious boy had suddenly gained insight. If he remained oblivious to her feelings, she would have to be the one to confess. It's not like I'm that eager to see you. But do inform me when you return. Why should I? Sarcastic emoji. How did I not realize how insufferable Chu Nan could be? Lu Yashuan fumed, pouting and gritting her teeth. Had he been before her, she would have scolded him mercilessly. What else with all the questions? You're full of them. Say what you will. I'm off to work now, she replied, rolling her eyes. Although Lu Yashuan had planned to take the day off, she had to fill in for a colleague who was on leave due to personal matters. The company would grant her a few days of rest afterward. Go on. Chu Nan responded a couple of times before losing interest in his phone. He wandered around aimlessly, reminiscing about his last visit to this place, which had occurred 5 or 6 years prior. Since starting university, he had returned to the village. Though small, the village boasted an array of amenities, including internet cafes, tea houses, and mahjong parlors, as well as a modest school for local children. The lively sounds of vendors could occasionally be heard on the streets, and living in the countryside had its charm, far removed from the city's clamor, allowing one to savor the tranquility of village life. Yet, perhaps Chu Nan's interest in the village had waned. After all, he was young and wished to explore more. Perhaps when he grew older, he would yearn for such simplicity. Arriving at the small river where he once frolicked with childhood friends, he noted that while the water had once been crystal clear, it had lost some of its former clarity due to development and pollution. A group of children stood by the riverbank, each holding a rod with a piece of meat tied to the end, and soon enough, they successfully caught a bright red creature, a crayfish. Upon witnessing the crayfish emerge, the children's faces lit up with joy, akin to flowers blooming. Chu Nan couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about the times he spent catching crayfish with friends. Those childhood memories were indeed the most cherished, free from any burdens. While some longed for adulthood and independence from parental care, they often overlooked that childhood represented the most carefree period of life, devoid of societal pressures. Without obligations, one could simply focus on studying. The residents of Huacheng bore the weight of immense pressure, and without his system, Chu Nan suspected he would be in a similarly challenging situation. Perhaps the events of today could not be replicated in the future. After meandering around, finding little amusement, Chu Nan returned to his car and opened the currently popular Battle Royale mobile game. In his leisure time, he enjoyed playing this game to pass the time. Despite the casual nature of the activity, he had honed his skills to the point of achieving a super ace rank within just a week. As he browsed through the clothing in the mall, he merely glanced at the selections. While some outfits caught his eye, the game's aesthetic felt akin to a dress-up game rather than a shooting game. In the game's opening, Chu Nan landed at the airport, the most frequented spot, and touched down on the roof of Building C, where he promptly acquired a submachine gun. Da-da-da. Chu Nan brandished his Uzi, unleashing a barrage that swiftly felled his adversaries on the same floor. Almost immediately, his opponents across the way armed themselves, and in an instant, Chu Nan's health plummeted by half. Instead of panicking, he leaped directly from the rooftop, sustaining a minor injury. He discerned footsteps emanating from within the building and chose not to descend, opting instead to bide his time like a patient lion stalking its prey. As the footsteps drew nearer, a silhouette abruptly appeared at the window. Chu Nan fired without hesitation, taking down his target before they could react. After swiftly looting the fallen foe, he retreated to the upper floor to apply a medkit. The sound of footsteps echoed from below, suggesting that the two individuals were likely allies of the one Chu Nan had just eliminated, and it was probable that one of them had revived their comrade. Concealed in a room, Chu Nan grasped a grenade, counting down the seconds before hurling it with precision. The explosion echoed, and the screen confirmed that someone had been taken out by his grenade. He did not rush to loot. Instead, he remained by the window, keenly listening for the footsteps, which soon faded away, indicative that one was tending to their fallen companion. Chu Nan took the opportunity to leap out the window, spotting both adversaries below. With a rapid succession of shots from his M4, he dispatched them both. What a bounty, he exclaimed, reveling in the riches of an 8x scope, a 98K, and a suppressor. After savoring the spoils, he made his way to another building with a broader vantage point. There, he observed an individual sprinting across the airport. Seizing his 98K, he aimed for the head. A resounding crack echoed. Headshot. What the hell? That was a headshot. The down player cursed. Team 1. There's a suppressed 98K in the C building. A teammate hidden in the grass chimed in, but before he could finish, another suppressed shot rang out, and he too fell victim to a headshot. Damn it. How could I be seen? Chu Nan relished the thrill of the 98K. He adored the sensation of landing headshots. One shot, one kill. Chapter 90. I do not play games with noobs. With a swift action, Chu Nan eliminated the two downed players. Teammates 1 and 4 cowered behind a structure, trembling. Damn, is this guy a god? Every shot a headshot? Let us smoke and move, for calmly suggested. They both agreed, tossing their only 2 smoke grenades to obscure their retreat. Chu Nan, not one to linger foolishly, was engaged in a solo squad match, and the enhancements from his genetic serum had markedly improved his reflexes in the game. He prepared to shift his position to a tall structure. But as he departed the C building, the crack of gunfire rang out. Someone was lying in wait atop the tower. His health diminished by a third. He had only a large medkit left, and after applying bandages and energy drinks, he listened intently for any signs of movement. Not hearing footsteps, he momentarily relaxed. The previous team from the airport had not pursued him, allowing him to focus on the 2 adversaries above. He found himself in a precarious position. Exposing himself now could lead to instant elimination. Chu Nan maneuvered his character to lie low, silently adjusting his position. In high-level play, awareness and movement are paramount. If they enjoyed sniping him, he would let them. From this angle, they could not see his movements. Once at the side, he crouched and peered to locate the 2 foes, drawing his 98K and delivering a headshot. Perhaps due to his teammate's arrival, the enemy above panicked, mistakenly throwing a frag grenade instead of a smoke bomb, causing confusion. Ignoring his teammate, the player rushed down the stairs. Chu Nan seized the opportunity for another headshot, bemused to witness the frag grenade detonate above. After dispatching that foe, silence enveloped the airport, but uncertainty lingered regarding any remaining enemies. The boxes atop the tower were poorly positioned. Looting them would likely make him a target. Dismissing the boxes above, Chu Nan opted to loot the 2 downed players instead. Cautiously approaching, he threw a smoke grenade for cover before safely looting their gear. After securing the spoils, he hopped into a jeep and departed the airport. The circle was shifting towards G-Port. As he crossed the bridge, he was fortunate that no one was lying in wait. Otherwise, his vehicle would have been obliterated in seconds. Upon reaching G-Town, he circled the area, noticing most doors had been opened, indicating the presence of enemies. Sure enough, a footstep icon appeared on his map. Someone occupied the red building. After parking his vehicle, he readied a grenade and tossed it upward. The first grenade seemed ineffective, so he launched a second, which detonated successfully. Listening closely, he discerned only 2 sets of footsteps above, prompting him to ascend with his M4 drawn, switching to first-person view. Sure enough, the adversaries were positioned at the staircase, and after a brief skirmish, Chu Nan eliminated them both, albeit with a sliver of health remaining. Goodness. A level 3 helmet, a level 3 vest, a medkit, adrenaline, and a grip, each one wealthier than the last. After looting, the roar of a plane overhead drew his attention. Was an airdrop imminent? Observing that the circle would not shrink for another 3 minutes, he decided to lie in wait. Once the airdrop landed, Chu Nan didn't rush to collect it, opting to wait for unsuspecting players to approach. Moments later, the sound of a vehicle drew closer. He crouched by the window to witness a pink Maserati speeding towards him. With a grenade ready for an unexpected maneuver, he anticipated the car's stopping point. As the Maserati neared, he swiftly threw his grenade. Before the occupants could exit the vehicle, a deafening explosion ensued, leaving them in shock. In a heartbeat, all 4 were eliminated. Cheating. This must be cheating, one exclaimed, bewildered at how he had been taken out in such a manner. The 2 men, accompanied by 2 female players, had boasted about their prowess before the match, only to be humiliated before half the circle had closed. Chu Nan's voice chat remained open, and the 2 original female teammates chimed in. Wow, you're amazing. Can you take us with you? That move was so cool. We'd love to discuss strategy with you. Hearing this, the 2 men turned pale. Chu Nan, feeling a chill down his spine from their flirtatious tones, coolly replied through the mic, I do not play games with noobs. With that, he promptly muted his microphone. In a dormitory filled with 2 young women in pajamas, confusion spread across their faces. What a straight man. A true ironclad straight man. Previously, upon realizing that the 2 were female, they showered them with flattery. If not for their commendable skills, these 2 would not have deigned to team up with such a pathetic male. Chu Nan casually scavenged a few items, and then turned his attention to the airdrop. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him. Within the drop lay a prized weapon, the Scar L, a most excellent firearm. Chapter 91. The Zon Hunter, come if you dare. The circle was about to shrink. The toxic zone had encroached upon G-Port and the school area, leaving Chu Nan outside its bounds. Fortunately, his earlier vehicle still had some fuel, allowing him to make it into the safe zone. He was now a prime target, a veritable bounty for anyone who might take him down. Driving into the safe zone, Chu Nan occasionally shifted his perspective, scanning the surrounding hills for any signs of life. Upon arriving at a residential area, he noted that all the doors were ajar. Just as he parked the vehicle, he heard footsteps from the upper floors. He crouched behind a railing, biding his time. It seemed that the moment he remained still, his adversaries did as well. The footsteps indicated the presence of 3 individuals. Chu Nan remained composed, In a solo match, the gravest error is to recklessly rush into a building. Patience and the strategic use of grenades were paramount. Glancing into his backpack, he discovered he had 5 grenades, ample ammunition for his plan. He tossed a grenade through the door to test his foes, and to his astonishment, it took one down. Chu Nan wielded instant exploding grenades, throwing them outside before they detonated within the building. He hurled another grenade, but this time it failed to find its mark. However, his opponents appeared flustered, their movements betraying their position. Suddenly, someone leaped from the upper floor. Chu Nan surmised that the downed individual had been revived. The sound of the jump did not resonate as a landing, and as he cautiously approached, he found the area deserted. A smirk graced his lips. The moment he swung the door open, he unleashed a volley of bullets, dropping the individual perched at the edge. Damn, how could they have known? They must be using wall hacks. Chu Nan cursed. You wretched scum, reveling in your cheats will lead to your family's demise. Zon Hunter, come if you dare. The opponent activated their Zon mode, but Chu Nan did not bother to engage in a verbal exchange. He was oblivious to the taunts being thrown his way. Rather than rushing for the kill, Chu Nan retreated into the building, patiently laying in wait for his prey. He had prepared another grenade, which he tossed, resulting in a loud explosion, though it seemed to miss its target. Nevertheless, the two opponents had descended, and Chu Nan quickly shifted his position for another round of fire, successfully hitting one of them. In a state of panic, the surviving adversary attempted to charge at Chu Nan, a futile effort given the cover he enjoyed. With a rapid succession of bullets, another team was wiped out. However, the gunfire attracted the attention of others. After collecting a few grenades and some ammunition, Chu Nan ascended to the rooftop. Indeed, he spotted movement at the school. An adversary dashed out, and with precision, Chu Nan fired his 98K, landing a hit. Yet, this time, it was not a headshot, merely hitting the body. The opponent's frantic evasive maneuvers elicited a bemused chuckle from Chu Nan, who then switched to the Scar-L with a red dot sight. Ababa was downed. The remaining teammates attempted to provide cover with smoke grenades, while another took aim at Chu Nan, managing to whittle down his health slightly. Maybe he got some skill? He mused. After consuming a couple of bandages and energy drinks, he noted that the safe zone was now favoring his position, and his enemies would soon be forced to flee the toxic gas. However, to guard against potential ambushes from behind, he deployed 2 smoke grenades. His opponents also began to lay down smoke, and as Chu Nan observed through his 98K, he noticed another individual from the school sprinting onto the road. And with another shot, he scored a headshot. This time, he combined shooting with healing, unleashing a barrage of fire. As the safe zone closed in, gunfire erupted from behind him. He realized that someone was engaged in a skirmish behind him. However, he had to focus on eliminating the team at the school. Otherwise, he would be caught in a pincer movement, complicating his situation. Boom. The school team lost another member, while the last one sought refuge in a small roadside shack. After descending from the rooftop, he observed a full squad emerging from the hills. A sense of dread filled Chu Nan. He still had 3 grenades, which he needed to utilize wisely. He fired a quick shot, catching one of the opponents off guard, though it did not eliminate them. They took cover behind a tree, likely wounded. Smoke grenades were deployed, and the squad began their approach to Chu Nan's building. After a few grenades were thrown his way, he darted around, sustaining only minor damage from a single blast. The safe zone had now shrunk to the final circle. Aside from this full squad, only one other adversary remained. After confirming that only one opponent was left upstairs, they prepared to descend, unaware that Chu Nan had already primed a grenade. An instant exploding grenade was thrown, resulting in a double kill. Chu Nan leaped to the edge of the roof, where he found the remaining opponents attempting to revive their fallen comrade. He crouched at the roof's edge and took down another. He swiftly finished off the 3, but the last opponent emerged from the house, firing at Chu Nan. Unfortunately for them, they fell just short of taking him out. Once again, a full squad had been annihilated. After looting their gear, Chu Nan replaced his 98K with a fully equipped M4 with a 6x scope. As he reached the rooftop, he found the door ajar, indicating that the enemy might have vacated the area. Adjusting his 6x scope to 3, he scanned the surroundings. Finally, he spotted a figure partially concealed behind a tree, lying prone. With a burst of fire from his M4, he secured the victory. Chapter 92. I'll give you a few shots in the morning, and you'll be just fine. After his match, Chu Nan found himself lacking the desire to continue playing. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was only 4 in the morning. Returning to the courtyard, he found several ants engrossed in a game of mahjong, while his father and uncles were still deep in slumber. Nancy suddenly called out Chu Huanxue, gesturing for Chu Nan to approach. Confused, Chu Nan stepped into the room and inquired, "Great uncle, is something the matter?" "Nancy, you're no longer a child. Now that your career is flourishing, it's time to consider marriage," Chu Huanxue remarked with a smile. At this, Chu Nan was left speechless. He had assumed that only his mother was pressuring him about marriage. Now even his great-uncle seemed eager for him to settle down. At 70 years old, Chu Huanxue was well aware that his time was limited, wishing merely for the Chu family to thrive and to hold a great-grandchild within his lifetime. Great-uncle, I thought only my mother was urging me to marry, Chu Nan replied with a wry smile. Nancy, by the time your great-uncle was your age, your uncles and father had already fathered children. You're not a child anymore. It's time to think about marriage. I have several friends whose granddaughters are quite lovely. Perhaps you could meet one? Chu Huanxue suggested gently. Sighing inwardly, Chu Nan reflected that such matters could not be rushed. Great-granduncle, matters of this nature cannot be rushed. And I have someone special in my heart now, so please refrain from pressing me, Chu Nan said with a heavy tone. Oh, you have someone special? How is that progressing? Chu Huanxue's eyes lit up with curiosity. We're merely university classmates and quite familiar with each other. There's no need to hasten such matters. My grandson knows his own mind, Chu Nan replied with a hint of resignation. He felt that if he didn't bring a girlfriend home by next year, the family might start pushing him towards matchmaking. Since that's the case, I shall not rush you. I may not fully understand the affairs of the younger generation, but if you have feelings, do not be timid. The Chu family cannot afford to be cowardly, Chu Huanxue said solemnly. Understood, great-granduncle. Chu Nan shook his head as he exited the room. That evening, the family gathered together, though the absence of the fourth uncle's family was notable. Yet few paid it much mind. The fourth uncle had earned a poor reputation over the years, particularly due to his wife, who was undeniably superficial, never acknowledging their family unless their income surpassed her own. Her sharp and caustic demeanor was evident on her face. Nancy, what is the name of the five-star hotel under your name? The next time I'm on a business trip to Huaqing, I'd like to visit, Chu Ursha said, taking a sip of his drink. The Marriott Hotel. But why would you come to Huaqing for a business trip? If you do, I promise to take you to the best dining experiences, Chu Nan replied. Ah, my boy, it seems the affection I showed you in your childhood was not in vain. You've become quite the successful individual, and the Chu family takes great pride in you. If only my sons had half your ambition, Chu Ursha lamented. Although he bore no significant grievances against his own children, as long as they were living well. As for family matters, they need not concern themselves. He still had several good years left to work. His parents were still in fine form, and his son's success brought them glory. If only the fourth uncle's family had a mindset like Nancy's, they wouldn't have fared so poorly in life. Humph. Their family has turned their noses up at us ever since they made a bit of money. I still remember how the fourth uncle once shut the door on elder brother. Back then, elder brother was among the top students in school. Had he not dropped out for our sake, his achievements might have been extraordinary, someone remarked. Let us not dwell on old grievances. Those are merely past stories. Chu Dad interjected, and the conversation ceased. After dinner, they brought out some leftover cake, and everyone shared bites until it was nearly finished. Chu Huanxue refrained from indulging, mindful of his high blood pressure. Afterward, the family took a leisurely stroll outside, but soon after, third aunt's complexion turned pale, and she appeared to be in discomfort. Upon returning home, third aunt clutched her head, feeling as though it might split in two, leaving everyone puzzled. They could only retreat to the room to brew a packet of medicine. However, after consuming it, her headache only worsened. Shall I give it a try? Chu Nan offered. Chu Senshu slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that his nephew had medical knowledge. Chu Nan applied pressure to several acupoints on third aunt, and gradually, her complexion began to ease. Third aunt, this seems to be an old ailment, doesn't it? Chu Nan inquired. Third aunt, somewhat surprised, nodded. Yes, it has been an old issue. Chu Senshu looked at her with concern and asked, Nancy, since you know medicine, do you have a solution for your third aunt's condition? To his surprise, Chu Nan confidently replied, no problem at all. I'll give you a few acupuncture sessions tomorrow, and you'll be just fine. Chapter 93, the first acupuncture session. Acupuncture sessions? The others were taken aback by Chu Nan's words. Nancy, are you referring to acupuncture? Chu Urshu asked. Chu Nan nodded. Third aunt's ailment is manageable. It's due to excessive coldness in her body over the years, causing her periodic headaches. I suspect, third aunt, that you experience lethargy every time it rains, am I correct? Third aunt nodded eagerly, explaining that she had only recently begun suffering from headaches, which disrupted her sleep at night. Will there be any unforeseen complications with the acupuncture? Chu Senshu still expressed concern. Not at all. It will only take a few minutes. After the sessions, I'll prescribe some medication, and in no time, you'll be cured. Chu Dad and Chu Mom exchanged bewildered glances at their son, realizing they hardly recognized him anymore. Since when had their child become knowledgeable in medicine? After third aunt's headache subsided, the aunts resumed their mahjong games, while the fathers and great-granduncle gathered at another table. The family enjoyed a harmonious evening of games. Chu Nan watched as time passed. He had to admit, his mother was on a lucky streak, winning several thousand yuan while the aunt struggled. Meanwhile, His father seemed to be faring poorly, losing several hundred, the back and forth resembling the dynamics of a married couple. After the mahjong session, everyone felt a bit tired, washed up, and returned to their rooms. Chu Nan lay on his bed, chatting with Liu Yashuan for a bit before drifting into slumber. The following morning, after signing in, Chu Nan headed out. This time, he had signed for a Cartier watch worth over $1,000,000, which he stored in the system warehouse without taking it out. Initially, he intended to gift it to Chu Dad, as he had no need for multiple watches. It would be absurd to wear one on each wrist. However, Chu Nan estimated that even if he gave it to his father, he wouldn't wear it, as it was an amount his parents had never encountered. After a 30-minute drive to town, he attracted the attention of passers-by, who eagerly took photos, be it for social media or TikTok. Upon spotting a traditional Chinese medicine shop, Chu Nan stopped. Wow, the owner of this luxury car is so young. Which family's child is this? This car must be worth several million. How wonderful it would be if this were my son, they murmured. I wonder if this young man has a girlfriend. Perhaps I could introduce him to my daughter. Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Chu Nan approached the store, where the staff greeted him warmly and asked, "Good day, sir. Are you here for medicine or consultation?" "I neither need medicine nor a consultation. Do you sell silver needles specifically for acupuncture?" Chu Nan replied straightforwardly. The staff was momentarily taken aback. "You're here to buy silver needles? That's rare. Typically, we only have customers for medicine or consultations. Please wait a moment." The staff rushed upstairs, returning with several wooden boxes, opening them to reveal an assortment of silver needles of various sizes. "These are the few silver needles we have in stock. However, they are a bit pricey," the staff said with a smile. To Chu Nan, money was but a trifling matter. After perusing the selection, he chose several silver needles and gathered some medicinal herbs intended for his third aunt. Since he was already out, he thought it prudent to procure the medicine as well. Once everything was prepared, Chu Nan departed from the shop, leaving behind an envious onlooker who watched him drive away in his Rolls-Royce. Upon returning home, everyone had awakened. Uncle Chu Nan looked over and inquired, "Nancy, where did you venture off to so early?" Chu Nan lifted the bag of herbs in his hand and replied, "I merely went to town this morning to see if there were any silver needles and to gather some medicine. Now everything is ready." Upon hearing Chu Nan's words, Uncle Chu Nan felt a surge of gratitude, saying, "Nancy, thank you." "Oh, there is no need for thanks among family. You are being too formal," Chu Nan replied. "As for the medicine, I will have Aunt brew it for you every noon for a week, and I assure you it will alleviate your ailments." "Shall we commence now?" Uncle Chu inquired further. "If Aunt doesn't mind, we can start right away," Chu Nan responded. He glanced at his third aunt, who indicated her consent. Finding a suitable room, she revealed her fair back. One by one, Chu Nan meticulously inserted the needles into the acupuncture points. Aunt's brow furrowed. It was not pain that she felt, but rather a sensation akin to ants crawling over her skin, a touch of itchiness. As the silver needles punctured her back, it wasn't long before Aunt's entire body flushed red. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead and back, and she began to feel somewhat fatigued. "Nancy, why do I feel so drowsy?" Aunt could not help but ask. "Do not worry, Aunt. Experiencing fatigue and drowsiness is entirely normal. Just bear with it for a while longer," Chu Nan reassured her. Before long, Chu Nan began to remove the needles one by one. Upon exiting, Uncle Chu Nan could not contain his curiosity, asking, "How did it go?" Chu Nan signaled an okay with his hand, which allowed Uncle Chu Nan to finally relax.